Hey, this is Tom Matthews, and you're watching the Slash Track Network.
Hey everybody, it's CJ Graham, Jason, Friday the 13th, Part 6, Hell Coppin', Highway to Hell. Hey, I just want to make sure you guys know you're listening to the 80s slasher librarian.
Hi, this is Kane Hodder, better known as Jason from Friday the 13th, Victor Crowley from Hatchet. I've also played BTK, Ed Gein. Let's just say I've murdered a lot of people. In fact, I've murdered more people on film than any actor in history. So just keep that in mind. You are listening to the 80s Slasher Librarian. Keep listening, or I'll kill you.
I'm a slashaholic, addicted to the fray. Narration so igniting, Josh keeps me up all night. Lies and masks and pain, blood runs like the rain. Evil finds its way in the spine-chilling fray. Out of breath but not out of light. Horror days, don't look behind. Feel the terror cry. Will you dare to slay? I'm a slashaholic, addicted to the fright. Narration so hypnotic, Josh keeps me up all night.
It was dark at the gravesite, and very late. The wind was whipping at Tommy's jacket as storm clouds threatened to explode. But Tommy Jarvis stayed right where he was to make sure. He had to be sure once and for all that Jason was finally and completely dead. "I'll never rest until I open the coffin and see him for myself," Tommy said aloud. He went to work with his shovel and dug hard and deep, breathing faster and faster. He finally reached the grave and stopped, staring down at the rotten corpse inside it. His lips quivered with fury, and he raised the iron spear and thrust it into the decaying remains of the evil one, Jason. A lightning bolt sliced the sky. Jason's dead eyelids flashed open. Friday the 13th, Part 6. Jason Lives. Prologue. There's something about being in the woods after the sun's gone down and the stillness descends. The shadows lengthen and the night cries start. Listen. What was that? Somewhere close by it sounded like a scream. Only a night bird, perhaps. Or maybe it was something else. Something or someone encountering a predator out in the dark alone. Alone and vulnerable. Maybe that's what it is about being in the woods at night. You feel the vulnerability. Buried memories from a long forgotten time begin to echo deep in your subconscious, and you remember way down inside what it was like to be alone, out in the dark, alone and vulnerable, while all around you things you cannot see are on the prowl. Sometimes you can hear them, very close, a rustling in the bushes just behind you, the snapping of a twig. The safety of civilization seems very far away now, almost an illusion. And instinct tells you to huddle close around the fire as the flames die down. There is safety in that light, but maybe even that is an illusion, and in any case the fire will soon die down to embers as the darkness gathers close. The darkness that shelters the unknown. It comes out of the darkness, violent, swift, and terrible, and when it comes, there is no escape. There's only a brief hysterical paralysis as you freeze like a frightened little animal and feel the pain, savage and incandescent, and then the final darkness gathers you, and somewhere, perhaps not too far away, people huddled by a fire hear your scream and try to tell themselves that it was only a small creature of the night. Huddle close and listen. This is how it all began. The time was the summer of 1958. The place was Crystal Lake. A young boy drowned. He was a very quiet boy, not exactly shy, just quiet. He kept to himself a lot. The other children all avoided him. There's always one child the others isolate for one reason or another. The one who becomes the victim, the outsider, the one who's picked on and made fun of. But no one ever picked on Jason VOORHEES. They just stayed away from him. And if you asked them why, they really couldn't tell you. There was just something about him, something strange and eerie, something that made your skin crawl. Even the counselors avoided him. He kept to himself and did everything alone. Like that night, that very unlucky night that Jason went out swimming in the lake alone and in the dark. They never found his body. The scene changes 1 year later. 2 counselors are murdered, a young boy and a young girl. They had been making love. The newspaper wrote about the savage, brutal slaying. The bodies had been slashed to ribbons. Blood was everywhere, splattered on the walls and dripping from the ceiling. Then there were the fires, clearly arson, and police suspected that whoever was responsible was the same one who did the killings, but the case was never solved. The camp was closed. The building slowly went to ruin. The woods moved in and took over the clearings. Camp Crystal Lake became abandoned, overgrown, but not forgotten. Sometimes at night the townspeople would gather in the bar, the modern equivalent of a tribal campfire, and they would tell stories about what happened in the woods at Crystal Lake. Stories about someone or something hiding out there in the woods, watching and waiting. They tried to open the camp again in '62, but there was some kind of trouble with the water. The official story was that it was bad, but the townspeople gathered in the bar and talked about the water being poisoned. Camp Crystal Lake received a brand new name as the story circulated. It was referred to as Camp Blood. Superstition, legends, stories told around the campfire to frighten little children. That was what the people said who opened the camp again, just recently, only a few short years ago. And then people started dying horribly. The Christie family, the original owners of the camp, went broke, but Steve Christie was determined to prove that it was just bad luck and nothing more. It was bad luck for Steve Christie. He lost the $25,000 he spent refurbishing the camp, and he lost his life as well. He became one of the victims. 7 people died that year, and there was only one survivor, a young girl who managed to live long enough to learn the awful truth. The killer had been Jason's mother, driven mad with grief and bent on vengeance, blaming those who worked the camp for the drowning of her son. The girl who survived was almost killed herself, but in the struggle by the lake she managed to pick up a machete and, with a wild, desperate swing, she chopped Mrs. VOORHEES' head off. They found the woman's headless body, but they never found her head. The girl was taken to an institution babbling about a drowned boy in the lake. "He's out there," she kept saying over and over. "He's still out there. The boy, did you see him?" Camp Blood was closed again, declared off limits by the town police, and the stories kept being told. Stories about the boy who had never really drowned, but who had survived to live alone out in the woods, like a wild animal. It was said that he had seen his mother being killed, witnessed her decapitation, and that the sight had snapped his mind. And there was another story, the one about the girl who had killed Jason's mother. She was found brutally murdered in her home, hacked to pieces several months after what happened at the camp. And that case, too, was never solved. Legend, some say, superstition, stories told around a campfire to frighten little children. But others nodded knowingly and mumbled, "He's still out there." The scene changes once again. Another summer and a counselor training center is opened on the shores of Crystal Lake, near the site of the old abandoned camp. This time there were 8 corpses found. Jenny Field, a psych major in college, survived with multiple stab wounds, and she told a tale of an insane, horribly disfigured killer hiding in a tumble-down shack somewhere in the woods by Crystal Lake. She had seen the decomposing head of Mrs. VOORHEES in that very shack, surrounded by candles on the table, as if it were an icon on an altar. "It was Jason," she insisted. "He's still out there." Scene changes once again. a country cabin near the shores of Crystal Lake, a quiet place named Higgins Haven, rented to vacationers. There were 10 bodies this time, 7 kids who had taken the cabin for the summer, and 3 bikers who had come to raise some hell and found it. There was only one survivor, a girl who was driven mad by the whole ordeal. They found the body of the killer in the barn, but she kept insisting that he wasn't really dead. Yet he seemed dead enough. They found him with an axe embedded in his head. It had penetrated the thick plastic of the hockey mask the killer had taken from one of his victims, and it had split his skull. He was dead, all right. No one could survive that. They took his body to the morgue, and the papers wrote about the death of Jason VOORHEES. The terror of Crystal Lake was finally over. And then they found the bodies in the morgue, and the killer's corpse was nowhere to be found. A dozen killings later, they found Jason once again. He had returned to Crystal Lake and taken vengeance on a house full of vacationing high school students and the family that lived next door, the Jarvis family. Little Tommy Jarvis spent the next 10 years locked up in various institutions, traumatized by the self-defense murder of the killer. They found him standing over Jason's body, hitting it repeatedly with the machete, screaming, "Die! Die!" They had to drag the boy away. They put Tommy Jarvis in a padded cell, and they buried the mutilated body of Jason VOORHEES. This time, the people in the town said it was really over. This time, he's dead and buried. Years passed, and then the killing started once again. It happened at a place called Pinehurst Sanitarium, a halfway house for people coming out of institutions and getting ready to go back into the world, a place to which Tommy Jarvis had been transferred from the Unger Institute of Mental Health. It began when one of the patients suffered a violent relapse and attacked another patient with an axe. By the time they were able to restrain him, the lawn was covered with the scattered pieces of the victim's body. The sight of the dismembered corpse brought back all of Tommy's nightmares. Jason began to haunt him once again, and then the patient started dying. One grisly murder followed on the heels of another, and Tommy Jarvis started to believe that Jason had possessed him, that he had become his own worst enemy. But the spree of killings ended when Tommy confronted Jason in the barn at Pinehurst Sanitarium and threw him from the hayloft to his death. It wasn't Jason, but a local paramedic, one of the men who had brought Tommy to Pinehurst from the institution. The boy who had been killed by the patient suffering the relapse was the paramedic's son, and the sight of his own child's dismembered body had unhinged the man. He had assumed Jason's identity to cover up his crimes, but the story became added to the legend, and it was said that Jason cast his influence out over the town even from the grave. For Tommy Jarvis, it was real. Dead or not, Jason had possessed him, and he could not drive the thought of him out of his tortured mind. One night, he broke the window in his room, and his therapist found him, wearing Jason's hockey mask and brandishing a knife. She brought him out of it, and with her patient's help, Tommy Jarvis started to come back. But he knew it wasn't over. The violence was never very far away. It always lurked just below the surface, ready to strike, terrible and sudden. And Tommy was convinced that there was only one solution. He kept it to himself because if he told anyone about it, he knew they'd put him right back inside the padded cell again. And now he's out. After years of living with the nightmare, Tommy's out, determined to lay it to rest once and for all. The only way to deal with mindless fear is to confront it, and that means a return to Crystal Lake. Now, it begins again. Chapter 1. Life is just something that happens to you while you're busy making other plans. The phrase ran bitterly through Tommy Jarvis's mind. John Lennon had written it that way, but Tommy figured that if the word death was exchanged for life, it worked even better. Death is just something that happens to you while you're busy making other plans. Yeah, that's where it's at, all right. As much as he hated to correct John Lennon, the world was beat or being beaten, eat or be eaten. That was the savage bottom line, the hard and brutal truth of existence. His battered Ford pickup truck roared around a bend in the road, spinning crazily onward, its headlights suddenly spotlighting a graphic slice of life, a scene specially staged to match his frenzied, morbid thoughts. Frozen in the glaring headlights like a picture snapped by a deranged photographer was the image of a mangy dog standing in the center of the road, its dripping muzzle lifted from the exploded carcass of a rabbit recently run over by a passing car. The rabbit had simply tried to cross the road, and death had come screaming down out of the darkness in the form of several tons of speeding automotive steel. The tiny animal was paralyzed with fear for a split second, then smashed flat, its body bursting like a paper bag full of raw hamburger meat. The machine shot on into the night, leaving behind it a bloody mass of pulped meat and ruptured entrails. Death had come along and changed that rabbit's plans, and now another of God's abandoned creatures, a starving and emaciated dog that was only trying to survive, had come to feed upon the grisly carcass. Its eyes were lambent in the headlights for a moment as it froze, staring at the truck barreling down upon it. And as Tommy swerved, the terrified animal fled into the woods, having barely missed sharing the rabbit's ugly fate. It's just a cycle, Tommy Jarvis thought. Just a lousy, endless fucking cycle that never gives anyone or anything a goddamn chance. Life doesn't just wear you down, it pounds you relentlessly into the ground and smashes you flat into a bloody pulp. The pickup truck struck a pothole and swerved toward the right side of the road. Tommy blinked, jerking back the wheel and getting back on course, taking a deep breath and letting it out slowly. He gripped the steering wheel tightly to stop his hands from shaking. Man, get a hold of yourself, he thought. That was really sick. Maintain. If you keep thinking about things like that, they'll slam you right back in the cage, inside that soundproof padded cell where no one can hear you scream. And you just can't go back there, boy, not ever. Not again. Some things are worse than death. Besides, you've got a job to do. Unfinished business. He glanced down briefly at the hockey mask that Alan Hawes was holding in his hands, almost surprised to remember that he had a passenger on this hellish ride. I don't know how the hell you talked me into this, Jarvis, Alan Hawes said, his southern voice betraying a hard and desperate edge. He was a few years older than Tommy Jarvis, in his mid-20s, and he was sitting tensely in the passenger seat, his body rigid, his teeth clamped down on a cheap cigar. He was chewing on it as if it were a pacifier, working it around in his mouth with nervous energy. Hawes was spooked. The whole thing was getting to him. He couldn't seem to adjust to being out. He had spent most of his life in psychiatric institutions, and he felt unprotected in the outside world. He was gripping the hockey mask so tightly that if it had been made of anything else but that tough, resilient plastic, his white-knuckled fingers would have punched right through it. They were driving relentlessly through the night, as if there was some giant magnet at the other end of the road, pulling their truck inexorably toward it. Yeah, that's exactly what it's like, thought Tommy. He felt as though there was something incredibly powerful, invisible, some kind of force tugging on him. There was no fighting it. It was pulling him through the night while thunder crashed all around them, like the beating of a giant kettle drum. Tommy stared at the road without focusing, thinking only of the drums the Roman galley masters used in those old adventure movies like Ben-Hur. The drum pounded out the rowing cadence for the slaves chained to the oars, doomed to live the remainder of their miserable lives in the darkness of the lower decks, rowing until their hearts burst. Jarvis! Jarvis! Tommy blinked and shook his head. Maintain. Maintain. I'm okay, man. Hell, I must be crazy, Hawes said, looking back out through the windshield. If the old institution ever found out about this, boy, they'd throw our butts back in and straitjacket 'em permanent. You didn't have to come, Hawes, Tommy said, clenching his teeth. He didn't need to be reminded about that place, and Hawes continually reminded him. Obviously, Alan couldn't believe that they were out, so he kept reminding himself that all of this was real and not just another crazy hallucination. Yeah, it's real, man, Tommy thought, and it's about to get a lot more real. He stared out into the darkness ahead of them, a look of grim determination set on his face. This is between me and Jason. Yeah, I know, but I still don't get the therapy here, said Hawes uncertainly, as if he didn't really know why Tommy was doing this. Tommy guessed he didn't, but then again, how could he? Even though they had talked about it endlessly, talking about it could never begin to compare to living it. Hawes was only trying to get a handle on reality so he could find a way to deal with it. That's all any of us can really do, thought Tommy. Try to maintain. Try to get a handle on it. The trouble is that my handle's slick with blood and I have to squeeze that fucker with everything I've got or I'll lose my damn grip. And it's a long, long fall over the edge. All you need to know is Jason's dead, right? Said Hawes. Seeing his corpse ain't gonna stop your hallucinations. Seeing it won't, said Tommy. But destroying him, once and for all, will. He shot Hawes a savage look. Jason belongs in hell. I'm gonna see he gets there. Hawes swallowed hard as he watched Tommy Jarvis drive. We might beat this Jason character there if Tommy keeps on driving like this, he thought. He chewed nervously on the cigar and turned to glance out the back window into the bed of the pickup truck. Lightning flashed briefly, illuminating the rusty pickup bed, which contained a large 10-gallon can of gasoline, a crowbar, and a couple of shovels. It was all bouncing around back there, and Hawes wondered what would happen if the can of gasoline broke open. Thunder rumbled, and he turned back to look through the windshield again, though he still saw the afterimage of the can of gasoline, the crowbar, and the shovels. Especially the shovels. He remembered helping Tommy put them back there, but it was as if he hadn't fully realized what they were going to use those shovels for. It was as if someone else had done it. We had nothing to do with that, he thought, his easily confused mind having difficulty grasping the ugly truth of what they were about to do. We didn't put those things back there, he thought, so none of this was really happening. It had to be a dream. Any minute now he was going to wake up and find himself back on the ward. The attendants would be coming around soon with their little trays of tranquilizer pills, Thorazine, Mellaril, Haldol, Stelazine. He'd taken them all at one time or another. They were his old friends, the only friends he'd ever really had, except for Tommy. This is really crazy, he thought. Really crazy. It was like being in some kind of horror movie with two grave robbers on their way to desecrate the monster's final resting place. It wasn't real. Real people didn't do things like this. Neither did sane people, but they weren't exactly sane, were they? That's what everyone said about us when they put us in that place, thought Hawes, that we're not sane, not fit to mingle with the normal folk. No, gotta lock them up along with all the other crazies where they'll be safe, where they can't hurt themselves or anybody else. Only we're not safe anymore, thought Hawes. We're out. God damn, we're really out. But if they catch us pulling this crazy stunt, they'll lock us right back up again. And this time they might never let us out. Lightning split through the rolling black clouds, lighting up the old cemetery gates ahead of them. The sign above the gates said, Eternal Rest Cemetery. Tommy pulled in as the thunder rumbled loudly. Hawes was not sure if he was more frightened of the storm or of what they were about to do. This is it, he thought. We're driving through the gates of hell. What in God's name am I doing here? Tommy Jarvis was his friend. That's what he was doing there. You did things for your friends, things you wouldn't ordinarily do because your friends needed them to be done, and you had to help your friends. Having a friend meant everything to Alan Hawes because he never had one before. Even whenever he was a kid, nobody had wanted anything to do with him. He had been different, strange, excitable. At first, the other kids had just looked at him funny, then they started teasing and mocking him. Then they started beating him up. And then they just left him alone as if sensing on some subliminal level that being alone was by far the worst form of punishment. It didn't change things much when they locked him up inside one ugly institution after another. Being locked out of the real world was nothing new for Alan Hawes. He'd been locked out as far back as he could remember. But Tommy hadn't locked him out. Tommy hadn't tried to hurt him. Tommy was his friend. You do things for your friends. Tommy slammed the brakes on, and the truck skidded to a halt. He turned the engine off. There was a look of fierce, grim determination on his face. This was it. This was what they had been talking about for months. God, thought Hawes, we're gonna do it. We're really going to do it. Tommy opened the door, got out, and walked around to the back of the truck. Hawes didn't move. I don't want to do this, he thought. Man, I really don't want to do this. Tommy, please don't make me. But he could not say it out loud. He didn't want to lose the only friend he had. Tommy started to unload the pickup. Hawes took a deep breath and stared down at the hockey mask he was squeezing in his hands. What the hell kind of person walks around wearing one of these things, he thought. What the hell kind of person does the kind of things Tommy told him Jason had done? And what the hell kind of person keeps a mask like this, knowing who or what had worn it? He got out of the truck and Tommy handed him the gas can and the tools. Then Tommy took the lantern they had brought, looked at Hawes, nodded as if to say, "Okay, let's do it and get it over with," and carrying the lantern started walking down between the rows of tombstones. Hawes followed, afraid, not knowing what else to do. The storm was very close now. Thunder was crashing all around them. The wind pulled at their clothes. Tommy was walking slowly along the rows of tombstones, carefully examining each one, holding the lantern up and reading the inscriptions, then moving on. He was looking for one tombstone in particular, the one tombstone Hawes suddenly wished they would never find. And it seemed for a while that they wouldn't find it. They kept on looking. Tommy was getting frustrated, his movements jerky and impatient as he dashed from one gravestone to another. He was really wired. We're not going to find it, Hawes thought suddenly, with relief. It isn't here. Tommy was imagining it all. This was just another one of his friend's hallucinations, the visions that had tortured him so much. Alan Hawes knew all about hallucinations. It isn't here, thought Hawes, and Tommy'll see for himself that it's not here, and he'll realize that none of this was real, and he'll feel better, and then we'll just get out of here and leave this all behind us, and we'll never talk about it again. And then Tommy stopped, standing very still, bent down over a grave. No, thought Hawes, it isn't there. I don't want it to be there. He moved closer, looking at the inscription on the tombstone, illuminated by the lantern. Jason Voorhees, at rest. Oh shit, thought Hawes. Tommy was staring at the tombstone, his eyes wide. A strange light seemed to dance within them. He moved the lantern and looked at the tombstone beside it. The inscription read, Pamela Voorhees, beloved mother. Tommy looked back at Hawes and pointed down at Jason's grave. This was the one. Yeah, Hawes thought, with the sinking feeling. Yeah, I know. He gulped and nodded. You do things for your friends. He took a deep breath. Okay, he said, determined to give it one last try. There he is. He's dead all right. Let's go. I gotta be sure, said Tommy. They put down the lantern and the gas can and the crowbar, and then picked up the shovels. Hawes stood looking down at the shovel in his hands, as if he suddenly didn't know what it was or why it was used. Tommy didn't hesitate. He plunged his shovel deep into the ground, forcing it further into the mound of soil with his foot, and then removed a large chunk of grass and dirt. Grave robbers, Hawes thought. That's what we are. We're grave robbers, ghouls. We're going to be damned. We're going to burn in hell. He shut his eyes for a moment, then bent down to the task. The dirt flew as they worked feverishly. God, thought Hawes, what if somebody catches us at this? Doesn't cemeteries have groundskeepers or something? Caretakers or night watchmen or something? Can't we get arrested for doing this? What kind of person gets a job like that? He almost burst out laughing with hysterics. What kind of person gets a job like that? Did he really think that? Christ, he thought, what the hell kind of person does what we are doing? It'll be all right, he told himself. It won't really be so bad. We'll dig the goddamn coffin up and Tommy will see that this Jason character is really dead and there won't be any need to go through with the rest of it, with the gasoline. Jesus, what's the body gonna look like? How long has he been dead? It's okay, Hawes thought, trying to reassure himself. It's okay. It's gonna be all right. I'm not gonna let this freak me out. I've seen dead animals before. This ain't no different. There's nothing here to scare you. It's just rotten meat, that's all. Dead meat. Tommy's shovel struck something hard. For a second, Tommy hesitated, Then he redoubled his efforts, working twice as hard as before, throwing shovelfuls of dirt up out of the grave, exposing the coffin's lid. Jesus, Hawes thought. He thought of an old movie he had seen on late-night television once. The show with that sexy lady in the black dress that was so tight it looked like it was painted on her skin. It was an old picture called The Mummy. The archaeologists were opening up the mummy's tomb, and this old Egyptian guy was warning them about the curse. They didn't pay any attention, and they started to open up the tomb. And then the movie stopped suddenly, and the camera cut back to the sexy lady lying on her velvet couch back in the studio, and she said, "Don't do it. You'll be sorry." And then it cut back to the movie, and they opened up the tomb. Tommy was scraping the dirt off the coffin's lid. He tossed the shovel up out of the grave, and it landed in the pile of dirt they had dug up. He looked up at Hawes and reached out his hand. Hawes silently handed him the crowbar. Tommy took the crowbar and reversed it so that the flat side was facing down. Then he drove it into the side of the coffin lid, forcing it in, straining hard. There was a cracking sound. Tommy gave a firm grip on the crowbar and gave it a hard yank, leaning all his weight on it. With an ominous creaking sound like nails being pulled out of a crate, the coffin lid cracked open. Tommy looked back up at Hawes and handed him the crowbar. They stared at each other for a moment, and for a second, Hawes thought he wasn't going to do it. But then Tommy took a deep breath and bent down over the coffin once again. Slowly, as if he were searching for a buried treasure chest, Tommy slipped his fingers into the narrow crack beneath the coffin's lid. Tommy winced and bit down on his lower lip. He closed his eyes for a moment, then took another deep breath, and, with all of his strength, he pulled back on the lid, yanking it open. Lightning flashed, and Hawes almost screamed. The lightning flash had illuminated the horribly decomposing body, and the terrifying vision almost made Hawes lose his lunch and dinner, for that matter. The body's head was completely covered with a white sea of squirming, writhing maggots. The wind blew the disgusting stench right up into his face. Hawes clapped his hands to his nose and mouth, feeling his gorge rising. Tommy climbed up out of the grave. He turned and stared down into it at the cause of all of his madness, at the monster that had stalked his nightmares. His lips began to tremble. He started to feel dizzy. It was all coming back to him. He heard his sister screaming, "No, Tommy, no!" A much younger, much more frenzied version of himself, a child filled with raging hatred, bent on vengeance, driven to kill, screamed, "Die! Die! Kill it! Kill it!" His breath came fast. He looked around wildly and saw an old ruined wrought iron fence a short distance away. He started moving toward it like an automation. "Hey, where are you going?" Hawes said, thinking that they couldn't just leave things like this. They couldn't just leave the grave exposed. They had to cover it up again, or somebody might figure out who did it. Tommy grabbed one of the slim spear-like posts that made up the iron fence and pulled on it hard, working it loose. It finally gave, and he pulled it out, then turned, heading purposefully back toward the open grave. Brandishing his weapon, Hawes came running up to him. "What's that for?" he said, frightened, not sure if he was frightened for his friend or frightened of him. "Tommy, what are you doing, boy?" Tommy went right past him, ignoring him. Hawes stared after him, open-mouthed, and suddenly, with shocking clarity, he saw what his friend was going to do, and he shook his head, refusing to believe it. No, he thought, Jesus, no, he's not gonna... Tommy had reached the grave, and he stood staring down at the rotten corpse inside it. His lips quivering with fury, his eyes wide open, white showing all around them. He raised the iron spear and leaped down into the grave, screaming, "You bastard!" He plunged the spear down with all of his might, driving it deep into the corpse's chest. It went in with a soft thumping, squishing sound. "Oh, shit," said Hawes softly. This wasn't happening. It couldn't be happening. Tommy had gone right off the deep end. What was he going to do now? Tommy yanked back on the spear, jerking it loose, then rammed it down again, then again, and again, and again. The force of the blows jarred the body, causing maggots to drop off the decomposing face. The insects scuttled away looking for shelter as Tommy attacked their grisly meal with mindless fury. Finally, his rage vented, Tommy rammed the spear down for the last time, driving it right through the corpse and feeling it stick into the wood of the coffin beneath it. His chest rose and fell as he tried to breathe. He climbed up out of the grave, feeling suddenly disoriented, sick to his stomach. It felt as if he had awakened from a horrifying dream, a night terror whose frightening images had lingered and superimposed themselves upon his waking vision. "Boy, he must have really messed you over," Hawes said, staring at him with astonishment. Tommy reached down and picked up the white hockey mask. He held it for a moment, staring down at it. The holes that were part of the mask design, meant to keep hockey goalies from sweating beneath unventilated plastic, all seemed like evil little eyes staring back up at him. For a moment it seemed to him as if there actually were eyes behind the eye holes of this mask, the demented, bloodlust-crazed eyes of Jason Voorhees. He tossed the hockey mask down into the grave, then he bent down and uncapped the gas can. "You won't come back, Jason," he thought. "Not this time. You'll never come back again. It all ends right here. There's enough gasoline here to soak your rotted flesh through to the bone and turn you into one big torch. I'll give you hellfire, you murderous son of a bitch. I'll cook you until there's nothing left of you but cinders. Nothing. And then there won't be any nightmares anymore. I'll be free of you at last, purged by the flames." The sky suddenly lit up with lightning, and one of the jagged bolts lanced to earthward. The spear sticking up out of the corpse acted like a lightning rod, drawing the electricity, and sparks flew as the lightning struck the spear, missing Tommy Jarvis and Alan Hawes by inches as they leaped for cover. They didn't see the lightning travel down the length of the iron stake, impaling Jason through the heart. They didn't see it bathe the body. They didn't see the veins of electricity dancing over the corpse, crisscrossing it, writhing like snakes. They didn't see the decomposing eyelids suddenly flash open. Deep within the primitive, reptilian brain of Jason Voorhees, a twisted spark of bestial consciousness returned, ignited by electric fire. The feral eyes, uneaten by the teeming swarm of writhing maggots, as if the worms somehow knew something no one else could know, glowed as if red fires burned behind them. Sluggishly, thought processes revived, and ganglia squirmed with shock. Something lived again that had never really died completely. The inscription on the tombstone said "at rest," but there was never any rest for Jason. Each time the tortured soul of Jason Voorhees was resurrected from the limbo it had fled to, it came back stronger, meaner, conscious only of the burning hate that had driven all reason from it. Hate for the people who had hurt it. Hate for everything that lived. It hated being denied the rest it longed for. It was like a wounded animal, attacking everything that came within its reach. It hated life, and so it worshipped death, romanced it as if death were a teasing lover who remained forever unattainable. And now it lived again. Tommy Jarvis and Alan Hawes uncovered their heads and got up from the ground, looking fearfully at the sky. That lightning had come very, very close, almost as if it were a punishment from God, thought Hawes. Maybe not a punishment because we're still alive, but as if it were a warning. He wanted to listen to that warning, to grab Tommy and shake him by his shoulders, beg him to forget this craziness, plead with him to run back to the pickup truck and burn rubber all the way back to the damn highway. The hell with everything, thought Hawes. Leave everything just as it is. We've done enough. Let's just get out of here. But he couldn't bring himself to say it. He was too afraid. As much as he feared what was in that open grave, even more he feared losing Tommy as a friend. Tommy's friendship was the only thing he ever had that wasn't taken from him, and he treasured it as if it were a rare and fragile piece of porcelain, to be swaddled in soft cloth and kept close to the heart. You do things for your friends. Tommy went for the spear, fearful that it would attract more lightning before he finished what he had to do. It was still smoking from the blast. He touched it and quickly pulled his hand away. It was too hot. He reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a pair of gloves. He put them on and touched the spear again. It wasn't so hot that the gloves would not protect him. It felt only slightly warm now. He wrapped his fingers around the spear and pulled, but he had driven it in so deeply that now it wouldn't budge. That wouldn't do. He couldn't chance another bolt of lightning nearly frying him. It would be far too dangerous. He had to finish this thing. He couldn't give up now. He jumped down into the open grave. He grabbed the spear again and started straining to remove it. Hawes leaned down and spoke in a low, shaky voice, almost a whisper. "Let's just get the hell out of here," he pleaded, risking his friend's anger. "My heart can't take any more of this." Tommy ignored him, still straining to remove the spear, unaware that the corpse's eyes were open, staring at him with loathing. He gave a grunt and yanked hard at the spear. It pulled loose and he tossed it up out of the grave. Now he could finish what he started. He pulled off his leather gloves, not wanting to get them soaked with gas, and tossed them up to Hawes. He started to climb up out of the grave. The corpse suddenly sprang up as if catapulted from the coffin. Powerful arms seized him. Hawes screamed and kept on screaming. The thing was dead! Dead! It couldn't possibly be alive. It was a rotted, moldering pile of meat, and it had leaped up and grabbed his friend. Still screaming, Hawes started to run. Tommy panicked and fear tripled his adrenaline through his body as he fought to get away from the rotting corpse that held him in an iron grip and tried to force him back down into the open grave. He managed to pull loose and kick the thing back down into the coffin, and then he scrambled out, clawing at the earth, every nerve in his body screaming at him to flee. But even as one part of his mind urged him to run in terror from the unacceptable reality, another part of him, the part that fed on hate, overwhelmed the panic, cursing through him and screamed, "Kill it! Kill it now! Send it back to where it came from! Burn the goddamn thing!" He scrambled for the can of gasoline and wrenched the cap off. He turned around, clutching the red metal container, and saw the corpse rising from its grave. With desperation, he flung the can around, splashing gas on the thing, thinking at least the gasoline would burn the creature's eyes if the rain didn't wash it off, but still it kept on coming. He dropped the empty gas can and backed away, wildly pawing for the matches, as the thunder crashed and then the rain kept coming. It poured down in sheets, drenching him and soaking the matches. The thing that was Jason Voorhees came at him, eyes burning with hate. The downpour that just started getting heavier, washing maggots off of his rotting flesh. Tommy tried to strike a light, but the matches had been quickly soaked and it was hopeless. He looked up, eyes bulging from their sockets, and the living corpse was simply standing there, as if mocking him, staring at him with the ravening gaze of a hungry animal. It started to come toward him. In an agony of desperation, unable to accept the fact that the wet matches wouldn't light, Tommy Jarvis struck one useless match after another as Jason slowly came closer and closer. And then Hawes appeared from nowhere, brandishing a shovel, screaming hoarsely, swinging it like a pickaxe and bringing it down with all of his strength on Jason's head. No one was going to hurt his only friend, not even a fiend from hell. The blow didn't even faze the creature. Jason whipped around, moving with blinding speed, and his arm lashed out at Hawes, fingers hooked like claws. The hand plunged into the chest of Alan Hawes with such incredible force that it went all the way through his entire body, ripping through flesh as if it were only tissue paper, rending sinew, smashing bone, emerging from the back clutching its prize, the still beating heart of Alan Hawes. Jason yanked his arm back, and the body that had once been Alan Hawes fell back, collapsing like a deflated balloon, falling back into the open grave. It landed in the coffin, and the impact jarred the lid loose, and it came crashing down, slamming shut the door of the last cell that would ever hold him. Tommy's nerve broke, and he ran. Seeing Tommy fleeing, Jason quickly looked around, searching for a weapon. driven by an insatiable need to kill before his victim got away. His gaze fell on the iron spear. He bent down to pick it up, and then something in the open grave caught his attention. Tommy fled in blind panic, slipping in the mud, the rain coming down in buckets and soaking him clear to the skin. He reached the pickup truck and wrenched open the door, leaped inside, and fumbled for the ignition. The big engine roared to life, and Tommy mashed the accelerator to the floor. The tires spun, found traction, and the pickup slewed around, gaining speed as it hurtled toward the cemetery gates. Jason had forgotten about his victim for the moment. The creature that had once been a frightened boy, huddling in the woods like some abused animal, had spotted something that struck a familiar chord. Something registered as mine, inside that twisted brain of his. Jason pulled on the gloves that had belonged to Tommy Jarvis, dropped by Hawes in his hysterical flight. He reached down into the grave and picked up the object, handling it with reverence. The white hockey mask had been washed clean by the pouring rain, and beneath the persistent flashes of lightning, it gave off an unearthly glow. As if following a ritual, Jason Voorhees slowly donned the hockey mask. He turned away from the open grave, from the closed coffin that now held the torn and broken body of what had once been Alan Hawes, and still holding the iron spear, the alchemist rod that had brought him back to life, Jason started walking toward the cemetery gates. Just as something had been pulling Tommy Jarvis back to the Internal Rest Cemetery, so something now pulled at Jason Voorhees, something that urged him to follow a blind homing instinct and return to the place where it all started. A voice inside his mind came back to life, commanding him to go back to Crystal Lake and kill again. Chapter 2. Forest Green was a quiet, peaceful, boring little town, and Sheriff Michael Garris knew it. What else could you expect from a town named after a goddamn crayon? It was as if they got the name out of a first-grade kid's school box, Garris thought. Sky blue, earth brown, hot pink, and forest green. Now Crystal Lake, that was a name, thought Garris. It conjured up visions of a man in red, hunting plaids, wandering by a lake shore with his Winchester tucked up in the crook of his arm, not much caring if he saw a deer or not, just enjoying the sunlight reflecting off the water and the birds singing in the trees. Maybe he'd settled down by the lake shore and assemble his fishing rod, not really caring whether he caught a fish or not either. The idea was just to kick back against a nice thick tree, light up a pipe, stretch out, and enjoy the peace and quiet. A man could use some peace and quiet after Vietnam. Even after all these years, those memories remained, and that was why he had come here. The name of the town was what had attracted him to begin with, Crystal Lake. The words evoked a pleasant daydream. Forest Green just made him think of O.D. Green, and he had seen enough of Army Olive Drab to last him for a lifetime. Still, he could understand why the town council changed the name. If Forest Green had unpleasant associations for him, the name Crystal Lake reminded the townspeople of something a hell of a lot more unpleasant. But all that was over now. People didn't talk about it anymore. They didn't even want to think about it, which was why they had voted to change the name. It was a quiet town again, a nice town. And even if Garris wished sometimes that he had something more to do than just write an occasional parking ticket or warn some teenage kids about getting a bit too rowdy, he wouldn't trade it for any other place. It was a good place for a man to settle down and raise his kids. Better to write speeding tickets and warn kids to keep it quiet than to have to deal with the violence and frustration of a police job in some big city. A city cop never knew when he might have to pull his piece and shoot someone, and Garris had done enough shooting to last the rest of his life. I can still do it if I have to, he thought to himself, as he leaned back in his office chair and put his feet up on his desk. I've still got what it takes. It's not like I'm getting old. I'm not getting old. Just because a man appreciates some peace and quiet doesn't mean he's getting old, damn it. He frowned. More and more lately the idea of aging was nagging at him, and he pushed the thought away. He didn't want to think about it. It was just that Megan sometimes made him feel old. She was 18 already. God, where did the time go? It seemed like only yesterday that he was bouncing her on his knee, flushed with the pride of fatherhood, listening to her squeal with delight as he bounced her up and down. She was almost a woman now, cute little body filled out nicely. Too nicely, Garrus thought sourly. He wished that Melanie was still alive. He missed her terribly. It was hard trying to raise a teenage girl all by himself. He closed his eyes and sighed. No, Megan was a good girl. A little spirited, perhaps, but hell, you've got to expect that from a teenager. So she gave him a hard time once in a while, talked to him as if he were some old fart. But that was just her way. She was just testing the limits, trying the bounds of his fatherly authority. Kids did that, especially as they got older, right? They pushed you a little and you let them get away with it. A little. But then you slapped them down when they had gone too far, and it reassured them. It let them know that you still cared. He had done his best by her, and considering the way most kids were acting these days, he really had nothing to complain about. Megan knew what was right and what was wrong. Still, sometimes she made him feel a little old. Why did she have to grow up so goddamn fast? He put his head down and started to nod off. Tommy's truck came screeching to a stop outside. Tommy leaped from the truck and slammed the door, then ran across the street at top speed and burst into the county sheriff's office like a man possessed, startling Garrus, who was out of his chair like a shot, his gun drawn instantly purely by reflex. Seeing the gun, Tommy came to a dead stop and quickly raised his hands. "Don't shoot, please!" Garrus had been scared almost as bad as Tommy, but he couldn't let the kid see that. Just a teenager, he thought. Christ, I'm getting jumpy in my old age. Old age. There was that damn thought again. It made him angry, and he lowered his gun. "You in show business, kid?" he said, annoyed. "You sure know how to make an entrance." Seeing the gun go down galvanized Tommy Jarvis into action, and he rushed toward the sheriff, the words spilling out of him. "You gotta do something! Jason's alive! He killed my friend, and now he's coming after me!" Garrus relaxed, but remained cautious. He didn't know this boy, just some hyped-up kid, he thought. Probably knocking off some kind of prank his buddies put him up to. But then again, maybe he was juiced up on something. You could never tell with kids these days. It wouldn't do to have any kind of drug problem in Forest Green. He didn't want Megan mixed up with anything like that. Parents these days had to be extra careful. "Now you better cool out a minute, boy," Garrus said, sitting back down, asserting his authority. "You already almost got your head blown to pieces." If this was some kind of screwy kid trying to show off for his buddies by playing a big joke on the law, better let him know right now that this kind of stuff didn't go down in Forest Green, thought Garrus. On the other hand, if this kid was high on something, better to cool him out and then pat down his clothes, see what he might have hidden in his vehicle. "Will you listen, damn it?" Tommy shouted at him. Garrus stood up. Enough was enough. This kid was going to start showing some respect. "Don't piss me off, Junior, or I will repaint this office with your brains." You had to let these kids know what was what, he thought. He wondered who this boy's parents were. Tommy tried to bring himself under control with visible effort. He hadn't come here to antagonize this man. He had to make him understand. "Jason is alive," he said. "We dug up his body. I was going to cremate it, and—" Garrus started to chuckle. So that's what this was all about. Jesus Christ. Kids. Some of 'em will think up the damnedest things. "Hold it. Whoa. What's your name, son?" "Tommy Jarvis. We gotta do something, Sheriff. He's even more powerful now that—" Garrus quickly came around his desk. The name had triggered off a memory. "Aren't you the kid whose mother and friends were—" "Yeah," Tommy said, interrupting him, hoping desperately that he was finally getting through to the man. "Jason murdered them, and you've been at some psychiatric clinic ever since, haven't you?" said Garrus, watching his face carefully. Tommy saw what the sheriff was thinking, and he spoke quickly. "Yeah, but they released me because I—" The door banged open suddenly, shocking them both. Tommy almost jumped out of his skin, but it was only the deputy, Rick Cologne, carrying an armload of fast food. He had kicked open the door because his hands were full. He was younger than Garrus, in his mid-30s, and he was considerably shorter. He saw the surprise on their faces and grinned apologetically. "Sorry," he said a little sheepishly. "I didn't—" Garrus waved him in. "No problem, Rick," he smirked. "Come over and meet a former resident here, Tommy Jarvis. He's got some kind of prank going about." Tommy lost control. "There's no time for this bullshit!" He looked around wildly, panicking, desperate to convince these men that it was not some kind of joke. All of them were in grave danger. His gaze fell on the weapons rack, and without thinking, he bolted toward it and grabbed one of the rifles, pulling it from the rack. "Jason's got to be stopped!" Grabbing for a gun in the presence of two cops was not the smartest thing to do. Cologne dropped the food, and both he and Garrus lunged for Tommy, who compounded his mistake by struggling to hold on to the rifle. They wrestled for a moment, and then Cologne pinned Tommy's arms from behind, and Garrus yanked the gun away. He was furious. A joke was a joke, and you had to give kids a little leeway, but this was too much. He tried to control his temper as he clenched the rifle in one hand and pointed at Tommy with the other. "Now that's what's known in the books as screwing the pooch," he said, a hard edge to his voice. This kid was going to get taught a lesson right now. He turned to Cologne. "Iron this punk!" There's nothing quite like TV police dialogue to really shake up a kid, Garrus thought. Tommy struggled to get away from the deputy, but Cologne held on to him and wrestled him across the floor, throwing him into the holding cell. The iron bars slammed shut. "No!" said Tommy, realizing his mistake too late. "No, please, you've got to listen. Jason's coming back here. He's after me. I tried to destroy him, but I fucked up." "You got that right," Garrus said. His temper cooled somewhat, and he realized that perhaps this wasn't something as simple as a juvenile prank. The kid had been in psychiatric clinic for a while, after all. He was clearly disturbed, but that was not at all surprising after what had happened to him. He didn't know why in the hell they had let him out if he was still this disturbed, but they were letting out all kinds of fruitcakes these days, sometimes for no other reason than because their insurance had run out. And why hold on to a welfare case when you can collect the bucks off some other loony's policy? Still, that wasn't his responsibility. His job was to keep the peace in Forest Green, and he wasn't about to have some whacked-out kid running around and upsetting people, much less grabbing guns. "All right, count to 10, he told himself. "Come down on him, but don't come down too hard. The poor kid's had enough of a rough time already." He leaned in toward the cell. "Now you listen up. I'm sorry for what happened to you and your folks years ago. But no one in Forest Green wants to be reminded of what that maniac did here. That's why we changed the name. People want to forget that this was once Crystal Lake, and they don't need some kid stirring up that Jason shit again." Tommy knew that he had gone too far, but he could not calm himself down. They didn't understand, he thought. They just don't know. He started to pace the cell, trying to pull himself together. This was no time to lose his cool. He had done enough damage already. Suddenly, his fury over his inability to get through to them broke loose again. "Why didn't you cremate him?" he said, accusingly, as if it were their fault. Garrus tried to keep his patience, but he was rapidly losing it. "They were going to," he said, thinking that if he could humor the kid a little, maybe he could calm him down. One thing he didn't need was some screaming Mimi leaping around like a maniac inside the holding cell all night. "But some asshole sent a lot of money to give Jason and his mother a decent burial. Now look, you just lie down, get some rest. In the morning, I'll call that clinic, and I'll see if they—" Tommy grabbed the bars of the cell as if he could force them apart with his bare hands, and get at the sheriff and somehow make him understand. Suddenly he realized that there was a way. "If you just go to the cemetery," he said, "you'll see I'm not lying." Garrus had no more patience with him. "Either you go to sleep, or I'll come in there and put you out. You understand?" "You're going to be sorry you didn't listen to me," Tommy said defiantly. "You're going to be sorry if you don't shut the fuck up," said Garrus. Christ, he thought again. What the hell do they let him out of there for if they're still screwed up? If it wasn't the middle of the goddamn night, he'd drive the kid back over to the clinic himself. All I wanted was a little peace and quiet, he thought. Goddamn kids. With all the rain coming down, the back roads around the town of Forest Green were a quagmire. The headlights of a battered old Volkswagen Beetle bounced up and down as the tiny car jounced along the rutted road, its little engine working overtime. Mud splashed the fenders as it negotiated the wet road. Inside the car, two young people in their mid-20s were slap-happy from their long trip in the late hour. They were lost, and the girl who was driving giggled as her boyfriend did his best to read the spread-out map in the dim light from the single bulb behind the cracked plastic dome-like lens. The car struck a pothole and bounced hard, making the boy's head strike the inside roof. The girl burst into a fresh spasm of giggles. "Will you slow down?" said Darren, giving his girlfriend Elizabeth an irritated look. "It's hard enough to read this thing." Elizabeth bit her lower lip, trying hard not to laugh. "Well, who was it who told me to take this cow path?" "You admit the sign did say Camp Forest Green, with an arrow pointing this way," Darren said. Elizabeth giggled. "I admit nothing without talking to my lawyer." Darren threw down the map in disgust and gave her his impression of Officer Mick Belker's growl. "So much for the head counselors ever finding the camp on their own. I say we stop the car, get out, and start screaming for help." The car came to a halt as Elizabeth hit the brakes. Darren, still looking at her, sighed. "I was just kidding, Elizabeth." But Elizabeth wasn't laughing. She was staring nervously out through the windshield. Darren turned to see what she was looking at. Standing in the middle of the road, motionless in the glare of the headlights, was a man wearing some kind of crazy mask. A hockey mask, of all things. He was holding an iron spear. "Darren, we'd better turn around," said Elizabeth, clearly afraid. "Why?" said Darren. "Why? Because I've seen enough horror movies to know masked weirdos are never friendly," Elizabeth said. She started to back up, but Darren suddenly grabbed the wheel. "Wait!" By reflex, Elizabeth hit the brakes. The car just missed, rolling off the road and into a water-filled ditch. Another few inches, and they'd have backed right into it. Darren looked behind them, then at Elizabeth. "There's no way he can do this," he said. He looked back toward Jason, who was still standing motionless in the middle of the road, blocking their way. "If the car drops into that gully, we'll never get out." Elizabeth couldn't take her eyes off the figure standing in the center of the road. "Do you have any alternate suggestions?" she said, swallowing hard and trying to keep her fear from showing. She wasn't succeeding very well. Darren looked toward Jason and bit his lower lip. "Yeah," he said, "we're gonna scare him." "We're gonna scare him," said Elizabeth, asking. Darren wasn't about to acknowledge the fact that he was also scared. It was the middle of the night. They were lost in a maze of paths and endless woods, on a back road God only knew where, and there was some kind of weirdo just standing there in the center of the road, holding a dangerous-looking spike and wearing a hockey mask, and they were trapped between that character and a gully full of water from the rain. Scared? Yeah, he was plenty scared, but he couldn't let her see that. "That's right," said Darren, trying to pump himself up, to convince himself that he was in control of this spooky situation. "Just drive toward him," he said confidently. "He'll move. Nobody wants to die." "That's a freaking fact," said Elizabeth. "Least of all us." "Just drive," said Darren, trying to sound as if he knew what he was doing. "He'll get out of our way." Elizabeth shook her head, not knowing what else to do, but listened to him. "I'm not really going to do this," she thought. "I'm not really going to try to run some weirdo derelict over in the middle of the road and then just drive off into the night as if nothing had happened." But Darren seemed to know what he was talking about, and what he said seemed to make some sense. The guy would move. He'd have to move. Unless maybe he was drunk or something like that. Still, drunk or not, there was that nasty-looking spear thing that he was holding, and she didn't think it was a walking stick. She took a deep breath, shifted into first, raced the engine for a moment, and then let out the clutch and stomped down on the accelerator. The little bug leaped forward, chugging toward Jason like a tiny locomotive. He didn't move a muscle. He's not going to move, thought Elizabeth, terrified of hitting him. Her foot came down hard on the brake pedal. The Volkswagen skidded to a stop on the wet road, its front bumper inches from Jason's legs. The staring eyes behind the white hockey mask drilled them in the glare of the headlights. Elizabeth turned to the suddenly less than confident Darren. "Yeah, that really scared the shit out of him, hon," she said sarcastically, trying to fight down her fear. Darren became angry. He leaned over and blasted the car horn. In reply, Jason swung his spear and smashed out one of the car's headlights. "Oh, jeez," said Darren, shocked by the sudden violence of the reaction. Elizabeth grabbed the gearshift lever. "That's it. We're driving this baby back to town, in reverse." Darren's shock turned to anger at the assault against his car. He grabbed Elizabeth's hand as she started to shift. "The hell we are!" He opened up the little glove compartment and pulled out a small .22 caliber revolver. Elizabeth stared at the gun with disbelief. This wasn't the Darren that she knew. "Where'd you get that?" she said, shocked that he would have a gun, but at the same time feeling suddenly relieved. "Don't worry about it," Darren said, getting out of the car. He was still afraid, but now he had the gun. A spear was no match for a gun. The guy would see that and back off, and that was all he wanted. He had no intention of shooting anybody. "Just stay cool," he told Elizabeth, working up a tough guy tone, trying his best to sound like Eastwood. Quiet, firm, no nonsense, in control. "Stay cool?" said Elizabeth, suddenly alarmed at the prospect of her boyfriend brandishing a gun at someone. What the hell would they do if it went off and killed the guy? The smart thing to do was get back in the car and drive away now. "You ain't no Dirty Harry. Now stop it." Darren fought his panic. "It's okay," he told himself. "I've got the gun. That puts me in control." He held it out before him in both hands, crouching slightly like he'd seen the cops do on TV. He cleared his throat, something no movie or TV hero ever did, but it would spoil the effect if his voice cracked. "All right, scumbag," Darren said, relieved that his voice didn't come out sounding squeaky. "Get out of the road." Jason stood before him, motionless. Darren licked his lips and pulled back the hammer with his thumb, wishing that the sound was louder and more menacing, and that the little gun looked more intimidating. "Now!" he said. Jason's response was to ram his spear into the other headlight. The one remaining light went out, and now he was a dark figure standing in front of the car, looking even more menacing. Elizabeth screamed. "Darren, get in here right now! He'll kill you!" "Not if I get him first," said Darren loudly. He was the one with the gun, after all. He was going to show this backwoods crazy he meant business. And suddenly, unexpectedly, the dark figure charged him, moving with amazing speed. For a split second, it didn't register. Darren was holding a gun. Nobody charges someone holding a gun. And then he realized what was happening and fired. But it was too late. The bullet either missed or had no effect, and the last thing Darren saw was the iron spear being thrust at him. Elizabeth screamed with hysteria as she saw the spear enter her boyfriend's body. Effortlessly, as if Darren didn't weigh a thing, the killer lifted the impaled body on the spear and tossed it aside into the bushes. It landed with a soft, wet plop, and then the murderous gaze turned on Elizabeth. The girl fumbled for the gearshift lever in a panic, and then saw something coming toward her through the windshield. She lunged across the other seat as the windshield shattered in a rain of glass, and the iron spear rammed into the driver's seat where she had been a split second before. Terrified out of her mind, Elizabeth scrambled out the open door on the passenger side and fell into the gully, dropping down with a loud splash into the muddy water. Jason pulled the spear out of the harpoon Volkswagen and went around the car pursuing the hysterical girl. Elizabeth struggled to get to her feet in the muddy gully, but she slipped and fell back into the water, twisting her ankle. She floundered like a drowning swimmer and looked back over her shoulder. The breath caught in her throat as she saw the killer coming toward her with his spear ready. Trying to run was hopeless. Elizabeth pawed madly through her pockets, desperately trying to think of something with which to barter for her life. Whimpering, she pulled out her wallet, containing all her money for the summer and her credit cards. "Don't kill me, please," she said. You can have these, please." She looked up. The killer had disappeared. She stared into the darkness amazed. What happened? Where did he go? She looked around, but there was no sign of him. She heaved a deep, sobbing sigh of relief. It didn't matter. What was the difference where he went? She was safe. She wasn't going to die. As if dropping from the sky, Jason slammed down into the water beside her. Elizabeth opened her mouth to scream, but the sound never came out. The iron spear came down and plunged right through her open mouth, driving her head back, shattering her teeth, ripping through her throat and vocal cords, crunching through bone. Jason stood over his victim, head bent, staring down at the girl's corpse floating in the filthy water. The head had been driven down into the mud like a butterfly pinned to a board, and blood bubbled up around the spear. The money and the credit cards fell from the lifeless hand, and Jason's gaze followed Elizabeth's American Express card as it floated down the bloody stream. For a moment, but only a moment, the burning rage consuming him subsided. Then the awful hunger flooded through him once again, and the tormenting voice inside his ruined mind began screaming for more blood. No rest. There was never any rest. He had to kill them all, especially the one who had awakened him. Jason looked up from the body and back toward the road. Tommy's pickup truck had gone down that road. Jason began to walk. Chapter 3. Jason Voorhees lumbered slowly, purposefully through the damp woods in the rain, keeping up a steady, inexorable pace. He had not slept. Jason Voorhees never slept now. For a while, as his body had moldered in the grave, there had been rest, unconsciousness, sweet oblivion devoid of feelings or awareness. But deep within him somewhere was a thing that never died. A power shaped by raw emotions and a hunger for revenge. A primordial, animating force that wouldn't let him rest, that kept him forever moving. He was like a shark swimming in deep and ancient waters, driven only by a deep-seated instinct to devour. He had dim memories and fragmentary visions of a life before he'd become the driven creature feared by all. Memories of what was, in some respects, a normal childhood. It was normal in the sense that he had once eaten and slept and performed all the normal functions of a human child. He had once had normal feelings. He had a mother and a father, parents who loved him, albeit in a strange and twisted way. There had been nothing terribly remarkable about his birth, save that it occurred at the stroke of midnight on Friday the 13th. He had been premature, and Pamela Voorhees expelled him quickly. A short labor and an easy birth, as if her uterus was anxious to surrender him. The doctor barely arrived in time. They never made it to a hospital. Jason had been born in his mother's bedroom, and when the doctor held the infant up and slapped him, Jason hadn't made a single sound. Other than that, it was a normal birth. He had been a very quiet child, even while he was inside his crib. He never woke his mother in the middle of the night, and there had been no need for her to get up at 4 a.m. to soothe her crying baby. Sometimes Pamela Voorhees had been concerned about her child's silence. She would occasionally wake up for no reason in the middle of the night, hearing nothing from her baby's room. She would leave her bed and tiptoe silently to Jason's crib, feeling a need to check on him, to make sure he was all right. And she would find her baby quietly on its back, its eyes wide open in the dark, staring coldly up at her. Even as a child, Jason Voorhees never smiled. He did not cry when his first teeth came in. He did not cry when he fell down and skinned his knees. He did not even cry when the yellow jacket had landed on his palm and stung him while he was lying in the sun in their backyard. He merely closed his little fist and crushed the life out of the offending insect. For a while, everyone had thought he was mute, but medical examinations proved that there was nothing physically wrong with him. Jason could speak. He simply didn't want to. He made all his teachers feel uneasy, though they could never say just why. In school, he did all the things he was supposed to, and he seemed very quick to learn. But he would never answer out loud when he was called upon in class. Instead, he would carefully write his answers down upon a piece of paper and hand them to his teachers silently. One teacher in particular, a young and eager woman who taught him in the 3rd grade, had gone out of her way to try and make him speak. And finally, driven to frustration, she took him by the shoulder, shaking him, demanding that he answer her. Jason said not a thing. He simply stared at her, not blinking, his young eyes boring into hers like the twin turrets of an anti-aircraft gun locking on a target. She let him go, backing away from him, feeling her skin crawl and shivers running up and down her spine. The next day she gave her notice without any explanation, packed her things and moved out of town. Autism, said the school psychologist, precursor of schizophrenia. But autistic children simply did not respond. They did not write messages. They did not listen carefully when they were spoken to. They did not respond at all to outside stimuli. The muteness had to be hysterical. The baffled school psychologist suggested this, seeking some logical explanation. It had to be some strange form of withdrawal, brought on by some early trauma, perhaps even at birth. Yet there had been no traumatic experiences in the young boy's life, and the birth had been an easy one. But there had to have been some sort of trauma, the psychologist persisted in saying. The boy refused to talk. There had to be a reason. In exasperation, after spending hours trying to get Jason to respond, the psychologist finally turned on Jason, screaming at him. "I know you can talk, you little shit! You little freak! You can talk, can't you?" And in a firm and very quiet voice, Jason had said, "Yes." The psychologist became tremendously excited, convinced that he had made a breakthrough. But Jason never said another word. And for years thereafter, the psychologist had nightmares for which he had no explanation. Dreams in which everyone around him opened their mouths to speak to him, but no sound at all came out. Hysterical deafness, his colleagues said when they examined him, while the psychologist stared at them wildly, putting his hand to his ear and shouting, "What? What?" repeatedly screaming at the top of his lungs. They shook their heads sadly and gave him a quiet room to scream in. The other children shunned Jason and complained about his creepy eyes. There was actually nothing at all unusual about his eyes except that he never seemed to blink. The bravest and the biggest of the bullies in the school had tried to pick a fight with him once, feeling his prestige at stake. Jason was much smaller than the bully was, and the bully had been confident of his superior size and strength. He goaded Jason, teasing him unmercifully, and when the verbal abuse did not provoke any reaction, the bully struck Jason hard, hitting him in the face with his closed fist. The blows seemed to have no effect at all. It did not even make Jason blink. He simply stood there staring at the bully, who swallowed hard and backed away, retreating from the smaller boy's unblinking stare with dread. And 2 days later, an ambulance came to the bully's home and took him to the hospital. He had taken his right hand, the same hand he had struck Jason with, and jammed it down into the kitchen drain. Then he turned on the garbage disposal. Neighbors a block away heard the boy's agonized screams, yet no one could ever get the bully to say why he had done it. And then there was that summer at the camp. Camp Crystal Lake. For Jason, those were the most vivid memories of all. Jason did not understand what had happened to him. His mind had snapped so many years ago that what was left of it had no conception of why he couldn't seem to rest. He could not eat. He could not sleep. He could not die. His continuing existence was a never-ending agony of relentless hate and hunger. A hate that could not burn itself out, and a hunger for blood that could never be appeased. If only he could sleep. For a while there in the grave inside the coffin, there had been rest. Quiet, peaceful rest in the warm earth. Rest that had been rudely interrupted as the sun came up, breaking its way through the storm clouds, bringing an end to the night's rain. It sent rays down through the tree branches overhead. Jason kept on moving, strange, disjointed memories and fragmentary visions flashing through his ruined mind. One vision in particular stood out among all the others, and Jason focused on it, burned it deep into his primitive consciousness. It was the vision of Tommy Jarvis, with his hands upon the iron spear. The sounds of a door slamming and young voices talking excitedly and laughing woke Tommy Jarvis, and for a moment he could not remember where he was. Then, as he came fully awake, he remembered the horrible events of the preceding night, and he knew that none of it had been a dream. He sat up on his cot inside the holding cell and looked out through the bars. It was early morning, and Michael Garris had returned to the sheriff's office in the company of 4 teenagers, 3 girls and a boy. One girl, Sissy, was black, sexy, and vivacious, perhaps 18 or 19 years old. The other kids were white. The girl called Paula looked a little punky with short, spiky hair, dyed jet black, and earrings in the shape of upside-down crosses. The boy, Court, was an obvious headbanger with long hair and a heavy metal t-shirt. But the third girl, the one holding on to the sheriff's arm, was the one who caught Tommy's attention. She was beautiful, about 18, with long, lovely legs, gorgeous hair, and a smile that seemed to light up the entire room. He heard the sheriff call her Megan. "Come on, Dad," Megan said, cajoling him. "You can have Rick drive down Cunningham Road and look for them." "Megan," said the sheriff, "my deputies have more important things to do than look for camp counselors with car trouble. I'm sorry." "Sheriff," said the boy with the rock and roll t-shirt, speaking with affected cool, "couldn't you, put out an all-points bulletin for them? That would really be wicked decent." Garris gave him a sour look. "It's just that Darren and Elizabeth are in charge of organizing and setting up the new campgrounds," said Paula, the girl with the new wave haircut. "All the little kids arrived today," said Sissy anxiously. "We're not ready to deal with that alone." Garris sat down behind his desk and picked up the telephone. "Look, I sympathize with you kids. I do," he said patronizingly. He shrugged. "The best I can do is call the station in Carpenter and have them keep a lookout for 'em." "I got a bad feeling about what might have happened to them, sir," Tommy said from his cell. Everyone turned to look at him where he stood just inside the cell, gripping the bars, his eyes connected with Megan's, and she held his gaze. "You gotta convince the sheriff to go look for your friends," he said, thinking that perhaps he could convince the father through his daughter. Garris obviously did not believe him, but then again, how could he? It sounded insane. Somehow Tommy had to make the man believe. He had to get through to the sheriff before it was too late. From the conversation that the kids were having, he realized that the camp was about to open for the summer. The camp! Jason's camp! If something had already happened to their friends... "Hopefully they're fine," Tommy continued. "But there's a very good chance that Jason..." Garris jumped to his feet angrily. "Shut up!" Megan came toward the cell, looking at Tommy with interest. Her father hadn't mentioned that he had a prisoner in the holding cell. He always talked about things like that when he got home from work, but it was seldom that anything worth talking about happened here in Forest Green. If he had locked somebody up the night before, she wondered why he hadn't mentioned it at dinner. "Jason who?" "Megan, get away from him," said Garris. "He's dangerous." Megan heard her father, but she didn't acknowledge him. This boy certainly did not look dangerous. In fact, he looked kind of cute, and her father was always warning her about cute boys. She knew what that was all about. Boys are only after one thing, her father always told her. Whenever he started that routine, she would smile at him sweetly and say, "Is that what you were after when you were a boy, Dad?" It was funny, seeing him blush that way. He always failed to come up with a good answer. "It was different then," he would usually stutter, but he never explained how. Still, just to be on the safe side, she stopped a few feet away from the cell, well out of the dangerous boy's reach. "I'm not dangerous, believe me," said Tommy sincerely. "Jason is out there. He's looking for me. But there's every possibility he'll return to the camp where it all started." Garrus swore under his breath and came around from behind the desk to stand in front of the holding cell. "I told you to shut—" "You mean the Jason of Camp Blood?" Sissy said uneasily. "Yes," said Tommy. "No," said the sheriff. He turned to the kids. "You kids better leave. This boy's not well, and I need to talk to him in private." "But, Dad," said Megan, "we—" Garrus interrupted her, speaking very firmly. "Megan, take your friends back to the camp. I'll let you know if I hear anything about your camp leaders." Megan stared back at her father defiantly for a moment, clearly not wanting to leave and obviously anxious to find out what this was all about. But Garrus stared her down. She had seen that look before. It was the look that said, "This far, Megan, and not a step further." It would not be a good time to argue. She took one more look at Tommy and then smiled sweetly at her dad. "Don't beat him up too bad," she said flippantly. "He's kinda cute." Garrus clenched his teeth. "Megan, leave." The kids left the office awkwardly, intimidated by the big sheriff, but Megan casually turned on her heel, gave her dad a hip shot, and slowly walked toward the door with a cool, insolent, and sexy swagger, mostly for her father's benefit. He hated it when she acted sexy. It drove him absolutely up the wall. But she also knew that he noticed it every time, and she always chuckled to herself, feeling a little guilty. "Dad?" She knew he wasn't really thinking anything improper, but he was a man and he couldn't help but notice it when she forcibly reminded him that she had grown into a woman. She knew he often wished that he could have his baby girl back, and she didn't want to hurt his feelings. But sometimes it was necessary to remind him that she wasn't a little girl anymore and that it wasn't fair to treat her like one. This little gesture of defiance was mostly for his benefit, but at the same time she knew the boy inside the holding cell was watching as well. The moment she left the office, Garrus turned on Tommy furiously. He wasn't going to have this nutcase upsetting people in his town, least of all his own daughter. It was past time to slap this crazy kid down once and for all. "I was going to call the clinic and have them collect your ass," he said. "But I don't want you around here any longer poisoning my daughter or anyone else with your warped sense of humor, boy." "They have to be warned, Sheriff," Tommy pleaded. The sheriff already his mind made up about him. How could he possibly make him see the truth? But he had to try. He had to. There must be a way, he thought desperately. "Jason will return to the area that's familiar," he said. "No matter what you call it, it's still Camp Crystal Lake to him." Garrus walked away from him in disgust, not willing to listen any more. His patience was being strained to the breaking point. "I've given this guy all the slack he's going to get," he thought. "You try to be patient with these damn kids. You try to give them a break, but they just keep on pushing, like they want you to lose control and slap them down." Well, he wasn't going to let it get to him. He had enough headaches with Megan acting up lately, insisting on wearing those tight clothes that showed off her body, flaunting herself, using too much makeup, trying to grow up before her time, and teasing him whenever he said anything about it. Teasing him, her own father giving him those pouty looks and hip shots, knowing how he hated it when she did those things. He knew what she was doing. Damn kid's trying her wings, he thought to himself. Hell, she's a good girl, but she can see what she looks like in the mirror. She knows what she's got, and she's just trying it out, seeing what it can do. It wasn't as if she was actually going to do anything, but the trouble was that she didn't seem to realize what that sort of trashy behavior implied. He noticed the way she had stood when she was talking to this kid, using that, "Hey, what do you think of this" stance, and it made him fucking furious. Perhaps it was only harmless flirtation, but the thought of her in the back seat of a car with some young punk, his hands all over her, he strapped on his gun and reached for his coat. "We're going to escort you in that shit-pile pickup of yours to the edge of my jurisdiction," he said. He picked up his rifle. "Then we'll say goodbye, and we'll never see your ugly mug around here again." For dramatic emphasis, he cocked the rifle. "Right?" Tommy pushed off the bars in frustration and started pacing in the cell as if he were a caged animal. It was useless. He felt utterly impotent before this redneck sheriff with his macho bullshit. Big man, he thought, threatening a teenager in a cage with a rifle. A tough guy with all the answers. He knew the type. A tough guy with all the answers. He was so furious he could have taken that rifle and smashed its butt into the big man's stomach, knocking the wind right out of him, pinning him to the floor, and making him listen. No, keep your cool, Tommy, he told himself. Maintain. You won't get anywhere with this guy by bucking his authority. That's what he wants. It's the only thing he understands. He obviously loves to be proven right, so he has an excuse to act like a tough cop. That would only justify the way he thinks about kids, Tommy thought. Nobody could tell this guy anything, least of all a kid like me. Kids didn't have any answers according to this guy. Parents did. Christ, this guy was actually a parent. How did an asshole like this ever wind up with a daughter like Megan? She must take after her mother. God, but she was beautiful, and what a pretty name. And the way she walked out of here was sort of pretty too, he thought. No wonder the sheriff had a thing about kids. He must go apeshit every time a boy walks past the house. With an effort, Tommy forced his thoughts away from Megan and back to his own, much more immediate problem. So the sheriff was going to run him out of town. He almost laughed. Jesus Christ, he thought, what a fucking John Wayne mentality. And then he realized that being escorted out of town was just the answer to his problem. It looked like there was a way to get through to Garrus after all. And the redneck cop might be handing it right to him. There was a rustling motion behind a large, thick clump of bushes. The stirring stopped, and everything was still for a moment. Suddenly the bushes parted, and a little man wearing eyeglasses and army surplus fatigues stuck his head out like a frightened rabbit. He looked quickly to either side of him, eyes wide and anxious, covered with protective goggles worn over thick glasses. He had camouflage makeup on his face, but he looked more like a nervous, mud-spattered little boy than a combat-ready soldier. He peered all around again, quickly, jerkily, then plunged back into his hidey-hole behind the bushes. Not far away, two men dressed in army jungle fatigues, goggles and camouflage makeup, stalked through the forest, watching for any sign of movement. Their handguns held ready. They weren't really handguns, though. They were compressed air pistols that fired red paint cartridges that splattered when they hit the target. The paint blotch was a way of confirming the kill. And the two men weren't soldiers, at least not combat soldiers. They were soldiers in the corporate army. Businessmen decked out for the occasion like Sly Stallone on an impossible jungle mission. Their soft physiques were a far cry from Stallone's chiseled physique. And unlike Rambo, who could move like Tarzan through the jungle, these two moved more like outdated Sherman tanks, making enough noise to alert a dozen armies to their presence. However, they doubtless thought that they were stalking their prey silently, and they were confident of an easy kill. The little man with glasses was no match for them, either in the office or out here. "Once we nail Roy," said Stan, mustering up his best tough guy imitation, "that's it. Victory is ours." "This is taking forever," said Larry, the heavier of the two, speaking in a whining tone. "I'm starving." "That's your problem, Larry," Stan said harshly. "That's why your cells are always below quota. Your instinct to eat is stronger than your instinct to win." Larry bridled at the comment, fed up with the stupid game. He didn't see how the hell this was supposed to make a guy better salesman. All this talk about developing a fighting edge and nurturing the killer instinct and all that bullshit, what a load of crap. This game was a ridiculous thing for grown men to do. They were playing cowboys and Indians in the woods, for Christ's sake, stalking each other with paint guns. He felt like a fool, and what made it worse was Stan giving him a hard time about it all, riding him and putting him down at every opportunity. He had taken just about enough. "You're a real ass, you know that?" said Larry. "Better than being all ass," said Stan. Larry couldn't understand what had gotten into Stan. He was taking the whole thing far, far too seriously. Of course, he wasn't taking it anywhere near as seriously as Bert. Christ, Bert had gone right off the deep end with this whole thing. He had always been that way, going all out in everything he did. In the office, even in the bar during happy hour when he would hit on all the secretaries, but especially out here, where all of a sudden he had turned into Chuck Norris, complete with a machete, a survival knife, and those wicked-looking things he had called devil darts. Bert was a little scary, but Stan was his friend, and right before his very eyes he had turned into a real jerk. Larry simply couldn't understand it. "You know, you've become an entirely different person when you're out here, Stan," he said, "and I don't like it." "Hey," said Stan arrogantly, "this is a man's game, requiring a man's cunning and a man's intelligence." A figure exploded out of the bushes right in front of them, startling both men, frightening them. Before they could react, the air pistol coughed twice, and each man was struck squarely in the chest by red paint pellets, splattering like blood. Both men looked down at the dripping paint spots on their chest in disbelief. Then they looked up at the woman who stood before them. She was also clad in jungle fatigues and was wearing protective goggles over her eyes. Katie raised the air pistol's barrel to her lips and blew away imaginary smoke. "With the woman's touch," she said, grinning. "Now wait a second," Stan protested. "I thought Bert shot you." Katie did a model's turnaround for them. "See any paint?" she said, grinning. She was pleased with herself. These two turkeys had it coming. "Sorry, guys," she said. "I did in, Mr. Commando, weapons and all. Survival is the name of the game, and that flag is mine." As the trio walked away, they were completely unaware that they were being watched. And even if they'd known, they could never have imagined that the watcher was playing a very different sort of game. "I can't believe it," Larry said, looking down at his paint-splattered fatigues, both upset at having been killed by Katie, but secretly relieved that it was over now. After a whole day of stumbling around in the woods, he was really hungry. Still, it wouldn't do to give Stan any more reasons for giving him a hard time about it. He pretended to be upset about being out of the game. "Bert never gets hit. We never should have let her play." "It's a damn company executive game," said Stan bitterly, "and she's a damn company exec." Katie stepped between them. Now, boys," she said, amused by their immature attitude, finding it funny that everyone was taking this so seriously. "Don't be spoil sports. Put on your headbands." Reluctantly, they reached into their pockets and pulled out the black headbands with the white letters spelling out the word dead, the headbands that identified those players killed in combat. As they dragged their heels through the woods, Jason watched them intently. Then he moved to follow them, stalking his prey silently, about to turn their corporate game into a real struggle for survival. The freshly painted and beautifully renovated cabins of Camp Forest Green gleamed in the bright sunlight. Crystal Lake, though no one ever called it that anymore, gave off shimmering sparkles of light, like bright blue gleaming bands of mylar. Everything looked beautiful and new, free from the taint of its violent past. Nothing shocking could happen here. This was a peaceful place, soon to be filled with the playful laughter of small children. The neatly painted boats were all moored at the wharf, waiting to be rowed out upon to the placid lake. The camp equipment was all bright and shiny, ready for the summer games. All that was missing were the head counselors, Elizabeth and Darren, who should already have arrived, but still showed no sign of turning up. "I'm getting worried," Paula said, as she helped her friends carry boxed supplies from their car to the kitchen. "About Jason?" said Court, the headbanger, a smirk upon his face. He wasn't at all worried. He was cool. He was mellow. Hey, no hassle, just a nice and easy summer watching a group of little kids and scoping out the local female talent. At the end of it, he'd have enough money to pick up the black Gibson Les Paul guitar he'd been lusting after all winter. "No," said Paula, ignoring his sarcasm. "I'm worried about Darren and Elizabeth. They should have at least called, don't you think, Megan?" Megan's mind was not on the conversation. She was drifting, thinking about that boy back in the holding cell. He had been pretty upset, that much was clear. But he had also seemed sort of nice. He didn't look at all dangerous to her, and she didn't believe he was. no matter what her father said. He had nice eyes. She wondered what her father had arrested him for. Sometimes she thought her father would like to arrest every teenage boy in town, just to keep them away from her. God, the man is smothering me, she thought. I just can't handle it. She knew he loved her and that he meant well, but sometimes he just made her want to scream. He had bought her that new car when she graduated from high school last spring, a bitchin' bright orange Camaro. At the time she had thought, at last he's finally starting to treat me like a grown-up. But she soon realized why he had picked out that car and in that particular color. Not because it was a bitchin' color, but because it stood out like a sore thumb from all the other cars in town. All his deputies would know it was her car, so they would be able to spot it from a mile away and radio her whereabouts in to Sheriff Daddy. It was bad enough to have her father checking up on her all the time, but to bring the whole Forest Green PD in on it as well was simply too much. And especially that Rick Cologne, who was always looking at her tits. God, the man was sleazy. Megan! Huh? Yeah, what? Sissy giggled. This girl's back in that cell with her prisoner of love. Megan gave her a playful glance. What's it to ya? Don't be playing with no crazy jailbird, said Sissy, affecting an experienced jive-ass street tone. Those dudes are bad news. Yeah, said Megan. How would you know? Hey, I've been around long enough, said Sissy, to see plenty on TV. Everyone laughed, and Cord emitted a theatrical groan. I don't know, said Paula dubiously. He seemed pretty weird with all that Jason stuff. Yeah, said Court, grimacing. He was really into it. Maybe he was telling the truth, said Megan innocently, keeping a straight face. Everyone stopped and stared at her. Megan played it out. Just because our parents keep telling us that Jason was only a legend doesn't mean it wasn't true, guys, she said. What if Jason did come back here, looking for those counselors who caused him to drown when he was a boy? Searching for the one who decapitated his vengeful mother. She paused her tone, made it heavy with mock drama. And you know what today's date is, don't you? They stood there staring at her, not certain if she was serious or not. Suddenly Megan looked past them, as if seeing some horrifying vision just behind them. There is only one thing even more terrifying, she said, making her eyes wide. What? Said Court nervously, suddenly afraid to turn around and look to see what she was staring at. Megan suddenly stretched out her arm and pointed behind them at the big yellow bus that was turning into the camp gates. The bus pulled to a stop and the door slid open, disgorging a horde of screaming youngsters. The counselors stared at the swarming mass of small children with dread, pretending to be horrified by the vision. I think I'd rather deal with old Jason, Sissy said. Chapter 4. The razor-sharp machete came down hard and sliced into the heavy brush, hacking away at it with a vengeance. Bert was taking his frustration out upon the bushes, childishly attacking them as if they were the mortal enemy. Unlike the other players of the survival game, Bert actually thought he looked the part of a commando, but he was really just a Hollywood version of one. He looked as if he had just stepped out of the jungle of Southeast Asia, or the leafy foliage of a studio backlight, his camouflage makeup artfully applied, his well-built figure filling out the combat fatigues. He was a tall, good-looking man, even bearing a superficial physical resemblance to Stallone, something he realized and played upon often. He had practiced that little lip-dropping sneer in front of the bathroom mirror until he had it down pat, and he had learned the walk, that half-roll, half-swagger of the bantam rooster, the easy gait of a man who was always in control. He had prepared for this game for hours, painstakingly applying the camouflage makeup, getting the look just right. He knew the look was important, whether in business or in the singles bars or out here in the woods. It made no difference. A man had to look like he knew what he was doing. Image was everything. People judged you on your image. If a man's got the image of a winner, he's gonna be a winner, damn it. You act as if you take your natural superiority for granted, Bert thought, and everyone else accepts it as being the way things are. Looking good was the name of the game. Like, what's-his-name, the comedian, always said better to look good than to feel good. But looking good hadn't been enough this time. He had gone to a ridiculous amount of trouble just to apply the perfect look. The commando belt with the machete and sheath, the devil darts, the Jimmy Lowell survival knife. Christ, that fucking knife alone had cost a fortune. And none of it had helped. He had counted on the gear to psych out the competition, but now here he was, paint splattered and wearing a dead headband. Knocked out of the game, and by a goddamn broad no less. "Stupid damn game," he said, hacking away furiously at the bushes. "Dumb bitch, she tricked me. Guys are gonna be laughing about this for months." Blind with rage, like a small boy throwing a temper tantrum, he raised the machete high and slashed it down again. But a leather-gloved hand suddenly clamped onto his wrist with an iron grip, stopping the machete in mid-swing. Shocked, Bert spun around to see who had grabbed him, ready to deck the bastard. But he couldn't even breathe and froze when he saw the wild, staring eyes behind that hockey mask. Jason whipped Bert around by his arm, jerking him so hard that Bert felt as if his arm was tearing loose from its socket. There had been no time to cry out, no time to struggle, no time to do anything but register the image of the jagged, broken tree branch coming toward him impossibly fast. He was being hurled right at it. It was coming at his chest. He opened his mouth to scream. Bert's body slammed into the broken tree branch with a sickening crunch. The jagged limb ripped through his chest, punching a huge, gory hole in it. As he came up against the tree trunk and smashed into it, his momentum stopped along with all his life functions. His head rolled aside limply, revealing a happy face that someone had carved into the tree trunk. Jason picked up the machete. Bert's arm was still attached to it. He pried the fingers loose and let the bloody stump fall to the ground. Martin moved slowly down the rows of tombstones. Swaying slightly, his eyes glazed and out of focus, and his nose veined with thin red streaks that ruptured capillaries of alcoholism. He was an old man on his last legs, and all he wanted out of life now was a warm place to sleep, a little food once in a while, when his stomach could keep it down, and nobody bothering him. And, of course, a fresh bottle of good old wild turkey every now and then, to offset the cheap red wine he drank by the gallon jug. Chianti, port, rose, or burgundy. It didn't matter what brand he drank, only what was on sale at the time. Hell, even out of a box. The job as caretaker of the cemetery had been made to order. He didn't even have to make an effort to appear sober. He could perform his simple duties drunk. Maybe not falling down drunk, as he was much of the time, but there wasn't much to do and he could handle it. He thought of it proudly as my job, a position of responsibility in the community. So what if people weren't exactly friendly when he came into town? It didn't matter, they didn't seem to mind him much, so long as he remembered to take a bath once in a while. On some level he knew he smelled bad. The sweet, sour stench of booze came out from every pore, but he wasn't conscious of it. He figured it was time to take a bath whenever Joe down at the liquor store wrinkled up his nose while handing him the bottle wrapped in a paper bag. Things could be a lot worse, thought Martin as he stumbled along, fulfilling his responsibilities by checking on the graves. At least I've got a job. My job. Allows a man to buy a drink once in a while. Life could be lots worse. He suddenly stopped dead in his tracks, swaying blind like a willow in the wind, steadying himself by leaning against one of the monuments, his red-rimmed eyes wide, staring at the worst thing that could happen. "Oh, shit," said Martin, groaning. "Shit, shit." Before him was a dug-up grave, dirt piled up all around it. The shovels still lying there where the vandals had left them, the coffin clearly exposed. He took a pint bottle of whiskey from his coat pocket, uncapped it, and took a big slug from the bottle, wincing and wiping his mouth with the back of his wrinkled, liver-spotted hand. This was a disaster. It was just the sort of thing he was supposed to prevent. It must have happened last night during that storm. while he had been in the alcoholic stupor on his filthy bed in the caretaker's shack. My job, he thought. Oh God, my job. They'll take my job away for this. They'll kick me out, then what'll I do? Where will I go? How will I survive? Oh, why me? He said, supporting his weight against the tombstone and hanging his head down. And then a worse thought occurred to him. I know he's gonna blame me for this. He stared down at the gaping grave with dread, horrified at the thought of losing his precious job, of being cut off from income, which meant being cut off from booze. Christ, he'd go crazy. He'd start shaking with detoxes and climbing the goddamn walls, screaming like an animal. He remembered only too well what that was like, and he simply could not face that again. But even more than that, he was afraid of what would happen when he found out. He ain't gonna find out, said Martin feverishly. He looked around quickly, just to make sure no one had seen it, and with desperation he began to throw everything back into the grave. All the evidence of vandalism went flying in, the lantern and the crowbar and the gas can. He saved one of the shovels to fill the grave in when he was done. Make sure you get everything, he told himself. Don't leave a single goddamn trace. It's gotta look like nothing ever happened. He started to shovel earth onto the coffin, having no idea that there was a different body in there now. Damn, he said. Why, Jason? Mothers could have had their pick of any of these other graves. The earth fell down onto the coffin lid with a soft thumping sound. Martin suddenly noticed that a foot was exposed, sticking out of the casket. He started to shake. Shitheads couldn't even stick him back in right, he said, not even wanting to think what they had done with him. Fucking kids. Fucking goddamn sick kids. Well, I ain't gonna touch that slimy fucker. The sweat began to pour off him. Sweet, sour sweat. Alcohol dripping and running from his pores. Martin's breathing became labored as he worked frantically, terrified that someone would see him before he had finished covering it all up. He can't find out. He'll think I ain't doing my job. I need that money. Oh, he won't find out. He paused in his efforts, gasping for breath, looking around fearfully. He felt his overstained heart slamming away inside his chest. No one's gonna know. I needs my money. Tommy's truck sent up a swirling cloud of dust as he drove down the forest road, anxiously watching his rearview mirror. Sheriff Garris and his deputy were still back there, following closely in their patrol car. Just hang in there, Sheriff, Tommy thought. Just stay right there on my tail. Make sure I leave town now. Garris watched the pickup truck ahead of them through the windshield. He shook his head. It's kind of frightening to think that a kid like that can go so far over the edge, he told Cologne. Jason really screwed up the poor son of a bitch's mind. He really believes Jason's still alive, doesn't he? Rick Cologne said, his jaw slack with amazement. The thought of that kind of, crazy kid made him nervous. He had heard about what crazies could do. He thought the sheriff was being way too easy on him. Fucking crazies, he thought. You can't give 'em any slack. Nope, no slack at all. You have to drop 'em before they go right for your throat. He knew all about crazies. He had read all those books they sold in the drugstore. Scary books with dripping letters on the covers. Books all about them crazies. Garris nodded. Yeah, he really does seem to believe it. But that's not what worries me, Cologne. It's how far he'll go to try and prove it. Tommy kept looking up into the rearview mirror. He smiled grimly. That's it, Sheriff, he thought. Stay right with me. Make sure this crazy kid gets his troublesome ass the hell out of your town. Just a little farther now, and then you'll see just how crazy I am. And you'll find out what trouble's all about. Roy was one of the last survivors in the game. The little man floundered in the woods like a small fish thrown onto the shore. This was clearly not his element, as evidenced by his jumpiness, the scratches on his face from running into branches, and the rips in his uniform from crawling through the brambles. His glasses were askew behind the goggles, and his ill-fitting fatigues were soiled and muddy from the numerous falls he had taken as he fled from enemy soldiers, both real and imaginary. He ran from tree to tree like a character in a cartoon, imagining all sorts of unseen terrors lurking in the woods all around him. He wished they hadn't made him play this game. He was never any good at games. The survival game? Hell, he was never going to survive. What chance did he have? I'm going to get killed, he thought. I know it. I'm going to get killed for sure. He thought he heard a noise, so he burst from behind the tree where he had been hiding. He sprinted toward another hiding place, but his foot caught in some vines as he ran, and he tumbled to the ground like Charlie Chaplin taking a pratfall. The paint pellet gun went flying from his sweaty grasp. Panicking, Roy got to his hands and knees and started scrambling in the leaves, desperately searching for the gun. This is it, he thought, frantically throwing leaves up into the air as he searched for the gun. God, this is it. I'll never find it. I'll never find it, but they'll find me, and I'll get shot, and that'll be the end of that. Just one more humiliation to put up with. God, where is it? They're coming. I just know they're coming, and they're going to get me. I can feel it. I can feel someone watching me right now. I'm dead. Katie entered the blackened forest clearing with her dead prisoners and carrying the other team's red flag. This was the area they had selected for the rendezvous. The burned-out clearing where someone's campfire had gone a little out of control some time ago, and now everything was crisp and charred. The green was only starting to return. The fire zone was how they had referred to it during game orientation. Fire zone indeed, thought Katie, vastly amused by the whole thing. Big boys playing little boys' games, legitimizing the whole thing by cloaking it with the lingo of corporate psychology. Honing the killer instinct. Really? What would they think when it turned out that the one with the most so-called killer instinct was the only woman in the game? She was going to enjoy rubbing it in. "Let's go, you guys!" she shouted as they entered the clearing. "The game's over!" "You don't know that for sure," said Stan in a disgruntled tone. There was still Roy. Hell, he'd even rather have a nerd like Roy win this thing than suffer the humiliation of being beaten by a woman. She would be insufferable now, throwing this up in their faces for months. Damn emasculating bitch, thought Stan. Jesus, she was never going to let them live this down. "What about Roy?" he said. "Nobody seen him?" "Of course not," Katie said, grinning at him, loving every minute of it. "If he hasn't already pelleted himself, I'm sure he's lost." "Yeah," said Stan, "but the game's not over until it's over." "That's right," said Larry, going along with it, wanting to get back in Stan's good graces. "Shh," said Katie sharply. She cocked her head, listening. "Wait a second, what was that?" All three of them froze, listening very intently. Maybe it was Roy creeping up on them. "Come on, Roy, you fucking wimp," thought Stan. "Pellet this cocky broad, or we're all going to be miserable." They waited. Roy thought Stan, if you're hiding under some rock or something, shoot her and let's have done with it already. Kill the woman. The silence lengthened. "Ah, nothing," Stan said, disgusted. Katie frowned. "I could swear I heard—" Jason rocketed down from the tree branches high above, slamming to the ground directly in front of them. He was wearing Bert's commando belt with all of its weapons. The machete whistled from its sheath and whipped savagely through the air in one sweeping, vicious, slashing stroke. The three corporate commandos never had a chance to make a sound. Their heads dropped off their necks, tumbling to the ground like rotten apples, followed by their collapsing bodies. Jason watched them fall, fascinated as he always was by the phenomenon of death, the one experience he always sought and never could attain. He heard another sound after the collective thump of the bodies, and he looked up quickly. His gaze fell upon a frightened, pathetic little man standing at the far end of the clearing. Roy stood numb with shock and paralyzed with fear, staring at the masked killer. He could not believe what he had just seen. His 3 co-workers had been decapitated with one fell stroke. The killer had come from nowhere, and he had attacked them without reason, moving with such blinding speed and with such hellish fury that there wasn't even time for the shock to register. Roy, an insignificant and frightened little man, a creature who had never experienced any real violence in his life, was now faced with violence so mindless, so shockingly brutal, so terribly sudden and inexplicable that his mind simply couldn't cope with it. He saw it, but it didn't fully register. It couldn't possibly have happened, he thought, his responses still sluggish with shock. My God, their heads came off. Their bodies sank to the ground like marionettes with their strings cut, spouting fountains of blood. He had never seen so much blood in his entire life. And then the mind-shattering reality descended upon him as he realized that the masked killer was coming after him, moving stealthily toward him, staring at him with those wild demon eyes, hypnotizing him like a snake immobilizes its prey with its feral, never-blinking gaze. The machete was dripping blood onto the ground as the inhuman force drew closer. The breath hissed out of Roy as if someone had punched him in the stomach. The spell was broken. He did the first thing that occurred to him. Without thinking, he raised his gun, forgetting that it wasn't real, and fired at the killer. The paint pellet struck Jason squarely in the chest. He stopped momentarily, confused, and stared down at the red blotch of paint. Then he slowly looked up at Roy, his homicidal gaze boring into his helpless quarry. Roy turned and ran, slipping in the leaves, miraculously regaining his balance, thinking only of escape, imagining that gory blade slicing through his neck as if it were a stalk of celery. The useless paint gun fell from his small hand as he fled for his life, aware that the masked killer was relentlessly pursuing him. Tears welled up in his eyes, and his breath came in gasping, whimpering sobs. He was experiencing real terror for the first time in his life. He glanced back over his shoulder and saw the killer coming, machete raised for that final agonizing stroke. "Oh, God!" screamed Roy, appealing to the empty woods. "Help me! Somebody help! He's trying to kill me!" But there was no help. Roy was the last survivor in the game, and he had never been any good at games. The sign marking the exit said Eternal Rest Cemetery. Tommy saw the turnoff coming up and glanced quickly in the rearview mirror. The patrol car was still right on his tail. All right, Sheriff, he thought. Now we'll see who's crazy. As the pickup truck drew level with the turnoff, Tommy swung the wheel hard left and the truck slewed around in a cloud of dust, tires sliding, spinning, biting into the road surface. As Tommy mashed down on the accelerator, the truck shot down the road leading to the cemetery. "Fucking A, what did I tell ya?" Garrus shouted inside the patrol car. He smashed his fist into the dashboard. "Hit the noise and cherries, Cologne." Cologne turned on the siren and the flashing lights as the patrol car skidded around the turn, accelerating after Tommy's battered pickup. Tommy heard the siren and set his jaw, determined to brave it out. He couldn't stop now. The sheriff would never listen to reason. He hadn't listened yet, and he certainly wouldn't now. His only chance was to stay ahead of the patrol car, make the 2 cops follow him right into that cemetery, and chase him down so they could see the open grave of Jason VOORHEES for themselves. He floored the gas. "I'm getting really tired of this maniac," said Garrus through clenched teeth. "Maybe better call that psychiatrist clinic," Cologne said nervously. "Better call an ambulance first," Garrus said coldly. He was through playing with this kid. "All right, son," he thought. "I tried to give you every break, but you just wouldn't listen, would you? You called the tune, now you're gonna pay the motherfucking piper." The patrol car accelerated hard, gaining on the pickup. Tommy fought the wheel, continually glancing up into the rearview mirror, knowing he could not let the sheriff's car pull up beside him and around him, cutting him off. It was all or nothing now. He had to make it to that grave. He slammed on the brakes as the truck drew even with the cemetery gates, and he was out the door before it stopped, racing through the gates toward Jason's grave. The patrol car screeched to a sliding halt behind him, and Garrus and his deputy leaped out and sprinted after him. Tommy looked desperately for Jason's grave among the rows of tombstones. Damn it, where was it? This had to be the right area. He glanced quickly all around him, running aimlessly, unable to understand why the open grave was not instantly visible. And then he was knocked off his feet and slammed to the ground with a pile-driver force as the massive Garrus hit him with the flying tackle. Shaking with fury, Garrus breathed hard from his exertions as he bent Tommy's arm up behind his back to cuff him. The boy struggled against the large, powerful man. "I gotta show you Jason's grave," Tommy said. "I've seen it," Garrus said. "Please, Sheriff," Tommy begged. "You'll see, we dug it up." Garrus snapped on the bracelets, cruelly ramming the ratchets against Tommy's wrist. He got to his feet and yanked the boy up as if he were a rag doll. Gripping him tightly with one beefy hand, he pointed toward one of the plots just ahead of him. "You dug him up, huh? Well, he must have got chilly in the night and pulled the dirt back over." Tommy stared at the grave Garrus was pointing out and blinked. It was Jason's grave. It was only about 15 yards away, yet from that distance it was impossible to tell that the grave had only recently been refilled. The chunks of lawn had been carefully replaced and tramped back down. From where they stood, it looked as if the grave had never been disturbed. It wasn't possible. They had dug it up. Jason had come out of it. He'd seen it. "No," said Tommy, shaking his head, refusing to believe it. "That's not right. Somebody covered it back up." He lunged away from the sheriff. "I gotta see it." Garrus jerked hard on Tommy's arm, yanking him back. Deputy Rick Cologne had seen enough. Christ, he thought, we've cuffed the damn kid, and he's still fighting. Fucking nutcase. There's only one way to handle crazies. He drew his gun out of his specially made holster. It was a Smith & Wesson .357 Magnum revolver with a laser scope attached to the frame. He had read about the laser scope in a magazine after seeing it in some film. He had wanted to get a Colt 45 semi-automatic long slide, but Sheriff Garrus had drawn the line at the laser scope. Cologne was a young cop, predictably overzealous and fascinated with firearms. Garrus understood that, but he wasn't going to have any of his officers carrying a cannon like a .45 Colt long slide. In a quiet town like Forest Green, chances were Cologne would never even have to use it. But if something should occur that required his deputy to fire his piece in the line of duty, Garrus didn't want any .45 caliber slugs flying around. The .45 was a heavy, relatively slow-moving round, nowhere near as fast as a .357 Magnum slug. But because it was big and a heavy bullet, it delivered a devastating punch on impact. Hit a running man in the arm with the .45 caliber slug, and you'd knock him right down. The only trouble was you'd also ruin the arm. A leg wound from a .45 slug could easily require amputation, if the victim didn't bleed to death first. Garrus was a tough cop, but he wasn't a butcher. A .357 Magnum slug could easily go right through the person you were shooting at and kill an innocent bystander. But with the .357 revolver, you could also load .38 caliber bullets, the standard police load. Only the gun itself was much larger and more intimidating than a .38 caliber revolver, so Garrus had allowed the laser scope and the .357 so long as Cologne loaded only .38s. It made the deputy happy, and it gave him a big, scary-looking gun without him becoming a walking menace to the community. The sheriff carried a .357 himself, but he was a veteran who knew and understood firearms. Cologne had never served in combat, and he was inexperienced on the streets. Garrus figured he'd grow out of his childish fascination with the laser scope, which would make a lovely little red light for an armed perpetrator to aim at in the dark. But now, for a change, he was glad that Cologne was carrying his high-tech toy. It would give him a chance to put the fear of God into this kid. Nothing else had worked. "Now see what you've done?" said Garrus. "You've made my deputy draw his revolver. That could be a serious headache for you, son. He's been dying to try out his new mail-order laser scope." Cologne aimed the revolver right at Tommy's head, and the laser scope sent a tiny bright red beam lancing out toward Tommy's forehead. Cologne wanted to squeeze the trigger more than anything, but he hesitated. The kid was cuffed, he told himself. It'll look really bad if I shoot a prisoner who's already been put in handcuffs. The truth, however, was that the prospect of actually shooting someone had hit home, and suddenly he felt a bit scared. This wasn't a paper silhouette, but a living, breathing human being. There was a powerful, queasy feeling deep down in his stomach, and he swallowed hard, trying to keep his uncertainty from showing. "That's a damn impressive piece of high-tech weaponry," Garrus said, making his tone deadly, not only for the kid's benefit, but for Cologne's as well. He had instantly recognized the subtle signs of his deputy's nervousness. He had seen it before, years earlier, in Vietnam. That's right, Rick, he thought. That is what it's all about. This ain't no movie. This is what it's like when you point your piece at another human being. Better you should learn it now with a prisoner who's safely handcuffed than learn it when you're throwing down on someone who's armed and can shoot back. Tommy stared fearfully at the large bore of the weapon pointed at him. He had instantly stopped moving. "Wherever that red dot goes, you bang," said Cologne, hammering it home. "Yeah, wherever that dot goes, son," said Garrus. "A bullet is sure to follow, kid." "What's the problem, Sheriff?" Martin called, running up to them with a shambling gait. Garrus quickly whipped Tommy around, and Cologne hastened to holster his revolver. "Shit," thought Garrus, "that's all I need. Someone seeing us getting ready to assassinate a handcuffed prisoner." Belatedly, he realized that was how it would have looked. He also realized with something of a shock that Cologne just might have pulled the trigger, and there was a part of him that had actually been hoping that he would. "Nothing, Martin," he said, trying to sound as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened. "It's all right, just a vagrant kid. We got it under control, Martin." As they dragged him away, Tommy looked back over his shoulder at the old alcoholic caretaker. "Who covered up Jason's grave?" he demanded. Martin froze. "What? What are you talking about?" Garrus pulled Tommy back to the patrol car. "Don't concern yourself, Martin," he called back to the old caretaker. He didn't need the old boozer spreading this all over town. "This boy needs treatment. We're taking care of it. Sorry for the disturbance." "Jason's not in that coffin!" Tommy screamed in desperation. "Hawes is! Dig it up! You gotta dig it up!" Martin stood motionless, watching as Tommy was shoved back into the patrol car. The deputy got into Tommy's pickup and followed the sheriff as he pulled away from the cemetery gates. Martin swallowed with difficulty and reached for his trusty bottle. He tipped it up to his lips and emptied it, then let his breath out in a heavy, wheezing exhalation. "Dig him up," he mumbled. He snickered, half with relief and half with hysteria. "Does he think I'm a fart head?" He looked down at the grave of Jason VOORHEES, seeing the traces of shovel marks where the sod had been carefully replaced. "Nobody'll ever know," he told himself. "Nobody. A few more days and it'll all settle down and grow over better. Nobody will ever be able to tell that it had been dug up in the first place. It'll be okay. I ain't gonna lose my job, not for nobody. And he'll never find out." Sissy and Paula sat on the steps of the counselor's cabin in Camp Forest Green. A short distance away, between the cabin and the lake, were two large picnic tables underneath a canopy of overhanging tree branches. Megan was standing in front of the tables, supervising a large group of noisy, enthusiastic little girls. "And then after that," Megan was saying cheerfully, establishing a rapport with her young charges, "we'll swim, hike, and have lots of fun together, okay?" The kids gave her a loud, happy chorus of cheers, and Sissy looked at Paula and gave her the gag me take, sticking her finger down her throat and miming herself retching. Paula stifled a laugh and gave Sissy a playful punch. She looked around. "What happened to Court?" "Are you ready?" Sissy said, setting up the straight line. "He's taken the young men off to teach them my favorite sport." Paula smirked and went for it. "Which is?" "Boy Scouting," Sissy said throatily. Paula burst out laughing at the thought of Court playing the role of scoutmaster. You gotta be kidding! At the same time, on a forest path not far away, a 12-year-old boy was echoing her exact words, saying them with pained, exaggerated sarcasm.
You've gotta be kidding.
Court was kneeling on the path, positioning 2 rocks on top of one another. He was surrounded by a group of bored-looking young boys, not yet in their teens, all standing around him with their arms folded, body language saying clearly that they were entirely too hip for this sort of childish nonsense. Court was trying hard and doing his best to fill in for the still missing Darren, who undoubtedly would have handled this much better. The trouble was, he was only a few years older than these kids, and they knew it, so it was hard to come across as any kind of authority figure, which wasn't really his trip anyway. They were giving him a hard time. He gave it one more try. "No, seriously," he said, "the Indian scout would arrange the rocks in such a way that, like, only his fellow Indians would know, you know, which way he went." He looked up at them. Death. No response. A couple of the kids rolled their eyes. "You know?" he repeated anxiously. Tyne, the 12-year-old, who had spoken sarcastically, leaned close to one of his little friends and said with juvenile sophistication,
If this is as exciting as it gets, we're in big trouble, dude.
Court heard the comment and pretended to ignore it. He looked down and pressed his lips together. Like, hey, he thought. Cut me some slack, kid, all right? Excitement? What do you want, to go cruising for the girls? It's a fucking summer camp, man, and you're fucking 12, okay? Get real. This is as exciting as it gets. He grimaced. Where the hell was Darren? Jason moved through the darkening woods like a juggernaut, holding the bloody machete in his hand, wearing Bert's commando belt with the survival knife and devil darts attached to it. As if following a radar beacon, he kept moving toward the wooded territory around Crystal Lake. The rotten flesh of his body should have long since disintegrated in the earth, but even as it had lain dormant in the grave, attacked by worms, it had resisted the efforts of the maggots to devour it, like a stubborn plant refusing to submit to blight. Now revitalized by a hellish jolt of electricity, it regenerated quickly. Cells repaired themselves. Worm-eaten flesh began to grow together. Muscle tissue reformed, coming back denser and stronger. Jason understood none of this. Had he not been driven by such inexorable bloodlust, had his mind not snapped, he might have wondered about the phenomenon of his continuing existence. They killed him, and yet he did not die. Each time he came back. Each time his flesh resisted the process of decay and repaired itself. Each time he came back stronger, meaner, more indestructible. The fires of his hate rekindled until they burned like an apocalyptic fire, incapable of ever being quenched. From birth he had been different. From early childhood, others had somehow felt his alien nature, sensed the predator within him, and withdrawn in fear. No one would ever discover what it was about the boy named Jason VOORHEES that made them feel as if someone had walked upon their graves each time his never-blinking eyes gazed at them. Jason had felt that he was different, but he had not known how or why. It had never occurred to him to wonder why he never became sick, or why the superficial injuries of childhood had always healed so quickly. He had never broken any bones, so no doctor ever had an opportunity to see the superhuman process of his bones mending faster than any normal human bones could ever mend. Even his mother, Pamela, hadn't realized the full extent to which her son was different. True, he was unusually quiet and intense, but she had taken it for granted that he took after his father. She had simply been happy that she had a healthy child. The events following her death had been so horrible that no one wanted to acknowledge them, much less question how and why they had occurred. The few terrified people who had known about what happened, the few who had survived, did not want any explanations. They only wanted to forget. Jason would never forget, just like he could never die. He could never forget the sight of his frenzied mother, driven insane with grief, murdering to avenge her son, whom she thought dead. He could not forget the vision of her decapitated head, eyes fluttering, blood spouting, mouth open in a soundless scream. It all centered around the place he knew as Camp Crystal Lake. Camp Blood. The blood that could never wash away the horror, no matter how much of it was shed. Jason glanced down at the thick slime coating the machete. Red blood, like his mother's, bright and slick. The scarlet fluid of life. Precious. Beautiful. Garrus screeched over onto the shoulder of the interstate. Deputy Rick Cologne pulled in behind him in Tommy's pickup truck. Garrus got out of the patrol car and opened the back door, pulling Tommy out roughly. He spun the boy around and slammed him up against the cruiser. He reached into his pocket for the key to unlock the handcuffs. He unsnapped the cuffs and whipped Tommy around hard, grabbing him by his shirt and pulling him up close. He spoke in a low, hard voice. It was the voice of the drill sergeant who'd nearly killed him in boot camp, the guttural rasp that still haunted him in his nightmares. "Like the sign says," Garrus croaked, "you're now leaving Forest Green. Don't forget to buckle up." Tommy stared back at him coldly. The man is trapped by his own stubborn stupidity, Tommy thought. He'll never listen. He can't. His world is nice and ordered. Everything fits into the proper slot. I fit into the delinquent kid slot. The sheriff can't take any shit from delinquent kids, and anything I tell him just amounts to giving the man shit. He's just a badge and a gun. Take those away from him, and he's just another asshole. So now the badge and gun make him an asshole with power. But his power will be no match for Jason. Jason will rip that badge right off and feed it to him. Garrus saw the rebellion in Tommy's eyes and shook his head. There is no reasoning with this kid, he thought. He's too far gone. Garrus smirked as he realized Jarvis was one kid who couldn't go far enough, so long as the direction he was heading was away from Forest Green. Let him be someone else's damn headache. "You've been damn lucky, kid," Garrus said. "With all the grief you've caused me and my partner, you should be leaving town wearing your balls as earrings." Rick Cologne walked over and slapped Tommy's car keys into his hand. Tommy looked down at the keys, then back up at the smiling deputy. It was not a friendly smile. "I think we should do it to him anyway," Cologne said. Garrus leaned close to Tommy and tapped his earlobes with his index finger, remembering how some guys back in Vietnam used to cut the ears off, gooks, and keep them as souvenirs. He had never done it himself, but he could understand it. You can only push a man so far, he thought, and then things get real heavy. A kid like this would never stop pushing. He looked at Tommy and he thought of all the other kids, the ones with the long hair and the peace signs, who spat at him when he returned from Vietnam and called him a baby killer. The ones too gutless to go and serve their country. The ones who hated the world so much they had to take drugs so they could handle it. The ones so morally corrupt that they would screw like animals anyone and any time. The ones who always looked at Megan as if she were a piece of meat and they were hungry dogs. He forced the thought away. At least this fucked up kid would never get anywhere near his daughter again. He'd seen to that. "Nah," said Garrus, as if he had actually given some serious consideration to hanging Tommy's balls up on his ears. And suddenly he wasn't sure he hadn't really been ready to do it. "But if we ever see you again, Tommy, I can guarantee we will." They walked away from him and climbed back into the patrol car, satisfied that they had scared the troublesome punk off once and for all. But there was something that scared Tommy more than any redneck lawman ever could. He waited, watching them drive away, and as the patrol car disappeared down the highway, his face took on a look of stubborn determination. He rushed back toward his pickup truck, jumped inside, and rammed the keys into the ignition switch. The big V8 motor roared to life, and Tommy floored the gas pedal, spinning the wheel around hard, sending up a spray of dirt and gravel. The truck screeched around and peeled out, back onto the highway, back toward the town of Forest Green. The sun was going down, and Jason liked the dark. Chapter 5. Fog hung over Crystal Lake like a gently billowing curtain of gossamer. The campgrounds were quiet and peaceful. The fire had died down to softly glowing embers, and the little campers had all been tucked away in bed inside their cabins, where they had dozed off to the lullaby of crickets. It was a warm night, and a slight comfortable breeze blew through the open windows of the counselor's cabin, as Paula and Sissy sat at a folding table playing Clue. Somehow they had managed to get through the first day without the senior counselors. Sissy was munching from a huge bowl of popcorn as she rolled her dice and moved her game token across the board. Paula kept looking out the window, hoping to see a Volkswagen Beetle driving up. There was still no word of the two head counselors, Darren and Elizabeth. Okay, said Sissy, completing her move. I suggest that the crime was committed in the bedroom by Colonel Mustard with the knife. Paula's mind wasn't really on the game. She grabbed a handful of popcorn. Oh, come on, sis. I'm telling ya, we can't play Clue with just two people. Why not? Said Sissy. I used to play it alone. I love murder games. Have you ever played the consulting detective? No, said Paula, feeling ill at ease and fidgety. Even if Darren and Elizabeth were lost, surely someone should have heard from them by now. If they'd had car trouble, you'd think they would have called. Did Megan say when she was coming back from her visit? Sissy grinned. Of course not. Want to bet she took him a loaf of bread with a saw hidden in it? She smiled and shook her head. I still don't get it. Why him? I mean, he's cute all right, but... Isn't that enough? Said Paula, momentarily distracted from her worries. Sissy laughed and nodded. You're right, and for this area, that even makes him overqualified. Paula reached for the phone. I'm going to call her. Hopefully her dad has found out what's happened to Darren and Elizabeth. She started to dial the number for the sheriff's office. I say, if they're not here by morning, we send all the kids home. We're not prepared to run this place all by ourselves. A child's terrified scream rang out through the quiet campground, shattering the stillness of the night. Both girls froze, staring at each other wide-eyed. Paula slammed down the phone and shot out the door with Sissy racing close behind her. The scream had come from the little girl's cabin. They ran up to the steps and took them 2 and 3 at a time, yanking open the door and bursting inside. As they entered, a frightened little girl dressed in pajamas came running up to them.
She saw a monster,
the little girl said. Who did? The little girl pointed to a cot, where a 9-year-old was huddled up against the wall, curled into a ball. Her big blue eyes were filled with tears, and she was shivering. Paula approached the cot and bent over her. Hi, she said softly, reassuringly. Everything's all right now. We're here. Yeah, said Sissy, a bit unnerved. We're here. Paula crouched down beside the little girl's cot. So what happened? She said gently.
There's this monster.
Said the little girl, struggling to hold back her tears.
He was after me. He wanted to kill me.
Where? Said Sissy.
Everywhere.
Paula smiled. You mean you had a bad dream? The little girl shook her head violently.
No, he was real, like on TV.
Paula pressed her lips together, trying not to chuckle. And she gently reached down and wiped the girl's tears away and tucked her back into her blanket. Okay, listen, what's your name, sweetie?
Nancy?
Said the little girl, sniffling. Well, Nancy, I'm Paula, remember? And this here is Sissy. And we're going to be right out there all night so nothing can hurt you, okay? The child nodded tentatively. Good, said Paula. So no more bad dreams can come around here, huh?
No more,
said Nancy in a very small voice. Paula smiled at her and patted her on the head, stroking her hair lovingly, as her own mother had done when she had had bad dreams whenever she was a small girl. Sissy, wanting to contribute, turned to all the other little girls. Now you all go back to Z-Land, she said. We're on the job and you don't have to worry about shit. Paula nudged her for her choice of language. What? Said Sissy impatiently. I'm sure they hear worse at home. They went toward the door as the little girls all went back to bed. Paula stopped at the door and looked outside quickly, just to make certain everything was all right. She felt a little silly doing it, but she still felt better for having done it. She turned to Sissy, speaking softly. I just realized something, she said. Where's Court? I haven't seen him for hours. I don't know, said Sissy. He called somebody, then took off, girl. Paula frowned. He didn't say where he was going? Yeah, said Sissy with a knowing look. To check out things that go bump in the night. The RV reverberated with the blasting sound of rock music at full volume. In the heavy fog, the bright lights from the windows of the motorhome beamed out like lasers at a rock concert. The motorhome campground on the edge of town was isolated, deserted except for the lone RV. It was the beginning of the summer, and there weren't any tourists yet. Forest Green did not get many tourists anyway. It was a small, quiet town where nothing much ever seemed to happen. Something Nicky had been only too well aware of. The town was dead. She couldn't wait to get away to college. She had been resigned to yet another boring, uneventful summer when she had seen that cute boy with the long hair outside the grocery store while she was making a phone call to one of her girlfriends. Court had noticed her immediately. They had driven into town to pick up groceries. There had been a girl standing at the phone mounted on the wall outside the store beside the Coke machine. She had taken Court's breath away. She was dressed in a short-sleeved white blouse with no bra, faded blue jeans, and high heels. She had long legs, and her jeans were so tight they looked painted on to her firm flesh. Court had told the girls that he would wait outside and watch the car, while they went in and shopped for groceries. Then he had gotten out, swaggered a few steps, and leaned against the front fender, staring openly at the girl. She had noticed him, and she had stared right back while she continued speaking, tossing her long hair, flirting with her body. She had played with her flimsy blouse, slowly unbuttoning the top several buttons and running her fingers up and down between her barely concealed breasts, while she kept her gaze locked with his. Court found that he was having trouble breathing. When she was finished talking, she hung up the phone and turned away from him. She tore a page out of the telephone book mounted on a swivel by the wall and wrote something on the torn-out page. Then she folded it and stuck it up behind the receiver. She went back toward her car, rolling her hips, tossing her head, not looking at him. She got in and started the black Honda CRX, then pulled around and drove right past him without another look. Court sprinted across the parking lot and plucked the folded-up piece of telephone book page out from behind the receiver. On it, written in bright red lipstick, was the name Nicky and a phone number. Beneath that, scrawled with a flourish, was a bright red question mark. Court couldn't believe it. He still couldn't believe it as he looked up at her naked body while she straddled him, her pelvis rocking and thrusting against him to the rhythm of the blaring music. Her head was thrown back, her eyes closed, her teeth biting her lower lip as she moaned with pleasure. Jesus, thought Court, I can't believe this is happening. And this is only the beginning of the summer. Oh, wow. They're the best, said Nicky, riding him in perfect time to the driving beat. The best! You gotta keep it up till the end of the song. I'm trying, Court said, gasping. How much longer? Nicky lowered her head close to his ear. Her tongue flicked out and licked his earlobe. Just 10 more minutes, she said. Court's eyes grew wide. 10 minutes! Jesus, if he tried to keep this up for another 10 minutes, he'd have a heart attack. The top of his head was about to blow off. Maybe if he could distract himself, think of something else, multiplication tables or something. 2 times 2 is 4. 2 times 4 is 8. 2 times 8 is 16. 2 times 16... Christ, what the fuck was 2 times 16? He felt Nicky's muscles contract and squeeze him tightly, and he almost died. Oh, God, no, not yet, he thought. Please, not yet. 2 times 1 is 2. 2 times 2 is 4. 2 times 3 is 6. Jason stood on the edge of the motorhome campground watching the swaying RV. The driving heavy metal music was echoing through the deserted, shadowy parking lot. His eyes narrowed slightly. He began stalking toward the motorhome. Court didn't think he could survive the guitar solo. With each screaming note, they slammed against each other, panting like wild animals, and Nicky's moaning little cries were driving him insane. Court didn't know if he could last much longer. He was on the very edge. Christ, he thought, thank God this isn't a Grateful Dead tape. Jason reached down to the power cable outlet outside the motorhome, grabbed the cord and tore it out with a violent jerk. The cord broke, leaving the plug sparking in the outlet. The music coming from inside the RV ceased instantly, and all the lights went out. "Oh, fuck!" said Nicky. "Oh, yeah," moaned Court. "Wait a second. Oh, Court, you didn't already." "I thought that was the end of the song." "Great," said Nicky, frustrated, her mood ruined. "Just great." She got off the bed and put on her coat, stumbling through the RV in the darkness, groping for the AC power switch. "If this thing is burned out," she said, "friggin' Horace will ground my ass." Court sat up. "Who's Horace?" "My friggin' stepfather, an asshole in residence," said Nicky in a disgusted tone. She flipped the switch several times with no result. She went to the window, pressed her face against it, and looked out, trying to see the power outlet. In the moonlight, she saw the power cord lying on the ground below. "How did that happen?" she said. Court pulled the blankets up around himself. "What?" "Go out and plug the cord back in," she said. "What? Who pulled it out?" said Court. Nicky brushed past him. "Smokey the friggin' Bear, I don't know, just go do it." Court sighed and started getting dressed. God, he thought, this girl is beautiful and dynamite in the sack. But she is also a pain in the fucking ass. He buttoned up and headed toward the door. He opened it cautiously and poked his head out, looking around. The motorhome was surrounded by thick mist, and the night air had turned cold. Ominous black storm clouds gathered across the sky. "Will you hurry up?" Nicky snapped from behind him. "I gotta get this back before Horace finds out I took it." All right, said Court, jumping out. He walked around the RV, looking all around him, suddenly nervous about being all alone out in the middle of nowhere. If somebody was playing games here, it wasn't very funny. He found the power cord and picked it up, staring out into the drifting fog. Without looking at it, he reached down to plug it back in, and then he noticed the frayed end and the torn-out plug still stuck in the socket. His breath came out in a sharp hiss. "What the hell?" He turned around and knocked into a body right behind him in the dark, and he jumped away in fear. It was Nicky. "What are you doing?" she said, irritated. Then she saw the cord. "What happened to it?" Court handed her the cord. "I don't know," he said, caught in a wave of fear. "But unless you want to look exactly like it, I say we make this place a memory, babe." He headed back to the door. Nicky looked at the torn cord in her hands. Then she looked up and started out into the fog. She couldn't see more than a few feet in front of her. She gulped and hurried after Court. He was standing in the door of the RV, looking out into the fog. "I think someone's out there," he said nervously. He suddenly remembered that guy back in the sheriff's office. "What if it's Jason?" Nicky looked back over her shoulder fearfully. The quiet woods suddenly seemed threatening. She imagined she saw shapes standing out there in the fog. "I don't want to know," she said, pushing Court into the motorhome and hurrying inside after him. She slammed the door shut and locked it. Court jumped into the driver's seat and reached for the ignition. He turned the key, anxious to leave the deserted lot, feeling extremely vulnerable. The RV wouldn't start. He looked up at Nicky and gulped. The damn thing was running perfect before. "This can't be," he said. Nicky made a face and shook her head. "It isn't," she said. She reached out and calmly turned the power switch over to battery. Court tried the ignition again, and this time the RV started right away, the big motorhome running smoothly. Relieved, Court looked up at Nicky and grinned, feeling foolish. "Are you going to drive or not?" Nicky said impatiently. Court made a face and shifted into reverse. He pressed down hard on the gas pedal and the RV lurched backward. Nicky lost her balance and fell onto the floor. Various loose items fell off several of the counters. Court didn't give a damn. He just wanted to get out of there. It had seemed like a nice, secluded, and romantic spot when they arrived, but now the place was giving him the damn creeps. Nicky struggled to her feet as Court spun the wheel the other way and the motorhome lurched around again, throwing her toward the rear of the camper. She lost her footing and fell back on the bed. Court laughed loudly as the RV raced down the dirt road, its shocks bottoming out as it bounced over the enormous potholes. Nicky was furious. Enough things had gone wrong already without this guy wrecking her old man's RV. She didn't even want to think about how she would explain it to him if the thing tipped over in the middle of the road. "That's it," she said, getting back to her feet. "Pull over, I'm driving." Court reached for the radio, switching it on and turning the volume dial way up. "No way," he said. "I want to rock." He grinned, bouncing up and down in the seat, swaying to the music. Nikki started to head toward him. Jason flung open the bathroom door, and Nikki gasped as she felt herself grabbed and yanked violently back into the bathroom. The door slammed shut behind her. Court rocked in the driver's seat to the heavy beat of the music, bobbing his head up and down and playing the drums on the steering wheel. He whooped, venting his tension. Driving the big RV felt a little like trying to steer a large boat, but he was quickly getting the hang of it. Hell, the night had turned out all right after all. He glanced up in the rearview mirror, but he couldn't see Nikki. He turned around in the seat looking for her, but there was no sign of the girl. The RV started drifting, and he turned his eyes back to the road and corrected with a quick jerk on the wheel. Over the frenzied beat of the music, he thought he could hear thumping sounds coming from the bathroom. What the hell was she doing back there? "Sounds like you're having fun in there," yelled Court, looking up into the mirror and laughing. Teasing her for being a royal bitch before and trying to imagine her bouncing off the walls inside the bathroom as the RV jounced down the road at a good clip. Keep that up for 10 more minutes, he thought. "Need any company?" Nikki struggled, trying to scream, twisting in vain to get away from the terrifying figure in the hockey mask. But there was nowhere to go. She was trapped in the tiny bathroom and there was no escape. She felt the incredibly powerful hands grab her head and jerk it around. She saw the wall coming toward her, and she opened her mouth to scream. Her face struck the wall with unbelievable force. She felt a brief white heat of agony as her teeth shattered and her mouth filled with a wash of blood. The bones of her face cracked, splintered, and collapsed. Her eyeballs ruptured and exploded like raw eggs hurled against a wall. Court looked back into the rearview mirror, still bobbing his head to the beat. "Hey, what are you doing, taking a dump? How about if I come back and snatch a peek, or, vice versa?" He cackled with amusement, feeling full of himself. Bounce her around in there a bit, he thought. Let her know who's in charge around here. Gotta get these things straightened out right from the beginning, or they'll be walking all over you and ordering you around before you know it. Not this kid, he thought. No way. Ain't no local talent gonna get me by the balls. He slammed his palm on the steering wheel repeatedly, pounding out the beat of the song. God damn, he thought, but she's a hell of a hot piece of ass. Might not be such a bad summer after all. The DJ segued into another record, and Court recognized the opening chords of one of his favorite heavy metal power trios launching into their latest hit. He reached for the volume dial and cranked it. "All right, yo, Nikki, listen to this!" He looked up into the rearview mirror, a broad grin on his face, and his smile froze as he saw the white hockey mask reflected in the mirror. The jagged survival knife raised high, the burning eyes staring down at him. He recoiled in horror and felt Jason's hands grabbing his long hair, jerking his head back with a snap. He saw the gleaming blade coming down fast, heard the guitars screaming, and then all sound was cut off as the knife plunged into his ear. Fire exploded in Court's mind as the jagged blade ripped through his eardrum, punched through his skull, and penetrated deep into his brain. The RV veered sharply out of control as Court's lifeless body flopped down against the steering wheel. It flew off the road and plunged into the forest, smashing through the brush, tipping over, motor screaming. It crashed on its side and went sliding through the trees, shearing off branches with the prolonged shriek of tearing aluminum and the groan of bending steel. It came to a smoking stop and lay still, motor racing, flames licking up out of the broken windows. The door burst up and out as Jason emerged from the wreckage. He stood on top of the crumpled motorhome, surrounded by thick fog, smoke, and bright tongues of flame. Drops of fresh, warm blood trickled off the end of his survival knife. He stood there silently, like a proud hunter standing over the fallen metal beast, and he seemed to hear a voice calling to him, urging him on. "What makes you so high and mighty?" Garrus said, almost shouting. "You keep forgetting, little Megan. I'm the parent." "And you're the child," Megan interrupted sarcastically, finishing the tired old refrain for him. She had been slouching in the office chair, suffering stoically through her father's self-justifying speech, but now she sat up abruptly, frustrated. "When are you going to stop treating me like one?" "When you stop acting like one," Garrus said, struggling to keep his temper with his daughter. "Tommy Jarvis is a very sick boy, and you just—" "How do you know?" Megan said. "Did you take his temperature, Daddy?" "You watch that smart-mouthing young lady," Garrus said, pointing his finger at her. Megan crossed her eyes in a comical, exaggerated grimace, trying to see her mouth. "Kinda hard to see it from this angle," she said. "Got a mirror, Daddy?" "Megan!" Garrus clenched his fists, wishing for the 1000th time that she was a boy so he could belt her one. But he had promised her mother. Megan cocked her head, her voice mocking her father, goading him. "Now tell me, if your mother was alive, you wouldn't—" "That's it, Megan!" Garrus shouted, storming over to the door and throwing it open. "Out! I don't need this tonight! Out, Megan!" A call came in over the radio, and Megan, ignoring her father's outburst, picked up the mic and answered it cheerfully. "Sheriff's office. Can you hold on? He's in the can draining his lizard." Garrus slammed the door so hard the windows almost shattered. "Oh, here he comes now," said Megan sweetly. "Daddy, it's Rick." Garrus tore the mic out of his daughter's hand, shaking with barely controlled fury. "What?" he shouted, hardly even listening to his deputy as Cologne replied. "What? What kind of problem?" Deputy Rick Cologne stood outside his squad car talking into the mic, staring fearfully at the battered Volkswagen, at the corpse of Elizabeth floating in the ditch beside it, the head driven underwater by an iron spear. "You better get down here," Cologne said tensely. "I found what's left of those 2 counselors. Looks like someone did them in using Jason's old M.O. Garrus closed his eyes. His breath escaped in a heavy sigh. Jesus, he thought, rubbing his face wearily. Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. I knew I should have done something about that son of a... He took a deep breath, trying to steady his ragged nerves. "Where are you?" "Right. I'm on my way." "What? What's going on?" said Megan, seeing the expression on her father's face, feeling suddenly concerned. She knew that something terrible had happened. "Seems your boyfriend wants people to believe Jason has returned," Garrus said savagely. Maybe now Megan would listen to him. But damn it, he thought, why did it have to take something like this for her to realize that he always had her best interest at heart? "I thought Jason was just a legend," Megan said. "He is," said Garrus. "Only Tommy wants to prove the legend is true." He picked up his rifle. "You stay put, and I'm not kidding." He rushed outside. Megan stood staring after him. She shook her head. She had never seen her father look that way before. She had seen him lose his temper with her hundreds of times, but this was something different. While he had listened to Rick Cologne, something seemed to have gone out of him, and then his face had become cold and very hard. That deadly expression had frightened her. What had Tommy done? She walked over to her father's chair and sat down at his desk. Something wasn't right. She just couldn't believe Tommy could do anything crazy, as her father seemed to think. Her father had always believed any boy she was interested in to be capable of anything. He had scared them off before with his bullying tactics, but this was different. This time he really seemed to mean it. Something must have happened, but what? She leaned back in the chair and put her feet up on the desk. The phone rang and startled her, causing her to overbalance. The chair tipped backward and she fell crashing to the floor. Feeling foolish and thankful she was alone, she got up and answered the phone, laughing at herself. "Sheriff's office." "No, I'm sorry, he's not in at the moment. Can I take a message?" This is Tommy Jarvis. Tell the sheriff. Megan was instantly alert. She tried to make her voice sound casual. Oh, hi. This is Megan, his daughter. Remember I met you this morning? Yeah, hi, said Tommy. Listen, I've got to talk to your dad about Jason. I've got a plan. I'll need to buy some things first, but mainly I need help to... Tommy, Megan said, interrupting him. My father is out looking for you right now. Something happened tonight and he's sure you're responsible. If he finds you, he'll... I have a very good idea what could happen, Tommy said, remembering the sheriff's threat. He no longer cared. He wasn't going to let Garrus intimidate him. The sheriff's stubborn refusal to believe him was endangering other people. It had probably already cost some lives by the sound of things. He was going to make the big cop believe him no matter what it took. Garrus had to see that Tommy was telling the truth before it was too late. Megan, Jason is out there, he said. I'm positive he's heading back to the camp. He's gonna keep on killing until... I'll pick you up, said Megan, making a sudden decision. Where are you? Tommy was shocked. What? It's the only way, Megan said. My father will nail you in a second in your car. Where are you? Tommy looked around wildly. He was at a public telephone outside a gas station that was currently closed. Everything was dark. The only illumination came from the light over the phone and the headlights of his pickup truck. He squinted, trying to read the sign. Howie's service station and feedback shop. I think it's... I know where it is, said Megan. See you in a half hour. She hung up. Tommy replaced the receiver on its cradle and left the phone booth. He looked around, shivering, and zipped up his jacket. Christ, he thought, maybe I am crazy. It's bad enough going back to face that redneck cop, knowing what he wants to do to me, but involving his daughter in this thing? He shook his head. Maybe she was crazy, Tommy thought. Hell, maybe we're both crazy. I saw a dead man get up out of his grave, and she's putting her own ass on the line to help a guy she met in her father's jail cell. She had no reason to trust him, but then he had no reason to trust her either. How did he know she wasn't going to lead the cops right to him? No, he thought, she wouldn't do that. He couldn't explain how he knew it, but he did. You had to trust people sometimes. You had to go by your gut instincts. You had to take a gamble and give people a chance, especially if you wanted them to take a gamble and give you a chance. You could go around acting paranoid and not trusting anybody, but if you were always looking to get shafted, you'd wind up just like Megan's father, Tommy thought. I would have to live thinking the worst of everybody, always suspicious, blind to the good in people. She's willing to take a chance on me, thought Tommy. The least I can do is take the same chance on her. She wasn't like her father, and maybe, with Megan on his side, he'd finally be able to make Sheriff Garrus listen. He had to. He was going to have to trust someone because he needed help. And he suddenly realized just how much he wanted to see her again. He snorted. Great, he thought. That's all I need to have a thing for the sheriff's daughter. Now there's a relationship that's really got a chance, right? But then again, maybe none of them had much of a chance now. Not with Jason on the loose again. Jason stood on the edge of the lake, gazing across it at the campground shrouded in the mist. It looked different somehow, but he was sure it was the same place. He could feel it. Savage, random images flickered through his twisted mind. He remembered splashing desperately in the water, gasping for breath, sinking, feeling water rush into his lungs. He heard the sounds of screaming, far-off screams, ghostly echoes of the past, floating toward him across the blank surface of the very lake he now stood in front of. He saw vaguely familiar faces, twisted in grimaces of terror, bodies leaking life, limbs severed, heads rolling in the dirt. Blood. Blood everywhere. The still water of Crystal Lake rippled as he gazed at it. It boiled with blood. The mist became a red haze. His fingers closed around the hilt of the blood-stained machete, and he started to prowl along the shore, heading toward the camp. Chapter 6. The red and blue flashing lights atop the squad cars created a strobe effect as they lit up the road and the surrounding woods. The lights on the ambulance flashed on and off, but there was no sirens blaring, disturbing the quiet of night. It was too late for sirens, past time for alarms. The ambulance attendants took their time with the stretcher gurneys, buckling the straps down tightly over the bloodied sheets covering the bodies. Sheriff Garris stood by the side of the road watching with disgust as the attendants lifted the stretchers up into the back of the ambulance. He blamed himself for this. He should have prevented it. This was what came of being too easy on them, he thought. This was what came of being tolerant. Crazy kids, he remembered himself thinking when Tommy had first burst into his office. Harmless pranks. Yeah, real harmless. That goddamn kid was more than just disturbed. He was a raving homicidal maniac. Only an animal would do something like this, a rabid animal. And there was only one way to deal with rabid animals. He turned and walked back toward the patrol cars, where Officers Pappas and Thornton waited for him. They had arrived shortly after Cologne had made the call, and the sight of the corpses had unnerved them. Neither of the men had ever seen anything like this before, and it was up to Garris to make sure that neither of them would ever see anything like it in Forest Green again. I want all officers, units, and stations within a 50-mile radius alerted about this wacko kid, said Garris. Yes, sir, said Pappas, nodding. You have his vehicle description, Garris went on. I want roadblocks on... They heard Rick Cologne's voice yelling in the distance. Sheriff, get over here! Garris started running toward the sound of his deputy's voice. Cologne had been investigating the surrounding area looking for evidence, but he had obviously found a trail or something that led him deeper into the woods, away from the road. Garris plunged through the trees, moving quickly through the brush, searching for Cologne. He saw a flashlight being waved off in the distance. Sheriff! Cologne cried. Over here! Garris ran toward the waving light. He found Cologne standing at one edge of a wooded clearing, his face pale. He was holding something in his outstretched hands. It was a pair of men's glasses. They were spattered with blood. Is that all you found? Said Garris. I wish it was, Cologne said tensely. He aimed his flashlight at the ground. Garris grimaced with nausea as he looked down at what was illuminated by the flashlight beam. It was a severed arm, a man's arm in an army combat fatigue sleeve. Blood darkened the sleeve where the limb had been hacked off. Cologne wordlessly moved the light over several feet, aiming at it at a point a short distance away. The beam of the flashlight fell upon a severed leg, also in fatigues. The many dark stains on the green cloth could only be one thing. The limbs had been amputated cleanly, apparently with one powerful, violent stroke of a sharp-edged weapon. Better get the hefty bags, said Garris. He took a deep breath. Looks like our boy desperately wants us to believe his story. He sure chose the right day to pull this shit, Cologne said. What do you mean? Said Garris. Cologne looked up at him. Happy Friday the 13th, he said softly. The machete came down on the telephone wire with a sharp whack, cutting it in half. Jason looked at the severed wire hanging down against the cabin wall. Then his gaze traveled up to the window. The light was on inside. Paula had fallen asleep on her bed next to the phone. Sissy was sitting cross-legged on her own bed, wearing a set of headphones as she listened to her Walkman and munched popcorn. She was leafing through the pages of a Playgirl magazine. She came to the centerfold and spread it out, looking at it critically. Then she picked up a roller and laid it down upon the magazine, making a measurement. She giggled. A figure quickly passed by the open window behind her, and she caught the flicker of movement out of the corner of her eye. She turned, frowning, craning her head around to look. She took off her headphones, and there was the tiny sound of rock music blaring from them for a moment before she switched off the Walkman. She walked over to the window and looked out. The campground seemed quiet and deserted. She was almost certain she had seen something. She started to walk away from the window when she heard the unmistakable sound of leaves crunching underfoot. She turned back to the window quickly. "All right," she said. "Who's out there?" Paula stirred in her bed, disturbed by the noise. "What's going on?" she said sleepily. "I think someone's messing around out there," said Sissy. Paula smirked. "It's gotta be Court," she said, settling back down into the bed. "You know how he loves to try and scare us. Teach him a lesson." She rolled over and closed her eyes. Sissy heard footsteps right below the window. She narrowed her eyes and glanced toward the window, then quietly tiptoed over the table where they had been playing Clue and snacking. She picked up an unfinished can of cherry Coke, glanced back toward the window, and broke into a malicious grin. Slowly, she tiptoed back over to the window, trying not to laugh. She crouched down below it and slowly extended her hand outside. She turned the can over quickly and poured the sticky liquid out, hearing it splatter on someone outside and just below the open window. She stifled a laugh. Quickly, she pulled her hand back in and jumped back, expecting a reaction. She was surprised not to get one. Slowly, she crept back toward the open window. She put her hands upon the window ledge and peered over it, looking down. A figure wearing a white hockey mask suddenly sprang up directly in front of her. She felt two powerful hands grabbing her and pulling her hard, yanking her right through the open window. It all happened so fast, she barely had a chance to gasp, much less cry out. Paula, still not quite asleep, heard the noise and turned over in her bed, just as Sissy's legs went flying out through the window. She caught a quick flicker of movement, but in her groggy state, the image didn't quite register. "Hey, you guys," she said sleepily. "Try not to wake the kids." She heard a rustling in the leaves outside, then there was a whoosh, followed by a thump and then a crunching sound, then silence. Paula snickered softly. Fun and games, she thought. She burrowed down into her pillow and went back to sleep. Megan drove her bright orange Camaro down the road heading out of town. Howie's service station was just off the highway where Howie could get the interstate business. Her lights were on high beam, illuminating the deserted wooded road. "You're really out on a limb this time, Megan, old girl," she told herself. "If your father found out about this, there would be hell to pay." He hadn't been kidding when he told her to stay put in the sheriff's office. When he came back and found her gone, he was just going to lose it completely. She wondered why she was doing this. It wasn't just to drive her father crazy, although that had been plenty of reason for her to hang it out over the edge before. It served him right for trying to treat her like a baby. She had to fight back, otherwise he'd overwhelm her and she'd just wind up sitting around the house all day like her mother had when she was still alive. "I'll bet that's just what he would like," thought Megan. "He would just love it if I took Mom's place, staying home and cooking for him, cleaning his house, doing his fucking laundry, never going out, having no damn life of my own to speak of." Well, she carried her weight around the house. She didn't mind that. But she had a right to her own life, too. Her father was relentless in the way he tried to keep her down, so she had to be equally relentless in rebelling against him. But that wasn't the only reason this time. No, there was more to this than just fighting back against dear old Dad. This had more to do with Tommy Jarvis. There was something about him, something she had felt from the first moment that she saw him in that cell back in her father's office. She had felt herself attracted to boys before. That was nothing new. But this was different. It wasn't just that he was cute. There was something else about him. Something she couldn't quite put her finger on. Something that made her want to trust him. Maybe it was his eyes. It was like he had been hurt, and because he knew all about what being hurt felt like, he wanted to do everything he could to keep others from being hurt, the same way he had been. Maybe that seemed crazy, to feel something like that about someone she hardly even knew. But she had felt it, and she could not believe that Tommy was a dangerous criminal. She could not believe that he was sick. Sick with worry, maybe. That had definitely come through. But sick in the head? A psycho? Nah, she thought, no way. It just can't be. If he was some sort of deranged criminal, if he really was dangerous, would he risk coming back to town and calling up the sheriff's office, knowing how her father felt about him? Did criminals call up the police just to let them know that they were back in town? Did they call up the county sheriff and ask for help, knowing that the sheriff wanting nothing better than to throw their ass in jail and lose the key? No, Tommy was sincere. She knew it. And if that meant he was telling the truth about Jason, unbelievable as that seemed, then it was all the more reason why she should help him. If even half the stories she had heard about Jason Voorhees were true, then her father could be in terrible danger, and not even be aware of it. She knew she was taking a hell of a chance, but sometimes people have to take a risk, she told herself. You get back what you give. If you want people to trust you, to open up to you and to be honest with you, then you've got to open up and give a little trust and honesty yourself. And she believed that Tommy Jarvis was worth taking a chance on. Up ahead, she saw the darkened sign for Howie's service station, and she turned the wheel, heading off the road and onto the shoulder. She pulled up into the service station lot and slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching to a stop. She jumped out of the car and saw Tommy running up to her from the corner of the building. She could see his pickup truck parked around the side by the telephone booth. "I'm going to borrow your car," said Tommy. "You can't do this with me. It's much too dangerous." She glanced past him at his pickup truck. "You want to talk dangerous? You can't leave that truck out in plain sight." "What?" "Hide it behind the station," Megan said. "Then we can get the hell out of here, okay?" "Look, this isn't a game," Tommy said intensely. He had thought it over, and he knew it was crazy to take Megan with him. He'd be exposing her to terrible danger, and he didn't want anything to happen to her. He could not forget what had happened to Alan Hawes, who had also tried to help him. "You're not going with me. I'm already responsible for the death of my—" "Didn't you say you needed some supplies to do this?" Megan said, cutting him off. Yes," said Tommy, momentarily taken aback by her refusal to listen to him. "But—" "Then let's get going," Megan said firmly. "We can argue on the way. You tell me what you need," she added with a sly smile, "and I'll make sure you get it." She turned around and went back toward the Camaro, which was sitting unattended with its engine running. "Besides," she said as she got into the car, "nobody drives this puppy but me." She pointed to his truck. "Now, hide that heap and let's get cooking." Tommy saw that there would be no arguing with her. He was quickly learning that she was just as stubborn as her father. Fortunately, that was where the similarity ended. He sighed with exasperation and ran back to the truck. He jumped in, cranked the motor over, and pulled around behind the service station building, swinging the truck in back beside the dumpster, where it would be well concealed from anyone driving by. Then he ran toward the bright orange Camaro. The two of them were in this together now, and once they'd started, there could be no turning back. He got in on the passenger side, and Megan was already peeling out before he'd closed the door. Jason walked past the windows of the girls' dormitory cabin, hauling Sissy's limp body over his shoulder. The corpse had no head, and blood leaked down on Jason's clothing. It dripped onto the ground, leaving a scarlet trail on the leaf-strewn path. Close by, separated from him by the cabin wall, were the beds of the sleeping little girls, arranged in a row beneath the windows. As he walked past the windows in the moonlight, his shadow fell across the dreaming children, touching each of them in turn. When it fell on little Nancy, her eyes suddenly flashed open, and she sat up in bed abruptly, an expression of stark terror on her innocent little face.
It's not a dream. I know it's not a dream. It's not.
She yelled inside of her own head, knowing that this was no bad dream that was coming to get her. The bright orange Camaro flew down the road, its tires kicking up a cloud of dust behind it. Megan always drove fast, knowing that none of the men on the Forest Green police force would be anxious to bust the sheriff's daughter for speeding. "Can this tub go any faster?" Tommy said. She gave him a flirtatious look. "You got it," she said, confident of her driving ability. Besides, she knew this road like the back of her hand. "Just keep an eye out for roadblocks." "Okay," said Tommy deadpan. "There's one." Megan quickly returned her attention to the road. As they rounded the bend, she saw two police cars with lights flashing, parked head-to-head, blocking the way ahead of them. She hit the brakes hard, and the Camaro skidded to a stop, drifting sideways. Her father really wasn't kidding. If they saw Tommy sitting in the front seat with her, she grabbed Tommy by the arm and pulled him down onto her lap. "Get down!" Taken by surprise, Tommy suddenly found himself lying across the front seat of her car, his face in Megan's lap, staring at her tight jean crotch. She slammed the gear shift lever into reverse, floored it, and the tires spun as the Camaro peeled out backward down the road. The cops at the roadblock responded quickly at the sight of the bright orange car, accelerating in reverse away from the roadblock. They leaped into their squad cars and gave pursuit. Pappas grabbed the mic off the dashboard. "Unit 45, Officer Pappas to Sheriff Garris, do you copy?" Garris was not a numbers cop, as he always referred to the police on television. He saw no reason for using a series of codes to represent various situations his officers might encounter. It was a small town. They all knew each other. And there was never any need for the sort of urgency that would be required in a large police department with a lot of radio traffic. Sheriff Garris saw no reason why they should use the 10-code system. Garris preferred informal clear speak. Besides, he had a lousy head for numbers. "Yeah, I'm here." His voice came back over the radio in the pursuing squad car. "Got a different vehicle than the one we're looking for that just turned tail seeing us," said Pappas. "Saw somebody duck down." "Got a description or plates?" said Garris over the radio. "The whole enchilada," Pappas said. "It's an 82 orange Camaro, license." Megan backed the car into a turnoff, shifted into first, and hit it. The tires smoked as she laid rubber, running from the pursuing squad cars. "Son of a shittin', that's my daughter's car!" shouted Garris. That was just what Pappas had been afraid of. He hadn't been certain, but he sure as hell was going to check in with the sheriff before he engaged in hot pursuit after the boss man's daughter. "How should we proceed, sir?" he asked cautiously. "With extreme care, for God's sake," Garris said, beside himself with worry. "If that kid is with her, there's every good chance he'll do something crazy." Tommy was still face down in Megan's lap, staring at her crotch. "Please don't do anything crazy," he said, concerned for her. "I know what I'm doing," Megan said as she threw the car into a four-wheel drift, sliding around a curve. "I got your supplies for you, didn't I? Now if I can just get the Cunningham Road, I can lose them." Tommy started to sit up, but she pushed him right back down. "Just stay where you are," she said. Tommy put his head back down into her crotch. "Whatever you say," he said, keeping his voice perfectly straight. The car drifted through another turn, tires screeching, rear end slewing around. Megan almost spun out, but she fought the will and managed to keep the car under control. The tires grabbed and the Camaro shot ahead as she chirped through the gears, shifting like a pro. She was grateful for all the time she had gone joyriding with her friends along the back roads of Forest Green, safe in the knowledge that she knew when the town cops patrolled the roads and when they were on break. There were certain advantages to being the sheriff's daughter, and knowing the routine of a small-town police department, well, that was one of them. Tommy's head bounced around in Megan's lap, and, in spite of himself, he was beginning to get turned on by her close proximity. Those jeans were so damn tight. The outline of her crotch was clearly visible, and he was only human. "This is going to be a hairy turn," said Megan from just above him. "Better grab a hold of something." Tommy glanced up at her with a look that said, "You gotta be kidding." Up ahead of them, two signposts marked a fork in the road. One sign read Cunningham Road, the other one was labeled Camp Forest Green with an arrow pointing to the right. Megan spun the wheel, sending the Camaro drifting sideways toward Cunningham Road, and there, right in front of her, was her father's car, with Rick Cologne's car right behind it. The road was sealed off. Both the sheriff and his deputy were outside behind the police car, aiming their rifles over the roof. There was barely enough room to stop. Megan slammed her foot down onto the brake pedal, and the disc brakes squealed in protest as the Camaro fishtailed to a stop, inches away from the sheriff's car. Garris didn't even blink, and his aim didn't waver for a second. He stood stock still, aiming the powerful rifle right through the windshield. "Megan, step out of the car," he said. Megan stared at her father with disbelief. He was actually pointing a gun at her. She bit her lower lip and looked down at Tommy, who had been thrown to the floorboards, his face at Megan's feet. He stared up at her with dread. "It's all over," she said with resignation. Tommy shook his head, sadly getting up. "It's just beginning," he said. Paula stirred restlessly in her sleep. The sound of the cabin door slowly creaking open awakened her. She opened her eyes, lying very still, listening. She heard footsteps approaching across the cabin floor, coming closer, coming toward her bed. She turned her head and gasped as her gaze fell upon a bloody machete. Little Nancy stood before her, dressed in her pajamas and holding the red-stained machete out toward her. Red droplets fell from the blade onto the floor.
I can't sleep, Paula.
Nancy said, obviously very scared.
I'm scared. I saw someone at the window and...
Paula sat up quickly and grabbed the machete away from the little 9-year-old. "Where'd you get this?" she said. Nancy pointed.
I found it outside.
Paula glanced quickly around the cabin. Everything looked normal. All the other little girls were sound asleep. She took a deep breath and relaxed, but she was going to have a talk with Court and Sissy. This wasn't funny. Goofing around in the middle of the night, leaving things like this lying around, scaring little girls to death. A machete dipped in paint, for God's sake. It looked a bit too realistic. "You know what?" she said, trying to make her voice sound steady and comforting to the little girl. "Sissy and Court are playing jokes," she said, remembering the nonsense from before at the window. "You know, trying to scare each other."
Why?
asked Nancy. "Well, grown-ups think it's funny to get scared," said Paula.
Are they grown-ups?
Nancy said uncertainly. Paula just grinned. "That's debatable." Nancy looked at her quizzically, not understanding the big word. Paula shook her head and put the machete down on the floor by her bed. "Never mind," she said. She glanced at her watch. "Is it that late already?" she said to herself. Still no word from Megan. She reached for the phone and started to dial. "I can't believe no one called back. I better call—"
Who you calling?
Nancy asked. Paula wasn't holding the receiver to her ear, so she had no idea that the phone was dead. She stopped dialing, realizing that Nancy didn't need to hear this conversation. The little girl was already frightened. There was no point to letting her listen to a call about some missing counselors. The counselors were supposed to be the ones who had everything under control. She hung up the phone and got out of bed. "Why don't we try to find Sissy and Court?" she said in an offhand tone, "and then you can go back to sleep." She took Nancy by the hand and headed for the door.
But what if they try to scare us?
said Nancy, sounding very worried. Paula grinned and leaned down toward the little girl, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. "We'll scare 'em right back." Nancy giggled with delight at the prospect of the game. Paula led her down the stairs, making a game of quietly sneaking around the campground like a couple of Indians on the prowl, looking for the missing counselors. Nancy was enjoying this, her fears momentarily forgotten. But Paula was beginning to get worried. She was going to have a few harsh words to say to Court and Sissy when she found them. First, Court takes off somewhere without a word, without leaving a message saying where he would be, where he could be reached, or when he would return. Then Megan takes off, supposedly to ask her dad if there had been any word from Darren and Elizabeth, but Paula knew the real reason she had gone back to town was to see that Tommy Jarvis guy. So while Megan's off flirting with some troublemaker, Court comes back and both he and Sissy take off somewhere to go screwing around in the middle of the night, leaving her alone to watch a camp full of little kids. What the hell kind of an attitude was that? Paula was getting angry. They had a responsibility here. They were getting paid to watch these kids and to take care of them, not to go fucking off in the middle of the night. This just wasn't cool. There was going to be trouble. From the shadows behind them, Jason watched the two girls moving around the campground. "And I said shut up!" Garrus shouted. Megan shook her head, standing up to her father, trying to sound reasonable. She couldn't see why he was being so bullheaded. "All he's asking is for you to check it out." They were in the sheriff's office, and Tommy was sitting in a chair, handcuffed, as Garrus stormed around the room fighting to control his temper and clearly losing the battle. "You got me where you want me," Tommy said to Garrus, pleading with the man. "There's no reason not to—" Garrus turned on him with fury, cutting him off. "If I had you where I wanted you," he said, his face flushed, "they'd be pumping your ass full of formaldehyde, boy." Megan stepped between them, afraid that her father was going to strike Tommy. "Can't you at least call the camp and make sure everything's all right?" she said. "We have. Trying to track you down. Okay? We tried," said Garrus, breathing hard, still pumped up with adrenaline from the thought of his daughter being with the psychotic killer. He wanted to strangle Tommy Jarvis with his bare hands. "The phone there is disconnected." "Doesn't that tell you something?" Tommy pleaded. "Yeah," said Garrus. "They should have paid their bill." He was starting to calm down a little now that the danger had passed. But it wasn't the calm of relaxation. It was the calm of a man who knew he had an unpleasant job to do, and he had steeled himself to do it. It had been all he could do to keep from blowing the kid away back there on Cunningham Road. He had Tommy Jarvis in his rifle sights. If Megan hadn't stepped in front of him, he might have squeezed the trigger and finished it right then and there, closed the books on this damn Jason thing once and for all. He had been against Megan's working at the camp from the very beginning. What was the point of it? He always gave her everything she needed. He gave her a generous allowance. He had been convinced that the only reason she wanted the job was so that she could screw around with some goddamn teenage counselor out there by the lake, away from her daddy's prying eyes. He had resisted the idea, but in the end he had given in to it rather than go on with all the arguments. Better to have her close by, he thought, where he knew where she was and, more or less, what she was doing, and especially where he could have easy access to any boys she might encounter, boys like that long-hair Court, who looked like a doper if he'd ever saw one, boys who, after seeing him, would think twice about messing around with the sheriff's daughter. Better that than to have her running wild all summer with nothing but time on her hands and trouble to get into. And she was getting harder and harder to manage. So he had agreed to let her work for the summer as a counselor at the camp, figuring that at least there would be some adult supervision. But now everything had turned into an absolute mess. The adult supervision had turned out to be a couple of college students who had gotten themselves hacked to pieces by a psycho kid, and now his daughter was involved with the perpetrator, without even the vaguest idea of how close she had come to ending up just like Darren and Elizabeth. Now there was a bunch of unsupervised little kids out there at the camp, some unidentified bits and pieces of dead bodies packed into plastic bags, and he had been so busy chasing all over the county looking for his daughter and that deranged kid that there hadn't even been any time to call the psychiatric clinic or the DA's office, and he sure as hell wasn't going to call the county district attorney until he was certain that Megan was well out of it. All he needed right now was for Megan to be standing up for the kid he had arrested, making a scene, making him look like a man who couldn't even control his own daughter, much less the jurisdiction he had been entrusted with. He had put in a call to Carpenter, requesting assistance with the homicide. Let them handle Tommy Jarvis, he thought. As for himself, the first chance he got, he was going to send Megan home and have Rick Cologne stay there and watch her, to make sure she was kept out of the way until Tommy Jarvis was long gone, safely locked up in the psycho ward. It was his own damn fault for being so lenient. He should have blown the damn kid away when he had the chance. But who would have thought a kid like that could be so far gone as to ambush people on the road and hack them into pieces just to prove that his own twisted view of reality was genuine? He probably didn't even realize that he had done it. Deep down inside, Tommy Jarvis probably really believed that Jason was still alive, returned from the grave to take vengeance on the town of Crystal Lake. The poor kid's mind had snapped when his family had been murdered, and those idiots at the clinic had let him go because he had seemed harmless. But while Tommy Jarvis might be harmless, inside him there was another, very different persona, a homicidal maniac, a real Jason come back from the grave. Only this Jason had never really been buried in the Eternal Rest Cemetery. This Jason had been buried deep in Tommy's subconscious, deep in his mind. and the trip out to the cemetery must have awakened him. Jesus, what a world, thought Garrus. On one hand, he almost felt sorry for the poor kid with the twisted mind. Yet on the other, how could you sympathize with anybody who butchered innocent people, hacking them to bits like so much meat? Split personality or not, Tommy Jarvis and the killer were both in the same body, and that body had to be stopped once and for all at any cost. It was his responsibility. "You just sit tight, Jason," Garrus said, pointing at Tommy. "Once the authorities from Carpenter get here, you'll—" A call came in on the police radio, and Rick Cologne answered it. He looked up at the sheriff now and interrupted, speaking with an urgent tone. "Sheriff," he said, "you better take this." Glaring at the handcuffed boy, Garrus went over to the radio. "Sheriff Garrus." Megan watched the expression change on her father's face as he listened to the call. He had suddenly gone ghost pale. "Approximately what time?" he asked. He glanced at Tommy, cold hatred in his eyes. "I'll be right there." Garrus grabbed his coat and hat. Megan came running to him. "What?" she asked. "What happened?" Garrus ignored his daughter. He glanced at Deputy Cologne. "Rick, keep an eye on this wacko. I'll be back as soon as I can." "Daddy," Megan insisted, "what is going on?" "And make sure my daughter stays put, okay?" the sheriff said to his deputy, in a tone that meant there would be hell to pay if she did not comply. He looked hard at Megan. "She's grounded." Megan stood in front of him, blocking his way to the door, pushing on his chest, demanding an explanation. "Tell me!" she shouted. Garrus almost struck her, but he got himself under control just in time. This was no time to be losing his temper. Instead, he grabbed her by her shoulders and shook her hard enough to make her teeth rattle. "They just found your friend Court and some girl," he said, clenching his teeth, fighting back his fury. "Her head was crushed in, and Court, he had a knife rammed right through his skull. That's what's going on." Megan couldn't believe it. "No," she said, shaking her head, refusing to accept it. "No, it's not." "Tommy Jarvis is a psychopathic killer," Garrus said, determined to make his daughter see the truth. "A very deranged boy who wants you to believe that—" "Jason did do it!" Tommy shouted. "I swear!" A desperate thought occurred to him. It was a chance, a slim chance, but it was the only one he had now. "Sheriff, when were they murdered?" Garrus ignored Tommy's outburst. He held his daughter by her shoulders, looking at her with a pleading expression. "For God's sake," he said, begging her, "stay away from him. Please, Meggie." He let her go and started to walk past her, but she grabbed him, refusing to let go. "Dad," she said, her voice intense, "what time did it happen?" Garrus hesitated. "They think somewhere around 8:30 or 9 o'clock. Megan stepped right up to him, confronting him, refusing to be dismissed, demanding to be heard, really heard. "I was with Tommy all that time," she said. Garrus stared at her, thinking that the whole world had gone nutso. His own daughter was lying to protect a psychopathic murderer. She didn't realize what she was doing. Lying to protect... But his cop's instinct suddenly took over. The instinct to always suspect anything until there was absolute proof. What if she wasn't lying? No, he thought. She had to be lying. It wasn't really her fault. She didn't understand, because she had an infantile crush on this boy who looked so innocent, and she'd do anything to keep from having to accept the truth. That was it. "Rick, I'll call you when I get there," he said to Cologne, brushing past Megan and slamming the door. Megan looked at Tommy with a sinking feeling, knowing what her father must be thinking. Tommy gritted his teeth in frustration and looked away. His worst fears had been realized. It was far too late. The terrible killing spree had started, and Sheriff Garrus was trying to blame it all on him. Jason was about to paint the town of forest green blood red. and there was nothing he could do about it. Nothing at all. Chapter 7. It was getting cold and the wind was starting to pick up. There was a storm approaching. Paula and Nancy tiptoed back into the cabin quietly so as not to wake the other children. Paula led Nancy over to her bed and helped her in, then tucked the blankets in around her. She crouched down next to the little girl, smiling reassuringly. "I'm sure Court and Sissy are back in their cabins," she whispered. "So you just go back to sleep and don't worry, okay?"
What if I get scared again?
said Nancy. "Shh," said Paula. "You know what I used to do whenever I was a little girl and I got scared?" Nancy shook her head. "I would close my eyes," Paula whispered, "and say a little prayer, and pretty soon, you know what? Everything scary just went away." She nodded. "It worked for me, Nancy. I'll bet it'll work for you, too." She kissed Nancy on the forehead. "Good night. See you in the morning,"
Good night.
said Nancy. Paula winked at her, and she stood up, looking down at the little girl and smiling tenderly, never suspecting that she was being watched, that just a short distance away, on the other side of the window, Jason was looking in at her, eyes wild with bloodlust. Oblivious to death standing so close, Nancy smiled up at Paula and rolled over on her side, closing her eyes. Paula turned and started walking slowly, quietly toward the door. Jason kept pace with her outside, moving from window to window, never taking his eyes from her. Paula quietly closed the door and descended the steps, looking all around the campground, wondering where Court and Sissy were. The wind had come up quickly, and it was starting to blow away the fog, making the shimmering lake surface visible. Dark clouds roiled in the moonlight sky. She couldn't imagine where Court and Sissy were, but she could imagine what they might be doing. Just great, she thought. Everybody's getting paired off except me. I get stuck doing all the work. What the hell does anybody care? Darren and Elizabeth have disappeared. God only knows what's happened to them. And everyone else has gone off somewhere to party, and I'm supposed to run this camp all by myself? Well, fuck that, she thought. How the hell am I supposed to take care of these kids all alone? There was a rustling behind her, and Paula quickly spun around, but it was just the wind blowing through the trees. The campground seemed deserted. She suddenly felt very alone and vulnerable. Damn, she thought. It's beautiful out here during the day, but at night this place gets really creepy. She shivered and started running back toward her cabin, anxious to be inside, out of the dark. She rushed up the cabin and ran up the steps. The door was closed. She could have sworn that she had left it open. Maybe Sissy had finally returned from wherever she had gone off to with Court. If she had, she was going to get a real talking to about running off without a word. "Sissy?" Paula entered the cabin and was disappointed to find it empty. They still hadn't returned. Then, wait a second, where could they be, she thought. This was ridiculous. No sign of Sissy, no sign of Court, no sign of Megan. She hurried to the phone and started to dial, then realized the phone was dead. She put the receiver back down onto the cradle. Funny, the phone had been working perfectly before. Maybe the storm the other day had downed some power lines somewhere, but hadn't Megan and Court both used the phone after the storm? Still, there were any number of other things that could have gone wrong, not the least of which was the management forgetting to pay the bill. That wouldn't have surprised her one bit after the way things had been going. Well, at least that explained why there hadn't been any calls from anyone. If they hadn't been able to get through, then she frowned. There were red stains on the floor beside her bed, where she had left the machete little Nancy had found outside. The machete that she thought had been covered with red paint as a gag. The machete that was not there anymore. And the red stains on the floor did not look very much like paint anymore. She heard a noise and quickly turned around, feeling a sudden chill of alarm. The cabin door was opening slowly, moving with a soft creaking sound. Paula stood utterly motionless for a moment, watching with dread as the door opened with excruciating slowness. Was it just the wind? Maybe Court and Sissy were playing games with her. Or maybe it wasn't Court and Sissy, and maybe it wasn't the wind either. All of a sudden, the dead phone took on ominous meaning, and the missing machete was no longer a joke. Almost as if in a trance, she started moving towards the door. She swallowed hard, suddenly aware of the silence, of her vulnerability all alone in the camp, of the sound of her own heart hammering in her chest. Slowly, tentatively, extending her hand, she reached for the doorknob, hesitating as if it was capable of burning her. The door suddenly slammed open, missing her face by mere inches, and a strong gust of wind blew into the cabin. Paula recoiled from the violently swinging door. It blew open all the way and struck the inside wall of the cabin, rebounded, and then slammed shut again. Paula almost sobbed with relief. Christ! Whew! It had only been the wind after all, she thought. She put her hand up to her throat and took a deep breath. She started to giggle. Get a grip on yourself, girl, she thought. You're starting to jump at shadows. Look at this. A goddamn door almost gave you a heart attack. She took the doorknob firmly, twisted it, swung open the door, and couldn't believe what she saw. She was hit with shock at the sight of Jason standing in the doorway. He was holding the missing machete in his hand. Paula backed away, eyes wide, staring at the terrifying eyes behind the hockey mask, unable to look away from that demented, shining gaze. She opened her mouth to scream, but her vocal cords were paralyzed with fear. She couldn't breathe. She gasped for air, but she couldn't seem to fill her lungs. It was as if an impossible weight had been placed upon her chest, pressing down relentlessly. Her entire upper body felt as if it were being squeezed in a giant vice. Oh no, she thought. Oh no, no, please, oh God, no, no, no! Jason moved into the room and slammed the door behind him. The sound of the door banging was like a rifle shot. A scream ripped loose from Paula's throat as Jason lunged at her. Rick Cologne's fist came down like a hammer, squashing the bug that had landed on the sheriff's desk, mashing the insect like an overripe blackberry. He made a face of disgust and carefully wiped away the mess. He felt Tommy's gaze upon him and looked up, giving the boy an evil smile as if to say, "That bug could have been you, kiddo." Tommy looked away and Cologne grimaced and went back to filling out his reports. He hated paperwork. Before he had joined the Forest Green police force, he had known that police officers had to fill out reports, but he had never imagined just how much paperwork the job entailed. And Sheriff Garris did not tolerate sloppy paperwork. It all had to be done neatly, made out in black ink, written with pencil rolling writers in easily legible block printing and in triplicate. No cross-outs or erasures were permitted, and woe to the officer who committed the cardinal mistake of misspelling a word on his report. The only worse crime was not filing it correctly. Garris was an absolute stickler for such details, and sometimes the job made Rick Cologne feel as if he were more of a bank clerk or a secretary than a law enforcement officer. And there would be a ton of paperwork to do now, thanks to this psychotic kid. Cologne glanced up at Tommy Jarvis once again, and glared at him hatefully. Look at him sitting there, Cologne thought, calm as you please, as if he's in there for a fucking traffic violation or a drunken disorderly. Fucking kid's carved up at least 7 people, and he just sits there looking innocent and put upon. There's only one way to handle animals like that, Cologne thought. You put 'em down, once and for all. You shoot a rabid dog, you don't hold it for trial, so some smart-ass lawyer can get him off on a not guilty by a reason of insanity plea. So they would put him back in that psychiatric institution. What kind of punishment was that? Like, what's-his-name, that kid who shot the president. He tried to kill the president of the United States, for God's sake, and they put him in a hospital where he gets to sit around and watch TV all day, enjoy 3 meals a day, and complain because they don't let him go out for walks. Goddamn world's gone crazy, thought Cologne. On the other hand, he thought, this whole thing was not without certain advantages. When this story got out, it would really blow. It would have to be one of the biggest murder trials in the history of the state. There'd be newspaper reporters coming into town from all over the country, television crews from all the networks, and they'd want to interview the officers who had brought this killer in, the men who had captured the mass murderer. Garrus would get the lion's share of that attention, to be sure, but there might be enough publicity left over for Cologne. After all, he had been with Garrus when they had made the capture. He'd get his name in the newspaper and on TV, and it could easily lead to a job with a big city police department in some place like L.A. or San Francisco or Chicago, or hell, maybe even Miami. He saw himself several years from now, dressed up in a $600 suit, wearing custom-tailored shirts and imported shoes, carrying the gold shield of a homicide detective. He'd trade in his .357 for a Smith & Wesson Model 29, a blue-black .44 caliber Magnum with a 6-inch barrel, just like the one Clint Eastwood carried as Inspector Harry Callahan. He'd be looking good and living the high life, instead of being stuck out in a nowhere town like Forest Green. He'd be able to enjoy big city nightlife and date beautiful big city women, like the ones he had been watching since he was a kid. He glanced up at Megan. She met his gaze, and he quickly looked away. Damn stuck-up chicks just drop dead beautiful and knows it, too, Cologne thought. If it wasn't for the fact that Garrus was her old man, he'd have nailed her a long time ago. Little bitch shakes her ass all over town just asking for it, thought Cologne. For about a year now, Cologne had toyed with the fantasy of catching her at something she'd be terrified of her daddy finding out, something he could hold over her. He imagined himself driving her out to Lake Forest Green and having her right there on one of the picnic tables. She'd protest at first. She'd fight him. But then she would give in and wrap those sexy legs around him, her eyes closed and her mouth open, moaning. Megan watched Cologne bend over his paperwork, stealing glances at her, and she grimaced with disgust. She knew just what he was thinking. It was written on the sleazeball's face every time he looked at her. It made her sick just thinking of him undressing her in his mind. She wondered what her father would say if he knew how Rick Cologne had been sniffing around her for the past year like a dog in heat. She hated being left alone with him, and she was grateful for Tommy's presence, even though he was locked up in the holding cell. Cologne was gutless. He'd never have the nerve to make a move on her with anyone else watching. She knew he was terrified of what she might tell her father. She turned her attention back to the sketch pad on her lap. She glanced up at Cologne briefly, then back at Tommy, sitting on the cot inside the holding cell with his head held in his hands. She bent down to the sketch pad once again. She wrote down in large letters, "Ask me what I'm drawing, then pick a fight with me." She glanced up at Cologne again, seeing that he was bent over his paperwork. Then she tried to get Tommy's attention. When he looked up, she glanced quickly back at Cologne again, and seeing that he wasn't looking, she held up the sketch pad for Tommy to see what she had written. His eyes grew wide as he read the message. He stared at her, glanced quickly at Cologne, then mouthed at her, "Are you sure?" She lowered the pad and nodded. Tommy got up off his cot and stretched while she flipped the page over and began a quick sketch of the camp, as seen from across the lake. Tommy waited a couple of minutes, then asked, "So what are you drawing?" "What's it to you?" Megan said. Cologne glanced up, irritated at being disturbed. "Hey, pop down, Jarvis," he said, scowling. Tommy grabbed the bars of the holding cell. "I was just curious what she was drawing," he said insolently, his tone as much as saying, "Go ahead and make something of it." Megan held up the sketch pad so Tommy could see it. "There," she said sarcastically. "You happy?" "No," said Tommy. "Why?" Tommy grimaced. "'Cause it stinks." Megan threw the sketch pad at him. It bounced off the bars and fell to the floor just outside the cell. Tommy quickly bent down and reached out through the bars, picking up the pad and pulling it inside the cell. Megan stood up facing him, looking angry. "Okay, give it back," she said, holding her hand out. "Come and get it," Tommy said. Cologne shoved his chair back hard and stood up. "Bastard," he said. "Megan, I'll get it." But Megan was already in front of the holding cell, reaching through the bars for the pad. "Give it to me, punk!" Tommy grabbed her arm suddenly and pulled her close up against the bars. He started kissing her passionately through the bars, grinding his mouth into hers. She struggled against him, making muffled sounds, pretending to be scared. Cologne raced across the room and grabbed Megan with one arm, reaching through the bars toward Tommy with the other. Grappling with them, trying to separate them, suddenly terrified of what would happen if Garrus came in and saw this scene. Megan's hand stealthily reached down toward Cologne's holstered revolver, and her fingers closed around the grip. She allowed herself to be torn away from Tommy, bumping up hard against Cologne as she pretended to stagger back, using the contact as a distraction, while she lifted the revolver from its holster. Cologne reached through the bars, trying to grab Tommy, who quickly pulled away from him, backing away into the cell. "You stinking shithead!" yelled Cologne. "I oughta—" "Let him out of there," said Megan from behind him, a hard edge to her voice. Cologne turned around to face her. A red laser dot appeared right on the tip of his nose as Megan pointed his own revolver at him. Stupidly, he reached down toward his holster, only to find it empty. He looked back up at Megan and smiled weakly. "Come on, Megan," he said lamely. "Don't clown around." She held the gun on him dead steady. She knew how to use it. Cologne had been there at the range when her father had taught her how to shoot. He suddenly felt scared. "I ain't the one with the funny red nose," said Megan harshly, her voice full of contempt for the man who'd spent the past year drooling over her as if she were a piece of meat. "Open the cell and exchange places with him." She cocked the hammer. "Now." Tommy moved up close behind Cologne. "Better do as she says," recalling what Cologne had said to him back in the cemetery and throwing his exact words back at him. "'Cause wherever that red dot goes, you bang, remember?" "You brainwash her, you son of a bitch! Is that what you did?" Cologne said furiously. "Something like that," Megan said, giving him a nasty smile. Cologne wanted to call her bluff. He was almost sure she wouldn't dare to shoot. But he wasn't completely sure, and he was afraid to take the chance. She held that gun like she knew what she was doing, and she didn't look at all nervous or uncertain. Damn bitch is just crazy enough to do it, thought Cologne. She'd be getting away with murder, tearing up the back roads all over the country with her friends, knowing every last one of the local police force had been reluctant to arrest the sheriff's daughter, and she probably felt that she could get away with this as well. Anyone crazy enough to take up with a psycho killer like Tommy Jarvis might just be crazy enough to blow away a cop with his own gun. Well, honey, thought Cologne, this time you've gone too far. You've hung it right out over the edge. Your daddy being sheriff ain't going to get you out of this one. You've just burned all your bridges. It's going to be worth it to see you get your sweet, tight little ass handed to you. He reached for his keys and unlocked the door of the holding cell. Tommy pushed the door open, grabbed Cologne, and shoved him hard back into the cell. He slammed the door shut, locked it, then pulled out the keys and threw them across the room. He took the laser-scoped revolver away from Megan and turned back to face the deputy. Cologne's eyes went wide with fear, and he started shaking his head mutely, backing away into the cell. Tommy took the gun and threw it across the office. Then he grabbed Megan and pulled her toward the door. They raced outside, heading straight for the Camaro. "You got the keys?" Tommy said. "No, he took them," Megan said. She smiled. "But I got my hider key." She crouched down and reached under the car, withdrawing a tiny metal box containing a spare ignition key. Tommy grabbed it from her. "Sorry, Megan," he said. "Not this time." "Wait a minute," she said, protesting. I appreciate you getting me out," he said, "but I gotta finish what I started." Megan stared at him as he opened the driver's side door, then quickly jumped in and slid over to the passenger seat. "Well, come on, Hot Lips," she said. "Let's go. You drive, I'll navigate." Tommy shook his head in resignation and got in, knowing there was no arguing with her. Besides, there was no time to argue. He turned the key in the ignition, and the engine started with a roar. He slammed the gear shift lever into first and stomped down on the gas pedal. The Camaro's wheels spun and smoked, found traction, and the car shot down the road, heading out of town toward Cunningham Road and Camp Forest Green. Tommy prayed they weren't too late. Little Nancy woke up from a bad dream. In the dream, there had been a monster stalking her. The same monster she had dreamed about before. It was a horrible, terrifying monster with no face. It just had scary eyes, eyes that never blinked, eyes that stared at her with burning hatred. She ran and ran, but she couldn't get away. The monster kept on coming, and there was nobody to help her. It kept getting closer and closer. It was almost right on top of her. It was going to get her. And then she woke up, shivering, breathless, afraid to move, not knowing where she was. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. A dream. It was only a bad dream. She frowned. Paula had promised that there wouldn't be any more bad dreams. And then she saw a shape, a dark figure moving slowly past the row of beds inside the cabin. She gasped, and the dark figure heard her whimper, whipped around, and it had no face. She saw two terrible, hate-filled eyes staring at her, and she knew with a dreadful certainty that this was no dream. It was the monster with no face, and it was coming right for her. The wind was picking up as Sheriff Garris pulled into the campground. Officer Pappas and Thornton pulled in behind him in two patrol cars, lights flashing. Garris stopped the car and turned off the engine. He sat still for a moment, his hands gripping the wheel tightly. He took a deep breath, steadying his nerves. There'd be no sleep tonight, thanks to Tommy Jarvis. At least he finally had the psychopath in custody. Damn, he thought, what a fucking nightmare. When these children's parents find out about what's been going on here, all hell's gonna break loose. He wasn't gonna take any more chances. He was gonna straighten out this mess and station both Pappas and Thornton at the camp to watch the kids until he could get help from Carpenter and contact the children's parents. And the parents of the kids that had been killed, of course. He wasn't looking forward to that. It was going to be hard. Real hard. God damn, thought Garris. And I came here because I thought this was a quiet and peaceful town. God damn. He took another deep breath and opened the car door. Nancy huddled beneath her covers in mute terror as Jason came closer, staring at her, hypnotizing her with his gaze. He saw his shivering victim cowering before him. But this time he didn't feel the urge to spill her blood across the sheets and splatter the walls. He saw a child much like himself, terrified, unable to cry out. Slightly mesmerized, he leaned in, staring at the scared child, remembering his own terror whenever he drowned in the lake. She looked on. That awful faceless face came closer, closer. She squeezed her eyes shut tightly, remembering what Paula told her, and began to pray in a quick, whimpering little voice.
Now I lay me down to sleep. I pray to the Lord for my soul to keep.
She could feel the monster coming closer.
If I shall die before I wake, I pray to the Lord my soul to take. Now I lay me down to sleep. I pray to the Lord for my soul to keep.
From outside there came the sound of car doors slamming. Jason immediately turned toward the noise. He heard footsteps outside. The child continued to pray fervently, her eyes shut tightly, her tiny hands gripping the covers for dear life. She didn't stop, afraid of what would happen if she did. She continued to recite the prayer over and over and over, her entire body trembling as if she had a burning fever. Jason was gone. Garris surveyed the campground with his hands on his hips. Everything seemed quiet. He had a feeling it wasn't going to stay that way for long, though. Pappas and Thornton walked up to him. "So what's the story here?" said Thornton. "Why don't you boys nose around?" said Garris. "I got to break the news to Megan's friends about what's happened. Holler if you see anything." "Like what?" asked Pappas. "Anything that don't belong," said Garris. "And don't wake up the kids." He headed for the counselor's cabin. The wind was whipping harshly now. It plucked at their clothes and blew Pappas's hair into his face. He fixed it, tossing his head and brushing his hair back with a practiced motion. Thornton grinned and nudged him. "Come on, handsome," he said, taking out his black Kel light and snapping it on. Pappas made a face and pulled his own flashlight out of his plastic loop on his cartridge belt. It was going to storm again. The wind was really getting fierce. It whistled through the trees, causing them to bend sharply and blowing those leaves and twigs everywhere. The two cops spread out in different directions, scanning the campground with their flashlights, secure in the knowledge that the killer was in custody. All that remained now was the cleanup and the real storm that would follow when the story got out the next morning. Garrus knocked on the door of the counselor's cabin. There was no response from inside. "Girls," he said, raising his voice to be heard over the wind, "it's Sheriff Garrus!" There was still no answer. Strange, Garrus thought. The light was on. He opened the door slowly and looked in. He had to fight for a breath, but he couldn't take in the air, as if he had been punched right in the solar plexus. The entire room was splattered with blood. It looked like a slaughterhouse. The fluid streaked the walls and dripped down off the ceiling, as if someone had thrown buckets of it all around. The floor of the cabin was slick with gore and marked with bloody footprints. The sharp, bitter smell of it assailed his nostrils as the proteins in the blood broke down, filling the cabin with the choking stench of death. He bolted out the door, fighting down the bile rising in his throat, running panic-stricken for the children's cabins. Jesus, he thought. Oh, sweet Jesus, don't let it be. Please, please don't let it be. Officer Thornton stood on the shore of the dark lake, his flashlight beam scanning the boats tied up at the small dock. Seeing nothing unusual, he walked out on the dock to take a closer look, just to make sure. Garrus was wired so tight it wouldn't do to overlook a thing. He shone his flashlight down into the boats. Nothing there. No dead bodies in those boats, he thought, with a grin. He turned around and played the flashlight out before him, surveying the wind-swept woods. The beam was suddenly reflected back at him by a bright white hockey mask. Jason reached down to the weapons belt and withdrew one of the razor-sharp devil darts, raising it high to throw it. Thornton saw the weapon and went for his revolver. Jason hurled the dart. It whistled through the air and struck Thornton in the forehead before he even touched the gun, penetrating his skull with a sound like a nail being driven through a piece of wood. Thornton went reeling backward from the force of the impact. He fell back into one of the tarp-covered boats, his lifeless eyes staring up at the wind-borne sky, the dart protruding from the center of his forehead. A thin trickle of blood wormed its way out of the small hole and leaked down into his right eye. Garrus stood in the darkness of the cabin, looking down the row of cots at the sleeping boys, his chest rising and falling heavily. Thank God, he thought, swallowing hard. He backed out of the cabin and softly closed the door, then sprinted toward the girls' cabin. He ran up the steps and grabbed the doorknob. He closed his eyes, afraid of what he might find. Clenching his teeth, fearing the worst, he slowly opened the door. Relief washed over him as he saw the little girls all sleeping peacefully. Then he froze as his gaze fell on Nancy's bed. The covers had been thrown back, and the pillow was on the floor beside the empty bed. There was no sign of the child. The orange Camaro rocketed down the road like a cruise missile, all four wheels leaving the ground as it topped a rise, and became briefly airborne until it came down and struck the road surface again. The shocks bottoming out, the impact jarring the car's occupants. Megan stared at Tommy, frightened of the wild abandon with which he was driving. The car skidded around a curve at over 100 miles per hour. The back end came around and started to slide. Tommy overcorrected and the car whipped around, sliding the other way as the tires screamed in protest. He fought the wheel and somehow managed to get the Camaro straightened out again, all without backing off the pedal for an instant. "Let me know when you're about to blast into hyperspace, okay?" said Megan nervously. "I'll fasten my seatbelt." "I got a bad feeling we're already too late," said Tommy, gritting his teeth. Megan turned to look over her shoulder at the supplies in the back seat. They were packed in a large sack. She shook her head and glanced at Tommy doubtfully. "Are you sure this is going to work?" she said uncertainly. She would have felt a lot more comfortable with a gun like that cannon Rick Cologne had, but Tommy had just tossed it away. It made no sense to her. But then hardly anything that had happened in the past 24 hours seemed to make any sense. Why didn't we bring that gun and just blast him away? Tommy shook his head, keeping his eyes on the road ahead of him. It might not have any effect on him, he said. The only way to stop Jason is to return him to his original resting place, where he drowned in 1957. Lake Forest Green? Said Megan. Crystal Lake, said Tommy, correcting her, where the nightmare began. The wind had blown the fog away, and Crystal Lake was churning in the moonlight. Its surface seemed to boil as the wind shrieked across it, kicking up whitecaps. The forest seemed to groan with pain as treetops were nearly bent to the breaking point. Officer Pappas walked along the lake shore by the camp, skirting the beach where the young campers went swimming, watching the floats that marked off the deep water bobbing violently up and down. His flashlight beam played across the lakefront and the bushes. He was getting tired of this. What he really wanted was to be back at Bill's Meadowbrook bar, tossing back a few beers and watching late-night shows on the big-screen TV. He thought he heard footsteps in the bushes to his right. He stopped, shining his light around, straining to hear over the wind. He started moving slowly toward the bushes. Maybe it was just my imagination, he thought. Damn spooky night like this, a guy's liable to hear anything. He heard the rustling again. He shone his light in the direction of the sound. "All right!" he shouted. "Come out of there!" There was no response. Pappas yanked his Ruger Speed 6 out of its holster. He was certain there was someone there. He held both hands stretched out before him, one hand aiming the gun, the other aiming the flashlight. "I'm going to ask you one more time," he yelled. "Come out of there!" Still no response. Pappas licked his lips nervously and started moving toward the bushes, his finger on the trigger. He kept playing his light across the bushes, squinting, trying to penetrate the darkness. He was within a couple of feet of the spot now. Any minute. Something came flying out of the bushes and struck his leg. Pappas cried out and almost fired. But at the last instant he realized that it was only a terrified child, clad in pajamas. A little girl that clung to his leg as if for dear life, whimpering like a frightened little animal. He caught his breath and shut his eyes for an instant, trying to make his heart slow down. He lowered his gun and looked down at the little girl. "Hey, hey," he said kindly. "What are you doing running around out here? Now you get back to bed." Nancy squeezed his leg still tighter, refusing to let go.
No!
She said, trembling like a leaf.
There's a scary man!
Pappas smiled. What scary man? Jason exploded out of the bushes. Nancy let out a piercing scream and ran shrieking back toward the camp. Pappas brought his gun up and opened fire, emptying all 6 chambers into Jason's chest. But the bullets didn't even slow him down. Pappas couldn't believe it. He screamed as 2 powerful hands grabbed his head and started to squeeze. Pappas thrashed like a landed fish in the unbreakable grip, screaming hoarsely as the pressure built inexorably. He felt his cheekbones cracking, his jawbones splintering and breaking, his eyeballs popping out of their sockets, his skull caving in like an eggshell. Blood filled his mouth and turned his screams into a horrible, sustained gurgle as he choked on his own blood, and then there was no sound at all except for a crackling of pulverized bone. Jason threw the lifeless bulk down onto the ground and stared at it for a moment, feeling a relief from the burning hunger, a respite from the relentless voice that urged him on. But only for a moment. It came back again, louder and more insistent than ever, filling up his mind, driving him onward, screaming for more blood. Slowly, he turned back to the camp. Chapter 8. Sheriff Garris threw open his car door, reached inside, and grabbed the pump shotgun off the rack. He didn't pause to close the door, but immediately started sprinting in the direction of the gunshots and the screams. As he rounded the corner of the boys' cabin, Nancy came screeching toward him, running in blind panic. He caught her, and the terrified girl started struggling against him, twisting in his grasp and screaming. He held her tight and crouched down, hugging her close to his chest. "Hold on," he said. "Take it easy. I got you. Everything's fine." The noise had awakened all the children. Their faces were all pressed up against the windows, staring down, petrified. The little girls had all come running to the boys' cabin when they heard the screaming start. And as Sheriff Garris entered the cabin, holding Nancy in his arms, they all stared up at him fearfully, not knowing what was going on. Garris put Nancy down and gently prodded her toward the other children. "Kids," he said, "listen to me very carefully. I want everyone to lie down on the floor and stay there. Do not get up until I come back. Now hurry!" The children instantly obeyed, some of them scrambling under the cots, others huddling together in the corners, covering their heads with their arms. Garris lingered only long enough to make certain they were all down on the floor and relatively safe from any possible stray fire. Then he left the cabin, pumping his shotgun as he ran in the direction from which the screams and gunfire had come. He didn't know what the hell was going on, but he had a sick feeling that he had been wrong about everything right from the start. Tommy Jarvis couldn't be responsible for whatever was going on out there in the wind-torn night. Tommy Jarvis was locked up in a cell back in Forest Green. Garris ran hard, his shotgun held before him, ready to be brought into action in an instant. There was no sign of either of his officers. He thought about those gunshots and those bone-chilling, frenzied screams. The wind whipped the trees and bushes all around him, causing him to twitch at every movement, never knowing what could be the wind whistling through the brush or an unknown attacker bearing down on him. There was no sign of anyone down by the lake. Garris surveyed the area quickly, alert for any sign of sudden movement. Nothing. Slowly he turned and headed toward the shadows between the two cabins, hunkering in a semi-crouch and looking all around him, holding his shotgun at the ready. His eyes strained to see in the darkness ahead of him. Suddenly his feet struck something and he tripped and fell, slamming down on a soft and yielding mass. It was the body of Officer Pappas. Garris had fallen face down onto the corpse, his nose pressed against the crumpled, bloody skull. There was nothing left of Pappas's face. It looked like a bloody afterbirth. Garris gagged and recoiled from the horror, scrambling up from it in revulsion. He got to his feet gasping for breath, turned, and came face to face with Jason VOORHEES. Garris quickly backed away, adrenaline hammering through his system, his mind racing. They stood motionless, staring at each other. "It can't be," thought Garris. "It can't possibly be him. He's dead." Jason lunged at him. Garris raised the shotgun and fired point blank at his chest. The blast sent the masked killer flying backward, to land motionless upon the ground, flat on his back. Garris exhaled heavily, lowered the shotgun, and approached the body. It sat up. Garris snapped the gun back up, pumped it, and fired again. The blast knocked Jason back down, and he sat up again. With disbelief, Garris fired again 3 times, point blank, pump, shoot, pump, shoot, pump, shoot. But each time Jason got back up. It wasn't possible, thought Garris. Nobody could survive that. He tried to fire again, but the shotgun was empty, and Jason was heading for him. A flak vest. That had to be it, Garris thought. The killer's wearing body armor. He dropped the useless shotgun and pulled out his Colt Python. He habitually loaded it half and half. The first 3 rounds were .38 standard police round nose. The last 3 were full magnum loads, .357 jacketed hollow points, a round capable of penetrating cinder block. He emptied all 6 chambers into the killer's face. The bullets entered the plastic mask, punching through it, snapping Jason's head back. But he kept on coming. The bullets had about as much effect on him as a right cross would have on Rocky Balboa. The gun clicked upon an empty chamber, and Garrus panicked. He bolted, running for his life, with Jason right behind him. Megan's Camaro roared into the campgrounds and came to a screeching, sliding stop next to the police cars. She jumped out of the car, looking all around for her father. Tommy grabbed the heavy sack from the back seat. "See?" said Megan, pointing to the cars, feeling relieved. "They did show up. Isn't that great?" "I hope so," Tommy said, struggling with the heavy sack, not sounding very certain. Megan saw the lights on in the counselor's cabin and started running toward it. "Megan, wait!" cried Tommy. Megan ran up to the cabin steps and threw open the door. The stench of death knocked her off balance, and she screamed as she saw the sea of red blood that was coating the floor and smeared upon the walls, dripping down from the ceilings as if the bodies of her friends had been exploded, flinging entrails and viscera in all directions. "Oh, God! The children!" She ran toward the cabin as Tommy chased after her, slowed down by the heavy sack. He tried to grab her, but she ran past him, ignoring him, thinking only of the children. "No, Megan!" Tommy said. Megan burst through the door, setting off a chorus of screams from the little kids. She stopped scanning the room quickly, as frightened little faces stared up at her from the floor and from underneath the bed. "It's okay," she said, holding up her hands. "It's me, Megan. Don't be afraid." Nancy and several of the smaller children ran to her, throwing their arms around her, clinging desperately, frightened out of their wits. "It's all right," Megan said, struggling to make herself sound calm, doing her best to reassure the children, even while her own heart slammed against her ribs like an animal trying to burst out of its cage. "Shh, shh." Tommy looked in and heaved a deep sigh of relief. Everything seemed to be all right. He quickly turned and ran back down the steps. He raced toward the dock, struggling with the heavy sack. He ran out upon the plank landing and started to board one of the boats, then recoiled in horror from the sight of Officer Thornton, lying flat on his back in the bottom of the boat, eyes glazed with death, and blood coagulating around the devil dart stuck in his forehead. Tommy turned away from the dead cop, grimly setting his mind to finish doing what he had to do. He boarded on to the other boat. It had seen better days. The wood creaked in protest as he stepped aboard, and he noticed water puddled at the bottom of the boat. He pressed his lips together. It was going to have to do. He had no other choice. He noticed the gas can sitting by the outboard motor, and he checked it quickly. Then he opened up the sack and pulled out a long and heavy 3/8-inch case hardened steel chain. The links clanked as he dumped the chain into the bottom of the boat, then reached into the sack and pulled out several large steel padlocks. Back in the cabin, Megan was doing her best to calm down all the children, trying desperately not to think of the gruesome scene that had confronted her back in the counselor's cabin. Never in her life had she seen or even imagined anything so ghastly, but she closed her eyes and tried to force the horrifying image from her mind. Some of the children were crying. Others were huddling together beneath their beds, curled up into little balls and shivering. A few, like Nancy, had gathered around her, seeking the security of the girl's embrace. Megan clenched her fists, her fingernails digging deep into her palms. She tried to make her voice sound normal, praying that she wouldn't start screaming the moment she opened her mouth. "Now I gotta find my daddy, the sheriff, so we can all go home," said Megan. "Okay?" The children nodded, too frightened to speak. Megan stood up and headed for the cabin door. She paused before going outside. "So you stay right there, and we'll be back to get you," she said, trying to keep her voice from trembling. "Everyone lie back down, and don't worry." Two of the kids looked at each other from the floor underneath their beds.
What do you think?
I think we're dead meat.
They said to each other. Megan ran outside, looking wildly all around the campsite for her father. "Daddy!" she yelled, her voice breaking. "Dad, answer me!" Tommy was struggling with a large and heavy rock, rolling it across the landing near the boat. He had a feeling that Sheriff Garris would not be answering anyone ever again. "Megan!" he shouted. "Use your dad's car radio and call for assistance and an ambulance!" Megan stopped in her tracks, staring at Tommy, suddenly realizing what he meant about the ambulance. God, no, she thought. Please don't let Daddy be hurt, please. She ran to her father's car, grabbed the door handle, and yanked the car door open. Sissy's blood-stained head rolled out and landed at her feet. Megan threw her hands up to her face and let out a throat-rending scream. "Oh, God! Oh, my God!" She backed away from the car, shaking her head violently, unable to stop screaming. Back in the cabin on the floor beneath their beds, one kid looked to the other, nodding fearfully, and said,
"Okay, really dead meat."
Sheriff Garris could think of nothing but escape. He ran as fast as he could, gasping for air, plunging into the woods, heedless of the branches whipping at his face, thinking only of the thing that was pursuing him, a thing that couldn't possibly be alive, a thing that even shotgun blasts and slugs from a .357 Magnum could not stop. Jason kept right on his trail, walking strong and steady and fast, crashing through the woods after the sheriff, fired by an insatiable need to destroy, urged on by the demon voice in his mind, the voice that exhorted him to run down his prey and kill it with his bare hands. He felt it as a gnawing hunger. He wanted to plunge his fingers into the sheriff's stomach and tear out his intestines, cram them into the man's mouth, and drive them down his throat, smashing his teeth and feeling the warm blood spurting upon his hands. He wanted to rip the skin right off his face, snap all his ribs like they were wishbones, tear his body into shreds, and fling the organs up into the trees where birds could feed upon them. He wanted to bathe in the man's blood, to reduce him to a shapeless, gory pulp, to experience his death, to taste it, to make another sacrifice to the hateful, nameless forces that forever drove him onward, refusing to allow him rest, bringing him back again and again to kill for them. He stopped, the bloodlust pounding through him, listening for the sounds of his prey crashing through the woods ahead of him. He cocked his head to one side, straining to hear, but the sounds of flight had ceased. He hesitated, then started to retrace his steps, feeling his prey hiding somewhere close by, sensing his victim's fear. Sheriff Garris cowered in the bushes, scant inches away. Couldn't Jason hear his pounding heart? Couldn't he smell his fear? Garris held his breath as the beast passed him, lying utterly still, afraid to move a muscle. Then he heard Megan's piercing scream. "Daddy! Where are you? Help us! Answer me! Please! Help!" Jason stopped and listened. Garris didn't breathe. Then Jason started moving once again, grimly, purposefully. Garris peeked out of the bushes and saw Jason stalk by without seeing him, heading toward the sound of Megan's voice. "No!" shouted Garris. "Not her!" Forgetting the danger to himself in the face of the threat to his daughter's safety, Garris launched himself from his hiding place. With a roar of rage, he crashed through the bushes and leaped at Jason, tackling him from behind and bringing him down hard. He sat on the killer's back screaming, driving him down into the ground. He rained blows down on Jason with all of his might, pounding him relentlessly, grunting and crying out with each blow, wanting to beat the merciless killer to death with his own bare hands. For a moment, Jason lay still beneath the rain of blows, seemingly succumbing to the punishment. But then his body tensed and he rolled over beneath Garris, looking up at him with loathing, reaching for the enraged man. He ignored the blows and grabbed for his head, forcing it back, bending the lawman's body backward, forcing him further back and down as Garrus struggled uselessly, his face contorted with agony. His head was nearly touching his feet, and then there was a loud crack, like the sound of wood splitting, as the sheriff's spine snapped, his back broken in half. Seeing everything before him through a red mist of homicidal fury, Jason threw the sheriff's limp body aside. It fell into the bushes like a bundle of wet rags, and Jason promptly forgot about it as he concentrated on the screaming voice he heard coming from the camp. "You gotta help me look for him," said Megan, tears streaming down her face as she struggled to help Tommy load the heavy rock into the boat. "We need him to help us." Tommy ignored her, straining to lower the boulder, bracing himself and trying to ease it down slowly. There was a sharp crack as the heavy boulder landed in the bottom of the boat. Exhausted, Tommy exhaled heavily and bit his lower lip, worrying about the soundness of the little craft. "Okay," he said. "Hand me those padlocks." Megan was hysterical. "Did you hear me?" she screamed at him. "Yes," said Tommy. "And I said, hand me those padlocks." Responding to the commanding tone of his voice, Megan angrily thrust the padlocks at him. "You're gonna be sorry," she shouted at him. Tommy started to padlock the chain securely around the large rock. "I hope not," he said. He straightened out the rest of the heavy chain and fashioned a noose with it. Megan was pacing on the dock, utterly disoriented, her eyes unfocused on the edge of complete nervous collapse. There was only so much anyone could take, and the horror of the abattoir inside the cabin, the sight of Sissy's head falling at her feet, the thought of Court with a knife rammed through his skull, and all the rest of her friends dead, all horribly butchered, and now her father. No, her father couldn't be dead, too. What would happen to them if her father had been killed? Who would help them now? Her mind was on the edge of coming unhinged. Tommy untied the boat and pushed off from the dock, heading out into the choppy water. "Megan!" he shouted over the fiercely blowing wind. "Get back into the cabin with the kids!" She kept stumbling back and forth on the dock, pacing aimlessly, looking all around her in confusion. "Megan, please!" Tommy shouted. She stopped and stared at him for a moment with puzzlement. Then it dawned on her that he was leaving her alone, and panic welled up in her again. "No, wait!" she shouted desperately. "You can't do this!" Tommy turned to start the outboard motor. "Megan!" he shouted. "Get in there with them before it's too late!" The door of the cabin flew off its hinges, and the children ran screaming from the terrifying vision that filled the doorframe, fleeing from the blood-spattered maniac with the burning eyes. But there was nowhere to run. They huddled together, screaming at the back of the cabin. Their worst nightmare had come to life. The sound of the children screaming penetrated Megan's shock. Forgetting her own fear, she ran back toward their cabin, while Tommy stood in the drifting boat, watching helplessly. "Megan, no!" Megan was only a few yards from the cabin when the window exploded in a shower of glass, and Jason came flying through it, landing on the ground before her. She screamed as the powerful blood-stained hands grabbed her head, as the burning eyes bored into her with their maniacal, bestial gaze. "Jason!" The masked face turned toward the sound. Tommy stood up in the boat out on the lake, waving his arms and shouting. "Come on, Jason!" he shouted, goading the killer, desperate to make him forget Megan. "It's me you want! Come and get me!" The image of Tommy Jarvis standing over him, plunging down the iron spear, flashed through Jason's twisted mind, and mindless hate roared through him like a cataract. He threw Megan aside, and she fell to the ground, trembling and hyperventilating, hardly able to believe that she was still somehow miraculously alive. Gasping for breath, she got to her hands and knees and looked up to see the children gathered at the shattered window, safe and gazing down at her, Wide-eyed and immobilized with fear, though. Something like sanity returned to Megan as she saw the children, scan their faces, doing a quick head count, and realizing with amazed relief that Jason hadn't hurt them. He had let them live, as he had let her live, choosing instead to... "Oh my God," she thought. "Tommy!" "That's it!" Tommy taunted the killer from the boat, waving him on. "Come on, maggot head!" Jason reached the shore of the lake and simply kept going, as if the water wasn't even there, determined to reach the one person he wanted to kill most. He had found the one who had awakened him from his long sleep, the one who had disturbed his rest and brought back all the torment. Tommy sat down in the boat, watching intently as Jason approached. He reached for the chain and noose and held it in his sweating hands, keeping it out of sight, breathing hard as Jason waded closer to him, moving deeper and deeper into the choppy water. "Tommy, get out of there!" Megan screamed. "Row to the other side of the lake! Hurry!" Jason stopped and turned back, looking toward Megan. "No!" thought Tommy, his fury building. "No, not Megan, damn it!" He screamed at Jason. "Hey, asshole! It's me you want, remember? Come on, chicken shit! I'm sitting here waiting!" Jason turned back toward him, moving through the water like a hungry shark. The level rose up around him as he came toward the boat, moving closer and closer, the water climbing up around his chest. Tommy held the chain noose out of Jason's sight, opening it wider, his hands trembling. He'd have one chance, that was all. He could not afford to blow it. Jason was almost at the boat. The water was up around his neck. The noose was ready. Another 3 feet and... Jason submerged just as he reached the boat, his head disappearing beneath the dark water. Tommy almost screamed. He looked frantically from one side of the boat to the other, scanning the churning water, having no idea where Jason would surface. He waited. Nothing. Panicking, Tommy grabbed the gas can and poured gasoline all around the boat. Then he ignited it. He looked down into the flaming water, searching for any sign of Jason, knowing he would come back up. He saw bubbles rising and leaned out away from the boat, holding the noose over the bubbles. Jason exploded up out of the water on the opposite side of the boat, breaking the surface like a Polaris missile. Tommy lost his balance and fell, dropping the noose. He heard the boat crack. Water started to leak in fast around the rock. Jason grabbed at him, and Tommy struggled to reach the noose. Megan, watching from the shore beside herself, not knowing what to do. She watched the two figures grapple in the boat as the lake around it burned. The gasoline flames leaped up, starting to set the wooden boat on fire, silhouetting the two struggling combatants. Jason grabbed Tommy's jacket, and Tommy thrashed to break free of the grip. The breach in the boat's hull split wider, and water started to pour in. Tommy tried to reach the noose with his foot as Jason pulled him closer. He yanked his arm back hard, causing his sleeve to rip off in Jason's hand. He caught the noose with his shoe and reached for it as the boat rapidly filled up with more water. And then Jason leaped up, and his fingers closed around Tommy's leg with an iron grip. Tommy gasped, twisted around, and slipped the noose over Jason's head. Enraged, Jason lunged at him, and the old boat hull split open completely. The heavy rock sank, pulling Jason under with it. But Jason refused to be cheated of his victim. He maintained his grip on Tommy, dragging him down with him, beneath the surface of the lake. From the shore, Megan screamed hysterically. The boulder sank down to the bottom of the lake, its chain pulled taut. Close beside the chain-wrapped boulder, lying in the mud on the lake bottom, was a rotted old sign on which the faded words read, Camp Crystal Lake. Spray-painted over the name was the word blood. At the end of the chain, Jason struggled to hold on to Tommy, refusing to let him go so that he could turn his full attention to the noose encircling his neck. With one hand he held on to Tommy's leg, while with the other he vainly tried to loosen the choke chain. Above them the lake surface burned with gasoline fire. Tommy was fighting desperately to free himself from Jason's grip before his breath gave out. The lust to kill overcame Jason completely, and he abandoned his efforts to loosen the chain and instead pulled Tommy down, clamping his hands around his throat, bent on strangling him to death before he drowned. They thrashed beneath the surface of the lake, fighting to the death. Megan watched helplessly from shore as burning pieces of the boat floated on the lake amid a rising cloud of bubbles. And then the bubbles stopped. She covered her mouth with dread, holding her breath. Slowly the gasoline flames on the water burned themselves out, leaving only several burning bits of wreckage from the boat drifting on the lake. After what seemed like an agonizingly long time, Tommy's body floated to the surface. Below, anchored vertically by the chain beneath the surface of Crystal Lake, Jason's body drifted like an underwater buoy. Slowly the children started to come out of the cabin. Megan stood stock still, staring with shock out at the lake, at Tommy's body floating face down on the surface. She was numb. The children came up close to her, surrounding her. It would be morning soon, and the wind had died down to a gentle breeze. Little Nancy saw Tommy floating out upon the lake and stared up at Megan sorrowfully.
Has he killed him?
She said softly. Megan blinked, the little girl's voice penetrating through her shock. She turned to the kids. "Stay here," she said. She ran down to the lake and dove in, swimming out toward Tommy's motionless body. She reached him and put her arm around his chest, pulling him to the shore. Something grabbed her leg. Megan felt herself yanked down beneath the surface, and she kicked with all of her might, panicking, trying desperately to break free. Her head broke the surface of the water, but Jason still held on to her. She felt herself being pulled down again. She reached out and grabbed the nearest thing, a large floating piece of the boat's hull. It had the outboard motor mounted on it. She scrambled for the motor, pulling it closer to her, fighting to keep from being dragged under. Gulping for air and coughing, she pawed at the motor, yanking on it, starting it, pulling it loose. The outboard motor broke loose from the wreckage and started to sink. Jason looked up and saw the propeller blades spinning rapidly. He stared at the motor as it sank, coming directly at him. The spinning blade struck him, ripping through his neck and chest, boring into him like an auger, chewing through his flesh and sending a dark cloud of blood into the water. His hand unclasped Megan's foot. Megan coughed, sobbing and spitting out water, gasping for air. She grabbed Tommy once again and swam away as fast as she could, pulling for the shore. Jason's mangled corpse hung suspended in the dark waters of Crystal Lake, returned to its original underwater grave. As darkness closed in around him, the bloodlust abated and he stopped hearing the demon voice. He felt no pain. Cool waters of the lake seemed soothing as they quenched the fires of his life. His last conscious thought was, "Maybe now they'll let me rest." Megan dragged Tommy's body ashore. The children came running down to her, surrounding her, as she bent over him and gave him mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, as she had been taught in life-saving class. She angled his head back and opened his mouth to clear it of any obstructions, making sure he hadn't swallowed his tongue. She pulled down his jaw, pinched his nostrils shut, took a deep breath, and exhaled into him. There was no response. She kept at it, refusing to accept that he was dead, trying to breathe life back into him, fighting back tears as she pushed down on his abdomen, desperately trying to revive him. Nancy watched Megan trying to bring Tommy back to life, and she closed her eyes, putting her hands together and whispering a prayer. Tears flowed down Megan's cheeks as she realized that it was useless. In an agony of fury and frustration, she struck Tommy's chest hard with her fist, hating him for dying and leaving her alone. Tommy coughed and spat out water. Megan cried out with joy and helped him to sit up. The children cheered. Little Nancy opened her eyes. When she saw that Tommy was all right, she looked up at the sky and smiled a thank you. Tommy looked up at Megan and smiled weakly. Overcome with relief, Megan threw her arms around him, hugging him close with all of her strength. Tommy looked out at the moonlit surface of Crystal Lake and sighed. He rested his head on Megan's shoulder and shut his eyes for a moment. The nightmares would not haunt him any more. He had laid them all to rest once and for all. Even if he hadn't made it, it would have been worth it. But he had made it, thanks to Megan. He hugged her close as they sat wet and shivering upon the shore. "It's over, Megan," he said quietly, holding her. "It's finally over. Jason is home." The last burning piece of wood from the wrecked boat went out and Crystal Lake was quiet again. The storm passed by and the wind died down. The sky was starting to turn gray as the survivors huddled together on the shore. It was almost dawn. Chapter 9. Martin crouched down over one of the graves in the Eternal Rest Cemetery, pulling up weeds. It was a warm day and the old caretaker worked slowly. No need to work up a sweat, he told himself, 'cause these folks ain't in no hurry. They sure ain't going anywheres. He chuckled at his own witticism. Yep, it sure is a good day, he thought, sun shining down gently on a man's back, warming up his insides, soft breeze blowing from the north, no forecast of rain for a change, so the arthritis wouldn't be acting up, and he had a full bottle of wild turkey waiting for when he finished up his chores. He sighed with contentment, grateful for the fact that his job was still secure. He'd be all right so long as he didn't ever have to sober up. A shadow fell across him, and the old alcoholic looked up, startled. A look of tense, frightened recognition passed over Martin's face, and he quickly dropped the weeds and struggled to his feet, dusting his palms off against one another. When he spoke, his voice was overly friendly, his manner that of a fawning servile dog. "You! You frightened me," he said, slouching, almost genuflecting. I was just, cleaning up the place, The tall man in the dark suit stood motionless, silently staring down at the old caretaker. Martin squirmed beneath the directness of the gaze. Nice to see you again, Mr. VOORHEES," he said, bobbing his head, avoiding the man's eyes. "Haven't seen you in Crystal Forest Green in quite some time." The thin, pale face was framed by long, dark red hair, heavily streaked with gray. It showed not a flicker of expression. The features were fine and chiseled, deeply etched. The mouth was thin and cruel, but the eyes... Don't look at them eyes, thought Martin, no matter what you do. "Hey, I've been taking real good care of your wife and son's graves," said Martin, his voice trembling slightly. "Go look, you'll be real pleased." Those eyes were like a snake's eyes, cold, feral, ancient. They made Martin think of mausoleums and crypts shrouded with cobwebs and covered with the dust of centuries. They made him think of beasts snarling and snapping at each other, teeth rending flesh and crunching bone. They made him feel as if 1,000 worms were writhing underneath his skin. The man silently reached into his back pocket, and his gnarled hand withdrew a wad of bills. Wordlessly, he handed the money to Martin, who took it gingerly, careful to touch only the wad of bills and not the claw-like hand. Thank you, Mr. VOORHEES, thank you," Martin said, bowing and scraping like a serf before an aristocrat warlord. His face averted, looking at the ground, at the man's feet, shrinking from the burning gaze of those ancient, baleful eyes. "I'll leave you in private like you... okay, bye. Thank you, thank you." The old drunken caretaker scuttled away between the tombstones, clutching his money like a starving dog hangs on to a bone. Sweet Jesus, he thought, sweat pouring off of him, sweat that stank of sour mash. Thank God I got that grave cleaned up. He would have blamed me if he knew, but I cleaned it up. New sod and everything, and it looks good. Oh, thank God. Oh, Jesus, thank God. VOORHEES walked slowly between the rows of headstones, with a stately measured tread, almost gliding, like a dark predatory jungle cat. He stopped before the pair of tombstones, marking the graves of his wife and son. He stared for a long moment at the simple inscriptions. Then his gaze slowly traveled downward to stare at his son's grave. The burning eyes narrowed slightly as they bored intently into the mound of earth. He leaned closer, and his eyes grew wider, his pupils dilated. It seemed as if he was looking right down into the earth, his gaze penetrating the soil like X-rays, seeing the coffin of his son and the strange broken body that it held now, the corpse of Alan Hawes. Slowly, Jason's father straightened and turned to look after the old caretaker. Inside his shack, Martin upended the bottle of wild turkey and drank deeply, feeling the fire of the whiskey burn his throat, unable to stop shaking. He suddenly felt cold, as if someone had walked over his grave. He couldn't stop shivering. He sank down into the floor in the corner of his little shack, hugging the whiskey bottle to him with both arms, trembling like a leaf and saying over and over, "I didn't, I swear I didn't, Mr. Voorhees. I didn't know, I swear." Voorhees turned away, his eyes scanning the horizon, searching. His eyes traveled in the direction of the lake, several miles away, not visible from the cemetery. Crystal Lake was tranquil, sunlight sparkling on its bright blue surface, but underneath something started rising, something white, something that moved quickly toward the surface. The hockey mask bobbed up and floated on the surface of the lake, like a face gazing up at the bright sky with sightless eyes. For a moment everything was still, utterly still, like the silence of the grave or the calm before the storm. Then the wind picked up and swept across the lake, through the woods toward the town of Forest Green. A bank of thunderheads moved in, roiling the sky, and as the shadows lengthened, the tall, dark man silently turned and left the cemetery, slowly weaving back through the maze of tombstones like a specter. Friday the 13th, Part 7, The New Blood. A novelization of the film by Landon Turner. Prologue. There's a legend around the town of Crystal Lake. A legend about Jason Voorhees. For some, it wasn't a legend at all. It happened at a local summer camp, Camp Crystal Lake. Some said it was a curse. Locals say he died as a boy, but he keeps coming back to kill, to slaughter, to maim anyone in his path. His mother sought vengeance for his death as a young boy. They said he drowned in the lake. Mrs. Voorhees slaughtered them all, the ones who were supposed to be watching him. But Mrs. Voorhees didn't live to see her vengeance through to the end. Her head was lopped off with a machete. Still, murders kept happening around Crystal Lake. Everyone said it was Jason who never really drowned and was back to avenge his mother's death. Few have seen him and lived. Some have even tried to stop him. "Come on, maggot head!" 18-year-old Tommy Jarvis screamed over the sound of terrified children. Jason Voorhees stood face to face with him on the shore of the lake. Crystal Lake, Jason's home turf. After all these years, Tommy was now face to face with the monster from his childhood. Jason was back from the dead, and stronger than ever. Tommy teetered unsteadily on a small, crude, camp-owned speedboat out in the murky water. "Come on, Jason! It's me you want, remember?" Jason stood, enthralled with Tommy, his maniacal eyes pointed straight at him. Although there was nothing left of Jason's conscience except for the need to kill, he still remembered Tommy. It was the one that had escaped him all those years before. All Jason had left in him was an instinct to annihilate only Tommy and forget about the cabin full of children and the young blonde who stood nearby, staring in shock and disbelief at the horrifying sight of the resurrected mass murderer. To Jason, all else was secondary. Tommy Jarvis was his target, and towards him he stalked, moving briskly, not running, but taking his time, walking menacingly towards the one who got away. Tommy remembered that night. That summer night back some 6 years ago, after Jason had murdered his mother and his neighbors one stormy night, Tommy had faced him and saved his sister's life. Tommy had swung a machete at him, burying it deep into his skull, but he still came back. He was inhuman long before he came back to life, but now he was stronger than ever, seemingly by the power of very dark forces that Tommy couldn't even begin to fathom or comprehend. The curse of Crystal Lake. Tommy had watched only a few days before as Jason plunged his fist through his best friend Alan Hawes' ribcage, clutching his bleeding heart on the other side. And it had all been Tommy's fault. He had gone to the cemetery where Jason was laid to rest, and something had come over him, the same feeling that had been imposed on him back when it happened. Rage. Unadulterated, white-hot rage. He had to know Jason was truly dead. At first he was going to try burning his rotting remains, but once he saw him there, in the open casket, he realized how personal his relationship with Jason was. This was the man, the thing who almost killed him and had haunted him and ruined his childhood. This was the man, no, the monster, who robbed him of his most precious years. Jason was going to suffer. If his tortured soul was still alive somewhere out in the ether, or down in the rotting husk of what used to be a man lying in the grave, Tommy wanted it to spend its last moments in agonizing pain. He hadn't been able to stop himself. With the lightning storm that was raging over his head, he didn't even recognize the danger of touching metal, and he ran over to the fence that surrounded the cemetery and pried off one of the long, sharp iron fence posts. He had rammed it into Jason's body, and then again and again, "Die! Die! Die!" Those words screamed at him in his head. They were the words he had screamed back in the summer of 1984 when he had hacked at the monster over and over again with the machete after the murderer had savagely killed his mother and broke into their home. Unfortunately, Tommy had left the fence post stuck in Jason's corpse, and without warning, lightning struck. The bolt went straight for the iron rod jutting into the sky. Sparks flew, sending Tommy on all fours. And Jason was back. The electricity had apparently awakened the deep hatred and maliciousness that ran through his bones and had restarted his black heart. The curse of Crystal Lake was far from over. And now Tommy was back at Camp Crystal Lake, staring down the mad killer from only yards away. But now Tommy had a plan. He didn't have a plan then. All he had felt years ago was helpless terror, the same way he had felt years before. That's the terror Jason imposed on you. It was the kind of helplessness, paralyzing terror that a person feels when they know they're about to die, a painful, horrendous death at the hands of someone truly sick and evil. Tommy didn't know exactly why Jason had chosen evil. It baffled him. It was one of the key questions that would keep him up in the middle of the night. What made some people born with the instinct to cause harm, and others not? To Jason, killing seemed to be just his duty. Morals were irrelevant to him. He did not discriminate. That part of him had died long ago. That part of him died when he drowned as a boy. That part of him that cared about others' lives was long gone, snuffed out by the carelessness of the ones who had let him die. He was only finishing what his mother started in 1958. Tommy guessed sometimes he should try and have some sympathy for Jason, since he never received what he apparently needed as a young child, but ever since that night, all he felt was sheer rage. This time, Tommy wasn't going to let him live. Quickly, as his panicked thoughts continued, and as he balanced himself on the speedboat out in the middle of the lake, Tommy picked up the heavy chain that he had tied into a makeshift noose and steadied it. He was ready for Jason. He used to be afraid of him, but now he just wanted it to be over. Finally, over. The citizens of Crystal Lake and all the young men just like him would be finally free of him and the bloodshed he caused. There couldn't be any room for sympathy. Only killing the one who had let him drown back in 1957 made sense, but everyone else was innocent. But Jason didn't care anymore. He had to be put down like a rabid dog. It was time. Jason started sloshing through the shallow water of the lake towards Tommy, submerging deeper until he disappeared. Then Tommy went into action, incited like a match being lit. Adrenaline coursed through his body, and as he tried to stop his shaking hands, he snatched up the can of gasoline that Megan had gotten for him and started pouring it into the lake all around the speedboat. It clung to the surface of the murky water like a film. As the light of the full moon guided his eyes, Tommy started scanning the water for Jason. There was no sign of him. He could be anywhere, lurking in the lake. If he could just get the noose around his neck and then dive to safety, it would all be over. Jason would be home again. Jason had to be returned to his original resting place. Tommy had read about it in a book about the occult and about the supernatural. He didn't know if any of it was real, but the book definitely explained Jason's curse. There was no other reasonable explanation for Crystal Lake's gruesome history. It explained the murders in the area. It explained how a short time ago, a man named Roy Burns wreaked havoc and killed over 15 people at a halfway house where Tommy was staying. It explained how Jason came back from the dead. It explained how to get rid of the undead, and it said that they have to be returned to where they died. And for Jason, that was the bottom of Crystal Lake, where he drowned as a boy. Tommy was hell-bent on making sure he stayed down there. As the gas can emptied, Tommy tossed it back down into the boat, lit a match, and threw it into the water. A ring of flames rose up all around the canoe like a portal to hell. Tommy felt the intense heat all around him. The flames licked and grasped at the stars above Tommy's head. Tommy hurriedly reached for the chain, but before he could grab it, Jason's monstrous form suddenly lunged out of the water and snatched him by his jacket. Half of his body was lit by the flames. Jason glared at Tommy loathingly through the eye holes in the hockey mask that he wore. Tommy wriggled free from Jason's grasp, narrowly avoiding being pulled down into the murky lagoon with him. Jason was fast. He grabbed Tommy with both arms, trying to pin him down, his hands grasping for Tommy's throat. Tommy grappled with him, using all of his upper body to fight back against Jason's near superhuman strength. Tommy clawed and reached for the boulder he had tied the other end of the chain to, and his nails nearly broke on its rough surface. Tommy finally got the upper hand, and Jason was shoved back into the murky lake. But he sprang up again like lightning, still lit ablaze by the flames. The fire seemed to not even faze him. The one preoccupation that filled his unhinged primal mind was ending Tommy's life. Tommy managed in a last frantic effort to wrap the noose around Jason's neck, just as he heaved his body into the boat again, and the rickety speedboat splintered under Jason's immense body mass. It split in half, and Tommy plunged into the water. Megan screamed no from the lake shore. The terrified campers were huddled by the cabin door, watching and waiting for Tommy to rise back to the surface. Tommy resisted the urge to take a deep inhale as the cold lake water hit him like a freight train. All he could see around him was a murky green, seemingly endless void. Rays of moonlight filtered in at the surface, and Tommy started to swim towards them. But something was firmly grabbing his leg. Tommy looked down, and he almost opened his mouth to unleash a blood-curdling scream. Jason had him by the leg and yanked him down to the bottom of the lake where the boulder Tommy had used as a weight had him pinned. Jason's gloved hands found Tommy's neck and began to squeeze. Tommy kicked and writhed, but to no avail. He punched and kicked as hard as he could, but underwater it was absolutely no use. Jason pressed his thumbs as hard as he could down on either side of Tommy's larynx, but his oxygen levels, much like Tommy's, were plummeting. They were both losing strength. Tommy tried desperately to cling on to life, pulling and prying at Jason's fingers that clutched his throat like an eagle suffocating a rat in its talons. Slowly he felt consciousness ebbing, and his strength was failing. The murky green landscape that enveloped him started to turn to nothing but vast darkness. Finally, his body went limp, and Jason triumphantly observed his victory, watching as Tommy lifelessly floated to the surface. Megan and the young campers gathered around, huddling on the lakeshore and watching as they listened and looked for any sign of Tommy splashing to the surface. Megan felt the tears rolling down her cheeks when several agonizing moments passed by. The only sound was her own, frenetic breathing, her heartbeat, and the crackling of the flame that lit Crystal Lake up like a supernova. "Is he killed?" one of the young female campers asked. "Stay here," Megan said to the children in a firm tone. Then, in a blind panic, she started running towards the lake. She had to do something. She had only known Tommy for a day or two, but he had tried to save them all. She couldn't believe he had been right about Jason. Megan could not fathom how a dead mass murderer had come back to life, but it was right in front of her. She couldn't let Tommy die after what he tried to do. Megan ran onto the dock and dove into the frigid water, dog paddling over to the flames and looking everywhere for Tommy. Over by the wrecked boat she saw him, floating near the back end of the boat, which had splintered off in the struggle. He was floating ever so closely to the motor and the rusted and wickedly sharp set of propellers below it. He couldn't be dead, she thought. He just can't be dead. With all of her strength, she wrapped both of her arms around his ribcage and heaved him through the water towards the dock. And then a hand suddenly grabbed her ankle and yanked it with enormous strength. She released her grip on Tommy and kicked with her other foot, feeling her boot make contact with the hard plastic of his hockey mask. It was Jason, and he wasn't letting go. Megan was pulled under the water, and she let out a scream. Water filled her throat. She managed to splash up frantically to the surface again, using Jason's shoulders to spring herself back up. She gasped for a breath, coughing up the murky water, tasting the acrid gasoline in her mouth. She gasped for another tiny bit of air, anything, and then she was pulled under again and again. No matter how much she fought, he was not letting go. She was going to tire out and eventually drown if she didn't think of something fast. Tommy still was motionless in the water, bobbing in the waves she created with her terrified thrashing. Then her eye caught the metallic shine of the motorboat nearby, and she lunged for it. As Jason fought against her kicking, she tugged at the pull start on the motor. It sputtered but didn't start. She yanked it again, and it roared to life. Still fighting with all of her willpower to not get pulled underwater and drowned, Megan lowered the motor down as far as it would go and rotated it towards Jason. Jason didn't see it coming. Spinning blades suddenly came out of the murky green void. They connected with flesh and tissue, slashing deep into his collarbone and under his chin. Megan was free. Blood filled the water, bubbling up underneath the motor. Megan swam away, grabbed Tommy, and swam all the way back to the shore and dragged him up onto the sand. She felt more tears welling up in her eyes as she stared down at Tommy's lifeless figure sprawled out on the shore. He just couldn't be dead. Not after all that had happened, not after she was really beginning to like him, and not after he had saved them all. She knelt down and started mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, pressing down underneath his sternum with all of her might, and then strategically breathing into his mouth. It was a good thing that being trained as a camp counselor involved CPR training. She wasn't going to let him die. All the children were alive thanks to him. The young campers, a mix of wide-eyed boys and girls, came running over and surrounded Megan, watching with anticipation and sorrow. They didn't know him, but they knew he had been trying to save them from the monster who had broken into their cabin in the middle of the night. Megan kept trying again and again, pumping as much air as she could into him. Then she threw her hands to her face, overwhelmed. "No," she thought, "he's not going to die." She slammed her fist down again onto his belly, and this time Tommy lurched upwards. Arching his back, he coughed, and murky water came shooting out of his mouth. The children cheered, and Megan's face lit up with joy. Tommy was pulled into a sitting position and suddenly wrapped in Megan's warm embrace. Tommy wasn't focused on her. He stared out at the lake and watched the flames slowly die. It's over," he said. "It's finally over. Jason is home." Under the surface of the water, Jason narrowed his eyes. He was still very much alive. The legacy of Crystal Lake wasn't over. There was much more to tell. All Jason had to do was wait. (1958) Crystal Lake. A summer camp for kids once set on the shore of a lake known as Crystal Lake. There was a whitewashed wooden dock that stuck out into the shallow, murky water. A few homely log cabins were nestled among the tall pine trees in the middle of northeastern wilderness. A yellow wooden sign with a painting of a log cabin perched on a hill by a sparkling lake read, "Camp Crystal Lake, established 1935. Everything looked placid and peaceful. The water gently lapped on the shore in the quiet, warm afternoon. Reeds gently swayed back and forth in the summer breeze. It would have appeared like your normal, everyday summer camp, save for the police tape and the no trespassing sign hung up on many miles of barbed wire that kept residents of the town from lurking around the campgrounds. The place had been condemned just last year when tragedy struck the small town. It started with a boy, a young boy. His name was Jason. The time was 1957. Jason's mother would watch him play alone by the lake with sad, wistful eyes. She wished the best for Jason, but everyone could tell that Jason was somewhat different, much different. He would scare the other children with just a glance. He was like one of those paintings with eyes that followed you everywhere you went. Some counselors would complain to Mrs. VOORHEES that Jason would never talk, but he would always watch. He was always watching. He would have his head turned from you, and then when you looked away, you could see him out of the corner of your eye, watching you, keen on your every move, studying you. It creeped everyone out, including the other children who never wanted to play with him. They were never mean to him. They were much too afraid of him. He had been born on Friday the 13th, and even the doctors were spooked by the look in his eyes. He had suffered from mental retardation and a birth defect that caused him to look very different from the other kids. The ones who did pick on him all ended up in unusual freak accidents. One summer day, Mrs. VOORHEES had been cleaning the dishes in the main cabin when she noticed that Jason was missing. She had run outside frantically, calling her son's name, and that's when she saw him. He was thrashing in the lake helplessly, calling for his mother. "Mommy!" His pathetic, tiny voice shrieked out in terror as the vast lake sucked him down. Pamela VOORHEES ran for help, searching for the owner, John Christie, searching for anyone who could help. That's when she stumbled into an old barn where she saw the two counselors who were supposed to have been watching Jason. They were making love, literally rolling around in the hay. When Mrs. Voorhees returned to the lake with them, after scolding them harshly, Jason was nowhere to be found. Divers and police searched the lake and the grounds but could not find the boy. Soon the camp closed down. Nothing was ever done about Jason's mysterious drowning. Why couldn't they find his body? Mrs. Voorhees didn't understand it, but she knew one thing. Someone had to pay. Something had to be done. That camp was a death trap. It claimed the life of her son. She couldn't let them open it again. 1958. On Friday the 13th, the next summer after Jason's drowning, when Camp Crystal Lake opened back up, one of the counselors made a gruesome discovery on the second day of camp. The two counselors from the previous year were both found stabbed to death in the same old barn where they had been fondling each other when Jason drowned. The police were clueless. They knew they were killed sometime in the middle of the night. They just didn't have any clues as to who could have done it. John Christie didn't have much to gain from the camp closing down. It was his life's work. All of the counselors had been together and had given one another alibis. Who could it have been? The one disturbing feature that the police noticed was the sheer rage displayed by the killer. The two 17-year-olds' bodies were virtually hacked to pieces. The killer disappeared into the night, never to be seen or heard from again for the next 20 years. (1979) John Christie's son, Steve, reopens the camp in an attempt to sell it for profit. His greed would be his tragic flaw. Only after one short week before the camp even opened, the Crystal Lake police found Steve and all of his teenage counselors dead. Steve had a hunting knife driven into his chest like it was a stake used to slay a vampire, and was found hanging upside down like a freshly slaughtered pig. Marcy with an axe in her head. Brenda was tied to a tree, slashed, shot with arrows from the archery range, and thrown through a window. Ned, his throat slit from ear to ear. Jack, an arrow through his throat. Bill, impaled to the shed door with multiple arrows driven into him. Annie, the new camp cook, her throat also slashed, just like Ned's. One counselor, Alice Hardy, managed to survive the bloody rampage that night. A rampage inflicted by none other than Jason's mother, Pamela Voorhees. She fought Pamela, who was enraged by her son's hapless drowning at the camp 20 years earlier, and managed to decapitate her in one wild, frenzied, and desperate swing of a machete. Her headless corpse had grasped at the sky, and then it collapsed into a heap. The detectives found Alice panicking in the middle of the lake. She swore that Jason Voorhees had risen from the depths of Crystal Lake and pulled her underneath the water. Some people said she was just crazy, but others believed the legend of Jason Voorhees. For the ones who continued to die, they definitely believed in the last months of their lives, and it wasn't over. More murders continued to plague the area for years to come. (1984) First, a counselor training center right beside the abandoned Camp Crystal Lake was struck by a maniacal, pitchfork-wielding killer. Jenny Field, a psychology major and a grad student, told authorities it was Jason Voorhees. She said he was living in a shack in the woods near the camp and was storing the mutilated bodies of his victims there, including the body of Alice, who was responsible for Jason's mother's death. But when authorities searched for the shack, they found nothing but charred remains. There was no shrine to Jason's mother like Jenny had described. There was no way to prove it had been Jason Voorhees. But the townsfolk and Jenny knew the truth. She actually saw him, smelling like rotting meat and filth and blood, wearing tattered clothes and hideously deformed. The next victim was 19-year-old Chris Higgins, who found all of her friends that she had invited to her childhood lakefront property viciously slaughtered. Andy had been split in half by a machete. Her best friend Debbie was dead in an upstairs closet, a knife through her throat. Vera had a spear fired into her eye from a spear gun. Chris survived, but was far too traumatized to tell the authorities anything. All she could get out was, "It was him. It was him." Then, a family was brutally attacked in their lakeside home. Tommy Jarvis was the young boy who had to fight and defend his family from a deranged serial killer in a hockey mask. He managed to hack Jason to death with a machete. After that, he became severely traumatized. A few years later, Tommy was sent to a halfway house out near Crystal Lake. All the patients were slaughtered in one night by a man in a hockey mask. But this time, it was not Jason. It was a local ambulance driver, enraged by the death of his son, who was in the care of the halfway house. Some said he was a victim of the curse. It was just another murderous week at Crystal Lake. Some said it was a death curse, like the town drunk Ralph. Nobody believed him when he tried to warn people about living at Crystal Lake, or at Camp Blood, as Ralph called it. "Camp Blood is cursed. You'll never come back again," he would say in his raspy voice. "Camp Blood is cursed. You'll never come back again," he would say in his raspy voice. They found Ralph dead too, strung up to a tree with barbed wire and brutally garroted. Everyone didn't want to believe that living in their small town was a death sentence. Nobody believed that it was Jason. How could it be Jason? Jason drowned back in the 50s. There was no way he could have been alive after all this time. Or was there? Bodies kept falling, and more people kept reporting that it truly was Jason Voorhees. At a town meeting in 1990, the whole town managed to convince the mayor to change the name of the town. They wanted to forget the murderous and violent history associated with the name Crystal Lake. Thus, they changed the name of the town to Forest Green. Camp Forest Green was newly renovated and rebuilt on the shore of Crystal Lake, which was now called Lake Forest Green. But Tommy Jarvis knew that Camp Forest Green was still Camp Crystal Lake. It was still Crystal Lake to Jason. Tommy couldn't accept the fact that Jason was truly dead. Even after he had seen Jason lying in a pool of his own blood, with his head split nearly in half with a machete, he couldn't believe Jason was dead. That's why he had gone to the cemetery. He had to be sure. It had hopelessly backfired on him, and just like that, Jason was back. But now that Jason's body was at the bottom of Crystal Lake, pinned by a chain tied around his neck like a lynching, the town of Forest Green could now rest. Years passed. Friday the 13th was approaching. Forest Green eventually changed the name back to Crystal Lake. But no matter what the name of the town was, there was still a price to pay. Jason's mother's work was anything but finished. "1985, Friday the 13th, October. There was something off about 10-year-old Tina Shepard. 48-year-old Amanda Shepard leaned against the porch column of the large two-story clapboard house that sat on the edge of Crystal Lake. Her husband, John, had built it many years ago thanks to his late father's surplus of money that was passed down to him. It was settled in a large clearing surrounded by pine trees. The scent of the pines and the smell of the lake filled the air. A weather-worn, rickety wooden dock, covered by a gable roof, jutted out into the water. A small canoe rocked back and forth gently in the small waves, laid out by a speedboat that flew by. Mrs. Shepard gazed out nostalgically at the place where she had spent the last 20-some years of her life. The lake's surface was glassy smooth. In the late afternoon, the crickets were chirping, providing a beautiful ambiance. Her daughter Tina was skipping rocks across the pond, something her father always did with her to spend time with his daughter. Her blonde hair reminded her of how her own hair used to be, long, blonde, and wavy. Now Amanda's hair had faded to a light blondish gray. Tina's hair was so blonde it reflected the sunlight. It made Mrs. Shepherd happy. Tina had been a beautiful, angelic baby with those deep crystal blue eyes. Tina's eyes were really what made Amanda fall in love with her daughter. There was something beautiful and mysterious about them. It had almost been a spiritual experience the first time she held Tina as a baby and had stared into those eyes. Now Tina was growing into a young, healthy girl, albeit some strange quirks, and it scared Amanda more than she was comfortable admitting. Living out in the woods like they did worsened her fear, and that's why she always watched her daughter like a hawk. Anything could happen. A wild animal could attack her. She could fall in the lake and drown. Crystal Lake was a small, close-knit, and safe town to live in, for the most part. Amanda had heard about some murders that took place on the opposite side of the lake they lived on, but that had been over a year ago. That had been the only time something like that happened since she'd been living on the lake. Still, it never hurts to be cautious, she thought, as she watched Tina playing down by the lake. She had noticed something off about Tina ever since she was only a few months old. Things would happen around the house that were totally unexplainable. Objects moving, doors slamming, and lights flickering on and off. Candles being lit without anyone being home. The oven would be left on overnight even when Amanda swore she turned it off. All of these things typically happened whenever Tina was around. That was the strange part. She was able to shrug most of these odd occurrences off until Tina started acting really strange. First, she would say that she could see things move by themselves. Then she would say that she could see people in the house, all kinds of people. But when Amanda would take a look, there would be nothing there. Then, a few years ago, on Tina's 7th birthday, they bought her a pet goldfish that she kept on her nightstand by her bed. It died in the night, and they found it floating at the top of the bowl. When Mrs. Shepherd went to get something to fish the carcass out of the bowl, and then come back, the fish was suddenly alive again. Tina had been standing there with a hazy look in her eyes, staring at the bowl. Mrs. Shepherd wasn't at all a superstitious person, but she couldn't think of any reasonable explanation for these things. She tried taking Tina to a doctor, and they brushed it all off as the silly fantasies of a child. Psychiatrists tried to analyze her, and blamed her behavior on not getting enough attention. They said she was just lashing out to try and get the attention that she was starved of. Mrs. Shepherd knew better. She loved and doted on her daughter. There was no way the psychiatrists were telling the truth. Then again, she knew how crazy she must have sounded. She would tell them that Tina would sometimes speak of seeing things, and they would always glare at her with a dubious expression. She could tell that these visions that Tina had distressed her a great deal. She would spend nights sleeping in Tina's bed with her because she was too scared to go to sleep for the fear of seeing another strange man or woman roaming around the house. Over the past few months, things had been starting to die down. Her and her husband's marriage was even getting better. Before, he would come home drunk and yell at her, and a big fight would break out. Mrs. Shepherd figured it was the stress of owning a business that was really starting to take a toll on him. It was hard in a small town where there was lots of competition. John's furniture store barely brought in enough customers to get by. His inheritance from his father was all spent building their home. Now it was hard to make ends meet considering Mrs. Shepherd quit teaching. Teaching was certainly her passion, but she once was assaulted by a student. After that, she was always too afraid to go back and do what she loved to do. Maybe that was why she begged her husband to move out of the city and somewhere that was safe. Plus, she had a daughter who was going through some kind of imaginative phase and needed to be taken care of during the day. To cope with all of the financial stress, John had turned to the bottle, and the last few years had been rocky to say the least. But now he seemed to be working on his anger and his drinking problem. They were actually getting along as a family. Mrs. Shepherd had noticed that strangely, when she and her husband were getting along, the strange occurrences surrounding her daughter would cease. There seemed to be no need to call in a priest or do something along those lines, because nothing too bad ever happened. Most of the time, they'd just see objects moving on their own, sometimes flying all the way across the room. It scared them all, but eventually they learned to live with it. As long as she and her husband weren't fighting and making Tina upset, nothing would happen. Their lives could finally be normal again, and Mrs. Shepherd was rejoicing in that. As she looked out onto the shimmering lake, she watched the afternoon sun slowly sinking down towards the horizon, painting the tops of the trees with a golden haze. The sky was getting darker as the minutes passed by. Tina looked like she was having way too much fun to ask her to come inside. Why not sit outside for a bit longer and soak in the oncoming sunset? It was the perfect afternoon for it. Everything seemed so tranquil, it was like a scene out of a movie. The wind was picking up, and the sky turned a deep shade of turquoise, embellished by the bright pink and violet colors that streaked across the horizon in a dazzling array. Crystal Lake seemed like the perfect place to live. Mrs. Shepherd hated the city. Her husband liked it, but succumbed to his wife's wishes once he realized that he could build his own property. So they found a spot of land on the lake, and the rest was history. Her husband would be home soon from his job at the local furniture store which he owned and managed. She prayed that he hadn't been drinking again, but he was supposed to be home at 5, and it was already 7. This was a telltale sign that he had stopped off at a bar somewhere along the route back home from town. Just great, she thought. Tina had been so happy recently. For months, Tina hadn't been able to make any friends at school. It was almost time to have to homeschool her. It was getting that bad. Too many of the kids said Tina had crazy eyes, and they steered clear of her. They were afraid of her, afraid of what she was thinking behind those piercing eyes. And then, just a month ago, a kid that Tina had gotten into a heated argument with was involved in some kind of terrible accident. Nobody knows how it happened. At recess, he had suddenly flown through the air off of some playground equipment and ended up breaking his arm. There was no explanation. Tina had been found standing nearby, still as a stone, staring at the boy. Her jaw had been locked tight and her fist had been clenched. It really spooked Amanda and was pushing her closer and closer to homeschooling Tina. It would be a cinch, considering Mrs. Shepherd was a retired teacher. Maybe something was wrong with Tina. Maybe she had one of those awful mental disorders like bipolar, but she didn't think children could be diagnosed with that. Maybe she was autistic, one of those children who had trouble fitting in, but it wasn't that she was socially inept. She seemed just fine. She wasn't antisocial. It was the other children who had a problem with Tina, and Mrs. Shepherd couldn't fathom why. Maybe she was different. Just one of those kids who just didn't fit with most other kids and didn't share the same interest. Tina hadn't really taken the time to develop her interest. She was only 10 years old. Maybe, given some time, Tina would find herself and fit in with the right crowd of people. All things take time, she thought. Life takes time. After all, she herself had been a quiet, bookish kid and never fit in well either. And she turned out to be a stable adult with a somewhat pleasant marriage and lakefront property. "Tina!" Mrs. Shepherd called. "Yes, Mom?" Tina replied. "It's almost time to come into the house. Your father's almost home." Tina let out a small groan. Okay," she said. Suddenly there was the sound of spinning tires, and John Shepherd's 1972 Cadillac pulled into the lot, screeching to a halt. Mrs. Shepherd just knew in her gut that it was time for another brawl with her husband. He clambered out of the car, stumbling a little bit, and then finding his balance. He was clearly plastered. "John, what the hell is this?" she demanded. "Inside, we have to talk," he said, his words slurring. Mrs. Shepherd controlled her urges to talk back to him and followed him into the house. She knew what talking back to him would bring. The screen door banged shut. John paced around the living room nervously, shaking his head. His light, sandy blonde hair was disheveled, and his shirt was rumpled. He reeked of alcohol. "I'm sick of this, Amanda." I am sick to death of living out here, he said after a brief hesitation. John, we have something good going on here. Let's just talk about it, Mrs. Shepherd said, in the kindest tone she could manage. Don't give me that! John bellowed so loudly it echoed off the walls. John, please, Mrs. Shepherd protested. It was no use. He was drunk out of his mind. His bloodshot eyes leered at her. No, listen, Amanda, I'm going to sell this place and get the hell out, he said furiously. It was the same fight they always had. He always ranted about how building a house out in the boonies had been a bad idea from the start. He had said they'd be better off living in an apartment in the city instead of blowing their savings on maintaining and repairing their home. Mrs. Shepherd tried to just ignore him and thought that maybe he would go and settle down upstairs. Tina, she called out the screen door. Leave her out of this, John said. Tina, Mrs. Shepherd called again. Please come inside. Tina stood in the doorway listening to the argument. Her alluring eyes were watching them intently. Yeah, come on. Have her join the party, John said. Then he snatched up a potted plant and heaved it into the wall. Please, John, Mrs. Shepherd cried. Please don't drink any more. John snapped his head around to stare at her, his eyes wide. He was fully irate now. Don't you tell me what to do! He reared back, and that's when he hit her. Mrs. Shepherd was dumbfounded at the stinging sensation that suddenly burned across her cheek. Her jaw dropped. She held a hand to her face in astonishment. John's eyes immediately turned apologetic. He couldn't believe he had actually done it either. He froze in time, staring at his own hands in bewilderment. As Mrs. Shepherd caught a glance of the screen door, she saw Tina in the doorway with a look of despair and terror on her face. Oh, Tina, it's okay, baby. Mrs. Shepherd tried to console her, but Tina turned and ran towards the lake, disappearing into the approaching darkness of night. John instinctively felt the pang of guilt hit him like an 18-wheeler, and he ran after her. Tina! He cried. He ran out the screen door and onto the covered porch, through the mesh screen that provided a way to look out onto the lake. There he saw Tina's tiny figure running out onto the rickety dock. Tina, no! He shouted. She wasn't listening. That dock was dangerous, full of splinters, and could topple at any second. It was already rocking unsteadily back and forth in the waves. Tina, please come back inside, honey. She still didn't listen. She started climbing into the canoe and paddling off into the water. Tina! He yelled again. Wait! It was too late. She was floating off into the middle of the lake, tears streaming down her cheeks. John ran his hands through his dark hair, exasperated. What have I done? He thought. He started sprinting towards the old wooden dock, running up the steps and onto the sagging wooden planks. Tina! He cried. I'm sorry! The dock tediously swung back and forth. The old logs that supported it creaked under his weight. He ran to the edge of the dock and called out to her. Tina! Please come back, I'm sorry. You hit Mom! Tina cried back to him. And then another voice rang out. It was the frantic voice of Mrs. Shepherd. Tina! Tina! She screamed at the top of her lungs, now seeing that Tina was out in that lake by herself. Please, baby, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, John exclaimed. Go away, I hate you, I wish you were dead, Tina screamed. Tears stained her fair cheeks. That made Mrs. Shepherd stop in her tracks. John's jaw dropped and he stood on the edge of the dock, speechless and stunned at what he had just heard. And then he saw the sheer look of hatred in his daughter's eyes. Her fists were clenched down by her side. She stood up in the canoe and became transfixed on John. Her jaw locked tightly. Her eyes narrowed. Without warning, the lake began to churn. Bubbles rose to the surface violently. The dock began to shake. It thrashed back and forth without the help of any wind. It was like it had taken on a life of its own. John tried to keep his balance, but the dock suddenly swung sharply to the right, knocking him to his knees. It thrashed again, sending him onto his back. "Oh my God!" Mrs. Shepherd vociferated helplessly. There was no time for John to make it back to the shore. The wooden beams that held up the old ramshackle pier began to splinter. And then the wooden planks that John was lying on suddenly fell out from beneath him, and he went plunging into the lake with a scream. "No, Daddy, no! John!" Mrs. Shepherd cried. The roof of the dock caved in, and the whole thing came crumbling down right on top of John with a resounding splash. As a mysterious fog started to spread across the surface of the lake from seemingly nowhere, the lake was quiet again. Tina let out one more guttural, sorrowful scream. "Daddy!" Another life was lost at Crystal Lake. Chapter 1. 8 years later. Crystal Lake. Tina awoke from the vivid nightmare with a gasp. The pretty blonde 18-year-old looked around frantically and then relaxed when she saw the familiar interior of her mother's 1986 Oldsmobile. Mrs. Shepherd looked over at Tina from the driver's seat with a startled expression. Her once blonde hair was now fading to a steely gray color, and her face had aged considerably, probably due to her husband's unfortunate death 8 years prior. Wrinkles had started to show at the corners of her eyes and mouth. Tina had put them there. Mrs. Shepherd steadied the steering wheel, trying to keep her eyes on the winding, tree-lined country road, but she couldn't help but look and make sure Tina was keeping it together. "Tina, honey, are you all right?" "I'm fine," was Tina's quick reply. It was her usual scripted reply whenever she was asked that question. She hated being asked that question because she always felt the need to lie. The truth was that she wasn't fine and hadn't been fine for some time. She was reliving that terrible night of her childhood every night. It was the same vivid reenactment every time. She could still remember the way she screamed for her father as he plunged into the lagoon. It was a nightmare that had haunted her for the last 8 years. 8 long years. 8 long years of doctor's visits and always getting the same response. They couldn't understand. The only thing she could do that would bring her back to reality and solve all of her problems was to go back in time and prevent that night from ever happening, however she could. And that wasn't possible. Her father was gone and he wasn't ever coming back. That was something Tina was going to have to accept. They never found his body at the bottom of Crystal Lake, so sometimes Tina still held on to hope that he was alive, out there somewhere looking for her. Some days it was all she had to hold on to keep her from losing her sanity. As hard and as far-fetched as it was to believe, it was the only thing that kept her waking up and getting out of bed every morning. It could happen, though. Maybe he'd floated all the way down the lake and gotten lost. No, Tina, she told herself, he was dead. John Shepherd was dead. There was no way he was alive after all these years. He had to have drowned at the bottom of the lake. There was no other reasonable explanation. Any inkling that he was still alive was nothing but her own wishful thinking. Dr. Mark Cruz, a reputable psychiatrist on all accounts, had been seeing Tina for the last 3 years, ever since the nightmares started, ever since she started that fire. She didn't know if she could trust him, since so many doctors before him did nothing but gaslight and manipulate Tina for her family's money. They would suggest tons of expensive and risky procedures, brain scans, MRIs, and the whole works. Of course, it was hard to make anyone understand what she was experiencing, and that was the worst part. Tina felt like she was just out of her mind. One of those grandiose and delusional schizophrenic people that believed they were Christ incarnate, or that the government spies were coming to take them away. She was still seeing things that weren't there. Things kept moving on their own somehow. Dr. Cruz seemed mystified and fascinated, and to Tina, that was a warning sign. She hated being treated like some kind of science experiment. At appointments, she felt like she was in some kind of white, sterile alien spaceship, and the doctors and the psychiatrists were the little green men probing and prodding her for information. To them, she was their guinea pig. Maybe this time with Dr. Cruz would be different. Tina still felt she couldn't trust him, possibly due to the fact that he was taking them both on a weekend excursion as part of her treatment, and Tina did not like the idea, especially since he was taking her back to her old childhood home at Crystal Lake, back where it all started. Tina could feel the nervousness tingling just underneath the surface of her skin, a sensation that made her want to crawl out of her own body. The car was plunging ahead into the wilderness and into the unknown, back to Crystal Lake. She gripped the hardwood paneling on the passenger side door, dug her nails into the upholstery, and took a breath. Then, finally, a sign of life. A blue Volvo was coming towards them in the left-hand lane. It passed by in a blur. Tina glanced back at the passing motorist and then turned back around. She adjusted her position in the seat nervously, fidgeting with her seatbelt. Finally, she felt the urge to voice her rising anxiety that was threatening to consume her. There they were, driving out to the middle of nowhere, back to Crystal Lake after all these years. "I don't think this is such a good idea," Tina said. Mrs. Shepherd turned to her. Tina immediately felt guilty about complaining when she saw the look on her mother's face. "Tina, honey, this is really hard on all of us." She was right, Tina thought. Her mother was also going back to where it had all happened, all out of love and support for her. She was forcing herself to go back to the place where she witnessed her husband's untimely death. Maybe she shouldn't have said anything at all, but voicing her concerns was better than sitting in silence. "Will you just give it a try?" Mrs. Shepherd beseeched her. "It doesn't seem so hard on Dr. Cruz," Tina said bitterly. "He really wants to help you, Tina. I'd hate to see you go back to the hospital," her mother replied. Tina looked anxiously out the window. What her mother didn't know is that was the only reason Tina wasn't forcing her mother to stop the car, getting out and running back down the highway and away from that awful place filled with harrowing memories. Anything was better than being locked up in that hospital, she thought. Anything. She had been locked up with all kinds of people, schizophrenics and people with extreme suicidal tendencies. It terrified Tina to think that one day she could end up like one of those sad lost people, tormented by their own brain. Then her mind drifted over to Dr. Cruz. The man had some nerve asking them all out to stay with him in a house on the lake. It seemed so unethical. If it kept her away from the hospital, then sure, she thought. But what doctor takes his patients on vacation? To Dr. Cruz, going back to the scene of her father's death would help her process those emotions. But Tina didn't believe it. What if it only served to bring up the past and bring up those emotions and make it worse? She never would be here, driving down the road back to Crystal Lake, if her father was still alive. They probably would have sold their house on the lake, moved back to the city, and her mother would be teaching again. They could have been one big happy family. If only somehow she could go back in time, she'd do it all over again. She remembered how her last words had been, "I hate you." Those words to her own father before his final moments, and it brought up the unmistakable pang of guilt. Her mind went back to the incident that got her sent to the hospital. She remembered a photograph of herself and her father when she was just a toddler. It was a picture of her in a red and blue striped parka that was too big for her, standing by the lake, hand in hand with the late John Shepherd. That was when it all started. That was when the mental breakdown happened, the one that got her sent away. She remembered gazing down at the framed photograph in her hands and feeling her eyes misting over with tears. She remembered the lump in her throat as she started to cry. She remembered the powder keg of emotions rising up inside of her, threatening to implode with just one tiny spark. Tears had dripped down onto the frame, and she tasted their saltiness on her lips. Then suddenly she was overcome with something, a force, some kind of energy. It had gripped through her, rippled through her, feeling like the most intense shock waves you can imagine. Her hands had gone limp, and the photo fell and smashed on the floor. And then it erupted into flames, right next to a curtain. And soon the whole entire drapes were lit ablaze. That was when her mother found her crying in a fetal position as her room burned down around her. Luckily, the fire hadn't caused too much damage and was put out quickly. Mrs. Shepherd began to think it was Tina who started the fire. After all, to everyone around her, the idea that something could just spontaneously combust out of thin air was absurd. But that's what Tina said, because that's what happened. The thing was, she had no proof. It was a grief-stricken hormonal teenager's word against an adult's. She remembered thinking that they all just thought she was crazy and started the fire out of spite. It did seem ridiculous that Tina could just stare at things and cause them to burst into flames. The only other alternate explanation was that she had started the fire, negligently or otherwise. It didn't matter. They had to send her away. That's when she found Dr. Cruz, who immediately took a vested interest in her above all his other patients. And that was suspicious to Tina. Her mother seemed to not notice it, but Tina could tell he was taking a unique, special interest with her, and she suspected it was the fact that he wanted to be the one who discovered the real-life Carrie for himself. I guess that's what I am, Tina thought, a real-life Carrie. That's what they called her at school, a freak. Her life was no longer about proms and dating and all the trivialities of being an adolescent. It was about doctor visits and tedious psychoanalysis day in and day out, and she knew that everyone in school could tell how unstable she was. It was about walking on eggshells, trying not to get triggered and trying to avoid all of the inevitable accidents that seemed to transpire out of nowhere all around her. It was about pouring through her mind and trying to understand what had happened every day, trying to remember some hidden puzzle piece that had been tucked away somewhere in her consciousness. A missing piece that would finally make everything make sense. There had to be something she was missing. Was there? Maybe it was all a bad dream. Maybe she'd wake up any time now and she'd be in her warm bed, waking up to pancakes and sitting on her father's laps in her pajamas. But that was just too much to ask of God, Tina thought. Far too much to ask of him. Just give me a normal life, she would pray. Just take me away somewhere far from here where I can start over. But it never happened. Nobody came to save her. If God couldn't help her, she didn't see how Dr. Cruz could do a goddamn thing for her. She was going to have to uncover her past by herself, one piece at a time. She was going to have to come to terms with whatever was wrong with her. This special gift was going to have to be examined and controlled. At least that's what Dr. Cruz had said. But she knew it would be insanely difficult to be back in that house again, back at her childhood home. There could possibly be traumatic triggers everywhere, from a rustle in the leaves to a fish splashing on the surface of the water, to even a small wave in the lake. The sound of wood splintering brought her back to the sound that the dock had made when it had caved in on her father on that awful night. Even though she wouldn't be alone, Tina couldn't help but think that somehow this trip would turn out to be the worst weekend of her life. Tina looked back again, out the window, and her eyes became locked on a road sign that read, Crystal Lake, 20 miles. Tina didn't know just how right she was. The winding paved road turned to dirt about 5 miles from Crystal Lake. It had rained that morning, and thick mud splattered the sides of Mrs. Shepherd's Oldsmobile. The tall Virginia pine trees that lined the road suddenly cleared, and the car pulled into a large clearing. Crystal Lake came into view, its surface glimmering in the early afternoon sun, and Tina's eyes went straight to it. She half expected her father to be standing on the dock waiting for her, but there was nobody there. Her childhood home stood before them, looking lonely and isolated. The rain had weathered the white paint, and the house had now faded to a dull gray color. Some of the clapboard shutters had fallen off due to weather. It still looked the same, Tina thought. My God, it's all the same. A flock of crows scattered noisily as the car slowly drove down a winding dirt path that led around to the front of the house. Tina caught something out of the corner of her eye, and her gaze was directed to a dirt-speckled Jeep sitting in front of a large 2-story log cabin about 10 yards away from the Shepherd home. Someone had lived there long ago, but the home was mostly vacant and used as a rental for as long as Tina could remember. It looked like some people were renting it now, and Tina felt a sense of relief wash over her. Maybe this wouldn't be such a bad weekend. Maybe she wouldn't feel as lonely out here if there were people nearby. Safety in numbers was surely something that she believed in. A young, attractive, and posh blonde woman in an expensive bikini and a sun hat was sunbathing in the front lawn of the log cabin next to an open cooler full of beer. Beside her, another young and petite blonde was also sunbathing in a lime green bikini. A strapping young dark-haired man of about 20 years of age was unpacking some luggage from the back of the Jeep. As Mrs. Shepherd's car drove up to the front of the house, Tina watched them as they watched her. They looked like older kids, maybe in college, but anyone beat being alone out in the woods for a weekend with her mother and her doctor. Dr. Mark Cruz was an average-looking middle-aged man with dark, coiffed hair, wearing a gray blazer over a flannel shirt and slacks. His loafers were neatly shined. He stood on the front porch of Tina's childhood home, his hands in his pockets. His 1990 Buick was parked nearby. "There he is," said Mrs. Shepherd, as she stopped the car and turned off the engine. "Bad news, Cruz," Tina remarked with a sly grin. It was what all the other patients at the hospital referred to him as whenever he wasn't in the room. Mrs. Shepherd gave her a look. "Tina," she said disapprovingly. Mrs. Shepherd wished Tina would be a little more grateful. After all, the man was paying for their little vacation, if you could call it that. It was more like an intervention. She knew that it was hard for her to come back here after all this time, and hard for her to trust people, but she wanted Tina to just try and get some help. Mrs. Shepherd rolled down the window and smiled at the doctor. "Hi, Dr. Cruz," she said. She gave Tina the keys. "Go grab your bags, honey," she said. "Hi," Dr. Cruz greeted them, flashing a smile full of pearly white teeth. Probably from some dental work that he could easily afford, Tina thought cynically. "I hope we didn't keep you waiting too long," Mrs. Shepherd said. "No, no," Dr. Cruz replied. "I really like it up here. It's beautiful." He gazed out at the lake, and Tina followed his gaze. The lake even still looked the same. It hadn't changed at all, except for the rickety old pier, which now had been rebuilt and refurbished by some neighbors. If their home hadn't been built by the Shepherds themselves, there likely would have been a massive lawsuit brought upon the homeowners agency for that old dock. Tina felt a chill down her spine as she stared out at the lake. It flashed through her mind all at once. She didn't even hear her mother's conversation with the doctor. Mrs. Shepherd climbed out of the car as Dr. Cruz approached. "Did you have a good trip?" he asked. "Oh, it was a very nice drive," she replied. "Hi, Tina, how are you?" Dr. Cruz called to Tina. Tina was snapped out of her trance. She turned to the doctor and forced a weak smile. "Hi," she said half-heartedly. She took one last look at the lake and then went to the car and started to open the trunk to grab her bags. As she started to unlock it, she felt something again, the same feeling she had felt at the dock that night back in 1985. The same tingling sensation that she would get whenever something bad would happen. She knew they were watching her. Tina turned and looked towards the 3 young adults, and she was right. They were all staring at her curiously. "Hi," the shorter, chubbier blonde in the green bikini called to her over the sound of the small portable radio that was blasting tunes. "There goes the neighborhood," Tina heard the taller, slimmer blonde in the expensive sun hat say. Tina didn't respond. It was always the same with kids around her age. She'd get to know them, and pretty soon, once they found out just how messed up Tina was, they'd purposely ostracize her. Nobody could handle her problems. She could barely handle them herself. Maybe it would be different in this environment. Maybe she could meet a foxy guy. Maybe she could finally have a sense of normality for once in her life. And then she heard it, snickering, devious, hateful snickering. She heard the slim blonde mutter under her breath, "Nice outfit. It looks like her mom dressed her," the blonde quipped nastily. So much for that idea, Tina thought. She tried not to let them see that she was self-consciously looking down at her pink sweater and slacks. Maybe if she just pretended she hadn't even noticed them, the weekend would fly by and Dr. Cruz would realize that there was nothing anyone could do to help her. Mrs. Shepherd and the doctor continued with their casual conversation and went into the house, leaving Tina outside to grab the bags. "So this is where it all started," Dr. Cruz said as he and Mrs. Shepherd stepped into the small sitting room. The interior of the home was old-fashioned and cozy. A wooden staircase with an intricate painted banister led to the second floor. An old thick oak door led to the dining room, and then another led into the kitchen. Dr. Cruz helped Mrs. Shepherd with her shawl and her purse, and then they both stood, taking in the small farmhouse. "Dr. Cruz," Mrs. Shepherd said hesitantly, "we're doing the right thing, aren't we?" "Well, we have done all we can for her at the hospital," he said matter-of-factly. "She just wasn't making enough progress." Mrs. Shepherd took in those words with a great sense of reassurance. "Now, I know it's tough for both of you to come back here after what happened." His voice trailed off as he saw the glimmer of grief in her eyes. "Trust me, I will do the best I can." "You'll help her, I know you will," she replied. Amanda looked in the house all at once, staring around at all the familiar knickknacks scattered about and the smell of must. The wallpaper had started to peel, and she noticed the ceiling light bulb had blown out, probably years ago. The television set where John used to sit, drink beer and watch old movies still sat in the corner. A thin layer of dust and grime had settled on the screen. The fireplace still had ashes from the last fire they lit when they still had a family. The emotions started to hit her all at once as she remembered that single night where her entire life took a turn for the worst. All because of that old rickety dock that they never got the chance to tear down. She took a deep breath, trying to swallow the lump in her throat and keep her composure. Maybe it would be just what Tina needed. Fresh air and the birds and the sound of the lake lapping on the shore. It looked like there were some kids that had rented a cabin next door. Maybe Tina could actually socialize and experience what it was like to be a normal teenage girl. It might be the perfect treatment. It also could turn into a nightmare. All she had to do was wait and see just what would happen. As Tina pulled her suitcase out of the back of her mother's old car, it fell, somehow unfastened itself, and its contents spilled into the leaves. Shit! The young, dark-haired man who had been unpacking his luggage next door came running over in a hurry. She heard one of the blondes stifle a laugh. She scurried down on all fours, snatching up her clothes and stuffing them back into the suitcase. "Here, let me help you," the young man said, as he bent down next to Tina. "No, it's okay, I got it," Tina said curtly, not looking up at him. "No, really," he said kindly, and picked up one of her shirts, handing it to her. "It's no problem." Tina took a glance at him and wished she didn't. She wanted to look away, but she couldn't. He was quite attractive to her. His muscles bulged in his white tank top and denim cut-off shorts. His eyes were a deep shade of chocolate. His hands seemed so strong and so masculine when hers had brushed against them. Then, as she glanced down, she saw him pick up a pair of her blue lace panties. When he noticed what they were, he looked at her embarrassed. She snatched them away, mortified. I'm sorry, he said. Thanks, Tina said. Her tone was turned incredibly hostile. Thanks a lot. You've been a great help. I don't know what I would have done without you. The young guy heard the biting sarcasm in her voice and stood up, hanging his head and watching her as she scooped up the suitcase and hurried towards the house, trying desperately to hide the vibrant red color that her cheeks were becoming. Great, he muttered to himself. 23-year-old Melissa Carter smirked as she watched Tina run into the house. Then her eyes cut directly to Nick, and his firm ass flexing in his shorts as he also stared after Tina. She watched him as he bent down and picked up a sweater Tina had forgotten. So what do you think about Nick? The second blonde Sandra asked. I hadn't noticed, Melissa replied, lying through her teeth. Melissa was far too focused on Nick, and she had been that way from the moment she arrived at Crystal Lake. How could she not be focused on him, she thought. He was probably the most attractive man she had ever set her eyes on, and when she set her eyes on something, she always got it. It was inevitable, whether it was with her money or her parents' credit card or with sex. She always got what she wanted. Before the weekend was over, she was going to get it. Nick was going to fuck her before Sunday, before they'd all be going home and back to their lives. She just knew it. She knew it in her core. Sandra started giggling as Nick started walking back to the cabin like an ashamed dog, still carrying her sweater. How could anyone run from a guy like Nick, Melissa wondered. That girl, the one next door, must be out of her fucking mind. She knew it had been a good idea to come out to a cabin to celebrate her friend Mike's birthday with guys from her university. After all, her school was a party school and everyone knew it. She had known there would be a lot of sexy guys, and it was for almost a whole week. It would be plenty of time to really strike up conversation and eventually get someone in bed. It was a surprise party, and Mike was supposed to be arriving tonight. But knowing him, Melissa figured he'd probably show up late and arrive tomorrow. They had invited tons of people, and it was looking to be a real rager. First was Melissa's friend Sandra. She had met while working at a cosmetics store, and her boyfriend Russell, whose family owned the cabin. Then there was another couple, Ben and Kate, they had gotten to know from class. They invited a few more, and before they knew it, they had an entire vacation planned out at Crystal Lake. It was summer, and they were all mind-numbingly bored when class wasn't in session. So why not? Russell's family was loaded, and his uncle owned a cabin right on the lake. Melissa turned to Sandra. So, what do you think of our neighbors? She asked. They seem nice, Sandra said, as she sprawled back on the foldable lounge chair. Well, I think that girl dresses like someone who was definitely homeschooled, Melissa scoffed. Melissa, you are such a bitch, Sandra teased with a giggle. If there was one thing that Melissa knew, it was that she was all too good at being a bitch. She also knew another thing for sure. It was going to be one hell of a weekend. Chapter 2. As the afternoon went on, the sun started its slow journey across the sky and down below the horizon. Tina watched morosely from her bedroom window as the rest of the partygoers began to pull up in various cars. The first caravan that came sputtering down the road into the clearing was a big blue four-door van. An African-American couple in bright clothing, clearly city-dwelling kids, climbed out and laughed, groping each other playfully. Two more girls and another guy climbed out of the back, and Tina saw the copious marijuana smoke pouring from the windows. She felt the bitterness clenched tightly around her heart. They all seemed so happy, so normal, free of their problems, free to enjoy life. Tina didn't have that luxury. Another car came down the winding path and stopped next to the van. A tall, slender, dark-haired guy in an expensive dress shirt came out of the driver's side, and one of the blonde girls that had been sunbathing came running out of the house and leaped into his arms. As everyone else went inside, the two of them and the African-American couple climbed into the van. It was just your average group of college students having a fun weekend, and Tina wasn't a part of them. She never would be. She never would be normal. Her thoughts began to race, And then she took a deep breath, something she learned at the hospital. She could still see those austere gray walls surrounding her. She could still hear the psychotic ramblings of her fellow patients in her mind. It was all coming back. Thank God, she thought. Thank God I am out of that hospital. But now she was here, where it all came crashing down around her. She felt a sense of calmness rush over her after a few more slow, deep breaths, and then she looked around at her childhood bedroom wistfully. Her bed was still adorned with her favorite white frilly blanket. Her dolls were still lying in a corner next to her rustic old dollhouse. It was like nothing changed. Some of the paintings on the wall were crooked after all the years that the house went unoccupied, and she quickly fixed them, trying desperately to find something for her mind to grab onto. At least she could control that. The rest of her life was totally out of control, but fixing the paintings gave her some kind of ethereal sense of control. It was all about control, Dr. Cruz had said. Control your urges, he said. Control your feelings. She had tried to tell him that it wasn't that simple, but he didn't believe her. Nobody believed her about anything. Every time she would tell her mother the truth, she would get this suspicious look in her eye. What was worse is that the feelings just came over her randomly, with no warning. And before she knew it, things were catching on fire and moving by themselves. There was no control. She couldn't control when or where it happened. It just did. It had to be something supernatural, some kind of curse, the curse of Crystal Lake. There had to be something she had overlooked. She sat down on the edge of her bed and started pouring through her mind again, just like she had done many times before. She had racked her brain for years, trying to understand what had happened and why it kept happening. Maybe she was one of those people that God blessed with a special gift, and maybe she could learn how to use it for good. But it wasn't working out too well, since she didn't know how to control it. She couldn't control it no matter what she did. No matter how hard she tried, no matter how hard she concentrated on certain objects that Dr. Cruz had placed in front of her, she couldn't make them move. But then, at school and at home, she'd find herself shocked at the things that would happen. Lights flickering in the bathroom for only her, doors moving, seeing ghastly images of strange, distorted people from seemingly foreign realms. "Tina, you know you can do this," the doctor would say. He would even accuse her of deliberately not trying. The thing was, she didn't exactly know who else to trust except Dr. Cruz, but something in the back of her mind told her that, to him, she was just another guinea pig. She was his ticket to success, and she knew it. She just had to hold on to hope that he was looking out for her best interest. If only she could control it. It was ruining her social life. How could she have a job in the future if her accidents continued to happen? How was she going to meet someone and have a normal life? All Tina could do was to wait and see what would happen. One thing kept gnawing at her, something she couldn't ignore. She kept thinking to herself, if I can make things move and catch on fire, what else can I do? Ben Johnson, a tall, muscular African-American jock of a guy, lit up a freshly rolled joint and inhaled deep. "So your uncle owns this place?" he asked Russell Winthrop, who was sitting back against the back doors of the blue van that was now filled with thick smoke. "Yeah," Russell said. "He was totally cool with us coming out and using it for Mike's birthday, as long as the whole place doesn't smell like weed." Kate, Ben's girlfriend, a young African-American, doe-eyed college freshman, took the joint from Ben and took a drag. "Like your rich parents don't smoke weed," Kate remarked. "Well, they do, but they hate it when I do it," Russell said. He was dressed just like you'd imagine a rich boy to dress like. He wore a plaid dress shirt and khaki shorts, and his dark, curly hair was neatly styled and gelled with hair styling paste. Russell's girlfriend, Sandra, a slightly husky yet still very pretty blonde, took the joint next and inhaled the hazy, odorous smoke. "So when is Mikey supposed to show?" she asked the group. "He's supposed to be here any second now," Ben replied. Sandra took another drag and then turned to Ben. So, this is a nice van, she said. Lots of room in the back? She winked at Russell. Well, you guys are welcome to use it. After all, it's the least I can do since Russell's letting us all use his family's cabin. Sweet, Russell said, and took the joint from his girlfriend. Russell took a hit and inhaled deep, coughing afterwards. He was clearly not an experienced smoker, and he started coughing even more. Shit! He exclaimed as the group laughed. We might as well take the van to sleep in, Sandra suggested. Are there even enough rooms for everyone? Kate inquired. Oh, yeah, there's plenty of room, Russell said, still coughing intermittently. If it gets too cramped, there's always the tool shed out back. Anyone care for a roll around in the hay? He kissed Sandra's neck, and she giggled. I thought I saw that old thing when we pulled in, Ben said. Why do you have hay? My parents always were wanting to have a couple of chickens or horses out here, but they just never got around to it, Russell explained, coughing raucously. Oh, rich boy's gonna get smoked out, Kate teased, as Ben toyed affectionately with her jet black hair that was tied in a long braid. Just then there was a rapping on the door, and Russell jumped out of his skin. The group stared at each other apprehensively. Then the doors were jolted open. It was Melissa, her face mad with determination, and changed into a stark white blouse and capri pants. A pearl necklace and several expensive diamond bracelets embellished her. Have you guys seen Nick? Melissa said, crinkling up her nose in disgust at the herbal smell of marijuana. I think he's down by the lake, Sandra replied. Thanks, Melissa said, and strolled towards the water. Surely enough, there was Nick Rogers standing at the shore of the lake that shimmered in the afternoon sun. He looked like a rugged cowboy from a western in his newly changed party clothes, a full denim get-up complete with jeans and a jean jacket that was lined with thick wool. Melissa was captivated. He threw pebbles absent-mindedly into the water and gazed out at the coniferous wilderness. Why aren't you inside with the others? Melissa asked as she approached him. Nick turned to her and smiled sheepishly, running his hands through his hair. He was deeply aware of Melissa's fondness for him. Then again, she wasn't too good at hiding it. I guess these really are Mike's friends, not mine, he replied. Melissa pursed her lips and walked up beside him, staring at the muscles that rippled underneath his outfit. You know, it is a party after all. You could get to know some of us, she said, trying not to make her attraction towards him too obvious. Her 2 buttons at the top of her blouse were strangely unbuttoned, and Nick knew why. I guess so, he said, making an effort not to stare at her open blouse and an effort to hint to her that he wasn't interested. He was much too preoccupied with someone else. So, what's your major? Melissa asked. She wasn't interested in that question, but she asked anyway to try and start a conversation. Psychology, Nick said. I think it's a fascinating subject. If Nick had more confidence, he would have told her how obvious she was being with her flirting. Psychology was what helped him notice subtle things like that, such as changes in body language. He also noticed all of her expensive makeup, false eyelashes, and designer clothes, and he wondered who she was trying to impress. If it was himself, she wasn't doing a good job. Nick wasn't impressed by designer clothes. He was impressed by character. It was how he had noticed Tina, and how different she seemed to be from other girls he had met. He couldn't stop thinking about her eyes and how sad they were. He wanted to know more. He wanted to know everything about her. But considering he had just mortally embarrassed her, he didn't feel like it was going well. There was something definitely alluring about her. It was the mystery that intrigued him the most. Why had she freaked out on him like that? Why was she out here with seemingly her parents? Family vacation? If that couple wasn't her folks, then who were they? Psychology, huh? So can you psychoanalyze me? Melissa asked flirtatiously. I don't know, he said, laughing nervously. Maybe, once I get through grad school? Melissa faked laughter, then glanced back at the cabin. Well, I'm going to go grab a drink and mingle. Care to join? Nick followed Melissa reluctantly up the hill towards the cabin, and they both went into the kitchen through the back door. The kitchen and living area of the rental home were side by side, connected by a pair of sliding doors. The kitchen was old-fashioned, with pots and pans hanging from a large rack above the kitchen island. Knick-knacks were scattered all about the living room, and a large stone fireplace made for a nice centerpiece. A staircase by the front door led up to the second floor. Two girls were standing in the kitchen and smiled at Melissa and Nick. Robin Lancaster was the taller of the two. She was someone that Ben and Kate must have invited, Melissa thought. Robin was drop-dead beautiful. She was a stunning, vivacious redhead with a perky chest accentuated by a low-cut maroon top. Her friend, Maddie Paulson, was shorter and mousier, with wire-rimmed glasses and thick blonde hair. She wore a sweater and jeans and looked very plain and ordinary. What is a bookish girl like that doing at a college party? Melissa wondered. She must have been invited out of pity. This was totally not her scene, she thought. She was short and chubby, and her blonde hair was up in pigtails. What a dweeb, Melissa thought nastily. But she wasn't nearly as much of a dweeb as Eddie. Her eyes scanned the room until she found him, one of Mike's old roommates, Eddie Hassel. He was geeking out to Robin and Maddie now about writing fan fiction, and Robin looked as if she might die of boredom. Melissa scanned the room, studying everyone for their weaknesses to use against them. David Foster, another friend of Ben and Kate's, was the most attractive guy there, besides Nick, Melissa decided. He was kind of scrawny, but he was attractive in a preppy rich boy kind of way. He wore a plaid button-up and tight-fitting jeans, and his dark hair was slicked back. Melissa thought about hooking up with him, but he seemed to be really attracted to Robin from the way he was looking at her. That only left Nick. Everyone else was taken. Melissa knew that she'd have him before their weekend excursion was over. If only he wasn't so preoccupied with that girl next door, she thought. She looked over at him, noticing the distracted way he shuffled his feet and the way he kept staring out the window. Maybe he was just worried about his cousin. After all, Mike was supposed to show a little bit after the others did, and an hour had passed with no word from him or his girlfriend Jane. Night was falling, and Melissa started to worry too. But knowing Mike, he probably had gotten lost. So, when do you think Mike will be here? Melissa asked, pouring herself a glass of wine. Nick ran his hands through his hair and chuckled. He'll be here. He wouldn't miss his own party, Nick said. He probably had some car trouble. He drives a real clunker. Ah, Melissa responded, feigning interest. Melissa surveyed the room of party people once again, studying them all and deciding which one of them would be a threat to her and Nick's inevitable passionate love affair. Robin was probably her only other competition. Her breasts were larger, Melissa thought. Much larger. David seemed to have taken an interest in her and was now flirting with her in the kitchen. Maddie stood nearby, fixing her hair in the mirror. Poor thing, Melissa muttered under her breath. Somebody definitely invited her just out of politeness, Melissa thought cattily. Maybe all of them would run off together and leave Melissa and Nick to do whatever they wanted, or rather for Melissa to do whatever she wanted with Nick. Ben and Kate snuggled in an armchair while Eddie was rambling on about Star Trek. They weren't listening. There were two missing, Russell and Sandra. Melissa began to wonder where they were. The blue van that was parked outside the rental cabin rocked back and forth to the beat of an 80s rock song. Sandra and Russell were high. They rolled around in the back of the van on top of a small mattress that was set up on the floorboard, naked, kissing each other as Sandra giggled. The sex had been even better now that they were stoned. If you looked at them side by side, you'd never know they were a couple. Sandra was far from an average-looking girl, but Russell looked fairly ordinary. It was the money that kept them together like glue, and Russell had plenty of it. As the afternoon sun bathed the couple in a warm glow, they rolled out of each other, catching their breath. Sandra snuggled next to Russell, stroking his chest. "So," Russell said. "Yeah," Sandra replied. "If we're in my uncle's cabin for the weekend, why did you opt to sleep in the van?" Sandra smiled slyly. "Who says we'll be sleeping?" She climbed back on top of him ferociously and kissed him hard. They had met at Russell's parents' country club a few years back. Both of them were college freshmen and hit it off immediately. Truthfully, it was the size of Russell's bank account and his hefty trust fund that pulled Sandra in. Marry rich, her mother had always taught her, and that's what she planned on. Once her and Russell were actually married, they'd be set for life, and they were both ready for adulthood. They were done with school soon, and this weekend would be their last big chance to have some fun. And there would be lots of fun this weekend. They both knew it. Russell knew that Sandra wanted the money and didn't care. After all, she was hot, the sex was good, and he didn't have to work very hard to attain her or keep her happy. He got the sex, while she got the money. It was a win-win for both of them. He kissed her back, running his fingers through her platinum blonde hair. "I just know I'm not cleaning up you guys' mess before we leave," he said, as she rolled off him and started lighting another joint. "I just know I'm not cleaning up you guys' mess before we leave," he said, as she rolled off of him and started lighting another joint. "I swear, I won't touch a thing," she said, holding up her hands in mock terror. "Come here, you," Russell said, and leaped on her again, lip-locking with her in a passionate kiss. Back inside the rental cabin, Melissa stood away from the others, observing the party. Everyone seemed to be getting along just fine. Maddie was now trying to inject herself unwantedly into every conversation. Robin and David sat on the couch, listening and trying their best not to laugh derisively at Eddie's diatribe about how Star Trek was now ruined by the sequels. Ben and Kate now sat on the staircase. Kate's head rested on Ben's shoulder. It was one to remember. If only those neighbors hadn't shown up. They seemed like the uptight type, like they might try to call the cops if they got too rowdy. Other than that, there was surely nothing that would ruin this party. After all, it was summer. Summer at Crystal Lake. Nighttime slowly crept over the heavily wooded area, and the lights from inside the party cabin shone brightly, illuminating the darkness that surrounded it. The lake was stone still, and the wind was not whipping the trees. It was like looking at a painting, a snapshot frozen in time, the peace before the chaos. The reeds thrashed gently in the warm summer breeze. Crickets and other nocturnal animals started to make their presence known. The long dirt road leading back into town and into civilization had remained inactive all night. There was no sign of Mike or his girlfriend, and it looked like they weren't going to show, so they all decided to party anyway. The Shepherd house was all quiet. 2 lights were on upstairs, one in Mrs. Shepherd's room and one in an office space. Inside Tina's father's office, Tina looked around at the room, at what Dr. Cruz had done to it. He had taken over her father's old mahogany desk and covered it with stacks of files and other papers. In the middle of the room was a table and a chair, next to a video camera on a tripod pointed straight at the table. On the table was a matchbook and a tape recorder. It now looked like one of those depressingly austere interrogation rooms in a police station. Dr. Cruz paced the room, thinking deeply as he always did. It was time for another one of their sessions, and Tina was not up for it. She had just been filled with all the memories that had been locked up in this house, and she just felt like crawling into bed. Sleep was the only way to make her mind just shut up for a while. "Do we really have to do this now?" Tina asked him. He thought for another moment, as if he hadn't even heard what she said, and then he looked up at her. The expression on his face was one of pure quizzical interest. He was still deep in his thoughts, and indeed hadn't heard a word she had said. "Tina, you're late. Have a seat, please," he said. Tina scowled at him distrustingly. Why won't they listen, she thought. They never listened. Reluctantly, Tina shuffled over to the chair and sat down at the table. Dr. Cruz picked up a file from the desk and rifled through it. He then set it down and started fidgeting with the camera, making sure that it was positioned perfectly. Tina watched him, wondering what he was thinking. She knew what she was thinking. She wanted answers from this man, instead of more therapy. "Why am I seeing things?" she asked. "I don't know, Tina," he said, not looking up from the video camera. "Why do you think you're seeing things?" Tina looked down at the table in silence. God damn it, she thought. More questions instead of answers. She felt like she was in a police interrogation instead of a therapist session. Tina glanced back at the big, expensive video camera that was aimed at her face. "Is that really necessary?" she inquired, gesturing to the camera. Dr. Cruz's head turned to her quickly, almost surprised by her question. "Oh, the camera? I just want to keep track of our progress," he replied. "Now," he said in a more serious tone, "let's get back to work." He turned his attention away from the camera and back to Tina. "You see that matchbook?" he asked her. "I want you to concentrate on it. Think about your feelings and focus them on the matchbook. Maybe we can get it to move." He stood back with his hands in his pockets to give Tina some space, and then she started to stare down at the matchbook intently. He turned on the tape recorder and watched. The matchbook wasn't budging. Tina stared at it for several more seconds, concentrating hard enough to make the muscles in her face sore. "You're not trying, Tina," Dr. Cruz declared. "Yes, I am," Tina protested. Her face started to turn red. "Think about it moving and make it move," he demanded of her. She stared harder, but still nothing happened. Finally, she released a heavy sigh and threw her hands up. "I can't!" she cried. "I've told you 1,000,000 times. Sometimes it happens and sometimes it doesn't." Dr. Cruz raised his voice angrily. "You're lying to me!" It almost startled her. He had never spoken that way to her before. She felt tears surfacing as she glared at him with pleading eyes. "You're lying, Tina, because you know that these things happen when your emotions are at their peak," he said. "Now concentrate, Tina. Concentrate," he urged her. Tina stared back down at the matchbook as she felt the surge of emotions rising in her, like lava threatening to erupt from the mouth of the swirling volcano inside her. She fought the tears that welled up in her eyes, staring down and focusing as much as she could on the matchbook. Maybe if she finally did it for him, he would leave her alone. Then she felt it come over her like a storm cloud. She felt all of her anger at him focus in like a laser beam on the single matchbook lying in front of her. It still wouldn't move. She pictured Dr. Cruz instead of the matchbook. Visions of Dr. Cruz being thrown into the wall raced through her mind. She pictured him being the one to catch on fire. She could hear his screams of agony. And then the matchbook fluttered across the table before their very eyes. Tina's eyes flickered across the table, and the matchbook suddenly moved again, following her gaze. Then Tina released, feeling her muscles relax as tears started flowing. The feelings washed over as quickly as they had appeared. Dr. Cruz looked on in amazement. He blinked, trying to make sure what he had seen wasn't just a trick of the light. No, he thought, it can't be. She actually had done it. Tina's eyes were widening at the realization that she had made it happen. She could control it. She looked at him. He lowered his voice. "Now," he said, "what did you do? What went through your mind?" Tina swallowed hard, hesitant to tell him the truth. I was thinking about you," she said. Dr. Cruz raised his eyebrows and chuckled, taken aback for a second. "Look, I don't know how any of this is going to help me," Tina said. Dr. Cruz shook his head, thinking. "Your psychokinetic abilities seem to be a projection of the suppressed guilt that you have." Tina threw her hands up to her head in frustration. "Would you speak English?" she cried, pushing away from the table in anger and scraping the old wooden legs of the chair against the sagging wooden floor. "You're more interested in this telekinetic stuff than you are in me," she said with an accusatory tone. Dr. Cruz wagged a finger at her sternly, like he was scolding a child. "That is not true, Tina," he exclaimed. "The only reason I am here is to help you overcome the guilt you feel about your father's death." Tina felt it again, that same rush of rage, the same visions of Dr. Cruz suddenly bursting into flames and screaming in agony flooded her mind. "That's bullshit!" she screamed, and then, without warning, the matches in the matchbook suddenly were lit ablaze by a fire that came out of nowhere. The flames rose high, grasping at Tina as she jumped backwards in absolute shock. They both watched in silent awe as the flames slowly burnt out. Without saying another word, Tina ran from the room in tears. Dr. Cruz kept his eye on the now smoldering matchbook that had been burnt to a crisp. He inhaled the woody smell of the matches to make sure what he had seen was real and that they were really burning. Then he looked back towards the open door and muttered something to himself. "I rest my case." Tina slammed through the door of her bedroom, fighting back the emotional meltdown that was threatening to come spewing out of her. The tears in her eyes stung, and she tasted their saltiness on her lips. What an awful man, she thought. She knew exactly what he was doing now. She wished she never would have come out here. She almost wished she was back in that quiet room at the hospital, where there was nothing but 4 white walls to stare at, nothing but peace and quiet, 4 solid concrete walls that would effectively keep out the world. There she'd truly be safe. She wished everything would stop going so fast. She felt like the room was spinning, and she sat down on the bed to try and ground herself. In, out. She took deep gulps of air, trying not to panic. "You're okay, Tina," she said to herself. "You're okay." That awful Dr. Cruz was going to make her go even crazier than she already was. He was just trying to rile her up because they both knew that her strange abilities flared up whenever she was under duress. Now it was going to be a process of him making her cry over and over again so he could record her telekinesis, as he called it. She wished he would just speak to her like a human being instead of her doctor. She didn't need any more doctors. She needed someone to take her away from the abject insanity that was her life. "God, just take me away from my life," she prayed. Her life was unfolding in front of her like some sick, sad, mythical tragedy. And Tina was the star, the damsel in distress. Not anymore, she thought. She was going to get to the bottom of things. She was going to learn to control whatever this was and figure out how to stop it, even if it meant dying while trying. She didn't care anymore. Her daddy was dead, and there wasn't anything she could do about it. What did she have to lose? Not a damn thing. Not a damn thing, she thought. Not anymore. She couldn't believe her mother had stuck with her for all these years and dealt with all her trauma. No, I can't die. She thought it wasn't an option. She wasn't about to leave that poor woman alone. Tina was all that Mrs. Shepherd had left. She had to figure this out in one way or another. If Dr. Cruz wasn't going to help her, then she had to help herself. Tina started to relax, as she felt the huge, encumbering and overpowering emotions slowly subside. Then she saw the framed photo of her father on the wall. He was wearing his favorite fishing hat and smiling from ear to ear. She felt the tears coming again, hot, burning in her eyes. She felt her face flush, and she brought her hand up to her mouth as the tears fell freely. "Daddy, I'm so sorry," she thought. The helplessness was overwhelming. There was nothing she could have done to save him. And it was her fault. It was all her fault. If she wouldn't have gone out in that canoe, if she only wouldn't have said those words, "I hate you. I wish you were dead," they echoed in her mind. Maybe Dr. Cruz was right. Maybe it was all just suppressed guilt, and she really was out of her mind. She didn't know anymore. Everything was so confusing, and she wanted to just shut her eyes and pretend she didn't exist. She wanted to crawl into a hole and never have to engage with life again. Her world was quickly spinning out of control. What was next? Would she set the house on fire? Would she hurt someone or worse? All of a sudden, a hand gingerly touched her shoulder, and Tina leapt out of her skin. "It's me, honey, it's Mom," Mrs. Shepherd said, consoling her. "Are you all right?" Tina sobbed into her mother's arms. "Mom, I miss him so much," she wailed. Mrs. Shepherd sighed and rubbed her daughter's shoulder, trying to comfort her. "I know. I miss him too." Her voice trailed off as Dr. Cruz entered the room. Tina glared at him, and then as more tears began to surface, she ran from the room. "Tina!" Mrs. Shepherd called after her. It was no use. Tina was already scrambling down the stairs. She threw open the door and rushed out onto the covered porch in the warm summer air and stopped to take a breath. She had to get away somehow. She had to get as far as she could away from this dreadful place. Then she froze suddenly. That was the same exact thing she had thought the night her father was killed. All she had wanted to do was to get as far away as possible, and that's why she went out on the canoe in the lake. If she hadn't done that, her father wouldn't have come out onto the rickety pier. It never would have happened if she hadn't followed those urges she had to run away from it all, to escape. No more running, she thought. She couldn't run from it anymore. She had to face this thing head on, no matter what it took. Tina had to solve the mystery of Crystal Lake. She started down the porch steps and started walking through the yard towards the lake. She kept her eyes straight ahead, determined to make it to the lake. That was the only place she thought she could go. Back to where it all happened, Crystal Lake. She didn't dare look at that rental cabin. The college kids didn't matter right now. Nothing else mattered except figuring out why this was happening to her. She stared ahead, not even blinking. No more tears fell. They had stopped when she became determined to fight this. If nobody else was going to help her, she had to do it herself. As she walked, the nocturnal animals rustling in the fallen leaves and crickets chirping accompanied her slow, silent walk as she looked out at the water. Her eyes were transfixed on the shimmer of the full moon's reflection on the placid surface of the lake. She strolled out onto the rebuilt dock and stopped at the edge to catch her breath from her brisk walk. She closed her eyes, remembering how it had felt on that night 8 years ago. The air had been warm and still, just like it was now. The crickets and cicadas had been singing. Everything seemed so quiet and ordinary until it had happened. She never saw it coming. The snapping of the pier support beams, the splash, her father's petrified scream. It all came back to her in a rush as the summer breeze brushed her face and hair. And now the lake looked as still as ever, as if nothing had ever happened. But her mind was seeing it all in her heart. "Tina! I'm sorry, I didn't mean to!" Her father's voice reverberated around in her mind. Then she heard the sound of her own voice. "I hate you! I wish you were dead!" It all came back to her. The crystal-clear snapping sound of the wooden beams that supported the pier, made before it fell apart, seemed to ricochet all around her, as if it were happening again in this moment. She heard her own scream as she watched her father tumble into the water in a free fall as the boards under his feet fell out from beneath him. "No, Daddy, no!" "I'm sorry, Dad. I wish I could bring you back," Tina said, staring out at the water. Then she remembered how her goldfish came back to life. Maybe it was finally time to see what her powers could do. She was feeling all the emotions, and if she just focused them on the water, maybe she could actually bring him back. After all, she just watched herself light a matchbook on fire. What did she have to lose? Tina got on both of her knees and closed her eyes, focusing intently on the lake and the memory of her father, just like she had done with the matchbook. She pictured him rising and rising from the muck of the lake bed, until he finally could breathe oxygen again. "Come back, Daddy, please. We miss you and need you," she silently wished with all of her might. Then she thought she felt a presence, something under the water. She saw bubbles rising to the surface. "Oh my God," she thought, "it was working." "Daddy?" she said aloud, scanning the surface of the lake fervently. What Tina didn't know was that a presence was awakening under the water, a dark, sinister presence. A rusty chain snapped. Bubbles violently rose to the surface as whoever was coming up from the depths began to breathe for the first time in years. Tina closed her eyes. "Come back, Daddy, please come back," she begged the universe. The tears kept streaming as she felt the emotions boiling just under the surface of her barely kept together composure. She felt him. She felt him coming up from the depths. She saw his heavy body rising and rising to the top in her mind. Then a loud, resounding splash jolted her out of her focusing. She opened her eyes and her jaw dropped in shock. What had risen up from the bottom of the lake was almost certainly not her father. It was someone else, someone huge, someone monstrous. She only got a quick glimpse of what appeared to be some kind of mask over his face, and then, emotionally exhausted and in shock at what she had done, Tina suddenly fainted and slipped down into a pit of endless darkness. Chapter 3. "Dr. Cruz!" A shrill voice penetrated the silence of the night as an eerie white fog began to disappear into the pitch blackness that surrounded Crystal Lake. "Oh my God, Dr. Cruz, it's Tina!" Mrs. Shepherd exclaimed as she felt a rush of adrenaline seeing her daughter passed out on the dock, sticking out over the lake. She sprinted onto the dock in near hysterics, grabbing Tina and holding her up, shaking her. "Tina, sweetheart, are you all right?" Mrs. Shepherd cried frantically. "Tina, what happened?" said Dr. Cruz, who walked down the dock towards the scene. Tina's eyes fluttered open at the sound of the familiar voices, and then they flickered around in fear. Where is he?" Tina cried, looking around with a terrified expression. The doctor and Mrs. Shepherd both looked at each other in bewilderment. Then they helped Tina up and hurried her back into the house. Mrs. Shepherd laid her down on the couch with the blankets and went into the kitchen to brew some tea. Dr. Cruz paced the house, thinking, rubbing his jaw and observing Tina inconspicuously. As the tea was brewing, Amanda sat down next to Tina and stroked her hair, visually examining her daughter. Tears stained her cheeks. She took deep breaths of air and hugged the blanket close to her. She looked frightened out of her mind. What had she seen now? Mrs. Shepherd wondered. After a few moments of tense silence, she heard the tea timer go off, and she hurried into the kitchen to pour Tina a warm glass. She came back into the living room with the tea, where Dr. Cruz was now leaning against the doorframe. Tina gulped down a few warm, lengthy sips, and then shakily set the teacup down on the coffee table, hugging her knees to her chest on the couch. "What happened out there?" Dr. Cruz asked, his serious voice cutting through the silence. Tina looked up at him with fearful eyes, shaking her head as she tried to think. She hesitated. I thought I saw someone, she stammered, trying to remember those last few minutes before she had gone into mild shock and fainted. Who? Dr. Cruz asked curiously. I don't know, she replied. She was now completely lucid and feeling better now that her mother was close and it was all coming back to her. He came out of the lake. I know I saw him, but I can't describe him, she said. Him? Dr. Cruz asked, his interest piqued. Are you saying a man came out of the lake? Tina immediately narrowed her eyes in anger. I know what you're thinking, but this has nothing to do with my father, she spat at him. I'm not about to sit here and be psychoanalyzed again, Tina thought. Tina knew she saw someone, and it was not her father. She would have been sure that it was her father if she had seen him. Dr. Cruz bit his knuckles to keep from probing her and working her up even more. Then he went on, ignoring his reflexive compassion. Tina, don't run away from it, he continued stoically. Your guilt over your father's death, well, it's a powerful thing. I think it explains what we are dealing with here. But it wasn't my father, Tina protested. And your mind is manufacturing these hallucinations. Tina cut him off. But it wasn't a hallucination, she cried. Yes, it was, Tina, the doctor said. Tina scrunched up her face in absolute reproach. No! She screamed. The glass in the picture of John Shepherd that sat on the mantel suddenly shattered. Dark presences tend to prowl at night. Nighttime was where helpless victims of whatever beast was lurking could no longer see as well as they could during the day. It was the perfect time for slaying. One dark presence was awakening deep in the woods at Crystal Lake. Endlessly it stalked. It felt no pain. It didn't feel weary. It couldn't feel weary. It had no reasoning, no understanding, no comprehension of big questions or worldly concerns. All it needed to do was to hunt for its prey. Onward it went, straight through the woods and onto a road, breathing in the night air that was forced down into the rotting, barely functioning waterlogged lungs of the beast that roamed the darkness. Still, it was very much alive. Some would say the curse of Crystal Lake was what had awakened him time and time again. The beast knew almost nothing of its origin. Pieces of memories would come in fractured bits and shards, remnants of its long and bloody past. But now it was moving through the night, heedless of big questions. Big questions didn't concern him. The here and now concerned him, and the need for the thrill was overpowering. What the beast didn't realize was that just a few miles down the road, some unfortunate victims would be waiting. They too would become quick prey for the curse of Crystal Lake. Two headlights became slowly visible in the distance on the dirt road outside Crystal Lake, but they weren't moving. "23-year-old Mike Rogers was an average-looking guy with an average job. He worked at an office making coffee runs, typing up invoices, and performing other mundane tasks. But this weekend, he was looking forward to some leisure time in the woods with his girlfriend. He was dressed in a collared shirt and slacks, and his sandy hair was styled and gelled. 22-year-old Jane Albright stood on the side of the dark, desolate country road with her hand on her hip, tapping her foot impatiently as Mike leaned down into the hood of his 1979 Chevy Impala. "Piece of shit," Mike swore loudly as steam hissed out of the radiator. "When's the last time you put oil in that thing?" she asked as he fumbled with the cap on the oil tank. "Yesterday," he grumbled. Jane rolled her eyes in the back of her head. Great, she thought. She scanned both ends of the road, looking for any oncoming headlights. Surely there had to be some latecomers to the party, she thought to herself. But knowing Mike, everyone was probably already there, waiting on him like they always were. So now she realized they were pretty fucked and would likely be sleeping in the woods tonight. Maybe it would all be worth it. Maybe being stranded on the side of the road would be a funny story to tell. She couldn't wait to see the look on his face when Mike walked into the cabin and saw all of his friends. And when he saw Nick, his estranged cousin, they hadn't seen each other in some time, and Jane hoped that their reuniting would be a pleasant experience. She wondered if Mike knew about the party or even had an inkling of what exactly she had planned. It had been very hush-hush, and she wasn't aware of anyone spilling the beans to him. She hadn't said a word about it. And now it looked like they were going to be late to his own goddamn surprise party. And it was all the birthday boy's fault. Why hadn't he made sure the car was functional? Jane thought anxiously. Why had he decided to wait this long to leave so that nobody would be driving by to help them? It was getting late, almost 9:30, and surely they weren't going to see any passing motorists, especially considering everyone was probably already at the party and had probably arrived hours ago. Sometimes Jane wondered about their relationship. She didn't know if she could handle much more of Mike's laziness and procrastination. She had worked so hard putting this weekend together for him, and this was how he was repaying her. By forcing her to spend the night stranded in a dense and dark forest? An eerie fog had started to appear in the nearby woods, and Jane shivered. The moon was full, high in the sky, providing them their only source of light, and it wasn't much. Now they were out in the woods at night. It was just the two of them. All because of his stupid car, she thought. She had told him to take it to a mechanic to check it before they left, and he didn't listen. Mikey always wanted to do things the way Mikey wanted to do them. And it had ended them up here, in the middle of nowhere with a car that wouldn't start. Plus, they were going to have to show up to the cabin in the morning and explain their situation to their rightfully worried friends. Maybe if they just stayed by the road, someone would come looking for them. After all, they were supposed to show up at the cabin at 7, but that wasn't going to happen. They were all probably worried sick, or knowing them, they were probably throwing the party without them. "I told you to get that thing fixed," she said. Mike smacked his head on the hood as he stood up, rubbed the spot where he had bumped it, and turned to her. "Jane, I don't need this shit right now," he said, exasperated. He wiped the grease off of his shirt. "Great, now your shirt's ruined," she said. Now he was going to look horrible and dirty for the party, she thought. This was turning out to be a disaster. She had been planning it for months now. First, she talked to their friend Russell to make sure he would have his uncle's cabin available for the week. Then she had secret conversations with all of Mike's friends, including his cousin Nick. Apparently, there had been some beef between the two of them a couple of years back, something over a girl when they lived together as roommates their freshman year of college. Surprisingly, Nick had happily agreed to join them for Mike's birthday party, but now Jane didn't even think there would be a surprise party at all. It was all ruined. Everybody would probably figure that Mike bailed, pack up their things, and bail themselves tomorrow morning. A wasted effort this turned out to be, she thought miserably. All the months of anticipation led up to this, stranded out at Crystal Lake in the middle of the night. That's what had to happen, unless they just walked the 3 or 4 miles to the lake. It sounded like the most reasonable option to her. As she brushed a strand of curly hair out of her face, she sighed. "Well, you're not going to fix that thing. Let's just walk," she said. Mike stared down defeatedly at the open hood and thought for a moment. "I don't know if that's a good idea. Out here? You thinking of hitchhiking too?" Do you have a better idea? It's either walk or sit here and wait to have a threesome with Bigfoot, she retorted. Mike couldn't argue with her. He was much too pissed off at his car. He pictured kicking at it as hard as he could, but he restrained himself, knowing he could break a leg or a bone in his foot and make their situation even worse. Finally, after a few more moments, Mike slammed the hood down. The couple opened the trunk, got out their sleeping bags and duffel bags filled with supplies and clothes, and started down the road towards the lake. The road was hard-packed dirt and lined with tall pine trees. There wasn't a house or a street lamp in sight. Just endless blackness on either end of the road and the dirt leading off into oblivion. It was quiet, except for the sound of owls hooting in the trees and the soft chirping of crickets. It was almost too quiet, and it unnerved Jane. She kept glancing around, feeling like anything could be watching her from the shadows. Guess that's what a full moon will do to you, she thought. And now it looked like the curse of Crystal Lake was already in full effect. Here they were, stranded, castaways in the land of Crystal Lake. They walked onwards. After about 2 miles, Mike stopped and glanced towards a trail leading off into the woods. "Let's camp out here," Mike said. He started to walk down the trail. "But we're almost there," Jane protested. Mike turned around, heaving his knapsack up higher on his shoulder with a heavy sigh. "Jane, I'm beat. Woods are woods. Come on." "Michael," Jane said. "What?" he exclaimed. "We're going to have to go back to the car in the morning anyway." Jane frowned. She was not about to sleep in the woods tonight, but her only other option was to tell him about the party. He was right. If they walked to the lake now, they'd have to walk all the way back for their things. Unless there was conveniently an entire group of people waiting for them at a cabin a few miles down the road. She had to tell him. Jane bit her lip, thinking. Fuck it, she thought. The party was ruined no matter what. "Nick can take us," she said dejectedly. "Nick?" Mike asked in bewilderment. "Why would he come all the way out here?" Jane dropped her bags on the dirt shoulder of the road and sighed defeated. "He's already here," she replied. Mike stepped closer, his eyebrows raised. "What are you talking about?" "This was supposed to be a surprise party for your birthday," she said. She was hesitant at first, but then it all came spilling out. "Everybody's waiting for us to show up. I got this great cabin and everything." "No way," Mike said, grinning. "Never mind, the whole thing's ruined. Happy birthday," she said glumly. In the midst of their conversation, they didn't notice the 2 headlights approaching in the distance. It was a 1965 Plymouth, and it was headed straight for them, towards Crystal Lake. Mike saw it first and held out his hands, waving them frantically. "Hey, hey!" he shouted. Jane also ran up to the side of the road and called out to the motorist. They drove right on by, leaving a cloud of dust. Mike threw his hands in the air in frustration. "Eat shit, fuckheads!" he screamed into the night. And just like that, they were gone. The 2 taillights of the Plymouth receded around a bend. They picked up their gear and kept walking, grumbling to themselves. As they continued towards the cabin with Mike having a new surge of energy from hearing about the surprise party, the night grew darker. Rustling in the leaves kept startling Jane, but she kept assuring herself that it was only nothing. Mike huddled close to her, and they walked on down the road. Another mile passed. Finally, they passed the sign that read Crystal Lake, 2 miles. "Some birthday," Mike said. "It's going to be a great birthday," Jane said, truly sorry for him. "I promise." "Wait here, I'll be back in 2 shakes," he said, dropping his gear underneath a pine tree. "Just hurry," she replied. Mike walked off down a trail, and soon he too was receding into the darkness. Jane leaned against a tree and listened to the night quietly. She looked around at the woods, at the intimidating wilderness that surrounded her, and shivered in the night air. "Christ, it's getting cold!" Mike shouted from the woods. Jane laughed at him. She could barely make Mike out through the darkness. taking a piss just a few yards away through the trees. The only sounds she heard now were the nighttime animals coming out to make their calls and find their mates. She didn't hear the softly approaching footsteps from behind her. The presence that was now near her was far too quiet and stealthy to attract her attention. The huge, dark, looming figure, obscured by the shadows of the woods, bent down and picked up a sharp metal tent spike jutting out of the duffel bag that Mike had left lying under the tree. Jane didn't hear a thing. An elephantine yet incredibly dexterous hand rocketed out of the darkness and clamped around her mouth. She was viciously spun around and throttled. A hockey mask was staring right at her. The creature's rotting, meaty hand stifled the terrified scream that rose up her gullet. He was immensely strong. She could barely move in his inhumanly powerful bear hug. All she felt was helpless terror. Her eyes grew wide as she saw the sunken, rotted, and unblinking eyes of the monster that had her in his grip. Her eyes were then transfixed on the wickedly sharp tent spike in his right hand. The monster slammed her into the pine tree with such force that she felt the rugged bark pierce the flesh on her back. Jane tried to wriggle free, but it was futile. She could see her own petrified eyes in the reflection of the silver steel spike that was then rammed into her throat and then into the tree. For a split second, she felt an indescribably intense tightness in her neck, and then a splitting, tearing pain that started coursing through the rest of her body. Her masked assailant rammed the spike with his fist, sinking it in deeper, and she began to choke on blood that erupted from her mangled trachea and spilled out of her mouth. As her body stopped quivering, the monster let out a deep breath. It had been his first victim since his awakening. It always pleased him, but she could have appeased him more by putting up a fight. She had gone limp with terror in his arms. Jason enjoyed the fight. His senses were suddenly all coming back to him with the force of a lightning bolt, just like the first time he had been awakened from a subterranean slumber. For so long he had waited down at the bottom of Crystal Lake, perfectly preserved by the dark force that had awakened him. It was the force that Jason had first felt as a young boy. It was a strange and intense feeling that he had, and expressing it had terrified the other children around him. A feeling that would rush over him in waves, shock waves that would grip him and consume him until everything was burned out and all that was left was unquenchable bloodlust. A craving for flesh, a craving for pain and suffering, a craving for justice. Jason didn't know what justice meant, but he still had a sense of it. Biological evolution gave him that. It was the anger that fueled him to enact that justice. To him, they were all the same. To him, what he saw around him only confirmed what his mother had drilled into his brain from a young age. That they're all extremely and irrevocably sick, that they are all truly evil and needed to be punished, and that their careless actions were mortal sins to God. He had found it out the first time he had seen two teenagers having sex in the woods at Camp Crystal Lake, when he was just a 6-year-old child. His mind had desperately tried to piece together what they were doing at the time, and the confusion enraged him. What enraged him even more is that they had something that he would never have: normality, humanity, joy. His mother hadn't taught him about sex, only that it was bad, extremely bad. Bad enough that they all deserved punishment. Jason didn't quite understand what any of this meant for him, but he knew one thing. There was no more human reasoning left in him. There was no more normality. Anything that could be seen as humanity had been snuffed out like someone clamping their fingers over the head of a match. And as the flames burned inside him, they left behind ash and smoldering ruins in his soul, and hatred, a deep running hatred that would fuel him to grow stronger and get better at survival. That's all Jason had known how to do for years: survive. And now all he wanted to do was to annihilate anyone who came to his home. The place where it all started, Crystal Lake. With lightning reflexes, he turned his head at the faint sound of leaves rustling, and he saw the boy, who was zipping up his slacks and walking out of the woods. Mike's eyes grew wide as they adjusted. All he could do was stare in horror at the sight of Jane, her dead eyes looking up to the sky, as if she had been begging for God to just let her die. The tent spike was plunged all the way to the hilt through her neck, impaling her like a bug on a scientist's corkboard. Then Mike saw the enormous lumbering figure towering over him, and his knees went weak. Jason Voorhees stepped into the moonlight in terrifying, menacing form. He ripped the spike out of the tree, and Jane's lifeless body crumpled into the leaves. Mike didn't say a word. He turned and ran. Jason stalked after him, slowly, walking at an even pace. He knew he had plenty of time before his prey would get tired. Mike kept running, half stumbling and half falling, glancing behind him every few seconds to make sure there was enough distance between him and the hockey-masked maniac. He ran further in a blind panic, not knowing where he was going but not caring. He was in full-blown survivor mode. He glanced behind him again, and Jason was hot on his trail. No matter how fast he ran, Jason was always right there. And then whoosh, a sudden, sharp, agonizing pain tore across his back. The tent spike had been hurled through the air with tremendous force. It was now lodged deep in Mike's trapezius muscle, and blood started to spill from his mouth. Mike landed on all fours and tried to scramble away through the dead leaves, but Jason was suddenly right on top of him, moving with inhuman speed. Jason slammed his boot down on Mike's spine and then yanked on the spike, lifting Mike up into the air, twisting it in deeper. Blood from Mike's punctured lung bubbled up into his throat and out his open mouth as he unleashed a hideous gagging noise, one last pitiful cry for help. Jason ripped the tent spike out of his victim, the spike that had been thrown like a dart through the air with inhuman strength, and Jason felt alive once again. The maniacal urges he once had resisted, but eventually succumbed to, were now coursing through him like tiny bullets. Jason was back. Chapter 4. As a dark and eerie night continued to envelop the Shepherd house like an all-encompassing and oppressive cloud, there was a hesitant knock at the back door. Mrs. Shepherd was standing in the kitchen, washing her hands, and she frowned, wondering who it could be at this hour of the night. It was nearly 10:30. It's probably one of the kids from next door, she thought. She went to the back door and opened it. A young, handsome man was standing on the covered porch, smiling awkwardly and holding a pink sweatshirt. "Hi," he said kindly. "I'm Nick. I'm looking for the girl who lives here." "Oh, hi, I'm Amanda Shepherd. She's right here," Mrs. Shepherd said, turning to see Tina standing in the kitchen doorway. "I washed this for you," Nick said to Tina. She took the sweatshirt from his hands and smiled at him, blushing as he stared into her eyes. "So, have you been having fun up here?" Mrs. Shepherd asked, correctly assuming that he was part of the group that was renting the house next door. Yeah. A bunch of us got together to throw my cousin Michael a surprise birthday party. I came over to invite your daughter," Nick said. Tina glanced at her mother. "I don't know," Tina said nervously. "Well, you could always spend the evening with me and Dr. Cruz," Mrs. Shepherd said with a sly smile. Tina smiled and then looked at Nick, nodding. "Let's go," she said, handing the sweatshirt to her mother. Tina and Nick left out the back door, and Mrs. Shepherd closed the door, with the smile still on her face. Perfect, she thought. It was a chance for Tina to hang out with others and socialize. It had never been easy for Tina to make friends, and as she watched Tina out the kitchen window, she grew anxious. What would happen if she freaked out? Mrs. Shepherd couldn't help but feel intensely sorry for her daughter, and she didn't want it to turn into pity, but pity seemed to be an appropriate response. Sometimes Mrs. Shepherd wondered if she had done something wrong during her pregnancy with Tina that had given her so many problems. She didn't drink or smoke, ever. So there was no way she had brought this situation into her life herself. But something in the back of her mind made her feel guilty as a parent. Then again, she knew that parenting wasn't easy, and at least Tina was physically healthy as far as she could tell. But mentally? Mrs. Shepherd had ultimately began to worry that Tina would end up in the hospital her entire life, and with John gone, those medical bills would make things extremely difficult. Maybe that was why she had decided to take such drastic measures with Dr. Cruz and bring Tina back here. Mrs. Shepherd truly felt deep down like this was their only hope, their lifeline to a more stable existence, an existence where they could move on from John's untimely death and start fresh. Nothing else had worked, and Amanda felt like she had nothing more to lose. There was a creak on the old floorboards, and Mrs. Shepherd turned around quickly, snapping out of her thoughts to see Dr. Cruz standing in the doorway, looking confused. "Where'd she go? Who's that boy?" he asked with concern. "Oh, relax, Dr. Cruz," Mrs. Shepherd said. "She's going to visit the kids next door." "I thought we agreed on no distractions," he said firmly. "I'd hate to see her go back to the hospital." "She just needs a chance to be normal. Isn't that what this is all about?" Mrs. Shepherd said. He hesitated. Yes, of course it is." Tina and Nick were walking side by side down the path to the rental house. They had been walking in awkward silence for some time. Tina noticed his eyes glancing at her and averted her gaze nervously. "So, are you much for parties?" Nick asked her, his hands in his pockets as they climbed onto the sprawling front porch of the rental home. "You know, like, cake and ice cream." Tina didn't know what to say. They pushed open the front door of the rental cabin, and the party hit Tina like a truck. Boisterous laughter and loud music emanated from the room. Her eyes widened. She had never been to a college party before, much less any kind of party. Memories of her lonely past birthday parties flooded her mind, and she shuddered. As she looked around, she saw a few 19- and 20-year-olds were sitting on couches, chatting and laughing with one another in high spirits, most of them with some kind of a drink in their hand. It made Tina incredibly nervous. A knot twisted tightly in her stomach, but she swallowed hard and remained calm. Suddenly, Russell, who was carrying a large bucket of ice and champagne, started to fall, and Nick saved him from spilling the expensive alcohol all over the floor. And then, while Nick was distracted, a short, stocky guy in his 20s with dark hair, wearing a United States Air Force jacket, extended his hand towards Tina. When she didn't return the favor, he grabbed her anyways and pulled her aside. "All right, I need an objective opinion," Eddie said, as Tina stared at him like a deer caught in the headlights. "What do you think of StarlyCon?" Eddie asked Tina enthusiastically. He held up a notepad where he had been sitting and writing down his ideas. "Listen, 30,000 years into the future, the entire galaxy is populated, all right, by highly evolved protozoa." "Good, huh?" said Eddie, proud of his work. Tina forced a tight smile, trying to be polite, and started backing away from Eddie towards Nick. "Only one human being and his woman still exist amongst the stars, and it's their duty to save the planet," Eddie went on, as Nick came up behind Tina and gingerly put his hands on her shoulders. "I see you met our resident writer, Eddie," Nick said. As Eddie continued explaining his novel, Tina glared at Nick. "Ice cream and cake, huh?" she said wryly. "Eddie's a little out there, but believe me, Tina, everybody else here is perfectly normal," Nick replied. Normal, Tina thought. Great, so much for fitting in. Tina glanced around the room cautiously, trying to mask her fear, her eyes coming to rest on an attractive young guy smoking a joint and blowing it towards her. She gave Nick another look. Nearby, Russell and Eddie started to converse. "Russell, can I talk to you for a minute?" said Eddie nervously. "What's up?" sighed Russell. "This Melissa girl," said Eddie. "She's incredible. She's like a Numerian Catwoman." "What are you talking about?" asked Russell. "Sandra's friend Melissa." "Cool your jets, pal. She's out of your league," said Russell. "Her father brings home 6 figures. Face it, you're outclassed." Russell then walked away from him as Eddie hung his head. Nick ushered Tina into the kitchen and away from Eddie, where a foxy redhead, also in her early 20s, was talking to a blonde mousy girl wearing big glasses. "So," he goes, "let me see your ID," the redhead said, clearly in the middle of a juicy story. So I go, "Well, I left it at home." And he goes, "Well, you have to go and get it." So I go, "Okay," and I go. "Put something under that drink. You're going to ruin the tables," said Russell from the living room. As the redhead's voice trailed off, the young dark-haired stoner, who Tina had heard being called David, came waltzing into the kitchen to grab a beer, starting to shotgun it. The redhead stared at him dreamily as he swaggered back into the living room. "Outrageous," the redhead said, smiling from ear to ear. "Do you like David?" the blonde girl with glasses said. The redhead nodded. "Me too," the blonde one said. And then Russell came barging into the kitchen, furious, with Sandra following behind him. The kitchen was a mess. Empty beer cans littered the counter, the freezer had been literally emptied, and packages of string cheese, ice cream, and juice were scattered all around the counters. "God, would you look at this? This party hasn't even started and the place already looks like closing time at the stock exchange," Russell grumbled. "Russ, honey, we'll clean it up, I promise," Sandra reassured him. "Yeah, chill out, Brooks Brothers," said the fiery redhead. "But they're eating my uncle's food. We were supposed to bring our own food," Russell said, shooting a dirty look at the 2 girls who were busy snacking. "My uncle is gonna shit," Russell complained, and then Nick spoke up, awkwardly. "Hey, everyone!" The redhead, the girl with glasses, and Russell and Sandra turned to look at the young, blonde stranger who stood in the kitchen next to Nick. "This is Tina, from next door," he said. "Hi, I'm Robin," the redhead said, "and this is Maddie." She gestured to the blonde girl with glasses. All of a sudden, there was a resounding crash that came from the living room. "Oh, shit!" Sandra exclaimed and ran into the living room, grabbing Nick by his denim jacket and hugging him with her. "Nick, help me!" This left Tina alone in the kitchen. She stood in a bungling attempt to appear normal with her hands in the pockets of her slacks. From another door that led to a back staircase came one of the tall blondes who had been insulting Tina earlier. She now wore a blue pantsuit and an expensive-looking pearl necklace. "Now there's a guy I'd like to throw a surprise party for," she said, watching Nick leave the room. Then her eyes directed right at Tina. "Hi, I'm Melissa," the blonde woman said with a distinguished air. "I'm Tina from next door," Tina replied meekly. "I know," Melissa said, narrowing her eyes at Tina. Her passive aggression was leaking out through her words, and she turned and walked around the kitchen island towards Robin and Maddie. "Maddie, who is that scuzzball dopehead?" Russell asked, gesturing to the living room where he was positive that David had knocked down something very expensive. "I told him not to smoke in the house." "Only the birthday boy's best friend?" said Melissa matter-of-factly. "Melissa, those are so pretty, absolutely gorgeous. Where did you get them?" Maddie asked, touching Melissa's pearl necklace gently. "What a stupid place to put a lamp," said David, who was coming into the kitchen and rubbing his head. Russell's jaw tightened. Nick walked back into the kitchen as well, handing Tina a bottle of cream soda. "They're real," Melissa said to Maddie, showing off her bling for the entire room to see. "On my last birthday, my daddy goes, 'Melissa, you're the perfect daughter.' Melissa went on like she was in a soap opera. "And he gives me these and says, 'To the best little girl in the whole world.'" Meanwhile, David was shotgunning another can of beer, resulting in most of it ending up on the floor. Beer sprayed everywhere as he choked, and Russell threw up his hands in frustration. "Ah, disgusting!" Melissa cried. Tina started to laugh, but then her entire face dropped. She was no longer focused on the college kid's shenanigans. She was laser-focused on something else. Movement. Behind Robin stood a massive, hideous, and terrifying man in a hockey mask, the same one from the lake. A young boy, no more than 20, was profusely bleeding from the mouth. The metal tip of a tent spike protruded from his stomach. The man in the hockey mask ripped the long steel spike out of his spine. More blood sprayed out. It painted the wall behind the monstrous man. Tina's jaw dropped. Her eyes filled with dread as she stared in raw, unblinking, paralyzing terror at the sight of a psychopathic killer ravaging his young victim. It was him, from the lake. No, not again, she thought. Not again. Her eyes flickered over to Nick, who was smiling and laughing at David. Nobody else could see it. "My God, I'm the only one who can see it," she thought. The cream soda fell onto the kitchen floor and shattered, as the rest of the party turned to look at her. Everything went silent, and Tina ran for the back door, disappearing out into the night. Onwards, the deep maliciousness stalked through the woods of Crystal Lake. Mile after mile went by, but it felt like nothing to him. The past hour felt like mere minutes to this beast. The area was beginning to feel somewhat familiar to him. Memories had been slowly filling his mind. Distant memories, fractured memories. Images of blood and tissue being slashed and mangled flashed into his unhinged mind. Anguished screams filled his ears. They slowly were making him thirst for the kill again. His rotting hand was still curled around the blood-soaked tent spike. What angered him now was how different his campground seemed. They had been here. Them. They had come in and built their homes and camps all around his woods, tearing his world apart. These woods were all he knew. After all, he had survived out here for years, and now he was back. More distant and hazy memories flooded him. A woman came into view, surrounded by bright white light. "Jason," the woman said in a comforting, maternal tone, "they'll never kill you, Jason. They all must pay." He remembered her vividly now. Her voice was ringing in his ears like an alarm bell. It was the one who had cared for him and protected him as a young child, commanding him to keep killing. And Jason listened. How could he not? Her voice had been his only source of comfort as a child, his only solace from a world that refused to accept him for what he was. Memories of a place were now in his head. A campground, log cabins, a grassy field that served as an archery range, a sparkling lake. It was his home. Days he would spend out there, catching animals, spying on others, keenly attuned to their behavior and their mannerisms. He instinctively knew when someone was a typically more fearful type of person. He instinctively knew who would be a coward and who would be the one to fight back. He instinctively knew when other people were talking about him. It was as if he could just sense things. He could hear little sounds, tiny, almost inaudible sounds that other humans wouldn't be able to perceive. He could remember being incredibly adept at stealth from a young age. Spying on the other campers at Crystal Lake had been his favorite activity, and he almost always got away with it despite his deformed, abnormally larger body. He could still slink around and not be seen. There were many things like that, tiny subtle intelligences and abilities that Jason indeed possessed that had made him into what he was. He would watch the other campers and the counselors from afar, trying to soak in their normality like a sponge, but it never sank in for him. It was foreign to him, their laughter, their excitement for mundane things like birds or small animals, the way they touched each other affectionately and truly enjoyed life. None of it made sense to him, which made him angry, incredibly angry, angry enough to kill. And then they hadn't saved him when he was left to die, struggling alone in the deep, murky lake as it swallowed him whole. Then they took his mother. He remembered something else, a vision that fueled the rage inside him. His mother's head, severed from its body, an expression of surprise and horror permanently on its face. And that girl, the one who he sought vengeance on, the one who had decapitated his mother on that summer night back years ago. They had done it to her, all of them, the ones who were supposed to be watching him, the ones who cared about nothing but their own selfish desires, the ones who came to Crystal Lake, Camp Crystal Lake. He saw lights and went towards them. Pretty soon he was standing at the edge of a clearing where one of their houses came into view. This Friday the 13th, they could all see and learn that his woods were not to be tarnished. Nobody would mess with his woods ever again. Once he showed them all how much pain he could make them feel. The same pain they inflicted on him and his mother. He could still hear her voice. "Jason, my sweet, sweet boy, they never cared for you." His hand gripped the tent spike harder as he heard something else. Voices, but this time they weren't in his head. Happy, carefree voices coming from one of the houses. On this Friday the 13th, their happiness wouldn't last, because Jason was out there in the dark, and this time, nothing and no one could save them. As tears blinded her, Tina ran down the path back to her home, back to her refuge, feeling the raw terror ricocheting off of her bones, like tiny bullets were hammering her. She had seen another vision, and this time it was more gruesome than any of the ones she had thus far. The color of the blood flashed into her mind. It had been flowing from his mouth like a waterfall. And then she had seen the man from the lake, slaughtering him. "God, I really am crazy," she thought as she stumbled through the darkness. She stopped and leaned against a tree, catching her breath. "I never should have gone over there," Tina thought. "What was I thinking? I'm too fucked up to be normal. I'm far from normal. I'm a freak." Then she heard something that abruptly severed her stream of panicked thoughts. Footsteps. A twig snapped. Tina jerked her head towards the sound, but there was nothing there. Then again, the darkness could have been fooling her. Maybe there was a figure standing just a few feet away watching her, shrouded in blackness. Tina immediately sprang back into action at the thought of that notion, and ran towards her mother's house, tears still streaming down her cheeks. As she reached for the screen door leading to the covered porch, she froze. Her eyes widened. Her heart almost skipped a beat. The tent spike that the boy had been killed with was rammed into the wooden porch column. It protruded out into the night. Dark, purplish, coagulated blood was splattered all around the tip of the wickedly sharp spike. Tina couldn't believe it. But then she felt it. It was real as rain. She felt the coldness of the still. She took in a huge breath as her eyes scanned her surroundings. The man in the mask, she thought. He had to have been here. With the paralyzing image of the masked man using the tent spike on her running through her mind, Tina hurled open the screen door and scrambled inside. "Mom! Mom!" she cried frantically as she ran into the kitchen. Mrs. Shepherd became alarmed at the hysteria in her daughter's eyes. "What is it, Tina?" Mrs. Shepherd asked, grabbing Tina by her arms. "Mom, I saw him again," Tina cried, her eyes wide and filled with immeasurable terror. "What? Who?" Mrs. Shepherd asked. "The man, the thing, in the lake. I saw him again. He was killing a boy with a metal spike." "Tina!" proclaimed Dr. Cruz, who had walked in from the living room. He grabbed her firmly, almost snatching her from the arms of her mother. "Relax, relax," Tina glared at him. "What do you mean you saw him?" Dr. Cruz inquired. "Well, I didn't see it happen, but I know he's dead," Tina said. Dr. Cruz brought his hand up to his jaw, thinking. "All right," he said skeptically. "What were you doing right before it happened?" "Why?" Tina protested. Her eyes were flickering back and forth from the front door to the back door, as if she were terrified of something or someone coming in. "Because these are delusions," Dr. Cruz explained. "You're creating images of your father, Tina." Tina backed away, shaking her head, her lips curling with rage. "No, no, no, no!" she cried, and then her eyes widened as she remembered the tent spike. "All right, well, he left a large delusion stuck in our back porch," Tina said. Relief washed over her. Now she finally had evidence that what she had been seeing was real. "Why don't you go take a look if you don't believe me?" Dr. Cruz glanced at Mrs. Shepherd skeptically and then towards the back door. "All right, I will," he said. And with that, he walked into the kitchen and out of sight. Tina and her mother both heard the back door open and close, and then Tina fell into her mother's arms. "I know I'm right," she said through more tears. "I know I'm right." A few seconds passed by, and then Dr. Cruz's voice rang out from outside. "Tina!" he called. Tina and Mrs. Shepherd rushed outside to the back porch, and out the screen door, where Dr. Cruz was standing looking around cluelessly. "Where, Tina?" he asked. Tina gasped with bewilderment. Her eyes were affixed to the indentation in the wood where the tent spike had been lodged. The spike was gone. Tina was dumbstruck for a second, and then turned to her mother and the doctor, who both had expressions of disbelief. She pointed madly to the indentation in the wall. "It was right there! The large spike that I saw!" Her voice trailed off as she glanced at the indentation, shaking her head. "How?" she thought. "I have to be going crazy. It was right there, covered in that poor boy's blood." She should have gotten the blood on her fingers so she could have had some kind of substance, some kind of evidence for her claims, but she hadn't thought of it at the time. The indentation was there, but to her mother and Dr. Cruz it just looked like part of the old wood that the house was made from. She didn't know anymore. Tina turned to face them again. "What's happening to me?" she said, her voice breaking. "Help me, please." Another tear rolled down her cheek, and Dr. Cruz held her by both of her arms in an attempt to comfort her. "Shh," Dr. Cruz said. "I'm going to help you, but you have to help me." Mrs. Shepherd suddenly reached out and started ushering Tina back onto the porch. "Tina, honey, come in the house," she said. "Come on, sweetie." As Mrs. Shepherd led Tina back into the kitchen, Tina became a blubbering mess on the verge of another breakdown. I don't know what's happening," she said, stammering, becoming quickly overwhelmed with emotion. "It was there." Tina knew she saw something, but from the look in her mother's eye, she knew she sounded out of her mind. As crazy as it sounded, she couldn't shake the feeling that something or someone was out there. Something that had risen from the bottom of the lake. Something horrifying. Something Tina had never imagined in her wildest dreams. But nobody would believe her. And what was worse, Tina didn't know if she believed herself anymore. Nobody could save them from the evil that had been awakened. The 1965 Plymouth cruised down the highway just a mile from the dirt road that led to Crystal Lake. Dan Ackerman, a 35-year-old car salesman, was at the wheel, his eyes distractedly cutting over to his fiancée, Judy Williams, who scanned the rumpled and faded map in front of her. Dan had surprised her with an early honeymoon just last week. One thing she always had talked about was going camping near a lake out in the country, where they could wake up in the morning and skinny dip where nobody could see. So Dan had gone all out for her. He learned how to pitch a tent and had practiced in the backyard of their small duplex back in the city. He had mapped it all out as well and made sure that where they were going was on an easy road to traverse, and he had chosen the most efficient route. Crystal Lake had been a choice that most of their friends had been wary about. "Haven't you guys heard about what happened up there?" they would say. Dan and Judy had told them all not to give them the gory details. They didn't want their vacation ruined by horror stories. After all, what had happened had likely happened years ago. Crystal Lake had been where his mind was set on taking her for their excursion. He saw the brochure at a rest stop, and since then nobody had been able to sway him from his decision. Crystal Lake, he had thought, sounds like a relaxing place to be. What could be more romantic? Laying out under the stars with the great outdoors surrounding you, having some fun in the sun, and seeing his young blonde fiancée in a bikini. They had planned on a fun couple of days. First, they'd find a camping spot and maybe make love for the second time. Dan had ruined their first time due to him being a little too intoxicated, but this time he was planning on making it up to her. If it weren't for his damn religious parents getting in his head, he might not have fucked it up the first time. He had gotten in way over his head with way too much tequila that night, and nobody had told him that it could seriously impede your sexual appetite and your performance. Dan had had a case of whiskey dick, as they called it. He remembered being so nervous about being with a woman so attractive as Judy was, that he downed several drinks way too fast, and before he knew it, he was seriously making a fool of himself. Judy had laughed it off at the time, but he could tell that she did slightly resent him for it. But now he was ready, and they hadn't bought any booze for the weekend. Next, they'd go on a short hike around the lake, or maybe just half that route. It depended on how much sex they planned on having, and he just knew that once he got her alone in the woods, it would make for a very erotic few days. All of their unbridled passion could finally be released. With their busy work schedule, it was hard for them to breathe, much less get busy. He couldn't wait to fuck every morning in a tent with the birds singing over them and the sun streaming in through the tent flaps, without having to worry about any responsibilities. And Dan and Judy both had their responsibilities. Both worked full-time jobs to pay rent and were involved in their community. Community was how they had met. Judy was experienced, as some guys would say, but that hadn't thrown Dan off. He wasn't that type of guy who couldn't have sex with a girl who had a history. She had been up front with him about her sex life, and he had embraced it. After all, who wants to have sex with someone who doesn't know what they're doing? He thought to himself. He much preferred a girl who could get rough and not be timid, and Judy had a certain confidence about her. It made her super bossy at times, but Dan was getting past it. Besides, it was kind of his thing. After all, it made for a good time in bed, and she could get things that she wanted out of people. She was assertive in that way, and some men were threatened by it, but not Dan. If they were at a restaurant and the food was lousy, Judy was the kind of woman to say something about it and ask for a refund, instead of just leaving in silence. He thought strong, opinionated women were sexy in their own right, and sometimes in love you have to do that with a woman. Let her wear the pants sometimes. It made for a more interesting relationship dynamic, where they could help and serve one another instead of just one serving the other. Dan had flocked to some very aggressive women in his past and had gotten into some pretty toxic situations. But maybe Judy wasn't as batshit crazy as some of the women he had been with. She seemed to know how to just relax at times and give in when the time was right. She definitely had a lot more emotional control than most of the girls he had dated in college. She worked for a finance company, and it also hadn't bothered him that she made a bigger paycheck than he did. Again, some guys didn't like that, but not Dan. Money wasn't important to him. A good relationship is what mattered, and that's what he seemed to have with Judy. Something that would last. As he pulled onto the dirt road that led to Crystal Lake, Judy cleared her throat. "You know, we could have stopped for those kids back there," Judy said. "I'm on vacation," he protested. "I don't want to have to deal with people." Judy scoffed. Well, maybe I shouldn't have come along, she teased with a flirtatious smile. Oh, come on, he said. You know what I mean. Yeah, I know, Judy replied. It was just like her to tease him like that, Dan thought. It was incredibly sexy to him. She had first come on to him in a social group for single, unmarried bachelors and bachelorettes. Their first time meeting was an awkward one for Dan, to say the least. This time, Judy had been coming on to him instead of the other way around. It threw him off of his game for only a short time, but eventually a very playful and flirtatious game began. Soon they were back at his apartment and slowly taking off their clothes as they made small talk about their evening. And tonight, he couldn't wait to have a second chance to really please her, to make her glad she chose to get engaged to him, to make her look back at all of her wasted time and say to herself, God, I'm glad I made it here. Tonight was definitely the night. They'd be all hot and sweaty after pitching the tent, and it would be the perfect time to just go at it. And this time he'd be sober. As Dan and Judy looked at the map, they took another turn onto an even smaller cowpath of a road. As Dan squinted through the windshield, he kept finding himself distracted by her and thoughts of what a good time he could show her. Another part of him felt uneasy about it. He could hear his parents' voices in his head again. Wait until you're married, they had said. His folks were old school and very traditional. They hadn't even approved of Dan's last relationship, all because his last girlfriend had her nose pierced. You're a man, Dan, and that means you're going to feel things for women, but you have to be strong, his dad had told him. Well, here he was, with the girl that he knew was the one, out in the country on a peaceful summer night. What else could they do? Would he really waste a great experience over the advice of people who didn't grow up with a television or a microwave? So what if they weren't married yet, he thought. Surely God wouldn't mind if he had sex while they were engaged. Isn't love what it is all about? He only knew one thing, that he really loved this girl, and despite what his parents had said, he knew tonight would be the night. He couldn't hold it back any longer. His lust for her was consuming him, and he didn't care about angering God or his parents anymore. What they didn't know wouldn't hurt them, he decided. It was none of his parents' business when he decided to have sex with someone. He didn't worry about her getting pregnant, but they both had good jobs, albeit ones that were very busy and took up much of their lives. He wondered if he could ever make work and a family life manageable. Lots of families do it, he thought to himself. You hire a babysitter or send the kids to a daycare. Sure, leaving your children with strangers wasn't ideal, but it beat the hell out of not having the money to give them a future. It would be hard with both of them working. Although his parents had done it, and he knew with Judy's sharp mind they couldn't fail. The woman was smart, and he also found that incredibly irresistible. Math, Judy had said on the first date when he had asked her what she went to college for. She had explained that she wanted to teach math in high school or maybe middle school, but quickly found out it didn't pay well enough. So she switched to finance and tripled her income. At the time, he couldn't believe someone as attractive and intelligent as Judy was actually interested in him. And that's what had made him drink. But this time there was no alcohol and no people around to make him nervous. Maybe it had been the social setting of last time. Maybe this time the peace and quiet of the outdoors would soothe him and set him at ease, unlike the noisy clamor of wine glasses clinking and lots of laughter. Crystal Lake, we're here, Dan said, as the lake came into view through the trees, shimmering in the light of the full moon. Now it was time to pitch the tents as fast as they could manage. And then it was time to finally unleash all of their pent-up desires. And Dan wasn't about to let the previous generation or his previous screw-ups trick him into wasting his life away. Life was too short not to take those chances. As the Plymouth tediously drove down a hillside and down a winding tree-lined path, it came to stop in a large clearing. Lights from nearby houses penetrated through the thick boughs of trees, but they were all far away. It was a perfect little spot, away from anything and everything and everyone. As he parked the car, they sat in silence for a few moments, taking in the ambiance of the wilderness. An owl called from the trees, crickets were singing, the lake was gently lapping on the shore, frogs croaked. "Well, let's start setting up camp," Dan said as they both piled out of the car. They started by unloading their luggage and setting it down, and then they found 2 flashlights and used them to illuminate the small clearing. Then Dan started the fire in the center of the clearing, providing them with a warm orange glow. As Judy sat by the fire warming herself, Dan had the tent put up in less than 15 minutes, and pretty soon they were both sitting on logs by the fire and gazing at each other. Dan was drawn to the way her amber hair gleamed in the firelight. He had to have her. He could already picture their bodies intertwining underneath the stars. "I'm cold," she suddenly said, leaning closer to the fire. It broke the stillness, and Dan was snapped out of his reverie. "Well, let's crawl in the sack," Dan said with a suggestive grin. Then she cut her eyes at him, almost looking offended. "I think you need to fix the fire," she said, pointing to the puny flames in front of her. "Well, I'm out of wood," he snapped back. "We're in a forest." Dan leaned close to her on the log and started to kiss her. "Come on, let me warm you up." His lips slid across her cheek as she jerked her head away from him. "Dan," she protested, "we need wood." Wood, Dan thought. That made him even hornier. Frustrated, he slid back away from her and sighed. Judy smiled at him. "It's going to be a cold night tonight," she said, biting her lip at him. That was as good of a cue as he was going to get. This meant that if he went and got more wood to keep her warm, that he would definitely be getting some. With that, he unsheathed the long, slightly rusted machete and turned to her. "I'll be back," he said, in his best Arnold Schwarzenegger impersonation. Then he disappeared into the woods. Making sure that he was gone, Judy giggled excitedly and ran into the tent. She stripped down and crawled inside their single sleeping bag and began to patiently wait. Tonight was the night, she thought, but it would be a night that neither of them would see coming. As Dan hacked away at a small tree with his machete, he felt his arousal slowly fading. What had been wrong with Judy back at the campsite? She had been fine the whole ride up, and now she was getting all worked up about the fire not being hot enough? Typically, she was much more laid back. Now, here he was, tiring himself out in the middle of the cold wilderness to make sure she was comfortable. All he wanted to do was to please her. Now he had made a pass at her, and she had totally rebuffed him. Maybe she had a whole new side to her that he hadn't seen yet. That's what had happened with his last few relationships. Once he really got to know a woman and expressed vulnerability, their true colors came out, time and time again. But the night wasn't over, he told himself. Maybe she needed to be comfortable first before they could be together in that way. Some women were like that. He wished he hadn't screwed it up the first time, but that was then and this was now. What could be more erotic than doing it in the middle of nowhere with the stars and the moon above them? What had he done wrong? Maybe he had rushed things. Maybe they needed to have some foreplay beforehand to really get them both in the mood. They were both sober, so clearly alcohol was not an issue. He couldn't help but wonder if her attitude was really about the fire or something else. What could she be possibly pissed at him about, besides not picking up that stranded couple? There was no way he was picking up strangers in the dead of night up at Crystal Lake. Most of the Crystal Lake nonsense was mostly made up, he thought, but he would still rather be safe than sorry. He had heard all sorts of horror stories about hitchhikers in the woods. Sometimes he thought about if any of them were real. Once he had heard that serial killers will pretend to be stranded or pretend to have car trouble and then take their chance and shove you into the back seat, where you couldn't escape. He wasn't taking any chances. Not tonight, he thought. Not now that he finally had another chance with Judy. As he finished chopping off enough logs for the fire, he bundled them up in his arms along with his machete that he put in his sheath. Then he began the short walk back to the tent. The woods were almost pitch black and quiet, save for the crickets and other nighttime creatures. Should have brought that flashlight, he thought, but the moon provided him just enough light to see the small trail in front of him. Now it was time to build a nicer fire to really get her in the mood, and then it was finally time to redeem himself. As he carried the wood, he thought he heard something behind him. He shrugged it off, but then he heard it again, twigs and branches snapping under the weight of something truly immense, stalking towards him, coming up behind him faster and faster. Dan had no time to turn around. He registered the sour smell of decaying flesh and heard heavy, labored, maniacal breathing get more intense. The monstrous hand lunged savagely out of the black void around him, and Dan felt his insides implode. The logs fell to the ground in a pile. Dan felt something inside him, tearing through him like a missile. He stared down in incredulity at the meaty, blood-soaked fingers that protruded from his belly. The hand held his innards, squeezing them into mush before his very eyes. The next thing he knew, his head was being yanked backwards as the vertebrae of his spine snapped with a sickening crunch. His body crumpled into the leaves. The same bloody hand reached for the machete in the sheath on Dan's belt. Jason's fingers curled around the handle, and his hulking form made its way towards the tent, towards the sound of Judy's oblivious humming. Judy was getting more impatient by the minute. Where had the man gone, she thought. It was finally time. It was finally time to get a second chance, ever since he botched their first attempt at a romantic and intimate experience. She had been mortified at the time, but now that she was nude in her sleeping bag and Dan would return with the wood, sweaty and tired, she was thrilled. She hoped she hadn't made him angry with her teasing. It was getting colder, and as she snuggled in the sleeping bag, she thought she could hear him. A twig snapped. Someone was definitely coming. Judy smiled and sat up, pulling the sleeping bag up and covering her chest as she peered out the tent opening. "All right, you big hunk of a man, come and get me," she said. A shadow fell over the tent. It definitely couldn't have been Dan. This person was terrifyingly huge, like a boulder of body mass. It towered over the tent, and Judy shrieked as the tent was sliced open by Dan's machete, and a gigantic beast of a man wearing a hockey mask lunged at her. He was covered in detritus, and bits of flesh had rotted off, revealing the bone underneath. The smell of his putrid, rotting flesh was nauseating. It filled the tent. His demented eyes laser-focused on her, and she screamed again. Judy frantically crawled down into her sleeping bag in panicked fear, but soon felt herself being dragged out of the tent. She wrestled and wriggled around like a caterpillar caught in its cocoon, thrashing wildly, but Jason kept dragging her through the woods. Then he lifted her and swung her like she was a Louisville Slugger against the trunk of a large tree. Her head made an impact with the bark on the tree so hard it made everything rattle, and she felt warm blood leaking down her face. Her ears were ringing. Everything was on fire. Then he bashed her against the tree again and again. Her skull fractured, her ribs snapped, her screams stopped. Jason took a breath. It was exhilarating to him each time it happened. He had heard them both traipsing through the woods, and he knew that they had to die. The more he killed, the more it alleviated the pounding in his head and the voices. The voice of his mother that screamed at him, commanding him to kill the ones who let him die. The girl lying mangled in the bloody sleeping bag had only had to suffer for a short while. But Jason had been made to suffer for far too long at the bottom of the lake. They had done it to him, and they would all pay, one by one. Chapter 5. Morning blossomed over Crystal Lake. The small clearing where the shepherd house and the rental house stood was now illuminated by bright light, and the trees bore an emerald shade of green that glistened in the rays of the sun. The lake shimmered in a subtle way. If you blinked, you missed the way it twinkled. Birds began perching on the branches of the trees and singing their harmonious melodies. Everybody at the party, except for Mike and Jane, had carried on into the night without them, and eventually they all found a place to sleep. Melissa in her own room, Robin and Maddie in the guest room, Sandra and Russell in the van, and the others in various other rooms. Maddie awoke before the rest of the partiers, as she had gone to bed before everyone else. As she crept down the carpeted stairs into the living room, careful not to wake anyone, she saw Eddie passed out on the couch and groaned, thinking of just what had transpired the night before. Eddie had gotten wasted. It had been clear to everyone else in the room that he could no longer handle what was in his cup. He had stumbled about the room from one clump of partiers to the next, never invited to talk by any of them, but still doing it anyway, droning on about science fiction, about Derek F.Z. Sims' greatest film, The Battle of the Gargantuan Throngar. It bored everyone in the room except for Eddie. It seemed as if the guy could talk forever about science fiction. He was a walking stereotype, Maddie thought. Guys like him were a dime a dozen. He would profess adamantly that he was respectful and kind, but then behave like a petulant child. It had been like watching someone get drunk for the first time and having to babysit them. The whole party had to keep a close eye on him, in case he were to spill or break something, and they collectively resented him for it. And what was funny was Maddie thought that she would be the loser at this party. Maddie had been extremely hesitant when Robin had asked her to go have a good time in the woods with a bunch of her friends from class. Maddie and Robin had been roommates for quite some time, so Maddie had sort of trusted her when she said they were good people. But still, it had been a big decision. But after Robin's urging, Maddie had decided to tag along, thinking that it would be good for her to meet her fellow students. But now, after seeing Eddie's behavior and hearing Melissa's bitchy comments and seeing David smoking joints like they were candy, she had some doubts about her decision to go along. Maddie hadn't known that there would be drugs. Maddie didn't mind the weed all that much, but what would happen if those neighbors next door called the police because they were being too loud? Then the cops would walk in and bust them all for having the drugs. David's stash was basically lying all around the house in plain sight. And the worst part was, Robin seemed to not be bothered by it. Didn't Robin consider the fact that if they all got arrested for drugs, it would likely mar their ability to get a job in the future? Those kinds of charges show up on any kind of background check and could follow you your entire life. It only takes one mistake. It was like Maddie didn't know her own roommate anymore. She had completely morphed into a different person from the second they arrived. No, from the second that she saw David. Robin had always been careful and smart before, and never downright rude to Maddie. She was now subtly avoiding Maddie like the plague, and giving her dirty looks. It was like she had become an entirely different person. It was like she was embarrassed by Maddie. Maddie had seen this happen a billion times before. It was hard to befriend women, as it were, but it made it even harder when the other woman was 10 times more conventionally attractive. Usually, they would end up pretending they didn't even know Maddie in social situations and only act like a friend when they wanted something from her. With Robin, Maddie had been convinced that it would be different, that she could actually have a girlfriend who she could trust. But not now. Not anymore. From the second she saw David, Maddie became nothing to her. It was happening again. Maddie knew she wasn't pretty, and she knew that she wasn't the thinnest girl around, but she still knew she deserved more. Looking back on her and Robin's relationship, Maddie could see it all differently. Every compliment could easily be twisted into something malicious. The snide comments and the subtext of her words were becoming very clear to Maddie. "You know, Maddie, they do make clothes for bigger girls," she would say while they were shopping. "Maddie, You're just a different kind of girl, not one that men usually go after. There's nothing wrong with that," Robin had said to her one night while Maddie was complaining about her love life, or rather, her lack of one. It was all coming back to her. She even remembered that Robin always did use Maddie for her benefit. It was looking like Robin only wanted Maddie around to do her favors. Last time they went out, Robin had gotten sloppily drunk and had to be taken home passed out in the back of Maddie's station wagon. Some friends can be like that. They'll be in your life when they need help. Robin would probably get drunk, get hurt by David, and come crawling back to Maddie crying for advice. Maddie couldn't believe that she had been duped into thinking Robin was loyal. And now what could she do? Start a scene? Ruin the party for Mike? No, she thought. Time to fight fire with fire. She had a plan hidden up her sleeve, and she just knew when the time was right it would all play out perfectly. Maddie went into the kitchen and stared in dismay at the mess that the party-goers had left behind. Empty beer cans were littered all around the trash can. Bags of chips that had been left out to get stale were lying all over the dining table and the counters. It reeked of weed. God, Maddie thought. Poor Russell. It was nice of him to let him use the cabin, and this was how he was repaying him? By trashing the house? With that thought, she grabbed a trash bag and started walking around the kitchen, throwing trash into the bag as quickly as she could. When it looked decent enough, she decided to make some breakfast. After all, maybe David needed to see that Maddie was a woman, not a girl. A woman who could take care of herself. Maddie wondered if a guy like David would even be interested in her. Before, Maddie had gotten in way over her head with men. The way David would glance at her was making her think he was interested, but maybe he always looked at everyone like that. Maybe it was all in Maddie's head. As she started wiping down the counters and thinking about what she would make for breakfast, her thoughts drifted over to that girl, the one from next door. The one that Nick invited. Maddie hoped she hadn't heard Melissa's nasty comments. The way she had just stared off into the distance and then ran out of the house had really put a damper on the party. It unnerved everyone. What had happened? She also kept thinking about Mike and Jane and how late they were to their own party. Maybe they had gotten lost. Someone should really take one of the cars and go look for them, she thought. She began to fry some eggs on the stove and laid out some clean bowls and boxes of cereal. Then she pulled a coffee maker out of a cabinet, plugged it in, and poured in some coffee grounds from the pantry. Kate suddenly walked in, showered and changed into stylish overalls, cut off at the knees, and a bright yellow top. Her thick black hair was still tied into a long braid. "Good morning. You need some help?" Kate asked flatly. "Sure," said Maddie, as Kate began cleaning some dishes at the sink. Maddie could see the sour expression on Kate's face and wondered what her deal was. It probably had to do with her boyfriend Ben, Maddie thought. She hoped that their drama wouldn't ruin the party for everyone else. After all, it was already fun the night before, even without the birthday boy. Everyone had been in a pleasant mood, except for that girl from next door, Tina. Maybe she had gotten nervous around a crowd of people and just decided to split, Maddie thought. It had happened to Maddie herself. She had gone into a party and didn't know a single face there. It made a knot form tight in her guts, and eventually she felt so queasy that she could hardly stand. Everyone passed around the joint as she tried to make conversation, passing on her turn to smoke when the joint arrived at her. Nobody seemed all that interested in what she had to add, but Maddie knew that not every party was going to be a fun experience. At least this party she knew Robin. Besides, this get-together seemed like it would turn out to be a really good few days out in the great outdoors. She didn't feel the slightest bit nauseated or nervous around this bunch. So maybe this would be a party for the books. She also wondered if she would end up in bed with a sexy guy. Maddie had never had the greatest experiences with love. It was more that she didn't have any experience at all. She had gone on dates with plenty of men, only for them not to return her calls. Maybe this weekend it would be time to really get to know somebody. Maybe someone like David. Maddie hated to admit it to herself, but she could see what Robin saw in David. He had confidence about him. He also acted like a jackass, but even that was endearing. The way he had chugged that beer can and smashed it on his head last night was boyish to her, and it made him very sexy. But from the look in Robin's eyes every time David walked into the room, Maddie knew she'd never have him before Robin did. It was inevitable. Robin always got the guys. They flocked in droves to her crimson hair, her freckles, her emerald green eyes, and her sensual demeanor. Maddie had nothing that boys could flock to, she thought miserably. She was flat-chested, short, and plump. Maybe she did have to lower her standards, as Robin had told her. Maybe for a guy like Eddie, but my God, was he a dweeb, she thought. He had totally botched his attempt to impress anyone last night. At this point, everyone just wished he would leave. But he was Mike's old roommate. After a few more minutes went by, Robin walked in and poured herself a bowl of cereal, humming sleepily to herself and wearing a nightshirt and pajama pants. Ben came in shortly after and sat at a bar stool. Maddie noticed the awkward silence and looked up from her eggs that she was frying. So, some surprise party this turned out to be, huh? Maddie said. Oh, you know Michael, said Robin with a sly grin. He probably got pulled over for drunk driving and had to spend the night in jail. That guy can smell a party from 100 miles away, said Ben. He'll be here. Then Ben leaned across the kitchen island closer to Kate. Now, where's my coffee? He said seductively. Kate glared at him. Where would you like it? She snapped and dropped what she was doing. The dishes clattered in the sink, and she stormed out of the kitchen and thumped up the stairs, as Ben held his head in his hands. Maddie and Robin exchanged glances. Melissa came past Kate and walked into the kitchen, changed into a new designer outfit. She was still wearing her pearl necklace. Has anyone seen Nick? She asked. Oh, I saw him when I was, coming downstairs. He's going next door to visit Marilyn Munster, joked Robin. Melissa frowned and left without saying another word. Tina was wide awake at dawn. In her dreams she saw it all happen again. The beams of the pier snapping, her father crying out in terror and bewilderment at what was happening to him, and then the silence afterwards that had haunted her for so long. This time, it wasn't the dream that had awakened her, however. It was a knock at their back door. Tina lay in bed listening to see if it had woken Dr. Cruz or her mother. Nothing happened. There wasn't so much as a creak in the upstairs hallway. So she instinctively sprung out of bed as quiet as a mouse, threw on some nice clothes, and ran downstairs to the door. It was Nick, leaning against the doorframe, dressed in a black shirt with a denim jacket and a new crisp pair of blue jeans that fit snugly around his muscular legs, freshly showered and smelling of aftershave. He was ruggedly handsome this morning, and Tina couldn't stop staring. Hi, he said, his eyes meeting hers. She silently hoped that he didn't see the bags under her eyes. Hi, she replied back, stepping out onto the porch and quietly closing the door. She glanced nervously up at the bedroom windows to see if any lights had been turned on, but she didn't see anything. You up for a walk down by the lake? Nick asked. Tina nodded, and the two walked side by side down the short path towards the lake. After walking in silence for several minutes, Nick picked up rocks and started skipping them across the smooth surface of the murky water. Tina leaned against a tree and watched him, tying her sweatshirt around her waist. As she studied him, she thought back to last night. Your friends must think I'm a complete joke. Tina's words finally broke the silence. Yeah, Nick replied. Who cares what they think? They're not my friends. I came up for my cousin Michael, but he's not here yet. He threw another smooth, flat rock across the surface, skipping it 3 or 4 times. So, "Where are you from?" he asked. "Where are you from?" "Okay, we're doing great here, aren't we? Fine. I grew up in Pittsburgh. I used to hang out with a really bad crowd. My dad kicked me out, and now I go to night school." "Your turn," Nick said. Tina stared out at the placid lake, reminiscing. "We used to come out here all the time. We used to live out here until my dad got killed in the lake." Her voice trailed off, and she wistfully glared at the dock where her father had fallen in, never to be seen again. Nick turned to her, an oh shit look on his face. "I don't like it here," Tina suddenly said, and started to walk back towards her house. Nick ran to catch up with her, gently spinning her around, and tried to look into her eyes, but she stared out at the lake again. His eyes followed her gaze to the old refurbished dock. "Is that where he—" Tina nodded. Her eyes began to mist over. "I think it was my fault. I know it was my fault," she said, her voice breaking. "Look, you're a really nice guy who's getting his life together. You don't want to mess around with me." Nick started to reply, but she cut him off. "Just listen for a minute," she interjected. "I saw my dad get killed when I was a kid, and it really messed up my head." "So, you're okay now, right?" "You know that guy in there with us? He's my doctor. He brought me out here from the mental hospital." Suddenly, a sharp noise cut through their conversation like a dozen blades. It was a twig snapping. Nick jerked his head around in the direction of the jarring sound. Tina's eyes filled with fright as they glanced around. Then there was the sound of soft, furtive footsteps. Someone was definitely slinking around just a few feet down the hill from Tina and Nick by a rotted tree. Nick ran over to the spot where they had heard the sound, but there was nothing there. He returned to Tina and smiled wryly. "I saw it. It was a big pink elephant." Then he started to laugh, and Tina fought the instinct to smile, but one broke through anyway. He leaned closer to her, and Tina found herself distracted by his alluring eyes. "You know, with my luck, you're going to turn out to be another delusion," Tina said. Her words were nearly cut off as he suddenly kissed her softly. And for once in her life, Tina felt that things would be okay. Nothing could ruin the moment as they stared out at the wilderness. As they started to kiss again, another twig snapped, but again there was nobody there. But Tina could have sworn she saw a flash of color dash in between two trees. But then again, her mind always played tricks on her. She didn't know what was real and what wasn't real, not anymore. She couldn't even trust herself to believe Nick was real, even though he was standing right in front of her. Surely it had just been a wild animal roaming about. But Tina still remembered the man from the lake, the one who she had revived. Several questions now plagued her. Who was he? And where was he now? As Tina and Nick said goodbye and parted ways, Tina felt the exuberance of a child in a candy store. She still could feel his lips pressed against hers. For once she felt like there was someone who could help. Nick seemed to actually care about her problems, to actually care about her and not just his own self-interest like Dr. Cruz. At first, Tina had put up walls around herself. It was so much easier to live that way. If she didn't let anyone in, they wouldn't have to see just how messed up she was. But Nick seemed to be able to penetrate her walls with one single glance. He was seemingly able to knock them down with just a few short and sweet sentences. Finally, she had someone to take her away from her life. Even if he was just a random boy next door, Tina didn't know who else to turn to. Her mother and her doctor both just thought she was crazy. But she wasn't thinking about any of that anymore. All she could think about was Nick. What luck to have decided to come back to Crystal Lake at just the right time, she thought. The only question now was, would Nick believe her? She also kept thinking about that vision That horrifyingly surreal image of that god-awful man in the mask, killing someone, murdering them right in front of her eyes as if he had wanted her to watch him do it. Would Nick even believe her if she told him that someone could truly be out there? Someone that had risen from the bottom of the lake? It sounded absolutely insane when it ran through her mind, that someone could have been resurrected from the dead simply by willpower, but it was looking like that's what happened. Unless Tina's fears became realized. The pressing fear that she was truly out of her mind and it was all in her head. And who was that boy he was killing? Tina thought she could see some semblance of resemblance to Nick. They didn't share all of the same features. The masked man's victim had been blonde and Nick had dark hair, but they had a very similar jawline and facial structure. Then Tina suddenly remembered Nick had a cousin that hadn't shown up to the party yet. As Tina came into the kitchen from the covered porch, she saw Mrs. Shepherd at the kitchen, pouring tea, and gave her a peck on the cheek. Mrs. Shepherd was astonished seeing her daughter in such a vibrant mood. "Well, what was that for?" she said. "Nothing," Tina said, shrugging and smiling for the first time in days. Her smile faded as Dr. Cruz walked into the room. Tina knew what he wanted from the look on his face. It was time for another session with the doctor. The sun made its way across the sky as the day went on, and eventually the sky turned a deep shade of indigo as 7 o'clock neared. Tina had another fruitless and rigorous session with Dr. Cruz, and she kept thinking about something the entire time. It was nagging at her. She remembered the vision of the boy being killed with a spike. All the blood still flashed into her mind. What troubled her is that Nick said they were still waiting for his cousin, and the boy that Tina envisioned getting killed looked awfully like Nick. What if she could see things that were going to happen, or worse, what had already happened? Tina was starting to fear that whoever that man in the lake was had killed Nick's cousin. Only problem was, Tina didn't know if what she was seeing was just a delusion or something connected to reality. But she didn't want to risk being right and not have done anything about it. No, she thought, the man that had sprung up from the bottom of the lake was definitely real. Or was he? She had no idea at this point. All she knew was that she had to find Nick again and see if his cousin was safe. Otherwise, she would never stop thinking about it. When Dr. Cruz or her mother weren't paying any attention to her, Tina grabbed her jacket and went out of the house, walking through the wooded area towards the rental house. She smelled the distinct smell of a grill. Smoke started to appear, drifting away into the sky. Maddie, Kate, and Sandra were frying burgers for dinner for the group. Sandra watched Tina as she approached, drinking a can of beer. Ben and Russell were throwing a football back and forth. "So, Kate, what's with you and Ben?" Sandra asked as Tina walked by. Kate scoffed. "He blew me off last weekend to hang out with Eddie. God knows why. He lied to me." Tina tuned out their conversation and strolled past, not making eye contact. She sauntered in through the open back door where David and Eddie were sitting at the kitchen table rolling joints. Melissa and Robin were standing in the kitchen, holding cocktails, day drinking and conversing casually. "Has anyone seen Nick?" Tina asked, interrupting Robin and Melissa's discussion. Melissa's eyes cut sharply to Tina. She held out a bowl of spinach dip. "Oh, he's around. Dip?" Her words seethed with passive aggression. Her eyes were narrowed. Tina turned to leave as Melissa smiled. Her mission was accomplished. As Tina went through the door, Maddie suddenly appeared, having heard Melissa's tone. As Melissa walked back into the living room, Maddie pulled Tina aside and closed the door. "She's like that with everyone except boys," whispered Maddie. "Want a Coke?" Maddie walked to the kitchen island and reached inside a cooler, handing it to Tina. "Help yourself." David suddenly looked up from his joint, holding up a bag full to the brim with marijuana. "It's cocktail hour," he declared, a hazy look in his eye. He was already stoned out of his mind. Maddie caught him glancing at her, and she leaned close to Robin. "Robin, did you see the way that David just looked at me?" Maddie's eyes lit up with excitement. Robin tightened her lips and tried not to laugh, but it was evident from the way she was pursing her lips that she was holding back a very bitchy cackle. Robin glanced at David, who was now sealing the ends of another joint with his mouth. Then she turned to Maddie. "Oh, get real, Maddie. You're not his type. You need a little touch-up work first." Robin looked her up and down. Maddie's jaw dropped. "Thanks," she exclaimed in disbelief. "The Columbian Express is heading out. All aboard!" It was David standing up at the table and walking into the living room. Eddie followed him, a cannabis-induced grin on his face. Melissa pulled Eddie aside suddenly and whispered to him. Robin was staring at David, watching him leave. She kept watching his ass flex in his jeans. The way that his messy dark hair was uncombed made her want to drop her pants right there for him. He's so sexy, Robin thought. What the hell? "I'm gonna do it," she said, grinning from ear to ear. "Robin, you don't smoke," cried Maddie in disbelief. "I do now," said Robin, hurrying into the living room. Maddie ran after her. "No, you can't, Robin." Robin turned to her. "You and I made a deal. We were going to come here and have a good time, right? Well, I'm going to stick to the deal." Maddie was speechless. "You in?" Maddie still didn't say a word. Tina stood by awkwardly. "Okay," Robin said, and followed David up the stairs. Maddie grabbed Tina by the sleeve, and they went into the living room. "Look, I really need to talk to Nick," Tina said. "Don't worry, he'll show," Maddie reassured her. "Hey, Tina!" Melissa's snarky voice rang out. Tina jerked her head towards her. Eddie was wearing his Air Force jacket like a straitjacket, a devious grin on his face. Melissa held up her hands, gesturing to the jacket. "Is this what they wear at the mental hospital?" They were Melissa's words. Tina realized everything now. It had been Melissa spying on her and Nick by the lake. Eddie and Melissa roared with laughter. Tina's hands and face suddenly felt hot. Everything was burning. The veins began to bulge out of her throat. Her hands clenched around the coke. The room suddenly hushed as Melissa's necklace suddenly stretched out as if being tugged by some unseen force. Then it broke. Out of nowhere, and seemingly by nothing, scattering pearls all over the hardwood floor. Everyone was astonished. Tina once again handed her drink to Maddie and ran out the front door into the quickly nearing night. As Melissa began to scurry around on all fours collecting her pearls, Nick came barreling downstairs after Tina, but he was too late. She slammed the door closed in his face. "Wait!" he cried, but Tina was gone. "I hate this place," Tina proclaimed as she paced around Dr. Cruz's office nervously. Mrs. Shepherd watched her daughter with sad eyes, sitting in a chair. "Mom, he's making me do things I don't want to do, and I'm seeing things." She was clearly at her wit's end. She paced back and forth from Dr. Cruz's desk back to her mother's chair wildly, tears running down her cheeks, her eyes puffy and bloodshot. I could have killed someone. How could I have done that?" "Because, Tina," Dr. Cruz started another long-winded explanation littered with medical jargon. "When you get in a highly aroused state, you're capable of almost anything. It just proves my point." He went on. "I mean, you made the matchbook move. You broke the pearls." "All right," Tina said. Her voice cracked like a terrified little girl's. Mrs. Shepherd uncomfortably shifted positions, painfully having to watch her daughter suffer, but not wanting to impede on a doctor's treatment. "If you can believe that I did those things, then why can't you believe that I saw someone get killed?" "We do believe you, Tina," said Dr. Cruz. "Your psychokinesis and your delusions, they're all tied together." Tina began to grow furious. Her face became the color of blood. "No, you're not listening to me. You haven't heard a single word I've said," Tina cried. She ran across the room to her mother. "Please, can we get out of here? I don't want to stay here anymore." "Go back where, Tina?" Dr. Cruz's voice raised several decibels. "Look at me. Back to the hospital? We are starting to make some progress because you are here." As Mrs. Shepherd tried to console her sobering child, Tina cried out, "Mom, please!" The 18-year-old was behaving like a child, throwing a temper tantrum in the aisle at the grocery store, but none of them knew that her behavior was for a very good reason. "All right, we'll go back tomorrow," Mrs. Shepherd finally gave in. The stress of seeing her 18-year-old daughter reduced to a blubbering mass of tears was too much. "We can't just leave now," Dr. Cruz said, standing up at his desk. "It's just not working," said Amanda. Dr. Cruz raised his voice even louder. It boomed in the old house. "Do you really want to throw this all away?" he shouted. "We are at a very critical point right now." Tina suddenly began to convulse. Everything was burning again. She opened her mouth wide to scream, but no sound came out. There was just a dry whisper. "Do you want your daughter to spend the rest of her life in a hospital?" Dr. Cruz bellowed. "Look what you're doing to her!" came Mrs. Shepherd's frightened voice. Tina was beet red in the face and trembling all over. Tremors were ravaging her from out of nowhere. She hugged herself to try and make it stop, but it wouldn't. Her entire body was locked in the throes of rippling waves of energy that seemed to come up from the bottom of her soul. And then the microwave on the counter rose up from the table. It was now levitating in the air, suspended by nothing. Amanda's jaw opened wide. The microwave flew across the room like a soccer ball, straight at Dr. Cruz. He ducked and it smashed into the wall behind him. With that, Tina ran from the room, leaving them both in utter shock. She clambered down the stairs 2 at a time and raced through the house and out to the covered porch. "My God," she thought frantically, "I'm going to hurt someone." She needed to get out of that house as fast as possible and away from everything. She could picture herself wandering the roads of Crystal Lake aimlessly. All of her motivation to figure out what was going on was gone now. She had seen too much. As she flung open the screen door, feeling the rush of night air on her face, Nick appeared. "Whoa, whoa, 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 where are you going?" he said, holding her in place and his eyes widening with concern, seeing how distressed she seemed to be. Tears stained her cheeks. "Oh, Nick, I want to get out of here." "Melissa was a bitch," Nick said. "No, forget Melissa," Tina exclaimed. "There's something really wrong here. I know it, but nobody believes me." "What are you talking about?" "Did your cousin Michael ever show up?" Tina asked. Her eyes searched him desperately for an answer. Nick hesitated. "No, he didn't," he said with a sigh. "But, Tina, what does he look like?" Tina interrupted him impatiently. "Tina, I don't see what this has to do with anything." "Can you tell me what he looks like? Do you have a picture or something?" Nick felt the back of his jeans. Yeah, actually I do." He unfolded a leather wallet. Tina gasped with fright. She stared into Nick's eyes, shaking her head, not wanting to believe it, but it was right in front of her. The young sandy-haired boy in the photo was the boy that she had seen in her vision. "Oh, God," she uttered, feeling lightheaded. "What?" Nick asked. I think he's dead, Nick." Before Nick could say a word, which he wouldn't have because he was utterly dumbfounded by Tina's claim, Mrs. Shepherd walked out onto the porch and put her hand softly on Tina's arm. "Pack your bags, honey. We're gonna leave in the morning," she said. And with that, Tina and Mrs. Shepherd went back into the house, leaving a speechless and confused Nick standing there, wondering what the hell was going on. He couldn't stop thinking about her and what she had said the entire walk back to the rental house. Nighttime had fully come now, shrouding the lakeshore in blackness. It had dawned slowly over the small lakeside clearing, gradually getting darker until finally it was the dead of night, and the only lights that penetrated out into the inky void were the lights from the two houses perched on the shore. Leaves rustled. Could have been the wind. Could have. Nighttime in Crystal Lake could do that to a person. Make you think you saw something move out of the corner of your eye, make you scared of your own shadow, especially if you had heard the stories, the ones about killers that lurk in the darkness. Russell and Sandra hadn't heard those stories. That was probably why they were strolling down to the lake, alone, wrapped up in each other's arms, oblivious to anyone and everything. If they were more alert and not so tuned in to one another, they may have been able to hear soft footfalls over the leaf litter. If only. The air from the woodpile was also missing. They didn't notice. "So, when did you, first fall in love with me?" Russell asked. His voice was grating in the presence lurking just several yards away. The presence that had been quiet and as stealthy as a mouse. "When I saw the enormous size of your big, beautiful wallet," she said, laughing. "It was just this huge bulge in your pants calling my name. Sandra, Sandra, take me now." Russell shoved his hands in his pocket and sighed. It had always been like this for him. Girls were never interested in his personality or his looks before, but they also had never been so open about it. Surely she had meant it as a joke, he thought. But from her nervous laughter, he was beginning to think otherwise. But what could he do? Any drama between the two of them would ruin everyone's mood, and Michael wasn't even here yet. Sometimes the way she laughed grated his nerves. Sometimes he would picture herself with a totally different woman when he was in bed with Sandra. But if it had worked for his parents, maybe it could work out for him as well, and she'd eventually fall in love with him. That's what had happened with his folks. His dad had been the one with the solid job. He was a real estate guru, making 6 figures a year and owned several country clubs. Russell's mother had flocked to him, and apparently it was love at first sight. The story went that they were at an auction that was auctioning off members of the country club to be paired with a handsome young bachelor, which turned out to be Russell's father. His mother had admittedly gone and rigged the auction to be in her favor so that she would get Russell's father, and she had said that she had been in it for the money. But after the auction, his mother and father started chatting and hit it off. The auction had been a bit of a joke at first, but Russell's father meant business when he took his mother on a weekend cruise after the auction. That's where they really fell in love, dancing all night on the ship's ballroom to snazzy renditions of Frank Sinatra tunes. Maybe what happened with his folks would happen for Russell out at Crystal Lake. After all, being alone out in the woods would be a great way to really get to know each other, and for Sandra to see past his money. Maybe Russell's mother had been in it for the money just a little bit, but eventually that fades away and real love can happen. True connection. That's what Russell wanted tonight. Real connection. But now, standing on the lakeshore quietly with Sandra, not knowing what to say, he began to give up on that notion. This week was supposed to be about having fun. How could they even be alone together if Jane had invited everyone and their mother? It was a full house. But he figured that taking Sandra down to the lake would be a perfect way to escape the noise. As they walked, Russell thought back to the first time they met. He had seen her laughing and talking with his parents, putting on such a good impression that Russell's dad had called her a girl to take home to Mom. And Sandra was that. She knew how to talk to all kinds of people. With his parents, she was polite and well-mannered, but with him and her friends, she was crass and funny. She could even be daring at times, like now. Sandra suddenly grinned mischievously at him. "Come on," she cried, and ran into the shallow part of the lake, splashing and giggling with glee. "You coming?" "What are you doing?" said Russell stiffly. Sandra giggled and started taking off her shoes and socks, as well as everything else. "Come on," she cried. "You chicken?" And just like that, Sandra was stark naked. "You're crazy," Russell called from the shore. She dove into the water as Russell shrugged and grinned. "You want to go for a little swim?" she called. She dove under as Russell took off his shoes and sat down under a tree, unbuttoning his shirt. "You need a formal invitation?" she called to him seductively. "Russell, party for two, right this way, please." Crack. Russell didn't notice the telltale sign that someone was coming up from behind the tree. Someone heavy and gigantic in size. Sandra ducked down underneath the lake's glossy, smooth surface. Russell was mesmerized by the sight of her female beauty, hurriedly tumbling with the buttons on his shirt, and paying no attention to the monstrous shadow that bathed him in darkness. Then, out of his peripheral vision, he saw him and jerked his head towards the figure. His eyes widened. He stammered in fright, crab-walking backwards. It was the huge, stinking form of the hockey-masked assassin himself. "No, no," Russell whimpered, crawling backwards through the leaves but hardly getting anywhere. His hand slammed against a tree root, scraping it as he struggled to get to his feet. In one huge step, Jason was on top of him. Too late. Russell was down for the count. He didn't even register the axe in Jason VOORHEES' right hand, but he saw it now. It gleamed. It soared through the air. The blade of the axe cut off Russell's panicked scream. "Russell, come on!" Sandra cried out as she finally came up for air. She squinted towards the shore and then screamed. Russell was dead, lying spread-eagled on his back. His face was split in half clean down the middle. A pool of blood formed in the sand underneath him. His mouth hung open in a frozen scream. "Russell! Russell!" Sandra shrieked, absolutely hysterical. Nobody was around. The houses were all quiet. She thrashed around in disoriented terror in the murky water. His killer was gone. It seemed like several minutes went by to her panicked brain. Her primal survival mechanisms were all activating. Her heart was racing, her face flushed, her mouth was as dry as sandpaper. She frantically tried to make it back to the shore, but she wasn't making much ground. She couldn't touch anymore. She kicked hard, trying to find the sandy bottom of the lake, when suddenly she felt something in the water with her. A grimy hand pulled her down into the abyss as she let out one last bone-chilling scream. It was choked off as water filled her throat. And then the lake was still. The woods of Crystal Lake were quiet once again. Chapter 6. Sandra's horrified shrieks were drowned out by the loud rock music that the college partiers had blaring through a stereo. Robin rocked back and forth to the beat, with David's arms wrapped around her, grinning up at him and staring dreamily into his eyes. "You know what I like about you?" David said over the music. "What?" "You hardly sweat at all." Robin didn't know why exactly he drew her to him like a ditzy, clueless moth to a shimmering candle. It had to be his bad boy attitude, she thought as she rested her head on his shoulder. The floral aroma of pot emanated from his collared shirt. Doing illicit drugs made him seem dangerous, and that was incredibly attractive to her. The only other thing he needed is lots of tattoos. And then Robin may have taken her clothes off right there in front of everyone, all for him. Robin didn't even like pot all that much, but for him, she would dive into a pool of it if it meant that she could have his body. His pelvis kept pressing into hers, and she couldn't help but let out a small moan of pleasure whenever it happened. Robin had been a fairly sheltered child, so when Sandra had asked her to come to a big get-together out in the cabin in the woods, she had leaped at the chance. It was finally time for her to break out of her shell, and she wasn't going to let anyone, especially not Maddie, stop her. Now here she was, leading on an incredibly foxy 18-year-old with a head of good hair and boyish charm. And he was doing his part, playing the game of a very flirtatious courtship. First, he would catch her looking at him, and he would throw his hair back and wink at her. Then he would walk by her just so she could smell his cologne. Now it was stage 3, and they were practically inside each other at any minute now. Maddie sulked in the corner, her arms crossed in front of her chest, glaring at Robin. Eddie was drunk again. He had wrapped himself up in party streamers and was talking to himself in a low, raspy voice, writing out a new idea for a science fiction novel out loud. As Kate came down the stairs into the living room, with Ben following behind her, her voice could be heard over the rock and roll. "So we go to all this trouble and no Michael," she said, glancing out the window into the night. "Typical." They sat down on the stairs together. David whispered to Robin, "You want to get high?" Maddie suddenly shot upright and stormed up the stairs, past Ben and Kate, who moved out of her way. Ben leaned back closer to Kate, and she turned away from him, pretending to watch for Michael. She didn't say a word. Damn it, Ben thought. Still more silent treatment. "So, what do you want to do? Hit me?" he said. Ben and Kate were the kind of on-and-off couple that probably wouldn't last another year. Their first major breakup had been when she caught him drunkenly flirting with every other girl at a sorority party. She had sworn to all of her girlfriends and to Sandra that she wasn't getting back with him no matter what. She had said that she was done with his playboy ways. He had sworn that he had just gotten drunk, and that alcohol happens to turn him into a horn dog. But Kate wouldn't hear that. She had been unable to believe just how immature and childish he actually was being. A few short weeks later, he caught her in the hallway of her dormitory, and he had looked so irresistible in a tux from one of his frat events that she had dragged him into her dorm and made love to him on the couch for the entire hallway to hear. They were back on each other for only a few months. Their next major fight happened when Ben went to a formal dance. Without her, that is. He had sworn that he was trying to show his second cousin a good time during her stay in town. But Kate hadn't believed him. They fought for months afterwards, but eventually, once again, their make-up sex would attach them back together. Now Ben had bailed on her to go out drinking with Eddie and his nerd friends. Kate had wanted this entire week to be special. It would start with a romantic date night, and then a week in the woods with her friends, with a big cabin to do whatever they wanted in. And he had just blown it off. Now here he was, looking at her with puppy dog eyes, and she couldn't stay mad at him any longer. "I love you," she suddenly said. She toyed with the ring he had bought for her on her finger. It had been a present from him, an "I'm sorry" gift given during one of their many fights. Squid face. She laughed at the pet name she had given him, one that she also called him when she got angry, and then kissed him. In the kitchen, Nick was on the small telephone hanging on the wall. "Come on, Michael, pick up," Nick muttered to himself. No use. His cousin wasn't answering. He had thought maybe they got lost and turned around and went home, but the number for his apartment wasn't fruitful. There was just endless ringing. Nick slammed the phone back on the receiver. Tina's words were haunting him. Something had to be wrong, even if Tina's claim wasn't completely accurate. Why hadn't they shown up? Why hadn't they at least called? Nick took a breath, thinking, "How did I end up here again?" he thought, in a house full of people he could barely stomach. These people are who Mike kept around his friends? Nick was going to have a very serious conversation with Mike about who he allowed into his life. Melissa was an absolute evil person. David was a drug addict, and everyone else seemed to be not too interesting either. They all seemed like rich, stuck-up tightwads, for the most part. This was not Nick's crowd. Nick had once been accustomed to people with a much harder edge. He started out getting embroiled in gang turf fighting back in high school, in the dead center of Pittsburgh, and it was nothing like the eye of the hurricane. The deeper you went into the city of Pittsburgh, the more you saw just how mentally diseased the youth were. Gang violence and drugs were rampant where he lived, and he practically hadn't been able to escape that lifestyle. Then he remembered being pressured by all of his peers to join in what was known as Fight Club. There Nick would be, in the alley behind the school at 4 p.m. every other afternoon, getting a concussion or watching his peers get concussions. He distinctly remembered his first fight. All he had been able to hear was the cheering from the other students around him. That's all he remembered. He recalled the way he first swung his fist. An experienced fighter would have known to tuck their thumb in order to not break it, but Nick was far from experienced. He had broken his thumb that day. His next few years of school consisted of being in and out of the hospital. The gangs around town would find him walking home from school and rough him up a bit, never anything too serious. After a while, Nick decided to put distance between him and that crowd. That's when he went off to college and left all of his past behind. College had been a whole new world for him. Instead of worrying about getting beaten up after class, Nick was more concerned about his grades for once and actually connecting with others. Nick had never been one to care about school, but the older he got, the more he kicked himself for not studying harder and focusing more. College wouldn't have been so difficult for him if he had learned how to study back then. At first, Nick tried out biology. It would be interesting to learn about, and going to med school sounded feasible at the time. He quickly discovered learning about the 4 different macromolecules and memorizing all of the R groups wasn't exactly his thing. Organic chemistry had been an absolute failure, and after that, he began to seriously reconsider his trajectory. He dropped out, and Nick felt like a huge failure, but it didn't stop him. Eventually, he had to start making ends meet since his dad decided to kick him out. So he got a retail job and started attending nighttime psychology classes. Nick wasn't too sure if he could do anything with a degree in psychology. He was definitely interested in helping people, maybe assisting young people who dealt with the same things that Nick had dealt with going to an inner-city public school. It would give him a sense of purpose if he could help out kids who had been just like him, lost and struggling to fit in, and putting up with a lot of shit just so they could feel like they belonged. At first, a guidance counselor sounded like a reasonable goal. He wasn't too sure about the ins and outs of a job like that, but as long as he could look a kid in the eye and let them know that it eventually gets better and make their day a little better, he'd feel accomplished. Nick only wished he had had an equipped guidance counselor back in the day, someone to tell him to change his life for the better. Nick had to come in to the conclusion to change his life all on his own. He had to learn the hard way. He only knew one thing. He wanted to help others not have to learn the hard way. He wanted the next generation to learn the easy way and not have to suffer like he had. And right now, he was positive that Tina needed as much help as he could muster, and Mike and Jane might need help as well. But who even knew if Tina was out of her mind or not? Could she be right, that Mike and Jane were in serious trouble? Maybe Mike wasn't dead, as Tina had said, but something was definitely amiss. They would have called by now. And then, as if things couldn't get more frustrating, Melissa swaggered into the kitchen, changed into another designer outfit. "So, Nick, are you still mad at me?" she said. "Yeah, what was that crap you pulled on Tina this afternoon?" Nick asked in an annoyed tone. "That chick's crazy," said Melissa disparagingly. "Besides, all is fair in love and war." God, Nick thought, this girl may actually be crazier than Tina, and that was saying a lot considering Tina was the one saying that his cousin was dead. "Melissa, I don't like you," Nick said firmly. Melissa smiled deviously. "Like has nothing to do with it." Then she went back into the living room and strolled right up to Eddie, who had now wrapped himself completely in party streamers and was roaring and moaning like a mummy. "Eddie, we have got to get to know each other better," Melissa said, cutting her eyes at Nick. Look at this insane chick, Nick thought. She was actually trying to make him jealous. As David and Robin danced in each other's arms, and as Kate and Ben were making up on the stairs, they were all unaware of the hulking figure right outside the kitchen window, watching them, waiting with inhuman patience. Dr. Cruz was a thinking man. He thought about lots and lots of things, but now his thoughts are all honed in on Tina. He had never seen anything like it in his entire career. He had a girl who could move things with her mind in some wild attempt to have control over what she had suffered as a young child. Maybe experiencing that grief was what had made Tina into what she was. Grief can do that to people, he thought as he strolled across the yard towards the woods. He once worked with a man completely unable to get out of bed and go to work due to the passing of his youngest child in a horrible fatal car crash. He had once been a vibrant and happy member of his community, and productive too. But when his youngest son was found dead in that hit and run, it completely destroyed him, inside and out. His teeth became so deteriorated from neglecting to brush them that they began to rot. His hair started falling out. Grief can sometimes even kill you. It was known as psychogenic death. Some people can completely give up their will to live and seemingly think themselves into dying. Coined by Walter Cannon in 1942, psychogenic death was the phenomenon of people suddenly and mysteriously dying from seemingly an emotional response. Tina's emotions literally ravaged her. Could they eventually kill her? It wasn't a well-studied phenomenon by any means, and Dr. Cruz didn't have a better explanation for Tina's powers. After all, Tina's abilities had been completely undocumented by the scientific community, due to the fact that most of his colleagues were skeptical about parapsychology. It seemed there was some kind of connection between grief and loss and the supernatural, and it fascinated him. And now Dr. Cruz would have video evidence of it actually happening. This whole story could change multiple fields of science. It was revolutionary. Grief and its effects on the mind. He could see his own name on the research paper. Grief and Telekinesis, it would be called, by Dr. Mark Cruz. Upon researching telekinesis, Dr. Cruz found that it seemed to mostly be pseudoscience. James Randi, a famous magician and paranormal skeptic, offered $1,000 back in the 60s for anyone who could demonstrate supernatural powers. The prize still to the day had not been won. But this girl, he thought, this girl could change the world. Only problem was, she had to be worked up in order to use her power. But just maybe, he thought, just maybe by keeping her aroused, she may finally learn how to wield it for good. That was why he had taken the blood-stained spike that had been thrust into the porch column. Tina had to stay distressed, and for that to happen, he couldn't validate her delusions. He didn't have a clue as to why it was there, but it had been there, as if someone had just walked by and rammed it into the house. But for all he knew, it could have been Tina, in a desperate attempt for attention. Or it could have been there for years, just a remnant of the past. After all, the house had been unoccupied for some time. Who knows how long that spike had been there? As he began to walk down a trail into the woods to clear his mind, he began to reminisce on all his past cases. He had seen things like extreme suicidality, but that was the thing with Tina. She was far from suicidal. She was actually quite resilient. She wasn't like any of his other patients, who seemed to not have a grasp of reality. Tina had a very good grasp of reality for the most part. It was that Tina could apparently see into other realities and manipulate reality, and She almost didn't want to believe it was happening. It was so incredulous to her that she started denying it to herself, and that's how she lost control. She had to accept it and face the fact that this is a gift and she had to learn how to wield it. Otherwise, she would be a wasted opportunity to improve the world. And picture it. Tina Shepard, the one who can build skyscrapers with her mind. Or the amazing Tina, watch her catch a moving bullet with only her wits. The possibilities were endless. This could revolutionize agriculture, construction, architecture, so many different fields of science. If parapsychology could be proven to be a real field of study, hell, they could devise a way to detect it and analyze it and understand it and use it to better the world and humanity at large. Just bide your time, he told himself. Tina would eventually come to her senses and learn how to control it. He could picture all of his work rivals seething with anger, hearing about Mark Cruz and his groundbreaking study on telekinetic powers. He pictured himself sitting at a peer review board with Tina sitting at a table demonstrating her powers to the whole room to see. He could just see the stunned looks on all of the scientists' faces. All of those stuffy, pretentious people would be reduced to blubbering masses of awe and astonishment. That would be the day, he thought. He wouldn't even have to go through the harrowing process of trying to prove a lengthy hypothesis through experimentation. He would have the proof right in front of him. He wouldn't have to pay for equipment. The proof, the equipment, was Tina. If only Tina weren't so stubborn. She needed to think about the larger scope of things, think beyond her past and her trauma, and realize that this is an opportunity, one that can't be passed up. Tina was just too caught up in her own life, but she ought to think about what this means for the world. As Dr. Cruz continued down the trail, leading deeper into the woods around Crystal Lake, his thoughts were still centered around Tina. He had never had this much interest in a patient before, but had another patient ever thrown a microwave at him without touching it? This patient could be the jolt that his career had needed for some time. It was extremely competitive in the field of psychiatry. Patients could drop like flies, especially in small towns, and these small towns were losing huge psychiatric clinics that served the area all the time. But now, here he was out at Crystal Lake. He thought back to what Tina had said. She had seen a man come out of the lake. What was that story in the news so many years ago, he thought? Something about a boy who drowned in the lake, whose mother went on a killing rampage across Crystal Lake. He didn't recall too many details about it, but it was uncanny how Tina could claim to see things that seemed to match up with reality. After all, she said that she saw a metal spike in her vision, and then she had been right about the spike in the wall. Maybe she had seen the spirit of that boy who drowned. Maybe Tina could actually see into the realm of the undead. Did she know what that meant? This meant that scientists finally had a mechanism to access the supernatural. And finally, the world would see that the supernatural was indeed real. Of course, it was risky hinging it all on a teenage girl whose emotions were unstable. That was why he was trying to get her to control it somehow. The more time she entered that emotional state, the more she would get accustomed to it and learn how to use it. Dr. Cruz had been a skeptic and an atheist for most of his adult life. After all, it was hard for him to accept that there were any benevolent force in the world with what he had seen in his career. Young girls driven to suicide after being raped. Young men blowing their brains out after losing a loved one. He had seen down to the bottom of the barrel of humanity. He was also a methodological naturalist. That meant that he didn't assert that the spiritual or supernatural world doesn't exist, but that for all intents and purposes you had to act as if it didn't exist. Cruz had long maintained to himself that the natural realm was practically the only realm with the capacity for being investigated. There was seemingly no way to test or measure for the supernatural, and so, for scientific purposes, you have to sort of presuppose that the natural realm is all you have to work with. If you have no way to investigate something scientifically, then for all intents and purposes it does not exist. But Tina, she was changing everything. He was facing the dire task of radically altering his worldview. He had just seen an entire microwave fly across the room at him. Now anything was possible. Maybe this didn't mean there was an entire realm out there. However, some otherworldly things were definitely happening out at Crystal Lake. Blood. Dr. Cruz stopped for a moment, looking at the ground curiously. There, on the leaves. Dr. Cruz stared down at it, narrowing his eyes. It was definitely blood. Then he came face to face with Michael. He was jammed inside the branches of a rotting tree, twisted up inside like a pretzel. Dark red blood stained his face and his clothes, and dribbled from his open mouth. There was a look of abject terror frozen on his face, and his lifeless eyes pierced Dr. Cruz, and he lurched backward at the ghastly sight. "Oh, my God!" Dr. Cruz uttered, narrowing his eyes. The moonlight streamed in through the canopy, illuminating exactly what he thought he saw. A corpse. A murdered corpse of a young boy. Tina had been right again. "Dr. Cruz?" said Mrs. Shepherd, as she inched cautiously through the open door into the doctor's darkened makeshift office. There was no answer. She fumbled her way through the darkness, finally finding a lamp and pulling the cord. Where was the man, she wondered? But it didn't matter, she thought. She was taking Tina away from this awful place immediately in the morning, and Dr. Cruz could not change her mind. As she paced nervously, she made sure that he wasn't anywhere outside, and then sat down at his desk. Maybe she could get a look into just what he was doing to her daughter's brain. At this point, she truly believed that his treatment, whatever it was not working. Tina was still seeing awful things, things she wouldn't wish for anyone to see. She scanned the desk in front of her. His notepad was thick with ink and many scrawlings that were barely legible. Tina's file was open on his desk. Her eyes surveyed the first page. "Session today, no progress. She still lacks control," his notes read. Progress, Mrs. Shepherd thought. What kind of progress was he looking for? Her daughter was becoming a mess. That didn't seem like any kind of progress. She was becoming more distraught day by day out here at Crystal Lake. Then she saw something gleam inside his partially open top drawer. She opened it, and her jaw dropped in astonishment. It was a blood-stained tent spike, just like Tina had said. My God, Mrs. Shepherd thought. Her daughter had been telling the truth. What else was this man hiding? She reached for his tape recorder on his desk and hit play. Whatever tape he already had in the player was now playing, and Tina's distressed voice could be heard during one of their sessions. "I told you. Sometimes it happens and sometimes it doesn't happen." Then Dr. Cruz's voice came through the cassette player. "Other than the Anderson case in '65, there has never been this much documentation. By keeping Tina's trauma and stress levels high, I am confident I can induce huge psychokinetic reactions." And then she hurriedly shut off the tape recorder, hearing footsteps across the old hardwood floor outside in the hallway. She tried to get up from his desk, but it was too late. Dr. Cruz came barging in, looking like he had seen a ghost. But Mrs. Shepherd didn't notice. She was glaring dead at him, furiously. "What do you think you're doing?" Dr. Cruz said with an accusatory tone. You never intended to help her," Mrs. Shepherd said, her voice breaking with the horrible realization that her daughter was being used again. "Be reasonable. That's why I'm here," he said, hanging his blazer up on a coat rack. "First, I find this spike, and then—" Her voice trailed off as if she was hearing the way he talked about Tina in her mind, like she was a science experiment. Her eyes got wet with tears. "What are you doing to my daughter?" I have been trying to help her." "What's this?" she exclaimed, pointing to the bloody spike in his drawer. "Is this what Tina's been talking about, huh? Have you been hiding this all this time?" Dr. Cruz took a breath. "I can't expect you to understand this highly complicated process that is integral to your daughter's treatment," Dr. Cruz said. "Liar!" Amanda cried. "I see what you've been doing." She could see it all now. The camera, Tina's sessions. It was so clear to her in her mind that she regretted bringing Tina out here so deeply it made her sick to her stomach. "You've been deliberately making my daughter an emotional wreck." Now, that is not true," the doctor stammered nervously. "What you saw on that tape, Mrs. Shepherd, is a side effect of her treatment." Mrs. Shepherd couldn't believe what she was hearing. Her eyes filled with tears again. "Treatment?" she said, her voice cracking. You bastard! You brought her out here so that you could watch her perform." In the midst of their heated discussion, they didn't hear the old floorboards creaking. Tina, with her suitcase ready to go, was standing out in the hallway listening. "It's out of your hands now," Tina heard the doctor say. "God, how could you do this to her?" said the frantic voice of her mother. "I don't care what you say. I'm her doctor. We'll take her back to the hospital and begin psychotropic drug treatment." "Do you really think I'd let you see her again?" her mother's voice said. "Mrs. Shepherd, she needs help. She's dangerous to herself. She's dangerous to all of us." "She's not dangerous." "She killed her father. Look at what she's tried to do with me. I see no other option but to get her back in the hospital." "But Dr. Cruz—" "Mrs. Shepherd," he said, lowering his voice, "I'm going to have to commit her, even if it is against your wishes." Tina had heard enough. She dropped the suitcase. It thumped on the old hardwood floor, and Mrs. Shepherd and Dr. Cruz both turned to the door. Then they heard footsteps thumping down the stairs and the front door opening. "No, Tina!" Mrs. Shepherd cried as she saw her daughter running to the Oldsmobile. She got in and drove away into the night. Tina sped down the country road, not daring to look back, her hands gripping the steering wheel in a vice-like hold. There was no way in hell she was going back to the hospital. No fucking way, she thought. There had to be a way out. Maybe if she just kept driving, she'd find herself in some small town where she could just start over. Then she could actually have a normal life, instead of the hell that was her reality. In a new town, nobody would even know her name. Nobody would know that she was a freak. Nobody would know about all the strange accidents. Tina wasn't thinking anywhere close to rational. All she could think was that she wanted to get the hell away from there, no matter what and no matter how. She wasn't even thinking about her poor mother. All she could think about was getting away, far away. The trees whipped by the Oldsmobile as she sped up to 60. She didn't care that the speed limit was 45. All she wanted was to be somewhere far away, somewhere where they'd never think to look, somewhere where she would never be bothered ever again. She didn't care if she wasn't acting rationally anymore. Acting rationally hadn't gotten her anywhere thus far. Every doctor had failed to help her. Her mother was useless. Only thing to do now was escape. She no longer cared about figuring out the mystery of Crystal Lake. It didn't matter. They were taking her back to the hospital whether she liked it or not, where she would have to live in close proximity to seriously dangerous people, where she would have nothing but 4 white walls to stare at, day in and day out, watching nothing but infomercials on the small TV in the recreation room. No way in hell, she thought, they'd have to tie her up. She'd have to be dragged kicking and screaming to ever set foot in that hospital again, back on those drugs that didn't do anything but turn her into a lifeless zombie. Her mind was wild with panicked and frenzied thoughts as she raced down the narrow dirt road. She was spiraling fast. She had to get away. Suddenly, something stood out in the darkness. A figure. Two figures standing in the road. Tina approached with the vehicle as the headlights illuminated the silvery sheen of a long-bladed spear. It was the man from the lake. The spear was impaled through her own mother. Amanda Shepherd was the second figure. Blood was splattered all over her white blouse. The spear had burst through her chest like a parasite from within, and Jason held her up in the air like a fish on a harpoon. "Mom!" Tina managed to force it out. Her eyes were riveted to the sight, so much so that she didn't realize the car was veering off the side of the road. She gasped as the car went off into the bushes, plunging into a ravine. Tina furiously tried to pump the brakes, but to no avail. The car had too much momentum. Just like that, the car vaulted forward and slammed head-on into a tree. And as Tina's head hit the dashboard, she could see back onto the road for a split second before she lost consciousness. The ghastly vision was gone. Maddie was nowhere near a perfect 10, and she knew it. If there was anything she knew for a fact, it was that. Sure, she was pudgy. She had always been. Ever since elementary school. The kids had always teased her, calling her wide load and mocking her if she decided to have some cake and ice cream at a birthday party. It had been that way as long as she could remember. Girls her age would gather around whispering about her at the swimming pool. "Nobody likes a pig," they'd say to her face. "Put on a shirt, nobody wants to see that." Maddie also didn't cake her face full of makeup or paint her nails all that often or wear all that perfume the way Robin did. As Maddie sat upstairs in Melissa's room, she rifled through the makeup bag sitting on the vanity mirror. She couldn't believe the way Robin had been acting. All for a guy who couldn't get his head out of the weed clouds. Is that really how Robin saw her future? Ending up with a no-good husband who sits around, smokes pot all day, and doesn't clean up after himself? David was a totally reckless fool, Maddie thought. Almost as bad as Eddie. But at least David had charisma. She guessed it was that attracted both Maddie and Robin to David. His recklessness was boyish and charming, and his bad boy attitude was at least endearing to some degree. At least David was somewhat funny. And now here Maddie was, applying thick lipstick in an effort to impress David. She didn't even like him all that much, but if it would prove a point to Robin, she didn't care. She applied some mascara perfectly and checked herself in the mirror. "Looking great," she thought. "Touch-up work my ass," she said to herself, as she found some faux diamond earrings and put them on. At least she could show Robin a thing or two about how a real woman dolls up, and show her that a bigger, mousier girl could still clean up nicely. She thought back to Robin's snide comments and scowled in the mirror. Why did I ever decide to make a friend like Robin? Maddie thought. At first, their friendship had been sweet. They had decided to room together after they had Psychology 101 their freshman year. It started out with a bang. Tons of house parties and bar crawls were on the girls' calendar for months after they met. It was how they made most of the friends they were out here in this cabin with. Maddie remembered the first time they met Sandra and Russell, who lived in a nice, affluent apartment just off campus. They had invited Maddie and Robin for a few drinks, and pretty soon it turned into a regular thing. Robin had behaved totally fine then. But now that David was here, she had totally morphed into a complete bitch. That's what certain men can do, thought Maddie. Men could easily tear apart friendships in a heartbeat. But Maddie didn't think it would actually happen with Robin, and after tonight, she was thinking deeply about finding a new roommate. Wouldn't it be awkward for them to share a space with one another if Robin had actually said all those nasty things in front of everyone? Maybe she could find a new roommate here. Maybe Russell and Sandra could use a third housemate. It was looking far too much like Robin and Maddie's friendship wasn't going to work out. And if Maddie stirred the pot like she was planning on doing, things would definitely not go over well. As she applied her last touches on her well-made-up face and smoothed out her short, revealing blue dress, Maddie decided that she looked as good as she was going to get. It was time, she thought. It was time to show David that she could look just as sexy and appealing as Robin. That would really show her. It was time to show everyone that she wasn't just the ugly tag-along friend that nobody even invited, and that she wasn't just the girl next door. It was time to show her entire group of friends what she could actually do. And as she primped in the mirror, she couldn't believe how much a little makeup, some hairstyling, and a sexy outfit could make her look so irresistible. David was going to be at her feet before the night was through. She just knew it, and then Robin would eat her words in front of everyone. She left the bedroom and went downstairs. Where was everyone, she thought? Ben and Kate were gone, so was Nick. Eddie and Melissa were sitting together on the couch, and Maddie started to listen to their conversation. Melissa was curled up next to Eddie, stroking his hair and looking lovingly into his eyes. "Are you joking?" Eddie said in disbelief at the fact that Melissa was coming on to him. It didn't even register to him that it was clearly an attempt to make Nick jealous. He was too drunk to realize it or care. "Now, why would I do that?" Melissa said. "You really think I'm cute?" "Of course I do." "Since when?" "I always have. You've just been too blind to notice." As Maddie came further down the stairs, she searched the living room for David and Robin, but they were nowhere to be seen. "Where is David?" Maddie's voice broke up Eddie and Melissa's conversation. "They went to the shed to roll around in the hay," Melissa said coyly. Maddie frowned. It was time to go show David a good time with a real woman, she thought, one that is steadfast in her values and stands for what she believes in, not a girl who changes herself and her entire personality for one guy, like Robin. Maddie fixed her cleavage in the mirror and left the house, walking through the quiet night. Her high heels crunched over the leaves as she walked towards the tool shed at the back of the house. God damn that Robin, she thought. Makes her look like a fool in front of that Tina girl. Said it straight to her face. "Maddie, you're not his type," she had said with a bitchy smirk. It was happening all over again. Again and again, Maddie would end up making friends only for them to stab her in the back. Not this time. Maddie was determined to not let herself be the butt of the joke any longer. She walked across the yard with purpose, thinking of the reaction on David's face when he saw her looking like she did, with her hair up big and high and her face made up like it was, and no glasses. She'd look absolutely riveting in the moonlight. Then she and David could take a walk, and Robin could sit and think about the consequences of her behavior, Maddie thought. For once, one of the pretty and popular girls would get to sit alone. Alone. That's how Robin would feel. Absolutely alone with herself and her thoughts, just like Maddie had been for years. It felt validating to make someone else suffer just like she had suffered. Robin would learn, Maddie thought. She'd learn one day that you can't always get what you want with your body or by pushing other people down and treating them like dirt. That is always what happened to the prettiest and most popular girls in Maddie's experience. One girl that she knew, a girl with the snarkiest voice you can imagine, was the queen of her school. Her nasally voice would cut through the rowdy clamor of students, mocking the ones lower than her, even the special needs students. Where was she now? She was in rehab for being on coke. Her brother wound up getting arrested for having makeshift bombs. Another girl in her school, another holier-than-thou tightwad, wound up knocked up in an abusive relationship. It never failed. Life caught up to them. Maddie guessed that for some, their peak would only be in high school. The rest of their life would turn out to be a travesty once they left the safe and comfortable environment of 11th grade with all of their friends. Maddie should have known that Robin still had a high school mentality when the only thing she ever did was get drunk and have casual sex. She didn't even care about her grades. All Robin did in college was wake up with a boy in her bed, skip class, and then do it all over again the next night. She would get wasted, go to a bar or a house party, and go home with a guy. Didn't she know the dangers in that kind of lifestyle? Maddie meant what she said when she promised Robin that they would have a good time out in the woods at Crystal Lake. But she didn't mean that they would be totally stupid, blow off their friends, get stoned, and have sex with random potheads. What had Robin even been thinking? Why would she seemingly end a 7-month friendship and roommate situation over a boy she had just met? It didn't make sense to Maddie at all, and it was making her anxious. Was it something Maddie had said? Something she had done to make Robin behave the way she had? Maybe she just didn't know Robin all that well, even after 7 months of rooming together. None of it seemed to make any sense. Boy, what a strange night it was out at Crystal Lake. What a strange week. First, Mike never shows up. Next, some girl from next door is invited by Nick, only for her to run from the house twice. Then Maddie remembered it all. Melissa's pearls had just broken. They seemed to fly right off of her neck. But maybe Maddie had just been seeing things. But she could have sworn those pearls had been moving all on their own. And then that look on Tina's face. And now Robin was acting like a different person. It was turning out to be quite a strange vacation, and Maddie was not enjoying it one bit. As she carefully made her way through the wooded area in her high heels, she thought she heard soft voices coming from the shed. It sounded like David and Robin. Then Maddie smelled the aroma of marijuana and scrunched up her nose. They had to be around here somewhere. Maddie approached the shed door and listened. "Wait, do it again." That was Robin. "Just put it in your mouth." And that was David. Maddie made a disgusted face. She was repulsed and absolutely furious. She pulled open the rickety shed door and went inside the dank and dark interior. Hay covered the sagging wooden floor. A single bulb hung from a bare string. It wavered as if someone had brushed against it. Maddie squinted in the distance. Where were they? How massive was this shed? As her eyes adjusted to the darkness, she saw a few stalls lined up in a row. This must have been once planned to be a barn, Maddie thought. Saddles and brushes and other tools hung on a rack. Another tool rack was full of dozens of sharp instruments, sickles, saws, and axes. Maddie grimaced. What did Russell's family need with all this junk? She wondered. She stepped further into the musty shed, dusting aside a cobweb and peering into one of the stalls. Nothing. She followed the giggling, and then the coughing. She rounded a corner and almost bumped into Robin, who had just taken a hit of a joint. Maddie's eyes widened. "What are you doing?" Robin sneered at her. "What are you doing?" she asked, looking her up and down. "Spying?" Robin giggled. Maddie was at a loss for words. David was laughing at her too. She just froze, not knowing what to say. "Come on, David, let's go somewhere with a little more privacy," Robin said. She took David's hand, flashed Maddie a dirty look, and dragged David out of the barn. "Aren't those Melissa's earrings?" Robin commented as she left. Maddie heard the old rickety door bang shut, and then she was all alone, and about to burst into tears. David had laughed in her face. It was all about to come flowing out of her, when just then, as lightning flashed, startling her, she heard the door open again. David, she thought, was he coming back for her? She peered out of the stall. There, illuminated by a streak of lightning, was a man that towered over her. A surge of terror welled up deep in her core. Her gut instinct was that this was not someone from the party in a mask. This was a stranger, someone in a hockey mask. Thunder rumbled in the distance. The door slammed shut. She heard his heavy, labored breathing, and brought her hand up to her mouth to silence her own hyperventilating. Panic coursed through her. She looked around for any kind of weapon, but the stall was empty. There was nothing but a stack of crates and a hay bale. She was trapped and cornered, nowhere to run. His boots thumped across the wooden floor as it groaned underneath his immense weight. Maddie fought the urge to scream, or to cry, or to make a sound. She backed against the wall, trembling. God, no, she thought. Her mind tried to get some kind of a grip on the situation, and she fought the overwhelming compulsion to panic. Adrenaline was now compelling her to move into action. The man in the hockey mask came closer to the stall. In a flash, Maddie pulled off her high heels and tucked them into the hay. Then she scrambled underneath the stall wall into the next one, as quietly as a mouse. His boots suddenly stopped. Maddie got to her feet and leaned against the wall, putting her eye up to the wooden slats and trying to see out into the darkened shed. He was moving back and forth, searching. Who the fuck is that? Maddie's panicked mind tried to search for some kind of an answer to that question, but she quickly realized she needed to put her energy into surviving. He suddenly stopped again. Then he walked towards the door and disappeared. In a flash, Maddie scrambled back to the next stall and peered out. No sign of him. All was quiet. There was a maddening few moments as Maddie listened quietly. Nothing happened. She leaned back against the wall, breathing in and out, waiting to see if he was truly gone. Wham! The hockey mask assailant's arm suddenly exploded through the stall wall, splintering through the wood as easily as if it were paper. Maddie shrieked, but it was cut off by his grimy, blood-stained hand clamping down over her mouth. She clawed at the hand with all of her might, but it was unfathomably strong. She smelled lake water and filth and decomposition. It permeated the still air of the shed. She smelled the metallic odor of the blood he was covered in. His other hand gleamed silver. It was the long, curved blade of a sickle. It flashed quick, just like the lightning that struck again, and Maddie could suddenly feel agony like nothing before. She felt the incredible tightness suddenly in her throat, and then she began to see a white light, so captivating and incandescent, pulling her into it until she couldn't scream or feel anything at all. Chapter 7. When Tina came to, she smelled the acrid odor of gasoline in the air. She sat upright in the driver's seat of the now totaled Oldsmobile, dazed. She shook herself awake, immediately remembering the grisly vision that she had seen right before she lost control of the car. It had been of her mother being viciously murdered by the man from the lake. She had to get back home, and right now. Tina fumbled with the driver's side door latch, incited with sudden urgency. The door wouldn't budge. It had become wedged shut in the crash. Shit! She finally forced it open and ran out into the night. She scrambled up the hillside and back onto the road, looking both ways. There was no sign of anyone or anything. All was quiet. But she thought that thing, that monster from the lake, could be somewhere around, lurking, waiting to do to Tina what he had already done to Nick's cousin, and quite possibly her mother. God, no, Tina thought. She couldn't lose another parent, not after what had already happened. I'd better stick to the woods, she thought. The trees would provide her with cover, and the masked man could be following the roads. She dashed into the shelter of the dark woods and started running, half stumbling through the thicket of trees. Panicked thoughts were spiraling in her mind. What have I done? She thought frantically. I left my mother to die. She had gone and ran from the house and left her mother there with that thing from the lake running loose. How could I have been so selfish? As she pulled aside branches and quietly maneuvered through the undergrowth, she listened intently for any foreign sounds or any heavy footsteps. He could be anywhere, whoever he was. But he came from the lake. It couldn't be her father. It had to be someone else. But who? And was it real or just another delusion? Tina kept running, fueled by the nightmarish vision of her mother meeting a cruel fate. Suddenly she saw a flash of blue. She froze and then relaxed when she realized that it was Nick. "Tina," he said, running towards her. "Nick, what are you doing out here?" "Looking for my cousin. What are—" Tina cut him off, her eyes making contact with his. "Never mind. We have to find my mother." Then she ran off into the darkened woods, leaving Nick speechless for a second, but he quickly started off after her, after hearing what he thought were footsteps that weren't his. The night wasn't over, and Nick felt a pang of dread hit him. He was starting to think that something was very wrong at Crystal Lake, and that coming here would be the worst mistake of his life. "She can't have gotten very far," said Dr. Cruz as he steered his Buick down the country road. Mrs. Shepherd didn't say a thing. Her lips were tightly pursed, and her teary eyes stared intently out the windshield from the passenger side, searching for any sign of her daughter. "Damn that man," she thought. "Damn him. Takes us out here just so Tina could be poked and prodded like an experiment." She couldn't even argue with the doctor any longer. All she cared about was getting Tina home safe. What had Tina been thinking, going off in the car like that? It must be a result of Dr. Cruz's sessions. He wasn't helping her. God, she thought, all the money that I've paid that man, and all the time and effort. She had come out to the place where she witnessed her husband plunge into a lagoon, never to be seen or heard from again, only for her to realize they were being strung along again. She really had faith in Dr. Cruz, but going along with his treatments any longer would definitely be operating in blind faith, and Amanda didn't care for that kind of faith. Faith for Mrs. Shepherd had always been grounded in reality. "No," she thought, "I'm taking Tina back home and finding another doctor." That is, if Tina hadn't driven home herself already. What worried Mrs. Shepherd is that Tina hardly ever drove. She didn't have much experience driving on the road, much less down a dark, winding country road at night. Dr. Cruz must have done it to her. He must have instilled so much fear in her that she went and acted totally off of her emotions. Mrs. Shepherd just had to face the facts. Her daughter was seriously unwell. There was no denying it any longer. She hated to deal with the reality that her daughter might have to be in an institution her entire life. Sure, you did get to see your relatives if they were in a mental hospital, but when Tina had been in the hospital before, she looked so miserable. Every time Mrs. Shepherd would visit, Tina would be so sullen, with bags under her eyes and matted hair, barely speaking a word. The institution sucked the life out of her daughter. But what else could she do? She had a daughter who would start fires and make up elaborate tales about people coming out of the lake. But Mrs. Shepherd still wondered. If Tina had been right about the spike, maybe she was right about the man in the lake. What had she heard about a boy in the lake in this town? Mrs. Shepherd could recall it briefly, but didn't remember any details. Then again, small towns always spread rumors, and there was simply no reason to believe that any of what Tina was saying was true. She had made things up her entire life. Then it was true, Mrs. Shepherd thought. Her daughter was either insane or a pathological liar. Her thoughts were broken up when Dr. Cruz's headlights illuminated something that reflected light. Mrs. Shepherd jolted upright in her seat, her eyes wide. "What's that?" It was the two taillights of her Oldsmobile. It had plunged off the road into a ravine. Dr. Cruz slowed the car and pulled it to the side of the road. He didn't even have time to put it in park before Mrs. Shepherd was already scrambling out of the car. "Oh my God, Tina, Tina!" Mrs. Shepherd cried. She sprinted towards the car, peering in through the passenger side window, but then gasping when she saw that the car was empty. "She's gone!" "Oh, no, no!" exclaimed Dr. Cruz as he began searching all over for Tina. "What if she's hurt?" Mrs. Shepherd said. "We didn't pass her on the road. She must be—" "Tina! Tina!" Mrs. Shepherd's frenzied voice cut him off. And then she did the inexplicable. she went running off into the woods, leaving him alone. "Wait!" he bellowed. But Mrs. Shepherd, much like Tina, was now on the run. Dr. Cruz suddenly realized that they were now all scattered to the four winds with a killer on the loose. Outside the rental house, it was quiet except for the soft footfalls of someone in the darkness. No one heard a thing. The blue van sitting outside the property was rocking to the rhythm of two lovers. It was Ben and Kate, and Ben was on top. They were sprawled on the carpeted floor in a sleeping bag, and Ben awkwardly tried to find a good position. Kate miserably tried to shift her position as well, but nothing was comfortable. Why had they chosen to try it in the van, she thought. There were plenty of beds, but Ben had insisted on the van. Kate just wasn't feeling it. It looked like this would be another fake orgasm because she wasn't near climaxing anytime soon. As hard as Ben pumped into her, she still barely felt anything. Her sister's voice echoed in her mind. "Don't fuck a guy who isn't the one." Well, here Kate was under a guy from her classes that she definitely didn't picture marrying. But maybe that's what college was all about, experimenting. Well, this weekend had been quite an experiment, she thought, as she desperately tried to tune in to Ben's body. First, the birthday boy didn't even show up, and now she was having sex with Ben, something she didn't think would happen until about 15 minutes ago, and it wasn't going anywhere. She moaned underneath him, trying to focus her thoughts on the present moment. But it was all in vain. All she could think about was him blowing her off and flirting with that sorority girl, and all the other times she had been pissed at him during their rocky relationship. He blew her off to go out with Eddie, of all people. He was always like that. Kate thought that Ben was different from other college guys, more mature and grounded, and thought he didn't have a high school mentality. But now, after he had blown her off to go out drinking with his buddies, she was questioning that notion. To add to that, all Ben seemed to want to do on a Friday night is go to his old high school football games. He never wanted to go to a nice restaurant or maybe see a movie at the theater. He always wanted to go sit on some uncomfortable concrete bleachers and scream at his alumni. He even still occasionally wore his high school football jersey. Ben had been the quarterback on his high school football team, and he seemed to still live in that world. It was like that with most of the guys Kate had tried dating in college. They started out sweet, but then they'd ride around in their big trucks, blow her off, and then go out and drive like maniacs on the road, and most of them would wind up dead from an accident. High school mentality. She had seen it happen a million times before. That's how you know if a guy still had a high school mentality. It was when they didn't seem to care about their future. And that was what was happening with Ben. She couldn't even picture herself having a future at all with him. She tried to imagine it in her mind as she lay underneath him. He'd probably not even show up for their anniversary dinner and go out drinking. There she would sit with an entire 3-course meal that she had slaved over all day, alone by the phone, just hoping he'd call and say that he was on his way home. But his call would never come. No way is that going to be me, Kate thought. God, I hate these college men. Ben wasn't different from any of them, she decided. He's the same type of guy to only live in the now and not look to the future. Sure, it was helpful to try and stay in the present moment, but there were also times where you had to think and plan ahead. Even his friends were his same ones from high school. But out here at Crystal Lake this weekend, Kate had thought that Ben changed. He actually was in with a really cool crowd. Russell and Sandra were pretty classy and mature. And then he went and blew her off to hang out with Eddie. And now here she was, giving it up to him. It had started back in the house. First, his hand would go lower and lower down her waist. Then he had asked her to dance and pulled her into his arms. By then, Kate had had a few beers and wasn't thinking clearly. It wasn't until Ben had started fucking her that she began to sober up and see him for what he really was. A dumb, hormone-fueled jock, barely out of high school, who wasn't that great in bed. How could she have fallen for him? Squidface. She was having sex with Squidface. She had named him that aptly because his big nose and facial structure gave him a very fish-like appearance. Really, Fishface was an even better pet name. After this weekend, Kate knew that it would just have to be over, their whole relationship. She had a college full of sexy men of all varieties, and she would be damned if she got tied down to Ben too soon, especially since he didn't know how to fuck. That was the worst part of it all. Some men you can overlook their big lips or their balding hair if they are passionate in bed. Ben was thrusting like an awkward and sexually frustrated schoolboy, like somebody she would have fucked in high school. It was actually exactly like the time she lost her virginity to her high school boyfriend. It made her want to heave, but she kept it all under control. She didn't want to ruin the weekend and make things awkward between them, more than they had already made it awkward. Kate squabbling at him in the kitchen probably really gave Maddie and Robin a foul impression of her. But sometimes she just couldn't stand to look at Squidface. Things would just fly out of her mouth whenever she was pissed at him. That was what Ben did to her. Sometimes he made her crazy. Love wasn't like that, she thought. Love was calm and more grounded. It didn't feel like you wanted to rip your own hair out. So why am I fucking him? Her mind was screaming it, but her body was still letting it happen. In a sense, it was becoming non-consensual, but what would happen if she asked him to stop? Then it could easily become a big scene. It would be a he said, she said situation, and those never turn out well for the people involved. Luckily for Kate, the van suddenly began to rock, and not from the sex. As she wriggled underneath him, her back sweating and sticking to the cheap plastic of the sleeping bag, she listened. There it was again, something rubbing against the side of the van. "What's that?" Kate said, her voice cutting through the music Ben had blaring from the radio. "What?" Ben asked, mid-thrust. "That!" she cried. Ben's whole body stopped what he was doing, and they both sat up straight. Kate wrapped the sleeping bag around her like a blanket and glanced around, trying to see out of the fogged-up windows on either side of the van. But it was too dark outside. "Oh, shit, I hope it isn't Michael," Ben said. "Ugh, what timing," Kate groaned, and she meant it. "Quick, get a balloon," Kate said. "Oh, yeah, right. Happy fucking birthday." Something slammed against the side of the van again. Thump. All right. You're here at last, birthday boy. Now stop shaking the van," Ben said. "Let's surprise him," said Kate excitedly. She glanced around at the contents inside the van. There was a box full of party supplies. Kate reached inside and grabbed 2 party blower horns, adorned with sparkling red streamers. "On the count of 3. You ready?" Ben said. Kate and Ben both wrapped the sleeping bag around themselves and positioned themselves at the back doors of the van. 1, 2, 3. They threw open the back doors. Kate blew on her party horn. Surprise! There was nobody there. The yard outside the rental cabin was empty. An eerie mist had formed, weaving in and out in between the pine trees. Crickets were singing. There was no sign of the thing or the person who had been interrupting their lovemaking. Ben glanced around, puzzled. "Where is he?" Kate replied back. "He's probably out there somewhere." Suddenly, Ben snatched up his shirt and threw it on, unbuttoned, and then pulled on his jeans. "Come on, let's get him," he said deviously. Kate flashed her eyes at him. "I'm not going out there." "Oh, come on. The motherfucker's out there, and we're going to get him." As Ben grabbed one of the party horns, he climbed down from the van, wincing at the stickers in the bare feet that quickly made their presence known. "Make it fast," chirped Kate. "Be right back," Ben said. He shut the van door and then took a good look around at his surroundings. "All right, Michael, where are you, buddy, huh?" He blew the party horn as it squealed. Ben stepped a few feet away from the van, peering around the side of the house. There was no sign of any other cars except for the ones that had been there since yesterday. It had to be Michael. Or maybe it was Eddie. or he supposed it could be David and Robin. But knowing Michael, this was just the kind of thing he was known to do. They had expected him to be somewhat late to his own surprise party, but an entire day late? Really, Michael? He thought to himself. And now Michael had decided to show up and rock their van. He always could be a cockblock like that. Only question was, where was he? What if he was hiding somewhere on the property? What if this was all some elaborate charade? As Ben looked around at the eerie woods that surrounded him, he figured this was a perfect night to pull a stunt like this. The fog was slowly enveloping him. The full moon was high above his head. As he walked around the opposite side of the van, he swore he could hear footsteps that weren't his own. He got to his knees and looked under the van. Nothing. "Michael!" Ben called into the night. No answer. He approached a massive tree. "Michael, come on, buddy, where are you?" Two hands lurched out. Ben couldn't even scream. He tried, but his teeth bit hard into his tongue as the two grimy, wet hands that were covered in detritus and blood smashed against both sides of his jaw and yanked him behind the tree. He tasted blood. Someone had put him in a bear hug. Someone with seemingly superhuman strength. Ben writhed and squirmed as the two hands began to squeeze with all of their might. One clamped down on his chin and the other on the top of his skull, slowly crushing his head vertically like a soda can. The party horn flew from his hands onto the ground as he desperately tried to claw and wrench at the two monstrous hands that were clutching him. Ben didn't get to see who it was because his vision eventually became nothing but red as blood sprayed from his mouth. Everything was caving in. Snot and tears started cascading down his face as more bones began to shatter. He felt everything, and then nothing at all. His body fell like a limp rag, his head nothing but a mass of bloody pulp. Two boots started stealthily advancing towards the van. "Ben, are you coming back or not?" Kate cried from inside the van. She snatched up her yellow top and put it back on, buttoning the top few buttons. Where the hell had he gone, she thought. He had probably found Michael, and they both were devising a plan to scare her. It wasn't going to work. Kate was tired of these games. She lowered the volume of the music coming from the van's radio and rolled down the window. She stuck her head out the driver's side, peering around. "Ben!" No answer. "Ben, enough already! Stop fooling around!" Suddenly, she felt a sharp, stabbing pain at the nape of her neck. Grimy, claw-like fingers snatched her hair at the root. Kate opened her mouth to scream, but it wouldn't come out. She was jerked upright, so that she was face to face with a hockey mask monster. His sunken, soulless eyes penetrated her. They were so empty, but simultaneously full of bloodlust. The abject terror hit her all at once. It was as if a dam had broken and it rushed over her in waves. It was short-lived. The party horn that Ben had been holding was then rammed full force into her eye and into her brain. As Kate slumped forward, her lifeless body hanging half in and half out of the window, Jason reached in and turned the van off, bringing his woods back to silence. Nobody in the rental cabin heard as the front door slowly opened. Robin and David's passionate moans emanated from the upstairs hallway. The dark, lumbering figure clenched his fist as he stepped silently into the cabin. The shape went into the kitchen, eyeing a fuse box at the back of the cabin. Eddie and Melissa were also trying to get it on in Melissa's room. The key word was trying. Melissa sat up against the headboard, while Eddie kissed her neck and humped the bed, stripped down to a pair of white underwear. "Ow!" she cried, wriggling around in discomfort. Eddie kept going, gnawing on her earlobe, dragging his wet lips all up and down the side of her neck. "Ow!" she exclaimed again. Eddie caught his breath and looked up at her innocently. "What?" "Your watch," Melissa said. "Oh, sorry." He went right back to what he had been doing, drooling all over her throat. How did this happen? Melissa thought. Her bright idea of making Nick jealous was going horribly. She had no clue where he was, and it looked like he wasn't coming back to the cabin anytime soon. And now she was in the middle of a very awkward and painful sexual encounter. Nick was likely out searching for his cousin, so this put Melissa in a very tedious predicament. Maybe she could just keep faking it for a little while, and eventually Eddie would just fall asleep. That would be the best case scenario, but he was like a dog in heat. He wasn't relinquishing the chance to get laid anytime soon, she thought. Eddie was all over her. He panted heavily, running his hands over Melissa's hourglass figure and kissing her neck. He kept trying to kiss her lips, and she would suddenly turn her head, in the hopes that he would take the hint, but he still didn't notice the way Melissa's lips were tightly pressed together, and how she wasn't even looking him in the eye. He didn't care. He was clearly too drunk to care. Melissa couldn't believe it. She usually always got what she wanted. Usually by this time she would have had Nick in bed, wrapped around her little finger. But her plan had failed. Nick wasn't here to see them and get jealous, and now she had two options: sleep with Eddie or let him down gently. As she shifted positions uncomfortably, she tried to really tune in to the moment. But it was a useless effort. Eddie was panting like an old dog, or a pig. It sent shivers up Melissa's spine, and finally she couldn't pretend any longer. She pushed him away. "Eddie!" she cried. "What?" "I'm sorry, but this is just not working out." Eddie panted again and pulled off of her, and he stared at her with a confused expression. "What's the matter?" "I lied," Melissa said, with the flippant toss of her short blonde hair. Lied about what?" inquired Eddie, still lost. "About everything," said Melissa. "You just don't turn me on." Eddie's face dropped. He took a breath and shook his head, dejected. "Hey, look, at least I gave you a chance," was Melissa's response. "You just didn't come through." Eddie's lips tightened. "Anyways, I was kinda hoping Nick would come and find you with me." "Why'd you lie?" Eddie asked. "You know, to make Nick jealous," she said with a smirk. Eddie was astonished at her candid way of telling him the awful truth. He couldn't believe it. "Rejection," he said. "I can take it. I've been rejected by the finest science fiction magazines in the continental United States." With that, Eddie snatched up his pants and his jacket and walked to the door in a huff. "Where are you going?" Melissa asked. Eddie stopped in the doorway and glared at her. "I'm taking a cold shower. I've got a date with a soap on a rope." Then he walked out into the hallway, slamming the door shut behind him. Finally, Melissa thought. She thought he would never take the hint and leave. Now it was time for Melissa to find Nick, and everyone else for that matter. She hadn't seen Russell or Sandra in hours. She changed into another outfit and left the cabin, not noticing the muddy boot prints that were tracked into the house. Zap! The lights in the rental cabin flickered once and then went out. David stopped mid-thrust and looked around as Robin gazed up at him, confused as to why he had stopped. "What happened to the lights?" said David. "Oh, who cares?" Robin said, and she pushed him onto his back, straddling him in the big queen-size bed in her and Maddie's room. Then she arched her back with pleasure as she felt him inside of her. Robin was going through what best could be described as a wild phase. She wasn't sure exactly when it had started. Robin was homeschooled for as long as she could remember, and it had been hard feeling like an outsider around other college students. After all, Robin hadn't grown up in public school and hadn't gotten many chances to socialize or try and fit in. Her mother took her to several homeschooled kids' social groups, but they never panned out. Robin couldn't really fit in with anyone until she got to college and found herself in a sea of kids just like her, who were repressed sexually frustrated, and wanted to cut loose. Robin had been maladjusted to college life for her first year or two. Her background hadn't given her much help at socializing with other kids her age. Then she started meeting people in college, but it had been difficult at first. Robin hadn't even kissed a boy at that point and felt extremely out of place. Every college party she would go to would leave her in tears. Everyone would be talking about their many sexual encounters, and Robin would just stand awkwardly and not know what to say. But her breakout was coming. Robin just had to find the right opportunity, and soon she found one. There was a club on campus for Charity Week, but the rumor was that it was a cover for students to party and do drugs. Robin had heard all about it, and despite her roommate, Maddie, begging her to not get involved, she went to her first meeting, which had been held in the basement of one of the oldest buildings on campus. After that, Robin made a good impression on them, and eventually they invited her to go have some fun one Friday night. It was there in the back of a 4x4 truck out in the middle of North American wilderness in the dead of night that she smoked weed for the first time. Robin remembered not being able to hit the large glass bong very well. She had barely inhaled any of the smoke once she pulled the hit and coughed until her eyes watered. But they had been kind to her, and after hearing her story about how lonely and repressed she felt, they all collectively decided to make sure that Robin got the most out of her college experience. And boy, did she. Next, she found herself at a dorm party passing around a large bottle of vodka and sharing sordid stories. They played spin the bottle, and Robin ended up in the arms of a broad-shouldered sophomore and found herself in the bed with him the next morning. All she remembered was the walk back to her dorm in the morning and how invigorating it had been. It felt like she was truly blossoming into a vibrant young woman, and like nothing could stop her. She remembered still feeling the way it had felt to be wrapped up in sheets next to a foxy guy. She remembered the wind in her hair as she had strolled jubilantly back to her living quarters thinking, God, I feel so fucking alive. That was the precise moment when she shed her good girl personality and decided to be reborn as someone new, someone who took risks, someone who dared to take life by the balls and run with it. She was done with being the girl that everyone wanted her to be. She wanted to do what made her feel happy. After that night, Robin realized that life was far too short to not enjoy herself. So she started going to house party after house party after house party. And now she was fucking a really cute guy at a house party out at Crystal Lake. Things can really change, Robin thought, as she bounced on top of David, feeling his hands touching her and fondling her breasts. Robin had started out as a doe-eyed freshman who didn't know a joint from a blunt, and now here she was, having casual sex while high as a kite. David's joints had really hit her hard. She felt the cannabis coursing through her bloodstream. It was an all-body high, and it made the sex even 10 times better. She felt on top of the world, and she had no clue where Maddie or anyone else was, but she didn't care. Things had been going extremely well for Robin as she blossomed, until she moved in with Maddie, who was the world's best example of a buzzkill. Always, Maddie would wait up for Robin as she waltzed into their apartment that they shared, drunk off her ass at 1 a.m. Then she'd get a motherly lecture from Mrs. Goody-Two-Shoes about not getting enough sleep. Always, it had been like this. All Robin wanted to do was have a good time, but Maddie always managed to kill her vibe. Every time. Robin had hoped that bringing Maddie to this house party would help her chill out a bit, but she had been sorely let down. Maddie was acting like her mother. "You don't smoke," she had said. So what if Robin wanted to get high? Shouldn't you try and take risks in life? Shouldn't you try as many things as possible just to say that you've done it? Life was too short, Robin thought, far too short. She couldn't imagine living life like Maddie did, always afraid of her own shadow. That was exactly why Maddie didn't have a boyfriend. Of course, Robin didn't either, but it wasn't because she couldn't get one. Maddie was seemingly hopeless. Time and time again, She would run to Robin for love advice, and how guys would never return her calls, and Robin would never know what to say. "Maybe you just have to lower your standards," Robin would say, but Maddie wouldn't listen. She kept trying to go for guys like David who were completely out of her league. Maddie would be a much better fit for someone like Eddie. But Maddie wanted to do whatever Maddie wanted to do, which was usually get her heart broken and mope around. What else could a friend do? She had given Maddie all the advice she could think of. Try losing weight, lower your standards, keep looking. Maddie still wouldn't listen and still kept getting hurt. It was like watching a child stick their hand on a hot stove, even though you had warned them that it was hot. It didn't matter to Robin anymore. She was done with Maddie's attitude. This weekend was all about having a good time. They were out in the middle of nowhere. What could go wrong? Why did Maddie have to be so damn negative all the time? It didn't make any sense. Maddie wanted to attract guys, but then she would behave as unattractively as possible. Getting uptight about weed at a college party? Really? It was inevitable at every college party that someone would end up taking some kind of substance. Hell, our university is a party school, Robin thought. What did Maddie expect? Bible class? As she and David finished, Robin rolled off of him and basked in the afterglow, sighing heavily. The cannabis made it feel like she was floating off of the bed, like the entire bed was a giant fluffy cloud. "I'm hungry," said David. "How romantic," Robin said. "I'm really stoned." David leaned closer to her. "The Neanderthal hunter-gatherer needs nourishment," he said playfully. He slid out of bed and pulled on a pair of red underwear, losing his balance and stumbling in the darkness. Robin sat up and laughed at him. "It's dark," he said, finding his shirt and jeans and putting them on. He rifled through a small cabinet and found 2 flashlights, handing one to Robin. "I'll be back," he said, and went out of the room, leaving Robin to herself and her thoughts. As David made his way down the hall, he could hear the shower running and Eddie singing to himself. Then he made his way downstairs as lightning and the resulting thunder boomed outside, shaking the cabin. David shone the flashlight all around the darkened cabin. It was empty. Where was everyone? He wondered. As he went into the kitchen, his bare feet stepped into something cold and wet. The entire floor was soaked. What the fuck? He smelled lake water and something else, something rotten. "Phew," he said, glancing around at the messy kitchen. "Something's gone bad." He made his way through the dark kitchen and opened the refrigerator. Suddenly he heard deep breathing and footsteps coming behind him. As he grabbed a beer and a sandwich, he spun around. "Maddie?" he said. The figure in front of him was monstrously big. It floored him. He opened his mouth to scream. A butcher knife flashed. It penetrated deep. Lightning illuminated the sharp blade as it was thrust into him with incredible precision. David hit the floor. As Tina and Nick ran through the dark woods, the wind had started to really pick up and was violently scattering the blanket of dead leaves on the forest floor. Storm clouds now obscured the moon and nearly made their surroundings pitch black. Thunder rumbled above their heads. All of a sudden Nick stopped, dead in his tracks. His gaze was riveted to a dead tree. Its gnarled branches were holding something. It was Michael, wedged in between the branches, dead. Nick's jaw dropped. Tina saw it too, and her eyes instantly flooded with tears as she brought her hands up to her face. "I knew it," she said. "I saw it." Nick flashed a look at Tina, one of complete disbelief and terror. There it was, his own cousin that he had been estranged from for all these years. Dead. He hadn't even gotten a chance to smooth things over with him. All of a sudden, Nick realized that all of their petty grievances meant nothing to him, and all he could do was stare in shock at his murdered kin. Now none of it mattered. He just wanted his cousin back. Nick blinked. Michael was still there, drenched in blood, his eyes glassed over, fully dead. Nick couldn't move. He just looked at Tina and then back at his dead cousin again and again, not truly believing what he was seeing and realizing that Tina actually had been right. What the hell have I gotten myself into? He thought. His thoughts were broken by a teary-eyed Tina pulling him by his jacket. Oh, Nick, I'm sorry, but we have to keep going. Nick took one last glance at the body of his cousin and then followed Tina through the thicket. As night pressed on, the woods grew darker and darker, and now both of them knew that a very dark presence was lurking in the woods. Tina knew even more. She knew that it was someone from the lake, but she couldn't think of who it might be. Soon they saw the lights and ran for them. The trees cleared. They were in the front yard of the Shepherd house. Dr. Cruz's car was gone. Tina gasped. "They're gone," she said, and ran into the house with Nick following closely behind her. Tina started to run frantically up the stairs as Nick watched after her in confusion. "Where are you going?" he called up the stairs. She didn't answer. She made a beeline for Dr. Cruz's office, and fortunately it was unlocked. Nick shook his head and reluctantly followed after her. He walked into the office where Tina was rifling hurriedly through cabinets and drawers, searching madly. "What are you looking for?" Nick asked her. "My father's pistol. I know he has it somewhere in here," Tina cried. As she sat down at the desk, her eyes became affixed to something that glinted in the light. It was the spike, the same bloody spike she had seen jammed into the porch column. It was right there. She picked it up by the end that wasn't bloody. Nick looked at her confused. "Cruz knew all this time," Tina said to herself, a wash of relief coming over her as she realized for the first time in 3 days that she wasn't crazy after all. Furiously, she slammed the bloody spike down and started rummaging through the desk. She finally found it, a .32 caliber Smith & Wesson, lying in the bottom drawer. Tina fished it out, holding it as if it were a venomous cobra. Nick took it gingerly and checked to make sure it was loaded. 3 bullets were inside. Then Tina saw something else underneath the gun. It was a notebook, crammed full of aged newspaper articles. The headline on one of the old articles read, "Mass Murder at Camp Crystal Lake." Tina's eyes widened. "What did you find?" Nick asked. "I don't know," Tina said. She opened the notebook. The more she read, the more her hair started to stand up on its ends. "Tina, let's just get the others," Nick said urgently. "No, this is important," Tina said. The realization hit her all at once. She read another headline, "Killer at Crystal Lake, Body Never Recovered." It was her father's old notebook. Tina's jaw dropped. She read the name of the subject of the article, Jason VOORHEES, out loud. "It was him in the lake," she said. What are you talking about?" said Nick. Tina didn't answer. The realization that she had accidentally resurrected a dead serial killer was too much to bear emotionally. Then Tina felt it. Her talents. They were boiling up inside her until she felt she might explode right there all over Nick. She rose to her feet and she held herself as tremors ravaged her. And then the old house began to quake violently. The pictures on the walls began to fall and shatter. Nick glanced around fearfully and braced himself against the door. He glanced at Tina. She was shaking all over and her mouth opened in a silent scream. Tears streamed down her face. Nick ran to her and held her in place. "Oh my God," he muttered in disbelief. "That's you doing that?" Tina managed to nod through the violent tremors and convulsions that were seizing her. Nick could feel them, vibrating through her like 1,000 pinballs. His eyes locked on hers. The rattling continued. A vase toppled and shattered. The light fixture hanging from the ceiling shook back and forth on its wires. It was as if a tiny earthquake had formed underneath the shepherd's house. Nick couldn't even begin to understand what kind of tragic tale was playing out in front of him. As much as his mind could try and make some sense out of it, it was still one of the strangest things he had ever seen in his life. All he could think was, who is this girl? What have I gotten into? He wished that he was back in his apartment in the city, and wished that he had never agreed to come out to Crystal Lake. All of a sudden, Tina began to relax, and as suddenly as it began, the quaking ceased. Nick and Tina both stared at each other with the horrible realization on their minds. They were now trapped with a hunter, a killer that would stop at nothing. Tina's mother was gone, and all that they had was a small pistol and 3 rounds. The two young people's horrifying night was just beginning. One horrifying night at Crystal Lake. Chapter 8. Robin and David. David and Robin. As Robin basked in the upstairs bedroom, she pictured what the two of them would look like together as a couple. She could see him walking across campus holding hands, maybe going for a stroll, going for a midnight swim in the lake behind the dormitories, maybe go to a football game together. She liked what she saw in her mind, for the most part, but something truthfully didn't sit right with her, and she couldn't use his terrific body to make excuses for it any longer. Was it the fact he was a stoner? Robin wasn't at all like Maddie. She enjoyed getting high every now and again, but she couldn't see herself being with someone who let it consume their life. It had happened to her brother. It's what happens when sheltered kids get out into the real world. It can be too much to bear, and sometimes they get swallowed whole and go to the opposite end of the spectrum and let their wild side consume their life. Robin knew better. Despite her ditzy demeanor, Robin had a good head on her shoulders. Her brother had left their sheltered and closeted community and household, and found it all too much. Now he smoked pot every day and didn't have a job or any plans for his future. Robin knew better than that. Robin had a future. Then again, she hadn't used a condom with David, which hadn't been the brightest idea. But if she got pregnant, she'd just have an abortion. There was no way she was becoming a mother during college. She had a future, after all. Having a kid too young can change your entire trajectory. It had happened with her parents. They had gotten married at 18 and squeezed out as many kids as possible. And now their lives had been totally altered. Robin could not see herself ending up like them. She should have said something about a condom before David had taken her upstairs, but some guys could get super irritated at the notion of wearing protection. So she hadn't said anything. But as she lay there in the afterglow of sex, she regretted it. Did she even have enough for an abortion? Abortion wasn't such an easy thing to accomplish. Robin hated how some women could be so flippant about such a serious topic. It was a big decision in Robin's mind. Sometimes a necessary one, but a big one nonetheless. Besides, she couldn't exactly see David being the type to stick around after this party, much less staying to help support her and the baby. She couldn't at all see him being a supportive father if all he wanted to do was get stoned. Maybe he was different, though. Maybe this party had been an escape for him as well, and on the outside, in the real world, he was a good guy. It had been a good one-night stand, whichever way you looked at it, in any case. Robin did have a good time, and that had been her intention coming out to Crystal Lake. If only Maddie hadn't wimped out, she thought as she curled up underneath the sheets and toyed with the flashlight in her hand. Maddie could have been a supportive girlfriend, but instead chose to be uptight about every little thing. Robin needed friends who were ride or die. She wanted someone who would be by her side no matter what and never against her. Maybe Robin needed to rethink living with Maddie. After all, they were totally incompatible, and this weekend proved it. She should have known better, that putting up a roommate ad on a bulletin board on campus would open her up to having to live with total freaks. But Maddie had never been uptight until now. Then again, they had really never been to a serious college party, with drugs, that is. Maddie was fine with drinking, but apparently had a hang-up about pot. And then she gets dressed in Melissa's stuff and waltzes out to the shed to, what, steal David away? Please, Maddie, Robin thought. Why couldn't Maddie see that David hadn't been interested in her? Maybe Maddie had been sheltered herself and was clueless when it came to advances from other men. David had been looking at me, Robin thought, not you. Maddie hadn't been able to take the hint, and when Robin was kind of a bitch about it, Robin knew that she had been super blunt back in the kitchen earlier today, but Maddie deserved it. Robin had made it clear that she liked David, and he couldn't have had both. Or maybe he could have had both, but Robin had never been in a threesome before, and she didn't see Maddie being okay with it. She had looked so ridiculous in those gaudy diamond earrings and all of that extravagant makeup. Is that what Maddie thought men wanted? Robin thought. Designer clothes? Robin laughed to herself. It was also Melissa's problem, and why she was having so much trouble getting Nick's attention. Robin could tell that Nick cared about more than designer clothes. You had to have personality, and unfortunately, Maddie has as much personality as a wooden post, and Melissa was nothing but evil personified. Guys really want personality, Robin thought. At least most do. Having a good body is nice and all, because Melissa was definitely attractive. But at the end of the day, if you didn't have a good personality, guys would never go for it. Unless they're desperate. There was no room for desperate at this party, except maybe an Eddie. There were plenty of people to fool around with, and yet Melissa and Maddie both still hadn't gotten laid. And the reason had to be their personalities. Maddie just needed to lighten up and have a good time, and Melissa needed a Xanax or 3. The way she had bullied that poor girl from next door broke Robin's heart. Speaking of which, what had happened to Nick and Tina? Better yet, what had happened to David? She shone the flashlight towards the open bedroom door. She didn't hear a sound, except for the shower running in the next room. Robin sighed and reached off the bed for her discarded shirt and put it on, picking up the flashlight and walking to the door. She peered out into the darkened hallway, shining the flashlight. "Maddie?" she called. No response. All was quiet except for the shower and her own soft breathing. She shivered as her bare feet touched the hardwood floor. "David?" she said. Again there was no answer. Then she could hear movement, shuffling, someone rummaging perhaps. Robin shined the flashlight down the hallway to a door at the end of the hall and held her breath. The darkness was unnerving her with every second that went by. What the fuck had happened to the lights? "Maddie? David?" Frustrated that nobody was answering her, she scoffed and tried a door. It was locked. She knocked. "Russell? Sandra? Anyone?" The house was seemingly deserted. She tried another door. Locked. She reached the end of the hallway and pushed the door open. It was pitch black inside. She aimed the flashlight around the interior of the room. It looked like what appeared to be a master bedroom. It was Russell's aunt and uncle's room. Old dusty knickknacks and trinkets adorned the room. There was a wooden jewelry box on one dresser. The bed was huge, with long mahogany bedposts that spiraled up to the ceiling. Robin sauntered over to the dresser and rummaged through the jewelry box, taking out several pieces that rivaled Melissa's collection. And then there was a soft crash coming from the closet, and Robin jerked the flashlight towards the noise. "David?" she said. There was no answer. The closet door squeaked on its hinges, as if it had been brushed by the finest bit of movement. Robin froze, swallowing. Something was definitely in there, hiding in the darkness. She aimed the unsteady beam of the flashlight at the closet and inched towards it. Thunder crackled outside. Lightning flashed. Robin jumped. "David, are you in there?" Silence. She opened the closet door, and suddenly, from the top of a stack of aged boxes, came a gray tabby cat. Its hair stood up on its back, and it hissed at Robin, who lurched backwards with fright. She relaxed when she saw just who had been rustling around in the closet. "Kitty, oh, come here, Kitty." Robin reached down and picked up the cat, petting it as it meowed. "Whose kitty are you? You're not David's kitty. I don't think he has one," Robin cooed playfully. Then, as quickly as it appeared, the cat took off down the hallway. It seemed like it had been afraid, but of what? As thunder shook the cabin once more, Robin gazed out the window, looking out at the lonely property. Where the hell was everyone? Michael and his girlfriend were still nowhere to be seen or heard from. Shouldn't they have received a telephone call by now? Where was David or Maddie? Still at the shed? No, something didn't feel right. Robin felt a knot forming deep in her core. But it was about to storm, and there was no way she was going out there in the darkness where it wasn't safe. Maybe they were all out looking for Jane and Michael. Robin looked for the cars. She could still see Ben's van sitting there underneath a tree, and Nick's Jeep was also nearby. It looked like nobody had just taken off and left. So where were they? Robin frowned and then went back into the hallway. The shower was still running. The rest of the house was dead quiet. The hallway was dark. Robin shone the flashlight to light her way and inched back towards her room, went inside and shut the door. Surely they were all safe, Robin thought. Maybe they were all taking a midnight swim down by the lake. But she didn't hear any laughter. Then again, it was hard to hear anything over the wind and the tiny dry storm ensuing outside. She peered down through the window again. There was nobody outside. All she heard was the wind howling and rattling the shutters outside the window. Suddenly she heard a new sound, footsteps outside the door. Robin crawled back into bed. "So, what'd you bring me?" she called. The footsteps stopped in front of the door, but the door didn't open. There was still silence. Whoever it was on the other side of the door wasn't uttering a sound. "Well, come on. Do you have food in your mouth?" Robin said. Still more silence. Then the door started to slowly creak open. "All right, Mr. Caveman," Robin teased. "Stop right there." She pointed the flashlight at the door as it opened. Robin's smile faded immediately. Her flashlight landed on David's face, but something was horribly wrong. His mouth hung open, and blood dripped from his mouth. Then her jaw opened even wider as she saw that his head wasn't attached to his body. Bloody tendrils dangled down and dripped crimson onto the floor. It was just his head. She raised the flashlight and it landed on a hockey mask. The man in the mask stepped into the room. A nauseating odor was unmistakably present. He was covered in detritus. Bits of flesh were exposed through his tattered work suit, and bone poked through. Robin screamed and scrabbled backwards across the bed as Jason tossed the decapitated head of David at her. She slammed back against the window at the head of the bed, her hands flailing wildly for a weapon or something to break the window with. Jason advanced towards her with no urgency. He slowly stalked. Robin was in complete shock. The nightmarish huge man leered at her, and Robin shrieked "No!" again. The machete in the man's hand lifted and swung down. It bisected her, slashing into her abdomen and deep into her belly. Jason sawed at her maniacally, his eyes widening with lust as he saw the blood that poured out. Robin felt everything. She felt every inch of the blade sawing through her midsection, and she threw her head to the sky and let out an agonizing scream. Then his bloody wet fingers grabbed her by the throat, and she let out a hideous gagging sound as his thumbs clamped around her larynx, crushing her trachea. Jason lifted her effortlessly and hurled her back through the cabin window, shattering it. Robin plummeted down and landed with a sickening thud. Jason took a breath and stared down through the broken glass. Robin was dead on impact. The party house returned to a deathly still silence, despite the faint sound of running water. Eddie often contemplated life in the shower. It was where he could truly be alone with his thoughts, and now was a time that he desperately needed it. The lights had gone out a few minutes ago, and he wasn't going to let it stop him from his much-needed me time. As the hot water rushed down his body, he felt as all his worries were melting away. He also had just pleasured himself and was experiencing a lot of clarity for the first time all weekend long. What am I even doing here, he thought. A bunch of rich, uppity college kids? This isn't my scene. No wonder he wasn't getting lucky. He didn't have anything in common with anyone here. He had never gotten along with the ones who went to college and pursued higher education. Eddie was a townie to them, part of the real world, and Eddie felt like he couldn't catch a break because of it. Eddie had tried higher education, but quickly discovered that it wasn't for him. It was no wonder he didn't fit in at a college party. He could see it in the way they looked at him and gave him snobby glances out of the corner of their eyes. The clarity was completely washing over him after he had had some help from his own hand, and he could see it plain as day. He had made an ass of himself. That much was true. He had completely fooled himself into thinking Melissa, a snobby socialite, would want anything to do with him, a scrawny geek. And to think he had gone through all this trouble only for Michael, the only reason he had come along, to not even show up. Where were they? He wondered as he turned off the hot water. He stood for a second, taking in the steam, and leaning against the shower wall. He listened. The house was silent. Maybe they had all gone to the lake for a skinny dip without him. It was probably for the best. He'd probably just embarrass himself even further. He couldn't believe he actually had trusted Melissa. He should have known that she was just leading him on to be a part of some sick, twisted plot. Things like this tended to happen to Eddie a lot. He tended to see the best in people, only to be sorely let down in the end. His last girlfriend had been loyal, up until a certain point. Eddie had really fallen in love with her. After all, he could actually have a conversation about movies and sci-fi with her, without her having to feign interest. She was legitimately passionate about what he was passionate about, and it made him think they were a match made in heaven. But then she started growing distant, and before he knew it, rumors were flying that she was seen making out with the manager of the comic book store where she worked. Eddie had been fooled again, by another woman who just wanted to use him. This time, at least he could blame it on the alcohol. But then he had been sober, and still had been dragged along. What is it with women, he thought to himself. They say they want someone nice and respectful, someone to hold the door for them and pull out their chair, and Eddie would do everything right. That's what really killed him. He had done everything right. And then they'd turn on you, and suddenly all the small things wouldn't be good enough anymore, and then they run to the next best thing. They run to the nearest guy who can fill their needs. They didn't seem to have an ounce of loyalty in them at all. Robin sure as hell didn't seem loyal to anyone. Melissa wouldn't know loyalty if it hit her in the face. Sandra seemed to be loyal to Russell, but then again, he didn't really know them all that well. Just breathe, my man, he thought. Fuck Melissa. She's just one chick. This night has no implications about the future. He could see it now. On a big movie set, as a consultant for the next Star Trek picture, or maybe a future installment of Alien or Star Wars. He had thought many times about making a career for himself as a writer, and he already had several novel outlines written. If only he had the discipline to sit and hammer out all of his messy ideas, he might be able to get somewhere. If his personality and interests couldn't attract women, surely his money could. But it still wasn't enough motivation. He needed something else. Something that would light a fire under his ass. Maybe tonight was that something. Maybe tonight he could finally realize that his future was bigger and brighter than this one sour night in his history. Maybe when he got home, he could sit down and start planning out his destiny. Finally take some of his ideas and put them on paper. Then he could get some kind of publishing deal and make royalties, and he'd be set for at least a decade. One thing he wasn't looking forward to were the rabid fans of whatever franchise he would be writing for. His fans. It stressed him out more than he was comfortable admitting. Wouldn't it be difficult to always have a group of people expecting something from you? He didn't know if he could live like that, always having something expected of you. But it surely was rewarding, and the benefits would outweigh all of that. After all, he felt fortunate enough to have a talent such as writing. If only he could harness it. All he had were a few sloppy outlines scrawled out on notebook paper. What he had to do next was find the right audience and write the right thing at the right time. That was the challenging part. What to write? He had so many different ideas running through his mind that it was hard to consolidate them into one combined concept. First, he had the idea of an entire galaxy populated by highly evolved single-celled organisms. They could walk and talk and had developed large, vast colonizations on other planets. One man and his sensual female partner, yes, it was coming together in his head. It was up to them to save the galaxy from poachers coming after the highly evolved protozoa. Yes, he could see it all. The effects, the musical score, composed by none other than John Williams, of course. His dramatic score would perfectly accentuate such a film. Maybe he could take a screenwriting class at the film college, and then he could really learn what it takes to write a good script. Eddie felt like this world was so full of opportunities that this one weekend felt like a tiny blip on his horizon. It was just a small setback. Sure, he had made a fool of himself, but he would likely never see anyone that had come out to Crystal Lake ever again, and frankly, he didn't even want to see them again. Marty might have been the only one he was interested in getting to know, but as far as he was concerned, everyone else was an uppity twat. He should have known coming out to a luxurious cabin owned by someone's rich uncle was not a good idea. Eddie didn't fit in with these types of people. People with class, that is. Eddie's idea of class was takeout at McDonald's, or maybe a date night to see the newest horror or sci-fi movie, and then to the comic book store. Did he really see himself ending up with someone like Melissa, who likely needed tons of designer clothes and jewelry to keep her happy? What had he been thinking? He hadn't been thinking at all, with his head, that is. He had been completely consumed and enamored by Melissa, so much so that he was blinded by her dazzling light. Now he realized that her light was all for show. There was nothing shining from within. It was all designer clothes and makeup. That was what most girls that dated Eddie seemed to be. Nothing but show. They would come into his life and make him fall head over heels, only to turn the tables and make him wish he had never met them. Eddie, however, had a future, and he wasn't going to let failed relationships or this horrible weekend out at Crystal Lake stop him from seeing it through. He pulled aside the shower curtains, got out and dried off, fumbling in the dark, still listening for any sounds of partygoers, but there was still no sound now except for the dry storm brewing outside. Eddie threw on his undershirt and boxers and walked out into the hallway. As he strolled, he thought, what the hell happened to the lights? It must have been the storm. He went down into the living room. All was quiet. In a dump by the couch were all of Mike's presents for his surprise birthday party. Eddie scoffed. Some party, he muttered under his breath. He sat down on the couch and started rifling through the gifts. I might as well go ahead and open them if Michael isn't going to show. He read one of the tags on his shiny blue compact gift. Happy birthday, Michael. You lucky son of a bitch. Many happy returns. Love, Melissa. Eddie rolled his eyes and shook the gift. It sounded like nothing on the inside. He tossed it aside. Cunt, he grumbled. He snatched up a huge red package, wrapped in tissue paper, and opened it. Personal penis enlarger, he read. It was the lettering on the box under the wrapping paper. Then he opened the box. Inside was a magnifying glass. Next, Eddie heard something behind him, coming down the stairs. Heavy thuds. A hulking shadow fell over him. So, you change your mind or what, Melissa? Eddie craned his neck to see over his shoulder, and he gasped as he saw the frightening man that loomed over him. Deranged, sunken eyes squinted at him through the eye holes of a weathered hockey mask. Eddie opened his mouth to scream, but the machete in the towering figure's right hand moved fast like a cobra. It swung down, coming down hard on Eddie's Adam's apple, slicing through his trachea. Eddie's panicked scream never made it out. The howling of the dry storm had simmered down now to a low hum. The wind still whipped across the clearing, scattering the dead leaves and giving them a life of their own. Dark clouds were still hanging low over the lake. Tina and Nick eventually found peace and quiet after Tina had almost brought the house down. They both made their way down the stairs slowly as Nick held Tina tightly, consoling her and trying to calm her down. "Are you all right?" Nick's question was answered by Tina squeezing Nick's hand lightly and nodding. Her body was still quaking mildly, but everything seemed to have calmed down. The house was no longer rattling on its foundation. "You sure?" Nick asked. Tina nodded, sniffling and wiping away tears. "All right, Tina, if this Jason guy is really out there, I want to get everybody together so we can get the hell out of here," Nick said, facing her and holding her by both of her arms. Tina wasn't listening. Her eyes flickered to the window as she looked out into the dark night. "What, Tina? What is it?" said Nick. Her eyes were emanating sheer terror. "She's in the woods, Nick," Tina said. Her gaze was riveted to the door. "Who?" "My mother. I know where she is," Tina cried. She started to move for the door, but Nick held her in place, shaking his head frantically. "All right. We'll find her, Tina. We'll find her. But let's get everybody so we can leave together." Tina shook her head, her eyes madly blinking away hot tears that rushed to the surface, still picturing that scythe exploding out of her mother's chest. "No, I have to find her!" Tina exclaimed, wriggling in Nick's grasp. "Tina!" Nick bellowed. He stared at her hard, firmly holding her in place. "Can we please get everyone together first?" Nick begged. "I can't go with you. What if my mother comes back and I'm not here?" "I don't want to leave you alone," protested Nick. "I'll be fine. You go get everyone. I'll wait right here," Tina said, and sat on the couch. She dried her tears, sniffled, and then curled up on the couch. Nick stared at her trustingly. "Don't move." Then he went out the front door, leaving Tina there in the living room. She waited a few moments, hearing Nick's footsteps receding away from the house. That was her cue. Her mother was out there, and it was up to her to prevent the loss of another of her caregivers. With that thought, she ran, snuck out the back door, and disappeared into the woods. Nick sprinted across the clearing towards the rental cabin, as the wind whipped the trees around him and as thunder growled over his head. He scrambled up onto the porch of the cabin and threw open the door. The house was almost pitch black dark and eerily quiet. Now, with the knowledge that there really was a vicious killer on the loose, his entire body seized up and the hair on his neck stood erect. His hand instinctively went for Tina's father's pistol on his belt, and he fingered the trigger, moving cautiously through the darkened cabin. "David!" he called into the house urgently. There was no response. The once boisterous party house was dead silent, and Nick felt a searing, pulsating knot in his stomach, telling him something was insanely wrong. "Maddie?" Again, no answer. He ran up the stairs, booking up two at a time, getting to the top floor and looking around. The hallway and the rooms were seemingly dark and empty. Nobody responded to his loud calls. Nick went back downstairs and scanned the living room again, searching for any sign of life in the darkness. "Maddie! David! Melissa! Anybody?" The house echoed in resonating silence. Nick started to move for the door, but stopped when he saw something glimmer in the light, under the coffee table. Nick bent down to his knees and gasped. The moonlight filtering in through the window was just enough for Nick to be able to see the glassy eye of Eddie Hassel. His head almost severed from his neck, his mouth open in a frozen scream that had never surfaced. Nick didn't scream. His jaw locked, and then he got to his feet and bolted for the door. His hands found the pistol, and he drew it as he clambered out onto the porch and leaned against the door, collecting himself. He then ran towards his Jeep sitting in the yard. Fuck this, he thought. Everyone was dead. They had to be. Mike, God, not my cousin, he thought. And now Eddie? Both slaughtered. As Nick approached his Jeep, he stopped dead in his tracks and his stomach sunk into his feet. All 4 of his tires had been slashed to ribbons. They were trapped out at Crystal Lake. Tina! Tina! Amanda Shepard's weary and hysterical voice pierced the night. It felt like she and Dr. Cruz had been running through the dark woods for eons, and still there was no sign of Tina anywhere. Mrs. Shepard's panicked mind could only focus on one sole objective, finding her daughter. All else was secondary. "Mrs. Shepard!" bellowed Dr. Cruz. He panted as he struggled to keep up with her. She was running through the woods in a frenzied panic. "Oh, God, Tina, answer me! Where are you?" Amanda screeched. Dr. Cruz finally caught up to the hysterical woman and held her in place. "Look at me!" he shouted. "You are wasting time. She's probably back at the house by now." Mrs. Shepard wriggled in his grasp, her eyes flickering madly all around her. "You saw the car!" she screamed. "Tina!" "Let's just call the police," Dr. Cruz suggested, firmly holding her. "She's out here!" Mrs. Shepard cried. It was no use. The woman was absolutely inconsolable. He had never seen anything like it. Here they were, out in the middle of the woods with a killer, and Mrs. Shepard wouldn't stop screaming. "We are wasting time. Don't you understand that? I've got something to—" Dr. Cruz's voice was interrupted by the sharp sound of a branch snapping. They were not alone. Mrs. Shepard didn't seem to hear it, but Cruz did. Dr. Cruz's face morphed into an expression of terror. "What's the matter with you?" Amanda cried. "Shh!" Dr. Cruz shushed her. They both listened. "What is it? What else aren't you telling me?" Amanda implored. Dr. Cruz backed away from her. He was tired of her. "I'm getting out of here," he said, wagging a finger at her. "You can find your own way back." Amanda sneered at him and snatched the keys to his Buick out of his hand. Her lips curled with seething anger. "You're not just a lousy doctor, you're a fucking coward." "Give me the key," Dr. Cruz ordered. His eyes narrowed at her. Crack! A rustle in the thicket behind them. Dr. Cruz's gaze was directed towards a clump of trees behind Mrs. Shepard. His jaw opened, and he pointed a trembling finger at just who was stepping out from behind that thicket. The long, wooden handle of a curved spear was held firmly in his hands. It was Jason VOORHEES. Dr. Cruz couldn't believe his eyes. He was huge, at least 7 foot tall, covered in detritus and algae. His skeleton was exposed, bits of bone poked through where his flesh had rolled away. Mrs. Shepard went weak at the knees. "Oh my God!" she shrieked. Jason advanced towards them, not lunging or lurching, just calmly lumbering towards them without showing an ounce of emotion. Dr. Cruz was the first to run. He bolted through the thicket, leaving Amanda there in the clearing with the maniacal beast that towered some 3 feet above her. Then adrenaline flooded her veins, and just like that, she was off like a rocket through the trees, her feeble, middle-aged body moving as fast and as nimble as it possibly could manage. Neither of them dared look back. They scrambled down a wooden hillside as Jason closed in the gap. No matter how fast they ran, Jason was always right there, hot on their trail. The spear glistened in the moonlight. Dr. Cruz ran into another clearing and lost his footing, sliding down into the dead leaves. Amanda had too much momentum and came careening into the clearing, almost coming down on top of him. Dr. Cruz grabbed Amanda and looked into her eyes, pulling her onto the ground. "Listen to me," Dr. Cruz said, almost out of breath. "Tina knew. She tried to warn us." He suddenly froze. Jason was at the edge of the clearing, behind Mrs. Shepherd. Jason raised the spear, closing in on a double kill. Dr. Cruz suddenly went into action, grabbing Amanda firmly and yanking her up to her feet. "Run!" he shouted, but there was no time. The spear came right for them, right at Dr. Cruz's midsection. He snatched Amanda hard, holding her up in front of him and using her as a shield as it plunged into her back. "Wait! What are you doing? No! No!" Amanda Shepherd threw her head to the sky and howled in agony. The blade propelled out through her chest in a spray of crimson rain. Chapter 9. Nick flung open the door to the Shepherd home and slammed it shut, locking it behind him. He caught his breath, shutting his eyes tightly, trying to force the ghastly sight of Eddie's body from his mind. God, how many more of them were dead, he thought, slaughtered, just like his cousin. God, poor Michael. There had to be someone else alive. It couldn't be just himself and Tina up against a psychopath. No time for thinking, he decided. "Tina!" he called into the Shepherd house. The couch where Tina had been sitting, waiting for him to get back, was vacant. "Tina?" There was no answer. "Damn it," Nick thought to himself. "I told her to stay here." He ran halfway up the staircase. "Tina!" No answer. Nick felt his breath intensify. He pulled out the gun and held it up. "Tina?" he stammered. What if Jason had gotten her too? What if now he was all alone out at Crystal Lake? Just then, the door to the small bathroom off of the living room opened. Nick whirled around and aimed the gun at whoever was now stepping out of the bathroom. It was Melissa, who recoiled with shock at the sight of the Smith & Wesson aimed at her head. "Jesus Christ!" she exclaimed. Nick relaxed, heaved a sigh of relief, and lowered his weapon. "Where is Tina?" Melissa scoffed. "A psych ward? How should I know?" "I do not have time for your bullshit, Melissa," Nick thought. "Eddie's dead," Nick said grimly. Melissa snickered with disdain. "What?" "He's dead. Michael's dead too. I saw him." Melissa laughed, but her smile faded when she saw the abject seriousness in Nick's piercing stare. She still was in disbelief. "Get real," she scoffed. "Just don't go back to that house, Melissa." Melissa started to spout off some snarky comeback, but the tears that were welling up in Nick's eyes made her think otherwise. She hesitated. "Okay, fine." But where was Tina? The wind was screaming now. Dark clouds obscured the full moon. Tina was frantically moving through the dark thicket of gnarled trees in front of her. "Mom!" she screamed. All she heard was the screeching of the dry storm around her that scattered the dead leaves. Thunder growled. Where could they have gone? God damn it, she thought. I never should have taken the car. Now her mother was somewhere out there with a mad killer on the loose. With that thought, Tina decided there and then to just keep quiet and keep searching. But by now her mother was probably already dead at the hands of Jason VOORHEES, and it had all been Tina's fault. But how could she have known that a dead serial killer was at the bottom of that lake? How could she have known the true gravity of her powers? But that didn't matter. She had to be sure that her mother was truly gone. But in the pit of her stomach, she knew the awful truth. After all, Michael was dead, and her vision had come true then. "Tina!" A frantic voice rang out in a strained whisper. Tina whipped around to see Dr. Cruz standing behind a thicket of gnarled branches and thorns. "Shh!" Dr. Cruz urged her, bringing his finger up to his lips. "You have to come back with me right now." "What are you doing here? Where's my mother?" Tina cried. She's back at the house. Come with me, please." Tina shook her head. "You're lying!" she exclaimed. "Tina, I am not lying." "You're lying! I was just there!" Dr. Cruz came out from behind the thicket and extended his arm to her. Tina tried to run in the opposite direction, but Dr. Cruz lunged at her, snatching her fiercely by her jacket. Tina cried out in pain. "Let go of me!" "Tina, please," Dr. Cruz said. "I said come back with me, damn it!" And then the moonlight hit Dr. Cruz just right, enough for Tina to see him clearly. Tina's eyes widened as she saw the splattered redness around his collar and on his neck. "Blood?" she said in knowing terror. "What happened? Where is my mother?" She's gone," said Dr. Cruz hesitantly, lowering his voice solemnly. Tina shook her head in disbelief. "No," she declared firmly. Then she took off into the thicket where Dr. Cruz had last seen the masked murderer. "No, Tina! Don't go that way, Tina!" She wasn't listening. Now she was gone, her form disappearing into the darkness. The stark realization that he was now alone hit him, and he glanced around fearfully. "God, I never should have come out here," he thought. "I should have done more research about Crystal Lake," his mind screamed. Maybe Tina's powers and the man that Tina had brought out of the lake were connected. Crystal Lake had to be cursed. Look at what happens around here, he thought. Girls are born with incredible powers and serial killers prowl the woods. If he would have just looked into the evident dark and macabre history that this location had, he might not have brought them all out here. Now he was in the middle of it. Which way to run? There was nowhere to run. More than that, he didn't know which direction to run. He whirled around, doing a full 180, getting disoriented. Everything around him looked the same. Just vast swaths of thicket and dark woods all around him on either side. Dr. Cruz started running, stumbling through the foliage in the opposite direction of where Tina had gone. He fell against a tree, catching himself from pitching forward into a ravine. Suddenly, the still silence was thwarted by a strange sound. Dr. Cruz didn't recognize it at first. He knew he had heard something loud and raucous, but he couldn't identify it or where it was coming from. He whirled around and then again, searching for the source of the strange noise. There it was again. He quickened his breath, looking in all directions. Now it was unmistakable. It was the revving of the engine of a power tool of some sort. Jason stepped out from behind a tree in all his humongous infamy. In his hands was a long electric tree trimmer, affixed with a spinning circular blade. Jason tugged at the string and the blade whizzed to life, coming straight for Dr. Cruz as he cried out in absolute horror. His eyes were riveted on the spinning blades that could easily tear into him if they came close enough. Cruz staggered backwards, yelping again as he lost his footing, sprawling into the leaves. Jason advanced, not wasting any time. Cruz got to his feet and ran blindly, crashing through the undergrowth like a bull in a china shop, not sure which direction he was even going or where this tangled path of briars would lead him. But that was the last thing on his panicked mind. All he could think about was the spinning blade, and the way Mrs. Shepherd had howled at the sky as hot blood sprayed all across the front of his blazer. My God, he thought, what have I put myself into? This can't be happening. He still heard the hum of the trimmer behind him, but he didn't dare look back. Oddly, as fast as he ran through the undergrowth, the tree trimmer stayed at the same volume. It was as if all his running were for nothing. Jason was still right behind him, walking at an even pace. Eventually, the tree trimmer noise started to fade as Dr. Cruz maneuvered his way down another hill. Finally, he stopped. He couldn't hear anything now, just his own frenetic and labored breathing and his pounding heart that pulsated in his ears. Where the fuck was he? Nowhere. Like a ghost, he had vanished. Dr. Cruz spun around, tripping, crawling through the leaves on all fours and then staggering to his feet, doing another 180. Jason was gone. I lost him, Cruz thought with relief. God damn, I lost him. Now what? He was probably more lost than before in these dense woods. How far did they go? Where would they take him? Snap. A twig. There, behind him. Cruz didn't have time to react. He spun around and gasped at the monstrous hand that palmed his midriff with immense force, sending him somersaulting backwards down the wooded hillside. He felt searing pain coursing through his lower body as he realized something was badly injured. He rolled around like a fish out of water in the leaves as Jason chugged the tree trimmer to life once again, and the spinning blades came at him, gleaming in the light of the moon that wavered in and out as clouds drifted across the night sky. The tree trimmer was deafening now. Dr. Cruz was valiantly struggling to get to his feet, but it was of no use. His legs were barely functional. He crawled backwards, his eyes filled with terror at the tree trimmer looming over him like a mark of death. The spinning blades of death tore into him, and Dr. Cruz let out a gut-wrenching scream that mingled with the sound of the engine and the tearing of tissue and flesh. The blades slashed into his belly, and his hands went instinctively to the wound. He looked down in horror at his own intestines leaking out of the gaping incision in his torso. He screamed again as Jason kept trimming, and then all was silent as the tree trimmer's motor came to a stop. "Oh God, Mom!" Tina's anguished voice rang out. Moving through the dense thicket, she had seen something lying in the leaves. Splotches of white and red peeked at her through the branches. It was her mother. Her hands folded over her stomach peacefully, her eyes closed as if she had laid there and accepted her death. Her torso was marked by a giant red stain. Tina yelled no, and knelt down, and cradled her lifeless mother in her arms. Tears leaked from her eyes as she wailed again, "Mama! Mama, oh God!" Tina laid her mother back to rest in the leaves and got to her feet. Instantly, her mind snapped back to survivor mode. Her mother was dead, just like her father. No use in dwelling on it now. She started again through the dense woods, blocking the horrible sight of her murdered caregiver from her mind. After a few minutes of running and crying, Tina broke out of the shelter of the trees. She could see the house in the distance across the clearing. She moved through a grove of trees when suddenly she caught a glimpse of a flash of yellow out of the corner of her eyes. Running closer, she saw someone sitting in a tree. Her long black hair was fanned out around her head, and she had her back to Tina. "Kate?" Tina said instinctively. "Kate?" Tina ran towards Kate and spun her around. Tina froze with fright. Kate had been propped up in the tree like a doll being shoved into a cabinet, folded up inside the branches. The party horn protruded from one of her eyes. Her other eye was completely lifeless and glassed over. Tina backed up, recoiling with the shock of it all, and bumped into something, or as it turned out, someone. It was Sandra, lying naked, covered in mud and algae from head to toe. "Oh my God," she thought, "they're all—" And then she saw Maddie, the most hideous sight of all. Her throat was a bleeding, gaping mess. 2 nails that affixed her to the tree she was hanging from protruded from each of her wrists. Snap! A rope broke above Tina's head, and Russell's body came plummeting down, stopping short, dangling upside down by his feet like a freshly slaughtered lamb. Tina finally unleashed a hellish scream, turned and ran out of the grove, approaching the rental cabin. She was almost there. She started down the dirt path. As her eyes adjusted, she froze. There in the path, it was him. A rusty chain dangled around his neck. A hockey mask was on his face. His shoulders rose as he took in a ragged breath and laser-focused his eyes on Tina, sensing something different about her. Jason cocked his head. He was keen on her every move and every glance. But something nagged at him. He could sense it deep within him that this one would be a fighter. Tina locked eyes with him, froze in a stupor of fascination and in sheer terror. "Jason?" she stammered in disbelief. Jason stood there, his shoulders rising and falling slowly. He didn't move. There was a murky puddle of water in between them. And then Tina felt it. As she wiped a tear, she suddenly felt what she had been hiding from for years. It was her talents. But this time she knew she couldn't resist them. She had to give in. It seemed to rise up from the soles of her feet, a well of power, a force, ripples of shock waves that began to ricochet inside her until suddenly they eased and smoothed out. Tina felt everything lock into place. Only one thing to do now. She was in control. Her eyes flickered to the ground, searching for anything she could use against him. Nothing but leaves. But what was underground? Out of nowhere, the ground began to shake. Jason almost lost his footing. He showed a semblance of human emotion as he glanced around in bewilderment at what was happening. Then, one by one, roots from the nearby pine trees started unearthing, unraveling from the soil and wrapping themselves into long tendrils. Jason just watched. The tendrils shot out like bony fingers, wrapping around Jason's ankles and pulling him into the puddle with a splash. Now was Tina's chance. There was a power pole nearby. Her eyes locked on it like two laser beams. Wires suddenly snapped from the pole, sending a shower of sparks in all directions. The wires fell, and as Jason struggled to his feet, Tina mustered up every bit of willpower and concentrated with all of her might on only one of the wires. "Come on," she thought. "Control." Dr. Cruz's voice echoed in her mind. For once the bastard had helped her, and it looked like his urging was finally paying off. The wire suddenly came to life like a wriggling cobra as Tina focused on it, allowing the raw terror inside her to bubble up. The wire snaked over to the puddle, slipping onto the murky water, and just like that, Jason began to convulse. The electricity rocketed through him as Tina stood like a statue, her face red, her fist clenched, glaring at Jason with hatred. One last shockwave ravaged him, and then down he fell like a tree into the shallow puddle. Tina relaxed, and every muscle in her body released. Fucking finally, she thought. They finally came in handy for once. But he wasn't dead. Jason shot to his feet like lightning, resulting in a shriek from Tina. How was he still alive? Tina's mind screamed, "My God, he's unstoppable!" Tina sprinted for the first place she saw, the rental house. Maybe someone was left alive. 2 against 1 would be better than just her against Jason. She did have her powers, but she didn't know how much longer she could stay in control. She couldn't just rely on them. She had to find Nick. Tina ran up the steps to the back door and threw it open into the kitchen, slamming it closed and locking it. "Nick!" she cried helplessly. There was no answer. The house was dark and deathly silent. There was no more life, no more party, just silence now. She backed away from the door, trying to stop her entire body from quivering. There were hardly any tears left. Lightning flashed outside, illuminating the kitchen in incandescent light. The dry storm howled as the wind made the old cabin groan and shift. The house finally settled. Tina backed into the kitchen island, her hands scrabbling over the top of the counter for any kind of weapon. What would she possibly use against him? He was 7 fucking feet tall. One of the knives on the counter would hardly faze him. This killer, this Jason VOORHEES, was seemingly unstoppable. And I brought him back, Tina thought. I fucking brought him back. God, what have I done? Lightning struck again and Tina winced, glancing around in all directions. Everything was quiet now. Like a SWAT team member, Jason suddenly came catapulting through the large kitchen window in a spray of fragmented glass. Tina screamed bloody murder. Now he stood in the kitchen with her as lightning rang out again, illuminating him in white light. He stank of filth. It was nauseating. His hockey mask was held on by a strap that had become embedded in his rotted flesh. Tina stared at him in a mix of astonishment and terror. He was so fucking massive. Tina had to fight at a distance. It was her only chance. Oh God, where the fuck was Nick? Tina made a mad dash for the living room, running through the sliding doors, and then she turned to stare at them. She again concentrated intensely on the sliding doors, and they slammed closed of their own volition. Tina shut her eyes, feeling the energy radiating off of her like heat waves. The dining table, as if it had taken on a life of its own, slid across the kitchen floor, barricading it and blocking the doors from Jason. Jason cocked his head like a confused dog. He stepped forward in one huge bound, flipped the table in one sweep, and then flung open the sliding doors. His shoulders lowered as he let out another ragged breath. Now he was just pissed off. Tina was one of them to Jason, and now she was destroying his entire world. Jason knew in a rudimentary yet thorough way how the world worked. He knew the basic physics of things. After all, he had survived off pure instinct for as long as he could remember. But this girl was completely taking that from him, and it made him incredibly angry. Angrier than before. Angrier than ever. Tina's teary eyes flickered intensely over to the object immediately to her right, the couch. It levitated as Tina focused hard. Her emotional state was still perfectly at the right level. Then the couch soared across the room, and Jason was so stunned he couldn't get out of the way. Like a torpedo, it rammed him, sending him flying back into the kitchen. Tina released, gasping for air, feeling her muscles relax as she stumbled backwards onto the floor. Jason heaved the couch off of him and jolted upright to his feet, glaring at Tina. Tina crab-walked backwards away from him across the floor as he outstretched his arms and lunged at her, growling maniacally. Her hand felt something cold and clammy. She turned to see what it was that she was touching and recoiled with disgust and terror. It was Eddie, the rider, but he was nothing now. His severed head had been stuffed into a potted plant. His mouth hung open, and his glassy eyes were staring up at her. As Jason came at her, Tina focused on the plant, and it lifted, striking Jason and sending him stumbling back again. This was Tina's chance. She bolted out the front door and ran out onto the path, turning around to face the cabin. Jason almost ripped the front door off its hinges as he yanked it open and stepped out onto the wooden porch. The wood sagged underneath his massive weight. He still kept coming. Nothing was working. Tina had to think fast. Jason cocked his head at her. He didn't know what to make of her, and it was consuming him with unadulterated rage. He studied her for a brief second, waiting to see what her next move would be. Jason inched closer cautiously, still on the porch and under the massive roof that overhung it. Tina had an idea. She focused all of her emotions on the wooden beams that held up the porch roof, and then, to her surprise, one of them suddenly snapped like a pencil. Jason recoiled with shock, jumping back almost like a frightened animal. He watched as another column snapped as easily as chalk. Tina's entire body locked. 3 more columns snapped. Her eyes flickered downwards. Then, the entire porch roof caved in on top of Jason with one resounding crash. Nick and Melissa both jerked their heads to the door at the sound of the porch roof caving in next door. They ran into the living room as the door to the Shepherd house opened, and a crying Tina ran inside and closed the door behind her. "Tina!" Nick exclaimed. He scanned her up and down, seeing how filthy and caked with mud she was. Tina looked up at Nick with teary, bloodshot eyes. My mom," she said, her voice breaking. He got my mom. Who? I killed him. Jason's dead, she said. Shh, it's okay, Nick said, as Tina fell into his arms. He guided her over to the couch and set her down. Melissa's hands fell down by her side and she scoffed. All right, what's going on? She demanded. Tina didn't say a word. She wiped tears away, resting her head on Nick's shoulder. Melissa, someone is out there. He's killed Michael and Eddie, Nick said. Melissa rolled her eyes. You're nuts, she spat at him. Both of you. Shut up, Melissa, Nick said, getting more agitated by her the longer that she was in the room with them. Melissa shook her head, scoffing again. I don't believe you. You people give me the creeps. She turned to walk to the front door. Nick shot upright. Where do you think you're going? Melissa spun around. I'm going to bed. You want to come? She snapped snarkily. Then she reached for the door. Don't go out there, Melissa, Nick shouted. Melissa whirled around sharply. Fuck you. Yeah, fuck you both. She opened the door and her jaw dropped. Jason was standing on the porch. Tina shrieked and leaped up off the couch like a cat seeing a growling Rottweiler. Melissa couldn't believe her eyes and couldn't move. In front of her was a huge rotting man in a decrepit old hockey mask. In his right hand was the axe from the woodpile. She didn't run. She didn't scream. Her mouth hung open in shock. Tina and Nick just stood, frozen with fright. All they could do was watch as Jason slowly raised the axe. Melissa couldn't even get out of the way. She was paralyzed. Time seemed to slow down as the blade of the axe sliced into her pretty face. Tina screamed again, and Nick's eyes grew wide as Jason snatched Melissa's blonde hair and tossed her across the room like she was a rag doll. Tina, run! Nick bellowed. Tina cried out in terror and made a mad dash for the open front door, but Jason rushed the door in one step, slamming it closed. Nick yanked Tina towards the kitchen, but Jason blocked them off again. Go! Go! Nick cried. He pulled Tina to the opposite side of the room and yanked her up the stairs. Jason lashed out at Nick, grabbing his jacket in a vice-like grip. His denim jacket ripped, and they both made it up the stairs just out of Jason's grasp. They reached the upstairs hallway and scrambled into Dr. Cruz's office. The window! Nick proclaimed. He ran towards it, sliding it open and stepping out onto the roof. He turned to see that Tina wasn't in the office with him. Tina! He called. No answer. Nick went back out into the hallway and saw a terrifying sight. Jason was walking slowly and menacingly up the stairs. Tina stood in the hallway, frozen in time, her fists clenched by her side. Her eyes were transfixed on the masked killer. Her face flushed red. Tina? Nick said. Tina didn't respond or look at him. She remained facing Jason. Her eyes flickered up to the ceiling, aiming at a circular decorative ceiling light. The decorative light that hung from the ceiling by a cord started shaking. Then it swung like a pendulum, slowly gaining momentum as Jason came closer. As Jason climbed to the next step, he looked up. He never knew what hit him. The decorative light swung towards him and shattered against his mask. Jason let out a pained groan and toppled backwards, plunging and splintering through the old wooden staircase and disappearing into a void of darkness. Tina released, her entire body relaxing, and she fell to her knees with a sob. Nick bent down and helped her to her feet, his eyes looking down at the hole in the stairs where Jason had fallen through. There was no way he was dead, but maybe this would give them enough time to get one of the cars and get the fuck out of Crystal Lake. They crept towards the top of the stairs. There was silence. Jason didn't appear up through the hole, but it was too dark to see down into the space underneath the stairs. Come on, Nick said to Tina, as she trembled in his arms. He made his way down the first few steps, and then balanced on the frame of what was left of the staircase, maneuvering his way around the hole. Tina came down the same way, taking Nick's hand and skirting around the hole timidly. They made it down, but as they went for the front door, the living room wall imploded outwards and Jason came barreling out from under the stairs like an enraged bull. Tina unleashed another piercing scream. Nick started to pull her towards the door, but Jason was far too quick. He grabbed Nick by both his shoulders and heaved him into the wall. His head struck the plaster, and like that, he was down. "No!" cried Tina. Jason advanced towards Nick's unconscious form, raising his heavy boot and getting ready to slam it down on Nick's head. Jason suddenly froze. He brought his hands up to his head. Something was happening. The strap of the mask on his head was getting tighter and tighter. Blood and brain matter seeped out from underneath the strap as it pulled increasingly tighter by the power of forces that were making Jason increasingly angry. Then the mask snapped off, and Jason spun around to face Tina. Tina was standing there, her fist clenched, her eyes locked on Jason. As she saw what had been under that hockey mask, she recoiled, bringing her hands up to her face. His teeth were nothing but rotted fragments. Fish had eaten away at his flesh. His jaw was barely attached, moving loosely with the help of a few still functioning ligaments. His eyes were sunken and glaring at Tina balefully. His skin was black now, covered in filth and detritus from all those years in the lake. There was still a huge gash in the middle of his forehead. He was truly a zombie. A hideous undead creature covered in battle scars. It almost floored Tina, but it only fueled her powers more. She refocused, her eyes moving madly to the decorative ceiling lamp above Jason's head. It started to rattle, and then it exploded in a shower of sparks and glass. Jason shielded himself. Tina didn't flinch. A smirk developed on her face as she felt the full control lock into place. The wire that the lights had been hanging from moved like a snake and looped around Jason's neck, lifting him and hoisting him up high. Jason's hands tugged helplessly at the wire, but it was no use. It was moving with supernatural speed. Then Tina's eyes shifted down to the floor underneath Jason's dangling massive form. Her eyes narrowed. "Come on, concentrate," she heard Dr. Cruz urging her in her mind. With the huge sound of wood splintering, a hole suddenly opened up in the floor, and then Tina's eyes rapidly flickered up to Jason and then down to the floor. The wire snapped. Jason plunged down into the cellar and landed with a hefty thud. Tina released, as more tears freely flowed down her face from all the emotions rushing through her in waves. As she composed herself, she took several deep inhales of air. Then, tiptoeing, she inched closer to the hole and peered down. A beam of light illuminated the unconscious form of Jason, sprawled on the basement floor. With a trembling hand, she gingerly touched Nick, who was lying nearby. "Nick?" she said. He groaned but didn't wake up. Jason suddenly pounced up out of the hole in the floor like a jack-in-the-box, grabbing Tina and pulling her and a few fragments of wood down into the cluttered and musty basement. Tina wrestled free of his grimy grasp and then rushed to the opposite side of the basement from Jason, scanning her surroundings for anything and everything that she could use against him. A jar of nails was sitting on a dilapidated wooden shelf. Tina intensely concentrated on it. Her face flushed red again as all of her muscles contracted. The lid to the jar unscrewed, and then the jar tipped over on its side. Nails shot out like tiny missiles at Jason. One pierced his head right between his eyes. He staggered backwards. Ripping the nail from his rotted flesh, Jason let out another ragged breath. It hadn't hurt him. He barely felt a thing. It was nothing more than an annoyance. Tina's eyes flickered over to a canister of gasoline covered in cobwebs. Without moving a muscle, Tina glared at the canister until it started to shift across the floor, and then the hose inside snaked out of the container and began to spray Jason in the concrete floor with gasoline. Then she turned to stare at the furnace as the metal door flew open on its hinges. Fire roared out of the furnace as a ring of fire rose around Jason, separating him from Tina. The fire slowly crept up Jason's leg, which had been splattered with the gas. Tina looked and saw that her jacket had been spritzed with the gas, and thinking fast, she tore it off of her, tossing it aside. Jason was fully lit ablaze now, flailing around and grasping at nothing, the intense heat overtaking him. Nick suddenly appeared at the basement steps, ushering for Tina to follow him. Jason growled as the flames swallowed him whole, and then he fell onto his knees, grasping at the sky, in complete and utter bewilderment at what was happening. Tina couldn't tear her eyes from the smoldering form of Jason. Nick finally snapped her out of it and tugged her up the stairs. Tina and Nick ran as the house quickly began to engulf in flames. The overpowering heat almost knocked them to their feet when they reached the first floor. The fire was spreading immeasurably quickly. "Come on!" Nick urged, and pulled Tina out the front door, just as shards of woods began to fall above their heads. The house was coming down. Tina and Nick sprinted for the lake and ran onto the dock. "Hit the deck!" Nick cried urgently. They dove to their knees as the Shepherd home was destroyed in one fiery explosion. Chapter 10. Epilogue. The boom from the explosion rocked the earth. The smoldering ashes of the Shepherd home lit up the forest and the night sky. Tina and Nick uncovered their heads as the debris settled, and Tina looked in astonishment at the charred remnants of her childhood home. Tears spilled down her face, and she fell into Nick's warm embrace. "It's all gone," she sobbed with absolute despair. "Everything's gone." "Shh," Nick consoled her, stroking her hair and holding her tightly. After a few quiet moments, neither of them heard the slow and stealthy footfalls across the wood of the pier. A hand shot out of nowhere. Tina was snatched fiercely. Nick's jaw dropped as he looked up to see Jason's singed, monstrous form, smoke still rising off his body. He tossed Tina across the pier like a rag doll. "Hey!" Nick bellowed. He whipped out Tina's father's pistol and aimed it at Jason, firing. A bullet nicked Jason's arm and he spun around. Nick grimaced with terror as he saw what had been underneath the hockey mask. He held strong and fired again. Another bullet tore into Jason's chest. He kept advancing like a tank towards Nick. Nick fired again, and a bullet pierced Jason's left shoulder. Nick pulled the trigger again. Click. Nick's heart skipped a beat. Out of bullets. Jason shoved Nick hard, and he went plunging into a canoe. Then he focused on Tina, the one who had caused him the most pain thus far. Tina was lying on the dock, staring up at Jason helplessly. She closed her eyes tightly, focusing all of her emotions on the masked beast. "Daddy, I need you," Tina thought. "Daddy, please." The lake began to churn, just like the emotions broiling inside of Tina. Clouds rolled across the sky, not obscuring the full moon. The same mysterious white fog slowly began to materialize, slinking across the surface of the water. Bubbles rose and cut through the smooth, still surface of the lake, and soon the entire area of the lake was violently churning, as if it were in the middle of a monsoon. The wind picked up, howling around them. Thunder crashed. Boards of the pier suddenly snapped, splintering like balsa wood. Rising up from the lake and smashing up through the wooden slats was the rotting specter of John Shepherd, lunging out grotesquely from the gaping hole in the dock with a splash. His face was hideously decomposed. Patches of his skin had rotted off, showing the bone beneath. His hands held a rusted chain. He let out a battle cry. Tina watched in sheer awe as the decomposing figure of John Shepherd sunk his bony fingers into the back of Jason's legs, sending him to his knees. John Shepard wrapped the chain around Jason's neck and yanked him backwards into the hole. Jason and the resurrected corpse of her father both disappeared underneath the surface of the water. Tina felt everything fading, and from sheer exhaustion, she passed out, and everything went black. Tina's eyes fluttered open to the side of a crystal blue, cloudless sky. Her vision became cloudy at first, and then her eyes cleared. There was nothing but the faint sounds of sirens in the distance and birds chirping all around her. It was morning. At first, Tina didn't move or say a thing. She was paralyzed with the realization that the last week hadn't been a dream. As she took a breath, she could still smell the smoky odor of the remains of her childhood home. It was all real. It all really happened. Jason Voorhees had risen from the depths and murdered her mother. And then she had to battle him with powers that she wasn't too skilled at wielding. And now she was overcome with the heavy realization that she would have to explain all of it to the police, and that likely they would not believe her. She'd probably wind up back in the hospital. But Tina was beginning to look forward to that notion. 4 white walls and no Jason. Tina suddenly was snapped out of her thoughts when she felt herself being lifted by 2 burly men in medic uniforms. "Nick!" Tina suddenly cried. "Where's Nick?" "He's all right," said one of the medics, as they strapped her into a gurney. Tina glanced around as her eyes adjusted to the sunlight even more. She saw the burning remains of her home, and she stared blankly at it. All she could do was disassociate. It was really all gone. But Tina didn't feel a thing. Her emotions were completely exhausted. She was virtually numb, and that was probably a good thing. Firefighters were spraying off the smoldering ruins. Police cars were everywhere. Tina rolled past a fireman picking up a broken and weathered hockey mask. Tina was wheeled across the clearing and rolled into an ambulance beside Nick. Where's Jason?" Nick asked groggily. Tina stared out at the lake, which was as still and peaceful as ever, as if nothing had happened. And then she smiled knowingly, taking one last look at the lake, and then spoke up. "We took care of him." The end. The end. Okay, Slashaholics, this has been Friday the 13th, Part 6, Jason Lives, the novelization of the movie by Simon Hawke. I gotta say, guys, I was nothing but impressed with this entire book. Simon Hawke is a great author, and if this type of writing is what I have to look forward to whenever I narrate his Friday the 13th, Friday the 13th 2, and Friday the 13th 3 novels, then I am really looking forward to those, because I love how he took the movie and still somehow added depth to it and took us beyond what we saw in the movie. Took us into the heads of these characters, including Jason. That was pretty unique for a Jason book, you know, to go into his head and flashbacks of Jason and the like that. But, and what did you guys think of that ending? Mr. Elias Voorhees made an appearance. That was originally supposed to be the ending to the movie as well. That would have been really awesome to actually see that, and have Elias Voorhees make an appearance at the end of the movie of Jason Lives. I will say another thing I liked about this book. It kind of solidified what I've always thought after watching Part 6, and that is Jason has no interest in killing small children. It's like he relates to them or something. It feels like at the end of the book, whenever he broke into that cabin, he was doing it to kind of bait Megan into showing up, you know, so he could go after her. I mean, he had so many chances in the movie and the book to just go through and murder these children in their cabins, and he didn't. And, it's like he was mesmerized by Nancy, and then as soon as he saw somebody else, he went after them when he heard the noise. He went back to killing the teenagers and grown-ups. But yeah, I really got no complaints about this book at all, guys. Like, I thought the kills were written spectacularly. I think a few questions that the movie had got answered. Tommy and Megan pretty much saved Cologne's life by locking him in that jail cell, if you think about it, because he probably would have ended up out there dead too. It does suck that her dad died. I never liked that her dad died because they never really had a chance to patch up the little tryst they were having. The rift between them. I got that tongue-tied, rift and tryst. A rift and a tryst is a what did I call it? A trift. Anyways, yeah, guys, I want to know what you guys thought of this book compared to the movie or just as its own entity. Your opinions on it. I'd love to hear from you guys in the comment section below. If you're listening to the unabridged version and you would like to hear me go in more depth on my review of this book, you can go back to the playlist for this book where I do one chapter per upload, and at the end of each of those uploads I did a commentary for each chapter. I want to say thank you to my son, Anthony, my daughter, Alexis, and my niece, Stormy. Anthony and Stormy played a couple kids in the book that had a couple lines, and my daughter, Alexis Starr, she played Nancy. She voiced all of Nancy's lines. Thank you, Alexis, sweetheart. You did a really good job, and so did you, Anthony and Stormy. I love you guys. And as always, tonight's upload has been brought to you by our patrons on the Patreon.
Of the night, with tales of horrific might, Josh spins his airy weave in the stories we believe. I'm a slashaholic, addicted to the fright. Narration so hypnotic, Josh keeps me up all night. Final destination's near. Every death's a newfound fear. Pulled to madness year by year. Josh's words I always hear.